C1355 Let's go above the void. The surrounding saint rulers looked at Saint King Tianyu with red eyes, like hungry wolves that had been stimulated. They were full of envy and jealousy. Bitch it, Heavenly Rain Pavilion had made a huge profit this time. The journey from Luohe Star Domain to Buddhist Sound Star Domain was a few thousand years long. With Saint King Tianyu's scheming means, it would be difficult for him not to have a relationship with that master. At that time, the competition between the three families of Tianyuan Star might become one of the three dominant families. Regret, it was really regretful. Sigh, why wasn't he so lucky that the master had taken a fancy to him? If he had known that the Lord was only going to take a boat to Buddhist Sound Star Domain, he would have stood up no matter what. Wasn't it very difficult to organize a fleet to go to Buddhist Sound Star Domain? As long as he could board that Lord's ship, even if it was a wasted trip to the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, there was no harm in it. Unfortunately, such a great opportunity was given to him by the heavens, and it was given to him by this old man Tianyu. Looking at the envious and jealous expressions on the faces of the people in all directions, Saint King Tianyu felt extremely good in his heart. He had asked them to betray him. Now, he should know how to regret it. Soon, the entire Heavenly Rain Pavilion started operating. This was an opportunity for the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, and they couldn't afford to lose it. Not only could there be no accidents, they also had to do their best. As long as that lord was satisfied, everything was worth it. Mountain Sun City, an ordinary city in the middle of Tianyuan Star. It was less than 10 million miles in circumference. The strongest were only a few high-level saints. In the entire Tianyuan Star, it could be said that they were very inconspicuous. Mountain Sun City was near the center of the city, in an independent courtyard. Yang Fann sat with his legs crossed. After agreeing with Saint King Tianyu for half a year, with a casual teleportation, Yang Fann arrived at Xianxia City. As for the small courtyard, if one had money, they wouldn't be able to buy a house. With a random exquisite holy crystals from Yang Fann, the owner left without saying a word. He even left everything inside for Yang Fann. Exquisite holy crystals was nothing in the eyes of a Saint King or even a half-step Saint King. However, it was different in this small town where the highest cultivation base was only at the level of a high-level saint. It was a huge amount of money. 1 exquisite holy crystals, 1 million high-grade holy crystals, 1 trillion intermediate holy crystals, 1 million low-grade holy crystals. Even if all the wealth of many big families in the Shanyang Peak was combined, they might not even have 1 exquisite holy crystals. In such an independent courtyard, not to mention a single exquisite holy crystals, even a single high-grade holy crystal was not worth it. He was deeply afraid that Yang Fann, this idiot, would go back on his word. Without saying another word, the owner left Xianxia City overnight. He went through dozens of cities in a row before finally setting down his journey. Yang Fann did not know that the astronomical price of his exquisite holy crystals had forced the owner to flee overnight. He began to count the gains he had obtained this time. One had to admit that this Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce was worthy of being one of the top 10 chambers of commerce in Tianyuan River. Bitch it, they were really filthy rich. There were also many treasures in the exquisite holy crystals. With a rough estimate, even if it wasn't 300,000 trillion exquisite holy crystals, it wouldn't be much different. One had to know that Yang Fann had robbed the 13 main stars in Tian Luo Empire, including the Emperor Star, and had only obtained a few million trillion exquisite holy crystals. The Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce could be said to be extremely rich, and was as rich as a country. Even Yang Fann had found nearly 2,000 divine stones. Of course, Yang Fann was most concerned about obtaining the primordial purple clouds. The Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce didn't disappoint him either. Although it wasn't as good as the Tian Luo Emperor Star, it was still much better than the other king stars, such as East Dragon and South Sparrow. In the entire Jianyuan Star, there were nearly 200 million Sage Stage and above Sage Stages. Adding the amount of experts stored in the Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce, there were nearly 250 million of them. Not only did Yang Fann get all the primordial purple cloudus he had used up over the years, he also got a lot more. In the next second, swoosh with a flash of light, the sacred king of the Jianyuan appeared in front of Yang Fann. My lord, I beg of you, please spare me. The Jianyuan Saint King had been living a comfortable life for hundreds of billions of years. He no longer had the spirit he had when he first started cultivating. He did not want to die, he really did not want to die. Rumble. However, before he could finish speaking, a devouring black hole suddenly appeared and swallowed him. Yang Fann didn't have that much time to listen to his nonsense. From the moment he was suppressed by him, his fate had already been decided. He could only become nourishment for his own growth. Rumble. The devouring chains pierced through the Saint King's body of the Jian Yuan. Endless power of devouring exploded, crazily devouring the strength of original life of the Saint King of the Jian Yuan. ZZZTZZZT. Almost at the same time, a large amount of comprehension of the great Tao surged into Yang Fann's sea of consciousness like a surging river, causing him to unknowingly fall into the enlightenment. All sorts of the great Tao of the Saint King fell into the enlightenment, and at the same time, all sorts of great Tao of the Saint King fell into Yang Fann's body. It started to climb at a visible rate. Ah no, my lord, let me go, let me go. No, beast, you're going to die a horrible death. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Time continued to beg for mercy. Amidst the sounds of curses, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Grug, an ordinary sacred king, had completely collapsed and turned into a flying ash. At this moment, all of the 18 sacred kings of the Jian Yuan Chamber of Commerce, including the sacred king of the Jian Yuan, had been devoured by Yang Fann. The only flaw was that the Jian Yuan Saint King and the other 18 Saint Kings had controlled 9 levels and 9 levels of Saint King law. In the end, Yang Fann only managed to control 2 new levels of Saint King law, making the total number of Saint King law he controlled reach 298. His strength did not increase by much. As for their strength of original life, it was better than nothing. It only increased the strength of Yang Fann's body by a little. With Yang Fann's current body strength, if he wanted to rely on these low-level sacred kings to break through, he would need to devour at least tens of thousands of them before he could step into the 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. If he really wanted to do so, there was probably less than 1 out of 10 holy kings in Luohe Star Domain. In comparison, it was more reliable to devour primordial purple Cloudus. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 3 months. The huge Tianyuan star could be said to be filled with undercurrents. At the same time, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion was in the limelight for a while. Many major powers had gradually moved closer to the Heavenly Rain Pavilion and boarded Yang Fann's big ship. In the eyes of many powers, the rise of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion was unstoppable. It was like adding flowers to a brocade. How could they be grateful for the timely help? Originally, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion was the 3rd most powerful sect in the 3 great overlords. Now, it seemed to have the potential to surpass the Treasure Hall and become the new leader of the Tianyuan Star. During this period of time, all the top powers in the Tianyuan Star, including the Myriad Treasure Palace and 4 Seas Tower, were frantically searching for traces of Yang Fann. They were getting anxious, each and every one of them was getting anxious. The Heavenly Rain Pavilion had yet to truly rely on that master. They had already started to have the potential to surpass the Treasure Hall. If they really got themselves into trouble with that lord, how could they possibly survive? At that time, there were only 2 paths waiting for them. One was to leave the Tianyuan Star completely, and the other was to surrender to the Heavenly Rain Pavilion and follow their lead. No matter which path it was not something they wanted to see. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they searched, they couldn't find any trace of Yang Fann, as if there was no such person in the world. Who would have thought that Yang Fann would hide in such an inconspicuous town? Yang Fann, on the other hand, was an otaku who had never left his sect. He was also the only person who had seen Yang Fann before. He had already run away overnight. It was no different from finding a needle in a haystack if the major powers wanted to find him. Bitch, how could this be? That lord, could it be that he disappeared into thin air just like that? Search. There are people in the police station. Continue searching for me. If you don't find the lord, all of you won't have to come back. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. The entire Tianyuan Star had almost been turned upside down by them, but they were still unable to find anything. Tianyuan Star, Starain Star Harbor. Just like Yuan Long Star Harbor, it was also one of the 10 greatest Tianyuan stars in Tianyuan Star. However, unlike Yuan Long Star Harbor, the Starry Rain Star Harbor was not under the name of the Merchant Union, but belonged solely to the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. One must know that each of the 10 great Tianyuan stars in the Tianyuan Star was worth a lot of money every day. A day's worth of income was almost equivalent to the entire fortune of a top saints, and it was enough to move countless saint rulers. However, it was not so easy to take over a star harbor. Even some of the Third Empyrean Saint King could only covet it. In the entire Tianyuan Star, among the 10 largest chambers of commerce, only the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, 4 Seas building, the 3 overlords of the treasure hall had the power to do so. He had a star harbor for himself. The other 7 chambers of commerce had only managed to take control of 1 star harbor after collaborating with a few other chambers of commerce. Starain Star Harbor, Star 1 District. Compared to the other big districts within the Star Harbor, Star 1 District was clearly much more spacious and empty. This was the place the Heavenly Rain Pavilion specially prepared for the merchant ships of their pavilion, the place where the warships would stop. Those who were able to stay here. The person was either a member of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion or a distinguished guest of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Under the night sky, rumble, a small fleet of 18 spaceships soared into the sky, tearing apart the sky. In the blink of an eye, they had left the Tianyuan Star and disappeared into the vast starry sky. C-1356 Greater Success Stage of the Grand Mist Indestructible Physique Tianyuan River, the vast starry sky. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A small fleet of 18 warships was quickly shuttling back and forth. This fleet was none other than the small fleet that the Heavenly Rain Pavilion had set up to head to the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Although there were only 18 of them, compared to those large fleets that could move 1,000 or 10,000 ships, there was no way they could compare. However, their combat strength was the exact opposite. It was far from what those so-called large fleets could compare with. They could easily destroy a super fleet consisting of 1,000,000 World River warships. These 18 warships were not more than 100,000 meters long, but they were all Saint King warship. Especially the flagship in the center, the Heavenly Rain, was the carrier of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion Master, Saint King Tianyu, and a powerful second-grade Saint King warship. The journey between Star Domain was different from traveling within Star Domain. Even the best World River warships could barely travel to and fro the neighboring Mohe River, Star Domain. No matter how far they traveled, the time they traveled would be millions of years, or even tens of millions of years. If the time was too long, there would be too many variables, and it was basically unrealistic. During the journey in the Star Domain, the usual Saint King warships were the mainstream. In this small fleet, other than the second-grade Saint King warship, Heavenly Rain, all of them were Grade 1 Saint King warships. Furthermore, they were all high-grade warships among the first-grade high grades. It could be said that most of the top-grade warships in the Heavenly Rain Pavilion had been transferred over. Compared to the fleet of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, they were more than a level stronger. Not only that, even Saint King Tianyu himself personally went out to oversee the fleet. One should know that it had been tens of billions of years since Saint King Tianyu personally led the fleet. The goal of this old fox was known by everyone in Sima Zhao's heart. In order to get in touch with Yang Fann, Saint King Tianyu had put in a lot of effort. It was the rainy day, in the Heavenly Rain Hall. This was the most magnificent hall on the Heavenly Rain. It had always been Saint King Tianyu's residence. But now, it was directly given to Yang Fann by Saint King Tianyu. Within the palace, Saint King Tianyu had arranged a large number of beautiful maids. Each of them was a peerless beauty carefully selected by the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, and they were all virgins. There were even many maids who were the precious daughters of the upper echelons of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, the daughters of Saint Kings. Even his daughter, one of the top 10 beauties of the Tianyuan Star, Goddess Wu Yu, had been arranged to stay in the Heavenly Rain Palace. The meaning behind this arrangement was obvious. As long as Yang Fann was willing, he could take these daughters of the upper echelons, the daughters of the Saint Kings, and even Goddess Wu Yu at any time. Even if it was just the pleasure of a single breath of water, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would still be able to make a profit. If they could be valued by Yang Fann, they would become a concubine. It wouldn't be difficult for the Heavenly Rain Pavilion to dominate the Luohe Star domain. However, what disappointed them was that after Yang Fann entered the Heavenly Rain Palace, he sent all the maids out and went into seclusion. He didn't give the Heavenly Rain Pavilion any chance to do so. As for the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, a small power that was no stronger than Third Empyrean Saint King, Yang Fann really didn't care about it. There was no benefit in having a close relationship with them. If he really encountered something that he couldn't solve, what could he do with the addition of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion? Even if it was the Tianan Realm River, there were hundreds of world rivers between them. If anything were to happen, the people of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would arrive and everything would be dead by the time they arrived. Yang Fann had already made it clear that he didn't want to have too much contact with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion when he forced Saint King Tianyu to accept the high-grade Tier 7 holy herb, violet radish emerald grass. "Ah no, my lord. Spare me, spare me. Woo 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 woo, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Poochie, poochie." Amidst the wails of despair, the sages turned into flying ashes, and the primordial purple cloudus broke down into pure primordial energy that flowed into Yang Fann's body through the Yang Fans. It was devoured and refined by Yang Fann, strengthening his body's power. The speed of a first-grade Saint King warship was far inferior to a third-grade Saint King warship. It would take at least several thousand years to get to the Buddhist Sound Star Domain from the Luohe Star Domain. This was because the Heavenly Rain Pavilion merchant group often traveled to the Buddhist Sound Star Domain. They knew many spatial nodes, which allowed them to travel a long distance, greatly shortening their journey. Otherwise, if they continued to fly at the same time, the time would at least increase by several times, or even more. Such a long period of time. Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to cultivate his Hung Meng indestructible body to the mastery, and perhaps even advance a step further, and devour more than half of the primordial purple clouds in his hand. His cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds, and Yang Fann's heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique had also advanced by leaps and bounds. Today, Yang Fann was able to refine the thousands primordial purple clouds in a single day. Compared to the past 10 days and a half months, he might not even be able to refine a single primordial purple clouds. It was completely like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The Heavenly Rain Fleet was gradually approaching the border of the Luohe Star Domain. It was a huge meteorite belt. There were dead silent galaxies between the rivers of the various realms. The same thing happened between the Star Domain and the Star Domain. However, the area was wider. There were more than a dozen or even dozens of realm rivers. Inside, there was no life force, and the spiritual energy was dried up. There were only endless meteors. From time to time, there would be meteor showers and cosmic storms. The danger involved was 10 times, or even 100 times more terrifying than the Silent Star River. Some of the top-class World River battleships would be destroyed if they weren't careful. However, it was nothing to the Heavenly Rain Fleet. The 18 Saint King warship were the best of the best among the rank 1 Saint King warships. The warship's defense was strong enough to defend against the attack of a high-level first-layer Saint King. Once the Heavenly Rain was used as the core and combined into a galactic battle formation, even 3rd Empyrean Saint King would not be able to break their defense if he did not have a 3-patterned Dao weapon. The meteor shower, the starry sky storm. Although all kinds of natural disasters were terrifying, they could at most threaten ordinary Sacred King experts. The moment the barrier was opened, the Sky Rain Fleet charged forward with unstoppable momentum, completely ignoring the many destructive natural disasters. 100 years later, the Heavenly Rain Fleet successfully entered the Mohe River's star domain. Compared to the Luohe Star Domain, the strength of the Mohe River's star domain was similar. The strongest person was 3rd Empyrean Saint King. In order to please Yang Fann, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion not only had a high-level 3rd Empyrean Saint King Tianyu, in charge of the caravan, but also 4 out of the 8 great 2nd Empyrean Saint Kings. Apart from that, there were also 12 first-layer Holy Kings, and their lineup was extremely luxurious. Even if 3rd Empyrean Saint King wanted to attack their fleet, he might not be able to escape unscathed. If ordinary galactic pirates wanted to take advantage of them, they would be courting death. Very quickly, another 700 years passed. The Heavenly Rain Fleet was approaching the border of the Mohe River's star domain. They didn't encounter any danger along the way. Inside the Heavenly Rain Hall, rumble, rumble, boundless light of primordial chaos erupted from the pores all over Yang Fann's body, causing him to look like a holy spirit that had been born when the primordial chaos had just begun, holy and unparalleled. After 800 years of bitter cultivation, Yang Fann had successfully swallowed nearly 300 million primordial purple cloudus. The 1 billion mark of the Hung Meng indestructible body had already passed by half. At this moment, Yang Fann's body was so terrifying that it could shake the heavens and earth. It had long surpassed the realm of 7th Empyrean Saint King, and had almost reached the limit of 7th Empyrean Saint King. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, not to mention 8th Empyrean Saint King, even the slightly weaker 9th Empyrean Saint King would have full confidence in fighting him. Whether he could win or not, It was hard to say, but that ninth Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. He was less than 10,000 years old, and he already had the power to fight ninth Empyrean Saint King. If this news spread out, it would surely shake the entire Guangling River system. Compared to this monster, even those supreme true gods were just mediocre people. He didn't know what sort of inheritance the heaven-devouring earth-devouring law was. Even if it was some true god inheritance, it was far from even 1 in 10,000. To be able to obtain the world-engulfing great law was definitely the greatest fortune of his life. 3,000 years later, the Heavenly Rain fleet had entered the Taiwan star domain. This was the third star domain that the fleet had entered. As long as they passed the Taiwan star domain and passed the Black Light star domain, they would be able to reach their destination, the Buddhist Sound star domain. For the past 3,000 years, Yang Fann had been cultivating in the Heavenly Rain Hall. He had never taken a step out of the hall. This had made Saint King Tianyu and the rest disappointed. Many of their meticulous preparations had become decorations. They wanted to go deep into the Heavenly Rain Hall and find Yang Fann, who was in secluded cultivation. However, Saint King Tianyu only thought about it in his heart. Even if they were given a few guts, they wouldn't dare to put it into action. Inside the Heavenly Rain Hall, Pucci, yet another group of 100 saint physiques collapsed into dust. The numerous primordial purple clouds transformed into waves of origin energy that surged into Yang Fann's body. Rumble. Suddenly, Yang Fann's body trembled. The next second, a terrifying violet light, devil god, appeared behind Yang Fann like the king of all gods. Rumble. In an instant, Yang Fann's aura was like a tsunami, growing crazily, multiplying, and never stopping. C-1358 The Star-Swallowing Beast Sky Rain Fleet, the Master Control Room on the Heavenly Rain. What? Is there something strange in this starry sky? That's impossible. Saint King Tianyu and the others were slightly stunned when they heard that. For a moment, they were unable to react in time. Under their senses, there was no danger in the nearby starry sky. Even if there was really an ambush, the alarm system of their Heavenly Rain was not to be trifled with. Heavenly Rain was carefully built by Saint King Tianyu. For him, he had almost exhausted half of his family's resources. Whether it was the attack, defense, or exploration system, Heavenly Rain was one of the best among the many second-grade Saint King warships. Even the top third Empyrean Saint King could not approach their fleet without making any noise. Eldest brother, didn't you notice that there was something missing in the surrounding space? Holy King Xin Yu looked at Saint King Tianyu speechlessly. Could it be that all of them were blind and didn't see the entire starry sky? Not only could they not see a part of the world, they couldn't even see an ordinary star. The vast starry sky, tens of billions of light-years of land. Other than the vacuum, it was also a vacuum. This was completely abnormal. Putting aside those large worlds for now, ordinary stars were the most common objects in the starry sky, let alone tens of billions of light-years. Even if it was hundreds or thousands of light-years, it was impossible to not see a single star. If there was a peerless expert, a world-shocking battle would occur, and all of the stars in the nearby starry sky would be destroyed. There was still a small possibility of that happening. However, this was a land of tens of billions of light-years, and it was precisely those 5th Empyrean Saint King. Even 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors didn't have such mighty power. Moreover, if the expert really fought, there would definitely be some Dao marks in expert's aura left behind. However, she didn't sense a single trace of expert's aura. What's missing? Strange, why is it like this? The stars are all over the sky, why are they all gone? What exactly is going on? They were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of millions of years. Very quickly, they noticed the abnormalities in their surroundings. Time passed second by second. The Sky Rain fleet advanced another 10 billion light-years, but what was horrifying was that the surrounding starry sky was also deathly silent. Not to mention the stars, they hadn't even seen a single meteorite. No, it's not like that. What exactly happened? What happened? Even if there's an expert that destroyed the surrounding stars, there should still be some clues left behind. Everyone, I have an ominous feeling. I'm afraid we have encountered a huge problem this time. Unknowingly, the group of holy kings furrowed their brows tightly. The atmosphere in the entire master control room became extremely solemn. It was strange, it was really too strange. It was as if nothing existed in this endless starry sky. But in fact, this time, it wasn't like this at all. There were countless stars. There were even quite a few great worlds among them. However, everything had vanished without a trace. Most importantly, even with their cultivations as sacred kings, they were unable to tell what was going on. The biggest fear of people was the unknown. Even if they were the high and mighty holy kings, they were no exception. Suddenly, Saint King Tianyu's pupils constricted, and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something terrifying. "Eldest brother, what did you discover?" Saint King Xinhuo, who had been paying attention to Saint King Tianyu, immediately noticed Saint King Tianyu's unusual behavior. This shouldn't be possible. It can't be them. It must be me thinking too much. What's impossible? Eldest brother, what did you discover? Pavilion Master, what did you think of? Why don't you tell me? That's right, Pavilion Master. If you have anything to say, just say it. In an instant, the gazes of all the holy kings were focused on Saint King Tianyu. All right. After a slight hesitation, Saint King Tianyu still opened his mouth to speak. I once saw this scene in an ancient book. Legend has it that wherever the Star Devourer passed by, it would be like this. The vast starry sky is deathly silent. What, Pavilion Master, do you mean that all of this was done by the Star Devourer? How is this possible? Isn't the Star Devourer just a legend? The holy kings were shocked at first, but they quickly denied it. The Star Devourer was a monster from the legends. Compared to it, the so-called space beast, it was nothing. It was said that it was the mortal enemy of all living beings. It fed on the world and the stars. But as far as they knew, billions of years ago, the Star Devourer clan had been completely extinct. Not to mention the Star Domain, even the Guangling River system, and even the entire AIMA realm couldn't find a single Star Devourer. In fact, in the eyes of many people, did the Star Devourer really exist? It's a big mystery. Its size was comparable to that of a human. A large world, or even a world island. How could there be such a huge monster in this world? It should be because I thought too much. Not only did the other Saint Kings not believe it, even Saint King Tianyu himself did not believe it. The Star Devourer clan had already been extinct for who knew how many trillion years. How could it suddenly appear in this world, and even appear in a small star domain like the Black Light Star Domain? The next second, Saint King Tianyu's eyes changed, and he changed the topic. All right. Let's not care about why these stars disappeared. What should we do next? Should we turn around and leave or continue forward? Regarding this Black Light Star Domain, at the end of the day, they didn't have to figure out the truth of this matter. That's right, all of this has nothing to do with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. It's better to let the major powers in the Star Domain have a headache. Pavilion Master, let's change the path. We can silently clear such a large area of the starry sky without leaving any traces behind. This is not something we can imagine. Even some 4th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to clear the starry sky without leaving any traces behind. The person or object that attacked must have extraordinary means. It was very likely that it was 5th Empyrean Saint King, or perhaps even stronger. Pavilion Master, I also agree with the change of direction. Change the direction. Pavilion Master, this risk is not worth us taking. Change the path now. We'll need at least a few hundred years more. What if Sir blames us? Saint King Tianyu's words were like a basin of ice water. It made the holy kings wake up. They were not familiar with the other sailing routes. Not to mention finding a spatial node and traveling through time and space. It would take a few hundred years to fly alone. This. For a moment, the group of holy kings were at a loss as they continued forward. The road ahead was extremely dangerous and unpredictable. However, Yang Fann was also not someone that the Heavenly Rain Pavilion could afford to offend. If they made Yang Fann unhappy because of this, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would not be able to bear the consequences. Report this matter to the Master. We'll leave it to him to decide whether we should continue or take a detour. Alright, let's do it this way. Soon, the other holy kings agreed. At that time, even if they continued forward, if something really happened, that Lord would not stand idly by. At that moment, everyone, look what's that? An exclamation immediately attracted everyone's attention. They saw a huge creature appear on the crystal screen in the center of Master Control Room. Its body was covered with dark black scales. It had the body of a lion, the body of a tiger, and the tail of a dragon. Its size was terrifying. It stretched for tens of millions of light years. Compared to some of the top great worlds, it was a lot bigger. It was not much different, lying on top of a planet's great world. It was a big bite, just a big bite. That planet's great world had shrunk by a large chunk. With that speed, it probably wouldn't take more than a day for him to completely devour it. Gulp, gulp, Star Devourer, it really is a Star Devourer. This size, and it's even a long-term Star Devourer. What should we do? What should we do? An indescribable panic spread throughout the entire heavenly reign. Heavens, what sins have we committed to make you punish us like this? Not only did they encounter the legendary Star Devourer, but it was also an adult Star Devourer. This was completely not giving them a chance to live. According to the legends, the Star Devourer was the beloved child of heaven and earth. Its strength was extremely terrifying. When it was born with terrifying strength. It had the power of a saint. It could fight a saint king when it was still in its infancy. Once it entered the maturity stage, even Saint King Holy King might not be a match for it. When it reached the maturity stage, it would be able to fight semi-god Heavenly Sovereign and even true God Sovereign. It was said that above all of them, there was a perfect body. It was the true overlord of the universe. Even true God Sovereign was just a bunch of delicious food in his eyes. The strength of this Star Devourer was very easy to differentiate. As long as one looked at its size, it was easy to tell. The newly born Star Devourer was about the size of a light year, reaching 100 light years. Even if it entered the infant stage, its body size of 1,000,000 light years was the symbol of the Star Devourer's growth period. The Star Devourer in front of him was actually tens of millions of light years tall. Clearly, it had already entered the growth stage for a period of time. Its strength was so terrifying that it even surpassed 7th Empyrean Saint King. Quick, while that beast still hasn't noticed us, let's go now. C-1359 Despair Sky Rain Fleet, the Master Control Room on the Heavenly Reign. An indescribable panic spread across the entire Master Control Room. Many of the Heavenly Reign Pavilion's holy kings revealed looks of despair. Heavens, what kind of sin have we committed to punish us like this? It was one thing to encounter the legendary Star Devourer that had long gone extinct, but it was actually an adult Star Devourer. This didn't give them any chance of survival at all. Retreat, we must retreat before the Star Devourer notices us. Without any hesitation, Saint King Tianyu decisively gave the order to retreat. Long-term Star Devourer. That was a peerless berserk beast that was comparable to Saint King Holy King. With their meager strength, any intermediate Saint King would be able to beat them up. As for the stronger Saint King Holy King, he could crush them thousands of times with just a flick of his finger. Rumble. A mysterious fluctuation spread across the entire Sky Rain Fleet. Soon, the entire Sky Rain Fleet received Saint King Tianyu's order. The next second, the Sky Rain Fleet turned the bow of their ships and fled at high speed. However, they didn't have time to retreat. Rumble. The Star Devourer, which was gorging on the stellar world and treating it like a piece of juicy meat, suddenly raised its gigantic lion head, which looked like a world of its own. In the next second, rumble, rumble, a terrifying wave of fiendish cheese rolled like a tidal wave, directly locking down the Sky Rain Fleet's four-direction starry sky. In an instant, the entire fleet was like a wooden boat that had sunk into a quagmire. Not to mention flying, even moving a little bit was difficult. Ah, not good, that beast has discovered us. What should we do? What should we do? In the blink of an eye, including Saint King Tianyu. All of the holy kings were like ants on a hot pan, running around anxiously. Their hearts were filled with regret. Previously, even if it was difficult to decide whether they should continue moving forward or deviate from the course, they should have stopped the fleet. Now, they were being targeted by that beast. They would not even be able to protect their own lives. The Star Devourer liked to devour stars and worlds, but it did not mean that he did not like to eat people. In particular, these experts were also his favorite. Could it be that we are going to die here today? I am not willing, I, Tianyu, have bitterly cultivated for 3,200 billion years, and have experienced thousands of tribulations and difficulties. Only then can I have today's cultivation. How can I just die in the mouth of this beast? Suddenly, a spiritual light flashed within Saint King Tianyu's sea of consciousness. As if he had thought of something, he said in shock, "Quick, go and invite the Lord over immediately. This is our only hope." Although he didn't really think that Yang Fann would be a match for the giant beast, Yang Fann was still young. He wasn't even 1,000,000 years old, and being able to fight 5th Empyrean Saint King was already a top-grade monster genius in Guangling River system. It was almost impossible for him to hide anything anymore. However, at this moment, He couldn't care about anything else. He just had to give it his all. Perhaps, Yang Fann might be able to bring them some kind of miracle. That's right, I hope that sir can help us. Perhaps there is still hope. Upon hearing this, the other saint rulers felt their hearts tremble in despair. This was a peerless monster, who came from a certain demigod family, and even the inheritance of a true god. Perhaps he really had some trump card that could turn the tide. Although a matured star devourer was strong, it was just a weak aphid in the hands of semi-god heavenly sovereign and true god sovereign. At this moment, Pucci, the spatial zone of master control room, was forcefully torn apart, and a black-clothed Yang Fann appeared out of thin air. Although he had been in seclusion all this time, focusing on refining the primordial purple clouds, he didn't seal off his six senses, so he didn't know anything. If he still did not know that the Star Devourer had caused such a huge commotion. He had cultivated for so many years for nothing. Greetings, my lord, please help me. Saint King Tian Yu and the others were delighted when they saw Yang Fann. They were like drowning people grabbing onto their only life-saving straw. They felt slightly relieved. What a terrifying giant beast! Ignoring Saint King Tian Yu and the others, Yang Fann stared at the Star Devourer in the crystal screen. He had seen a lot of things, but this was the first time he had seen such giant beasts. Compared to this huge being, those space beasts were like amphioxus in a small stream, not even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The next second, Yang Fann's eyes suddenly shone with a scorching light. His Adam's apple moved slowly, and he almost drooled. He wasn't any better than the evil ghost who had encountered a peerless beauty. The giant beast in front of him was only at the top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King stage, and he had just barely stepped into the threshold of 8th Empyrean Saint King. However, his strength was comparable to the massive size of a top-tier world. The strength of original life that he was wearing was so huge that it couldn't be compared to a 7th layer, and 8th Empyrean Saint King couldn't be compared to it. It was 100 times stronger, 1,000 times stronger. It wasn't just that, as long as it devoured and refined him, it would almost be able to devour 1,000 Saint King Holy King at the same time. A great supplement was definitely a rare great supplement. Perhaps his strength would allow him to break through a small realm, or perhaps even more. Furthermore, although this giant beast was not related to the Saint King law, it was born with the ability to devour and control the great Tao of Devour. In fact, this beast's attainment in the great Tao of Devour was even greater than his. After devouring this giant beast, it was enough for him to experience a qualitative leap in his ability to devour the great Tao. Roar, seemingly sensing Yang Fann's burning and greedy gaze, the Star Devourer suddenly let out a terrifying roar. Bang bang! In an instant, a terrifying sound wave swept across the starry sky, and a large expanse of space was completely destroyed. Swish swish swish! The azure barrier that covered the Sky Rain fleet was instantly covered with crisscrossing cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. Saint King Tian Yu and the others were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. This was a land that was millions of light years away. If it was in front of the Star Devourer, that would be terrible. The entire Sky Rain fleet had probably collapsed and completely collapsed. Roar, seeing that his own roar was not destroyed, the aphids and the Star Devourer seemed to have been completely enraged. In the next moment, rumble, that terrifying beast claw that was several million light years long directly tore through space, carrying with it the power to destroy everything as it crushed down towards the Sky Rain fleet. Rumble, rumble, space and time sank, the heavens and the earth extinguished. With the Sky Rain fleet as the center, the starry sky within a range of 1,000,000 light years was directly in a state of great destruction. Ah no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo 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 woo, someone save me, save me. In an instant, the Sky Rain fleet was filled with wails. Including Saint King Tian Yu and the other holy kings, all of them were like a pile of mud as they laid down on their seats. Their eyes were dull. Other than despair, there was also despair. That power was terrifying. It was really too terrifying. In front of that power, they were like the lowly aphids on the ground. Merely the lingering aura of their auras was able to completely erase them from this world. This was the difference in the level of their lives. It was simply not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was over. My heavenly rain pavilion is finished this time. They had brought out more than half of the top combat strength of the heavenly rain pavilion. Once they fell, with the remaining strength of the heavenly rain pavilion alone, it would be impossible for them to fight against the treasure pavilion in the Four Seas Tower. Even if they weren't killed by the treasure pavilion in the Four Seas building, it was certain. That the heavenly rain pavilion would withdraw from the three giants of the Tianyuan star. At that moment, Grug 10,000 light-years away from the Sky Rain fleet, space distorted, and a black figure suddenly appeared. Ah, it's Master. Could it be that Master has the confidence to deal with that Star Devourer? In an instant, Saint King Tianyu and the others' hopeless hearts bloomed with a glimmer of hope. Since Yang Fann dared to stand out at this time, he must have some confidence. No one would do something that they knew was a matter of death. Especially a peerless genius with a deep background. Sacrificing oneself for the sake of others. Such a good old man wouldn't live long in this treacherous world of cultivators. Evil creature, I haven't attacked you yet, but you attacked first. Yang Fann gave a mocking smile, then he struck out with his palm. Yang Fann's slender right palm was like a drop of water in the ocean under the terrifying claw of the Star Devourer that covered hundreds of thousands of light years. It was completely negligible. Ah, no way, sir, don't tell me you want to rely on your own strength to fight against the Star Devourer. How could it be like this? Silly, sir is really muddle-headed. In an instant, the glimmer of hope that Saint King Tianyu and the others had struggled with was swallowed by the endless darkness. Initially, they thought that Yang Fann would use the trump card that the elders in the family had bestowed upon him. Never would they have thought that he actually wanted to rely on his own strength to fight the Star Devourer. This was simply courting death. The gap between Saint King Holy King and an intermediate Saint King was more than 10 million times. They were on completely different levels. It's over, it's all over. C-1360 capturing the star-swallowing beast Sky Rain fleet, the master control room on the Heavenly Rain. It's over, it's all over. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Endless panic was spreading. Many of the Holy Kings had already closed their eyes in despair. They thought that Yang Fann would use some trump card that semi-god Heavenly Sovereign and True God Sovereign had given him. In an instant, the situation would be reversed, and they would turn defeat into victory. They never thought that he would use his own strength to fight against the Star Devourer. My lord, even if you want to, you have to use your own strength to fight against the Star Devourer. That's not what you're looking for, is it? Intermediate Holy King, Saint King Holy King had two completely different concepts, heaven and earth, cloud and mud. Furthermore, that Star Devourer was a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. It was not something that an ordinary Saint King Holy King could compare with. Its combat strength was terrifying, and it was very likely that it had already reached the 8th Empyrean Saint King realm. In the void, rumble, Yang Fann finally collided with the Star Devourer. Bang bang bang, the terrifying energy wave seemed to be able to blow up the entire black light star domain, causing countless spatial zones to completely collapse. Fortunately, Yang Fann had foresight. He had set up a protective barrier around the Sky Rain fleet in advance, blocking the energy wave. Otherwise, the Sky Rain fleet would have been completely destroyed by now, turning into a flying ash. They would have to rely on them to get to the Buddhist Sound Star domain, but the Sky Rain fleet couldn't be destroyed. Of course, Saint King Tianyu and the others who had been shocked by these details were completely unaware of it. Each and every one of their eyes were as wide as a fish's eye as they stared fixedly at the thin figure within the crystal screen. What did they just see? It was blocked. It was really blocked, sir. He wasn't courting death. He really had the power to resist the Star Devourer. In an instant, most of the darkness in Saint King Tianyu and the others' hearts had been dispersed. If Sir could block one of the Star Devourer's claws, he could block two of the Star Devourer's claws. There was still some suspense in this battle. Within the void, Yang Fann stood proudly, his eyes shining brightly, as if he could see through everything. You're actually able to block a layer of my power. Evil creature, I've underestimated you. Yang Fann hadn't used much of his strength just now. If he had used all 10 levels of power of the shell, he would have been able to block it. How could this Star Devourer still exist? One should know that in these few hundred years, Yang Fann had absorbed and refined another few 100 million primordial purple cloudus. The power of the body had increased once again, and it was now able to rival an intermediate 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even though it was only a single level of strength, it was still enough to suppress an ordinary low-level 8th Empyrean Saint King. Initially, he thought that not only could he not suppress this Star Devourer, he would also severely injure it, but he didn't expect that it wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. Yang Fann spoke in a calm manner. However, when Saint King Tianyu and the others heard it, it sounded like the roar of a heavenly god. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. This. Did I hear it wrong? 1 layer of power. My lord, he only used 1 layer of power. How is this possible? That is a star devourer that is comparable to Saint King Holy King. How can a mere layer of energy be a match for it? I heard it wrong. I must have heard it wrong. It wasn't that they didn't believe Yang Fann's words, it was just that Yang Fann's words were too horrifying. They were well aware of the terror of the Star Devourer. Even amongst the numerous Saint King Holy King, they weren't considered weak. It was very likely that he was comparable to 8th Empyrean Saint King. If what Yang Fann said was true, he had only used a layer of his strength, then his true strength. How terrifying was he? Was he comparable to 9th Empyrean Saint King? 9th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than 1,000,000 years old, was this possible? Even those divine children who had inherited the bloodline of a true god would never have the power to fight 9th Empyrean Saint King at such a young age. At that moment, Pucci, Yang Fann took a step forward and tore through the space. He then struck out his palm towards the Star Devourer. Rumble, a horrendous hand that could almost encompass a supreme great world descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path towards the Star Devourer. With this strike, Yang Fann's body's strength had increased to the 3rd level. Its strength had increased by several times, and it was comparable to the full strength of a high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King. It was more than enough to severely injure a middle-level 8th Empyrean Saint King. Gulp this strength. Lord, he actually had to hide it. Difficult. Could it be that Sir's words just now were all true? He really only used a layer of strength. Saint King Tianyu swallowed his saliva with great difficulty, and his heart started to waver. Roar. The Star Devourer raised its terrifying lion head and let out a terrifying roar. It was as if Devil God was furious, and the Thunder Lord was roaring. In the next second, rumble, a terrifying devouring black hole appeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, it swelled up to over 100 million light years, and began to devour the heaven-sheltering big hand that was descending from the sky. Divine ability, Star Swallowing. The Star Devourer clan's innate divine ability. According to legend, once those complete Star Devourer used the Star Swallowing divine ability, they would be able to devour a world river with a single bite. Although these matured Star Devourers were far from terrifying, swallowing a large world with a single bite was not a difficult task. It was easy to devour the heaven-sheltering big hand that fell from the sky. Rumble, rumble, the endless power of devourings were like surging tides, crazily disintegrating and devouring the terrifying palm energy. What a devouring beast, what a devouring divine ability! Yang Fann sighed in his heart. His attainment in path of phagocytosis was probably more than a level higher than his. However, Yang Fann wasn't angry. Instead, the light in his eyes was burning even hotter. This Star Devourer had long been regarded as an item in his bag. He wasn't afraid of the powerful great Tao that he devoured, but the weaker the great Tao that he devoured, the more benefits he would get after consuming this giant beast. Kekaki little darling, I can't wait any longer. There was a trace of urgency in Yang Fann's voice. It was as if that lecherous devil had bumped into that peerless beauty, and it couldn't wait to swallow her whole. In the next moment, rumble, the starry sky within a radius of over 100 million light-years darkened once more, and a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. In an instant, he raised the power of the body to the 8th layer. This power had directly surpassed the scope of 8th Empyrean Saint King, and was comparable to the full power of an inferior 9th Empyrean Saint King. It was like the judgment of a god, suppressing the 3,000 worlds. Ah, really? Everything is real. Lord, he really only used a single layer of power earlier. Gulp, gulp, this, just what kind of monster is this? He's not even 1,000,000 years old. He's not even 1,000,000 years old yet. Facts speak louder than words. At this moment, it was impossible for Saint King Tianyu and the other holy kings not to believe it. All of them widened their eyes, and their jaws almost fell to the ground. They had seen abnormal behavior before, but they had never seen such abnormal behavior before. He had the power to fight 9th Empyrean Saint King even though he was less than 1,000,000 years old. Even if he searched the entire Guangling River system, he wouldn't be able to find a single person like this. Little did he know that this was only the tip of the iceberg that Yang Fann had exposed. If they knew Yang Fann's actual age, he was only a little over 10,000 years old, and he still had his strength. Just using the power of the body, it was unknown how they would feel. All of them were shocked to the point of doubting their own lives. In the starry sky, Roar! In that instant, an ominous sign of collapsing swept through the Star Devourer's heart, causing it to let out a despairing beast roar. Rumble! The star-swallowing mystic ability was activated once more. A devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, smashing towards the heaven-sheltering big hand that had descended from the sky. However, in the face of absolute power, no matter how profound the mystic ability was, it was all an illusion. With the current strength of the Star Devourer, at most, the star-swallowing divine ability could devour the high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King, but Yang Fann's palm strike was comparable to 9th Empyrean Saint King's palm strike. The gap between two small realms and one large realm was like a heavenly chasm. Less than a breath's time. Poochie poochie poochie! The devouring black hole shattered into pieces, completely collapsing. Roar! A miserable and unwilling howl suddenly rang out from the Star Devourer's mouth. He was unwilling, he was unwilling. He had only been born for so many years, not even a million years. If he was given a million years, how could this lowly aphid possibly be his match? Rumble! The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In an instant, the Star Devourer and the astral world beneath it were all grasped in its hands. Rumble! Suppress! The legendary Star Devourer was suppressed by Sir just like that. C-1361 Advancement to the Holy Pulse. Roar! 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 Amidst the unwilling roars of the Star Devourer, the horrendous hand, which looked like the hand of a god, violently crushed him in the great world of stars beneath him. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, it would still be crushed by the huge gap between them and a first layer. It was almost impossible for a first-level Layer 1 Saint King expert to challenge someone who was a higher level than him. Apart from a rare monster like Yang Fann, even if it was a true god's son, it was already the limit for him to surpass one or two small realms. Although the Star Devourer was terrifying, it was still not enough to surpass a first layer and surpass a Saint King's 9th Empyrean expert. Silence! The silence of the huge sky rain fleet was frightening. After a while, there were some whispers. It was suppressed. The legendary Star Devourer was suppressed by the Lord just like that. Gulp gulp gulp! Am I seeing things? The Star Devourer was really suppressed. Many people still felt as if they had fallen into a dream. It was so surreal. That was the legendary peerless berserk beast. Even the high and mighty Saint King Holy King might not be a match for it. How could such a terrifying ferocious beast be suppressed so easily? Did we fall into some kind of terrifying illusion technique? It's true, everything is true. My lord, he's not even a million years old yet, right? He's actually only a few people who can match 9th Empyrean Saint King. Gulp, gulp. This talent has never existed since ancient times, it has never existed since ancient times. After another hour, Saint King Tian Yu and the others finally accepted this shocking reality. Their voices were trembling, and they could no longer find any words to describe the shock in their hearts. 9th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than a million years old, was a monster. Not to mention the Guangling Boundary River, perhaps the entire AIMA realm might not be able to find a second person like him. What kind of achievements would he have in the future? It was not something that ordinary people like them could imagine. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would become a true god. It was only a matter of time before he became a true god. Even surpassing a true god was highly possible. If she could become his woman, even if it was just one night of pleasure, it would be enough for them to enjoy it for the rest of their lives. Saint King Holy King and even semi-god Heavenly Sovereign were no longer in a dream. Even the forces behind them would benefit endlessly. Unknowingly, in the Sky Rain Fleet, a mysterious place where countless girls lived, was starting to get wet. Among them was the usually arrogant Sacred King Xinyu. Compared to that monster, Sacred King Xinyu was comparable to him. Her past pride was simply a joke. With that bit of talent of hers, she wouldn't be much stronger than a trash. Very quickly, Sacred King Xinyu subconsciously looked at the crystal screen, hoping to find that stalwart figure. However, there was no one in the sky above. There was no one else. After suppressing the Star Devourer, Yang Fann's figure flashed, and returned to the Heavenly Rain Hall, continuing his secluded cultivation. He didn't give Saint King Tian Yu and the others any chance to please him. Previously, Yang Fann didn't have any interest in the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Now that he had mastered the Hung Meng indestructible body, his cultivation base had increased by 1,000 times. After 10,000 times, Yang Fann was even more unwilling to have any relationship with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. My lord, are we really going to make you look down on us? Looking at the tightly shut heavenly rain hall, Saint King Tianyu and the others felt like their hearts were about to shatter. Each and every one of their gazes were filled with resentment, as if they were competing with that resentful wife of theirs. Since they had already broken through, why couldn't they give them a chance to show off? Unfortunately, Yang Fann, who was in the heavenly rain hall, wasn't moved at all. If Yang Fann's will was so easily shaken, he wouldn't have been able to achieve such a great result in just over 10,000 years. Rumble, rumble. Not long after, the Sky Rain fleet advanced once more. There was a protective barrier set up by Yang Fann. Apart from a little panic, the Sky Rain fleet didn't suffer any injuries. They didn't need a long time to recover. It was raining, inside the heavenly rain hall. Rumble, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air. Within it, a ferocious lion head, tiger body, and dragon tail giant beast were wildly struggling and roaring. Every claw and strike was no less than a full-powered strike of 8th Empyrean Saint King. The terrifying force seemed to be able to destroy everything. Poochie in an instant, the devouring black hole was like glass. It was covered with fine and dense cracks that crisscrossed each other. You still want to put up a resistance? How naive Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It was already in his bag. If he could make you turn the tables, he would not need to mess around anymore. He would just find a piece of tofu and knock himself to death. The next second, rumble, rumble, the terrifying energy within Yang Fann's body that was even greater than that of many 9th Empyrean Saint King was like a surging river, crazily surging towards the devouring black hole. In an instant, the power of the devouring black hole increased by more than 10 times. The broken black hole crystal wall began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Rumble, rumble, boundless power of devourings erupted from the black hole center, crazily devouring the star devourer's strength of original life. In less than the time it took to make a cup of tea. Awesome. Yang Fann couldn't help but moan. As expected of the legendary peerless berserk beast, the essence of the strength of original life was pure and vast, and it wasn't something those low-level holy kings could compare with. It caused the power of Yang Fann's body to increase at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short period of time, his strength had increased by a little bit. What would happen if he absorbed and refined it all? Not only that, but even his bloodline bottleneck had been pierced through in one go. One should know that after absorbing hundreds of Saint Kings, tens of thousands of half-step Saint King, and billions of saints, Yang Fann's bloodline had already reached the limit of rank 9 holy bloodline, but he still couldn't break through that bottleneck and break through to the divine veins. He didn't expect that he would be able to break through the bottleneck that had been troubling him for a long time. Those who had successfully broken through to the first-grade divine veins were truly qualified to become gods. With the divine veins in his body, he had the qualifications to become a god. That was the key to becoming a god. If Yang Fann couldn't take this step, no matter how many experts and resources he swallowed, he would still be able to become a god. Finally, there was only one semi-god heavenly sovereign. At most, his combat strength would be stronger, and he would have the strength to fight a true god. The reason why many of the semi-god heavenly sovereign failed to make the last step in the Guanjin province river was because his bloodline had yet to evolve into a divine vein. One had to say that this star devourer was Yang Fann's lucky star. Without him, Yang Fann wouldn't know how long he would have to wait to truly break through to the divine veins. This wasn't something that could be compensated by quantity. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have already broken through after absorbing so many holy bloodlines. Only by absorbing the true divine veins could he advance to the next level. However, this was not easy, even for those true gods. Those who had the natural holy pulses were very, very few, and only 1 in 10,000. The risks involved were not worth mentioning to outsiders. Every true god's son who had the divine veins was loved by the true gods. Their status was far higher than that of other true god heirs. If one were to have designs on those son of God, if one was not careful, they would fight to the death with a true god sovereign. Furthermore, this was clearly not the limit. Under the continuous accumulation of the star devourer's bloodline origin, the holy pulse in Yang Fann's body was still growing rapidly. Very soon, it was approaching the first-grade middle-grade holy pulse. Hiss! What a good star devourer! The nobility of its bloodline was probably even above his imagination. It was very likely that it had a high-level holy pulse or even stronger. However, that was also true. The Star Devourer was a legendary existence, the beloved child of the universe. He was born a saint. When you become an adult, you will be semi-god heavenly sovereign. As long as he didn't die halfway, he would become true god sovereign, and even surpass a true god. He would have a lot of hope. Compared to those so-called divine children and goddesses, he was much stronger. They were on completely different levels. One had to know that it was easy for those divine children and goddesses to verify demigods' Tao. However, it was extremely difficult to verify demigods' position as a true god. There was not a single one in 100. Rumble, rumble, waves of pure strength of original life, the comprehension of the devour great Tao, continuously flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole, causing Yang Fann's strength, bloodline, great Tao, to increase crazily in all aspects. Almost every day, Yang Fann's strength would transform. Time flowed like water. Soon, 500 years passed. At the border between the Buddhist Sound Star Domain and the Black Light Star Domain. Rumble, the void twisted, a small wormhole suddenly appeared, and a small fleet of 1,800,000-meter warships shot out from within. C-1362 The Black Skeleton slaves the border between the Buddhist Sound Star Domain and the Black Light Star Domain. Rumble, the void suddenly twisted, forming a small space wormhole. In the next second, a small fleet of 1,800,000 feet warships emerged from within. This small fleet was none other than the Sky Rain Fleet. After nearly 5,000 years, the Sky Rain Fleet finally arrived at the Buddhist Sound Star Domain. It was not far from their destination, the Fan Yin planet, and it would take them at most 300 years. Over the past 500 years, the Sky Rain Fleet had encountered many attacks, but none of them alarmed Yang Fann. Even Saint King Tian Yu, a high-level 3rd Empyrean Saint King, didn't even make any moves, and he had easily dealt with them. It was the Heavenly Rain. Inside the Heavenly Rain Hall, roar, an extremely unwilling roar rang out as the severely shrunk Star Devourer finally completely collapsed, turning into a flying ash. In an instant, the purest strength of origin flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole. 2 hours later, rumble, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. They were bright and dazzling, sweeping through everything in their path and destroying everything in their path. At this moment, if anyone was standing in front of Yang Fann, even a top-level 8th Empyrean Saint King would be pierced through, severely injured, or even killed. Terrifying. What a good Star Devourer. 500 years. It had taken Yang Fann 500 years to completely devour it. It was simply unimaginable. One should know that with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, an ordinary Saint King Holy King wouldn't even last for a few years before being completely devoured and refined by him. Of course, the benefits he obtained were also beyond the imagination of the world. Putting aside everything else, the essence of his life alone was far from what 8th Empyrean Saint King could compare with. Even compared to 9th Empyrean Saint King, it was several times stronger, perhaps even more than a dozen times. It allowed Yang Fann's body's power to break through a small realm, almost reaching the limit of a high-tier 9th Empyrean Saint King. It was only a little bit away from top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. In the great Tao of Devour, it had also made a qualitative leap, and just the speed of devouring had increased by more than double. Originally, it would take nearly 1,000 years for the primordial purple clouds to be completely refined, but now, it would take at most 200 to 300 years. Finally, the bloodline would undergo a metamorphosis. Not only did it advance to the divine veins, but it also had a triple jump, almost reaching the peak of the 2nd-grade divine veins. It was only a step away from advancing to the 3rd-grade divine veins. Similar to the holy bloodline, the divine veins were also divided into rank 9. The peak of the 2nd-grade holy pulse didn't seem to be very high. It was only slightly better than being at the bottom of the rank 9 holy pulse. However, the truth was that it wasn't the case. One had to know that most of the divine children and goddesses in Guangling Realm Island only had the 1st-grade holy pulses. Those with 2nd-grade holy pulses. That was 1 in 100. A peak rank 2 holy pulse like this was even rarer. It could be counted on one's fingers. At this moment, in terms of talent alone, Yang Fann was able to enter the ranks of peerless evildoer in Guangling Realm Island. Even if he was placed in the AIMA realm, he would still be considered a first-class monster prodigy. Even without the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, with Yang Fann's current talent, if he cultivated step by step, he would at least have 3 levels of assurance that he would be able to see the position of a true god. This time, Yang Fann had really profited greatly. No matter if it was strength or foundation and potential, they all rose by more than 10 times. It would be great if he had another Star Devourer. Perhaps his strength would allow him to step into semi-god Heavenly Sovereign's realm and become one of the top expert in Guangling Realm Island. Unfortunately, this was only an extravagant hope. It would be considered a lifetime of luck if he could encounter a legendary, ferocious beast like the Star Devourer. Who, spitting out a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann suppressed that unrealistic thought. Then, with the thought of his divine sense, the entire Sky Rain fleet was instantly enveloped. Have we arrived at the Buddhist Sound Star domain? Very quickly, the corner of Yang Fann's mouth curled up as he muttered to himself, nearly 300 years is enough. At that time, even if his combat strength wasn't as good as semi-god Heavenly Sovereign's, he shouldn't be much weaker. At least, it shouldn't be a problem for him to save his life. Thinking about it made him feel like he was in a dream. It had only been so many years, and he hadn't even arrived in Guangling Realm Island, yet he had already begun to look at semi-god Heavenly Sovereign. Shaking his head, Yang Fann shook off the distracting thoughts in his mind. In the next moment, a purple light flashed, and a large clump of primordial purple cloudus appeared in front of Yang Fann. There were a total of 5,000 of them, and this was only something that Yang Fann had swallowed in a single day. It was simply terrifying. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the Sky Rain fleet quickly shuttled through the River of Realms. Soon, another 100 years passed. It was the Heavenly Rain, in the Master Control Room. Saint King Tianyu and the group of Sacred King Heavenly Rain Pavilions from the Heavenly Rain Pavilion once again gathered together. This was already a gathering that they did not know how many times since they entered the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Saint King Tianyu and the rest gathered almost every 3 days, and every 7 days. The purpose of the meeting was only one thing, and that was how to get in touch with Yang Fann, this a peerless monster. Especially after witnessing Yang Fann's true strength, how could Saint King Tianyu and the others be willing to give up? This was their chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. As long as they could befriend Yang Fann, there was no need to talk about the star domain in the future. Their Heavenly Rain Pavilion might be able to do whatever they wanted in the entire Guangling River system. Unfortunately, they had thought of countless ways, but none of them worked. During this period of time, Saint King Tianyu and the other saint rulers had regrets. It would have been great if they hadn't been in a daze back then. Perhaps they had already succeeded in their plan and made contact with Yang Fann. Perhaps he, Saint King Tianyu, had already become Yang Fann's father-in-law. Regarding his daughter's unparalleled beauty, Saint King Tianyu had great confidence in her. That was a rare encounter that only happened once every 100 million years. In the entire Tianyuan River, there were only a few people who could compare with her. If it wasn't for the fact that Yang Fann had chased all the maidservants, including his daughter, out of the Heavenly Rain Hall without even seeing them once, perhaps the two of them would have become good friends. Unfortunately, everything had been missed just like that. As time passed, they were getting closer to their destination, the Fan Yin Star. The regret in Saint King Tianyu's heart was getting more and more obvious. Saint King Tianyu looked around and asked in a formal manner, "Everyone, do you have any ideas?" The group of holy kings shook their heads and smiled bitterly. If they really had an idea, they would have suggested it a long time ago. They would not have waited until today. If it really doesn't work, we'll knock on the door forcefully. After a moment of silence, one of the second Empyrean Saint Kings spoke fiercely. Saint King Tianyu nodded his head and agreed, "Let's wait a little longer. If there's really no other way, we can only take the risk." If it was before he witnessed Yang Fann's true strength, Saint King Tianyu wouldn't dare take such a risk. Even if he couldn't be on good terms with Yang Fann, he couldn't afford to offend him. However, he couldn't care less about that now. If he missed this opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. If it really doesn't work, then let's do it. The other holy kings gritted their teeth and agreed. This was a chance to reach the heavens in a single bound. No one was willing to give up. Whether they could break through to the intermediate or even the position of Saint King Holy King in the future would depend on this. At most, they would knock on the door when they were almost at the Fan Yin Star. Even if that lord was unhappy, he wouldn't punish them too much. Just at this moment, rumble, rumble, an urgent alarm sounded from the Heavenly Rain and spread throughout the entire Sky Rain fleet. Not good, there's danger. Saint King Tianyu frowned and looked at the crystal screen in the center. He saw a fleet of over 100 Saint King warships rapidly approaching the Sky Rain fleet. On the left and right sides of the 100 warships, there was a terrifying black skull carved into them. It was like the god of death from hell, making people's hair stand on end. Ah, this black skull mark was not good. It's the Black Skull Slave Group. Retreat immediately. C-1363 help 8 million light-years away from the Sky Rain fleet. A large fleet of over 100 Saint King warships was rapidly approaching them. In an instant, the entire Sky Rain fleet was alerted. When Saint King Tianyu saw the black skeleton mark on the fleet clearly, his facial expression changed instantly, and he immediately gave the order to retreat. He recognized the origin of the fleet. It was the infamous Black Skull Slave Group, or something else. This was one of the famous top-class slave trapping group in Buddhist Sound Star domain. Its power was far above the Sky Rain fleet. It was the nightmare of countless merchant ships. It was said that the leader of the Black Skull Slave Group, the Skeleton King, was a terrifying top-class 4th Empyrean Saint King. He was only a step away from the 5th Empyrean Saint King realm. The 2 vice leaders were also Saint Kings and 4th layer peerless experts. The 9 captains under him were all 3rd Empyrean Saint King. The next level were 2nd layer and 1st layer Saint Kings, and there were more than 100 of them. With the help of that powerful Black Skull fleet, even if they were to fight 5th Empyrean Saint King, they would not lose the ability to fight. It was simply not something that their tiny Sky Rain fleet could fight against. Right at this moment, the Holy King of Confucianism, who was dressed as a scholar and dressed as one of the 4 great 2nd Empyrean Saint Kings, suddenly stood up and advised, "Pavilion Master, wait. This might be a chance for us." "Elder Hongru, what do you mean by this?" Saint King Tianyu could not react in time. Not only him, the other Holy Kings were also confused. Holy King Hongru didn't have a fever, right? The Black Skull Slave Group was about to catch up. This group of frenzied Dark Star wouldn't be polite to them. They didn't want to become that lowly slave. One day, they would be put on display like goods. They would be appreciated. "Everyone, we are indeed not a match for that Black Skull Slave Group, but don't forget that you are not a match for that Black Skull Slave Group. We still have that." As he spoke, Holy King Hongru pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Rain Hall. In that person's eyes, "Didn't you just want to knock on the door? Isn't this a chance?" Hearing this, the other Holy Kings also reacted. "Brother Hongru, you're still the wily one. We almost missed this opportunity." Indeed, even the Star Devourer comparable to Saint King Holy King was easily suppressed. A mere Black Skull Slave Group is nothing. But I have to say, this Black Skull Slave Group has come at the right time. Hee. In that case, we have to thank the Black Skull Slave Group. They never thought that this crisis would become their chance. They knocked on the door for no reason. After all, it was a helpless action. If they were not careful, they would all end up making a fool out of themselves. They would not be able to curry favor with him. On the contrary, he was hated by Yang Fann, but it was different now. The strength of the Black Skull Slave Group was 10 times stronger than before. 100 times stronger than them was not something they could fight against. It was perfectly normal to have no choice but to ask for help. Saint King Tianyu's eyes lit up and he clapped his hands. "All right, let's do it this way." The fleet turns around and continues to advance towards the Black Skull fleet. "Pavilion Master is wise Black Skull Slave Group, I'll let you all become the stepping stones for the rise of Heavenly Rain Pavilion." Black Skull Fleet, Flagship Black Skull. The Black Skeleton King, dressed in black skeleton armor, sat on the throne of skeletons with a saber and a broad axe in his arms. He had a graceful and curvy waist. On the left and right sides of the Skeleton King sat terrifying Saint King Tianyus that had dozens of times stronger auras than Saint King Tianyu. It was the 2 deputy commanders of the Black Skull Slave Group. Below them were dozens of peerless experts with powerful auras that were as deep as the ocean. The Holy Kings were all Holy Kings. A total of 112 Holy Kings was terrifying. Adding on the 3 4th Empyrean Saint King, the Skeleton King, and the other 2, this power was terrifying. It had the power to sweep across the entire Luohe star domain. Even the strongest faction, the Dragon Abyss clan, was slightly weaker than it. The number 1 star domain was the number 1 star domain. It was not something that the Luohe star domain could compare with. One should know that the Black Skull Slave Group could barely be considered as one of the top powers in the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain. Not to mention the top 10, even the top 30 weren't qualified. Strange. Then why did the fleet turn around again? Could there be some conspiracy? Suddenly, a strange glint flashed across one of Third Empyrean Saint King's eyes. He spoke in a somewhat strange manner. That fleet was quite strong. All of them were formed from Saint King warships. Moreover, his side had not deliberately concealed their whereabouts. It was impossible for that fleet to not discover them. That fleet just now had suddenly changed direction. Clearly, they had discovered their Black Skull fleet. However, now, they had suddenly turned around and welcomed them directly. It really did not make sense. Hee, old 8, you're just thinking too much. Can a single aphids turn the tables? Not far away, a black-clothed Third Empyrean Saint King chuckled. His voice was filled with disdain. He didn't put the Sky Rain fleet in his eyes at all. There was only a small fleet of second-grade Saint King warships. What kind of experts could they have? It was their limit to have 1 or 2 Third Empyrean Saint King in charge. Among them, not to mention the 3 captains, just the 9 generals could easily crush them. Old 8, how could there be so many schemes? I think those aphids know they can't escape. Fortunately, they won't escape. Another Third Empyrean Saint King echoed. One should know that their Black Skull fleet had over 100 warships, and the weakest of them was a second-grade Saint King warship. The flagship, Black Skull, was a peak third-grade Saint King warship. Furthermore, every battleship was known for their speed. Compared to other Saint King warship of the same level, they were much faster. With the speed of that small fleet, it was impossible for them to escape. If not for that, they wouldn't have come out so openly. Even if there really is a conspiracy, in front of absolute power, everything is just an illusion. That's right, old 8, just put your heart in your stomach. But, that old 8 opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but faintly, he felt that something was wrong. He felt a little uneasy. It was as if the small fleet that was heading towards them was some sort of prehistoric berserk beast, causing him to feel a sense of trepidation. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw the Skeleton King on the throne laugh nastily. Old 8, there's no buts. Old 6 is right, a bunch of ants, how can they overturn the heavens? As he spoke, the Skeleton King grabbed the mountain in its arms. Kiki, a small fleet made entirely out of Saint King warships. There were probably quite a number of saint rulers in it, so they all perked up. These were all holy crystals. If one of them runs away, let's see how I'm going to deal with you all. Boss, we're handling some matters. Don't worry, none of these fat sheep will be able to escape. Boss, just watch. Time passed. Very quickly, the time it took to make a cup of tea passed. The 2 fleets were less than 100,000 light-years away. They were about to meet. At this moment, Saint King Tianyu brought a group of Heavenly Rain Pavilion's holy kings to the front of the Heavenly Rain Hall. The next second, bang bang, Saint King Tianyu and the others knelt down on one knee in front of the Heavenly Rain Hall. Kneeling was so natural that even Pavilion Master, Saint King Tianyu, didn't feel embarrassed at all. It was true that the Holy King was high and mighty. Even an ordinary Saint King Holy King was not enough to make them kneel down. However, Yang Fann was not comparable to an ordinary Saint King Holy King. He was 9th Empyrean Saint King who was less than 1,000,000 years old. His status was not any worse than some of the semi-god Heavenly Sovereign. In fact, his status was even higher than some of them. Kneeling down in front of a semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, was that shameful? The others didn't even have the chance to kneel down. We are useless. We have disturbed your cultivation. However, not only is that Black Skull slave group notorious and ruthless, its strength is far above that of our Heavenly Rain Pavilion. It is not something we can fight against. Please show mercy and come out of seclusion to help us. Please come out of seclusion, my lord. Please come out from your seclusion, my lord. C-1364 The Holy Crown Prince the Rain, in front of the Rain Hall. Saint King Tianyu and the other saint rulers knelt down and begged Yang Fann to take care of the Black Skull slave group. Black Skull slave group. Yang Fann opened his tightly shut eyes and muttered to himself. Although the alarm sounded throughout the entire fleet, Yang Fann did not pay much attention to it. Along the way, it was not the first time that the fleet had sounded the alarm. Apart from the Star Devourer, all the other dangers had been easily resolved by Saint King Tianyu and the others. Initially, he thought that it would not be an exception this time. He did not expect that they would come knocking on his door. It seemed like this Black Skull slave group wasn't simple at all. In his eyes, although Saint King Tianyu and the rest weren't worth mentioning, they were strong enough to fight an ordinary low-grade 4th Empyrean Saint King. The next second, rumble, Yang Fann's terrifying mental energy, which was even stronger than 9th Empyrean Saint King's, swept out. In an instant, it covered an area with a radius of 1,000,000 light-years. This is the Black Skull slave group. It really does have some skill. Very quickly, the situation of the Black Skull slave group appeared in Yang Fann's sea of consciousness. There was a top-tier 4th Empyrean Saint King, 2 lower-tier 4th Empyrean Saint King, 9 3rd Empyrean Saint King, 26 2nd Empyrean Saint King, 68 first-layer Holy Kings, and 9 ordinary Holy Kings. This lineup was indeed not something the Sky Rain fleet could match. Not to mention Saint King Tianyu and the others, even all the Holy Kings in the Heavenly Rain Pavilion were pulled over. It wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of the Black Skull slave group. Alright, I understand, there's no need to pay attention to the Black Skull slave group. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann agreed. There was still a need for the Sky Rain fleet to continue their journey. Furthermore, both parties could be considered to have known each other for a while. The Sky Rain fleet treated him with respect. It was just a small effort, so there was no harm in helping them. Besides, the Black Skull slave group was also a fat piece of meat. There were 115 Saint Kings and tens of thousands of minor half-step Saint King. After devouring and refining them, it was enough for him to master a few new Saint King law, allowing him to successfully break through to the Great Perfection stage. Thank you, Master. Saint King Tianyu and the others were delighted when they heard this. With Master's help, the Black Skull slave group would not be able to escape their doom, and they could also use this opportunity to succeed. Black Skull, you have done all kinds of evil deeds. Before your death, you have finally done a good deed, and you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Very quickly, everyone's eyes looked towards the tightly shut door. They hoped to see the figure that he wanted to see through once again. However, time passed by the seconds and breaths. When the Black Skull slave group was less than 100 light-years away from the Sky Rain fleet, the door of the main hall was still tightly shut, showing no signs of opening. What was going on? Could it be that His Excellency had gone back on his word and made a move? No, this was impossible. Given Sir's status, how could he go back on his word? Or could it be that the Lord he saw through our scheme? It shouldn't be, right? But if it wasn't for this, why hasn't the Lord come out of seclusion yet? The Black Skull slave group was right in front of him. Unconsciously, cold sweat drenched Saint King Tianyu's forehead. This time, it was reckless. He only thought that this was a great opportunity to ask Yang Fann to come out of seclusion. However, he never thought that this was also a scheme against Yang Fann. Even ordinary people hated to be schemed against, let alone someone like peerless evildoer. If that master was angered because of this, the consequences would be. The consequences. Saint King Tianyu didn't dare to think about it any further. This was the peerless monster who had the combat strength of 9th Empyrean Saint King less than 1,000,000 years ago. He wanted to destroy their Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Hong Long. Right at this moment, the Black Skull fleet had finally arrived 1,000,000 miles away from the Sky Rain fleet. In the next second, the aphids on the other side, listen up. Give up on resisting immediately and surrender without suffering any physical pain. Otherwise, you won't be the ones to suffer the consequences. An extremely arrogant voice sounded out from Black Skull. However, before he could finish his words, the void suddenly turned dark. Rumble, a terrifying heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the skies, crushing down on the entire Black Skull fleet. Rumble, rumble, countless stars exploded like dazzling fireworks, blooming with their final radiance. Ah, it's Sir. Sir has finally made his move. Saint King Tianyu's terrified heart was relieved. Regardless of whether Master had seen through their plan or not, since he had already made his move, he would not be too calculative with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Now that he thought about it carefully, he realized that the Heavenly Rain Pavilion had been keeping an eye on him for the past few years. They had indeed gone too far. They only wanted to suck up to Yang Fann, and from then on, they would be able to reach the sky in a single bound. However, they had never thought that this would be a double-edged sword. If they were not careful, it might bring disaster to their Heavenly Rain Pavilion. He had deliberately pursued the sword, but in the end, he had failed. How could a peerless monster like this be considered a beauty? Just a few words of flattery would be enough to please him. If the master was willing, he could get all kinds of women. They were probably even more beautiful than his daughter. Although his precious daughter was one of the most beautiful women in the Tianyuan star, there were very few people who could match her in the entire Tianyuan River. However, in the entire Luohe star domain and even the entire Guangling River system, she was probably just an ordinary beauty. It was better to let nature take its course. It was the Heavenly Rain Pavilion's fortune to be able to build a relationship with her. No, there was no other way. It was all fate. While Saint King Tianyu was in a state of enlightenment, within the Black Skull Fleet, including the Skeleton King, all the sacred kings, there was no longer the arrogance from before. Instead, it was filled with endless fear and despair. Terrifying, this was truly terrifying. This power had absolutely exceeded the scope of 5th Empyrean Saint King. It was comparable to a 6th Empyrean Saint King, or perhaps even stronger. How could this be? How could that small fleet have such an expert? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Many of the holy kings immediately let out hysterical roars. They could not believe it, and they could not accept it either. How could a small fleet that only had a single Tier 2 Saint King warship have such an expert? It was not like they could pretend to be pigs and eat tigers. I knew it. There's something strange about this fleet. You guys just wouldn't listen. How are things now? Among all the holy kings, the one who felt the most depressed was none other than Old 8. If they had listened to him earlier and were more cautious, they would not have ended up in such a state. Besides, the Black Skull slave group did not lack such a group of slaves, so they could not live. At that moment rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand smashed down, slamming into the pitch-black protective barrier. In less than a breath's time, grug, those layers of protective wards were like paper, completely exploding, like a hot knife cutting through butter. It's true, everything is true. The cruel reality forced the Skeleton King and the others to believe that there was really a 6th Empyrean Saint King in that small fleet. With Black Skull as the center, even 5th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to crush the defensive barriers so easily. Only a Saint King, 6th Empyrean, or even a expert could have such power. No lord, please spare my life. Let us go lord, we are willing to compensate, we are willing to compensate. Master, we are Holy Prince's men. Please forgive us on Holy Prince's account. What, Holy Prince? Could it be that the rumor is true? Hiss, this is going to be troublesome. C-1365 Sir, you've screwed us over. Rain Hall. Yang Fann didn't even put in much effort. He just casually struck out a strike without even using the power of the shell. However, in the eyes of the Skeleton King and the others, it was like the judgment of the gods. Devil God's furious strike made them tremble and feel despair. At the moment of life and death, the Skeleton King no longer cared about hiding anything. It directly brought out the person behind it, hoping to scare Yang Fann away. That's right, we still have Holy Prince. We are Holy Prince's men. If you know what's good for you, let us go. In an instant, the despairing sacred kings of the Black Skull slave group seemed to have found a ray of light in the limitless darkness, and they started clamoring once again. Holy Prince, this title was nothing in the mortal world. It could be said that there were countless of them. Many of the princes were called Holy Prince. However, in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, especially in the mouth of the Skeleton King, there was only one person who could be called Holy Prince. He was the son of the master of Buddhist Sound Star domain, Zan Taifanian, Xuantai Pengfei. He was also the number 1 monster in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. According to the legends, the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei's talent was even higher than Master of Sanskrits. He had successfully condensed the heart of Saint King less than 8 million years ago. Currently, he was only a little over 100 million years old, but he had already stepped into the realm of 4th Empyrean Saint King. There was a high chance that he could become Saint King Holy King before the age of 1 billion. Adding the fact that Master of Sanskrit was a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King as his backing, even some 6th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't dare to offend Holy Prince. This mysterious 6th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be an exception. In front of the Heavenly Rain Palace, Saint King Tianyu and the other Holy Kings' expressions changed when they heard this. According to the legends, the reason why the Black Skull slave group could run amok in the Buddhist Sound Star domain was because they had some unclear relationship with Master of Sanskrit. They thought it was just a rumor, but they never expected it to be true. Although it was only the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei, everyone in the Buddhist Sound Star domain knew that the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei was the appointed successor of Master of Sanskrit. To a certain extent, the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei represented Master of Sanskrit. Hiss. This was going to be troublesome. In the Buddhist sound star domain, Master of Sanskrit was the heavens. Offending the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei was akin to piercing the heavens. Within the void, rumble, the heaven-sheltering big hand showed no signs of slowing down. It continued to crush down, smashing all the way to the end. What Holy Prince? He had never even heard of him before. Could it be that he was even more terrifying than the Witch Clan, one of the two clans of the Guangling River? Even the people of the Witch Clan were suppressed by Yang Fann without mercy. Ah no, spare us, spare us. Bastard, you're going to die a horrible death. Holy Prince won't let you go. Roar, I'll wait for you downstairs, Holy Prince will definitely avenge us. Amidst the wails of despair, the heaven-sheltering big hand suppressed the 100 Saint King warships, as well as the Black Skull slave group within. Sigh, I knew this would happen. My lord, you've really screwed our heavenly rain pavilion. Saint King Tian Yu's heart was filled with bitterness. He had already expected this. The Holy Prince likes Peng Fei could scare them, but in the eyes of a monster like Yang Fann, it was worthless, not to mention the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei. It was his father, Master of Sanskrit. It was nothing, he was just an ant. When the Skeleton King brought out the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei, it was useless. It was just that Yang Fann didn't put Tai Peng Fei in his eyes, but it didn't mean that the Heavenly Rain Pavilion had the qualifications to do so. On the contrary, in the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei's eyes, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion was also worth a penny. If he really wanted to vent his anger on the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to leave the Buddhist sound star domain. This time, it was truly a disaster. At this moment, Saint King Tian Yu really wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei wasn't aware of the fact that the Black Skull slave group was completely wiped out and turned the boat around to leave the Buddhist sound star domain and return to the Luohe star domain. The Buddhist sound star domain was the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei's territory, but it would be different if he went to the Luohe star domain. The sky was high and the emperor was far away. A strong dragon would never be able to suppress a local snake. With the foundation of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, with the help of their geographical advantage, even 5th Empyrean Saint King might have the strength to fight them. Furthermore, the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei might not send his men to attack the Heavenly Rain Pavilion just for the sake of the slave trapping group. He would travel across several star domain to deal with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Saint King Tian Yu only dared to think about this in his heart. The Holy Prince likes Peng Fei and the Heavenly Rain Pavilion couldn't afford to offend him. Yang Fann and the Heavenly Rain Pavilion couldn't afford to offend him either. At this moment, not only could he not express any dissatisfaction or complaints, he also had to apologize to Yang Fann with a grateful expression and thank him for saving his life. Heavenly Rain, Master Control Room. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. Pavilion Master, what should we do now? The Holy Kings frowned. This time, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion had completely offended the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei. Although it was only the slave trapping group, it didn't really matter to them. For example, the Black Skull slave group, which had several 4th Empyrean Saint King guarding it. It was absolutely an indispensable force under the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was his right-hand man. Destroying the Black Skull slave group was equivalent to severing one of Tai Peng Fei's arms. Let's take one step at a time. Let's wait and see. When Sir is sent to the Fanyin star, we will return immediately. I only hope that the news of the Black Skull slave group's destruction won't reach his ears so quickly. Saint King Tian Yu sighed. As for the cargo that filled the entire fleet, he could only bring it back. He was about to lose his life. How could he have the time to deal with the goods? Sigh, this time, our Heavenly Rain Pavilion really suffered a huge loss. Not only did they not gain any benefits, they even caused such a huge trouble. After spending a lot of resources, the Buddhist sound star domain market that was finally opened with great difficulty was completely ruined this time. This loss was simply immeasurable. Pavilion Master, actually, there is no need to be so pessimistic. As long as we can establish a relationship with the Lord, Amir the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei is nothing. Even if we borrow 10 of his courage, he wouldn't dare to make a move against our Heavenly Rain Pavilion. A first-layer Saint King said indifferently. In his opinion, Pavilion Master and the elders were simply worried for nothing. With their master as their backing, what were they afraid of? They would not cause trouble for the holy prince like Peng Fei. That would be his luck. If he still wanted to take revenge on the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, then the Zontai clan wouldn't be a match for him. Hearing this, Saint King Tianyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. Who didn't know about this? But the key was that they had to be able to get in touch with their master. Look at all these years. Apart from secluded cultivation, his master was also in secluded cultivation. Obviously, he didn't want to get too close to the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. However, this was their only chance to turn the tables. If it was possible, Saint King Tianyu really didn't want to give up the huge market in Buddhist Sound Star domain. The loss was too great. After pondering for a moment, Saint King Tianyu said, "It would be best if we can succeed. However, we can't force anything. Let nature take its course." The scene in front of the Heavenly Rain Hall still had some lingering fear. If they deliberately forced it, it would only bring about the opposite effect. They had already offended the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei. If they annoyed Yang Fann again, there would be no way for them to live. Sigh, if I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have come this time. I shouldn't have drawn a large number of Saint King warships and Sacred King experts. With the size of the merchant group, even if they were to be completely wiped out, the most they could do was to injure the Heavenly Rain Pavilion with some vital energies. It wouldn't be enough to shake the foundation of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. It was raining, the Heavenly Rain Hall. Yang Fann didn't pay any attention to the conversation between Saint King Tianyu and the others, and he didn't know what Saint King Tianyu and the others were worried about. After completely suppressing the Black Skull slave group, Yang Fann began to carefully count his gains. Thinking about it, with so many Sacred King experts, he wouldn't be disappointed. C-1366 arrive at the Fanyin Star Rain Hall. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's terrifying mental energy, which was comparable to 9th Empyrean Saint King's, penetrated through his body. It swept through the space treasures one after another, and quickly counted the Black Skull slave group's collection. 2 hours later, Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise could be seen on his face. This Black Skull slave group was indeed worthy of being called the top slave trapping group in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Its collection was so rich that it even exceeded his expectations. Among them, just the exquisite holy crystals alone was worth more than 3 million trillion. It was more than twice as much as what he had obtained in the Tian Luo Empire, including high-grade, intermediate, and low-grade holy crystals. Not to mention, it could easily fill up several great worlds. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary low-grade star world. If he were to include other treasures, holy herb, holy elixir, doctrine artifact, sacred artifact, the total value was extremely high. Even if one did not have 10 million trillion exquisite holy crystals, they would at least have 8 million trillion exquisite holy crystals. Not to mention anything else, just the 100 exquisite holy crystals alone, if he didn't spend 100 million trillion exquisite holy crystals, it was simply impossible to build them up. Even Yang Fann found nearly 10,000 divine stones that he desperately needed. Compared to the legendary Luo He Star domain, this Buddhist Sound Star domain was indeed much richer. Of course, what Yang Fann cared about the most was the harvest of the primordial purple clouds. Although he had already completed the Hung Meng indestructible body, there was still a great perfection stage on it. That required a total of 1 trillion primordial purple cloudus. Just thinking about it made him feel despair. Sigh, there was a long way to go. This was not something that could be done in a short period of time. It was better to take care of the things in front of him first. In the entire Black Skull slave group, apart from the Skeleton King and the 115 Sacred King experts and close to 100,000 half-step Saint King, there was also the Skeleton King and nearly 150,000 half-step Saint King half-step Saint Kings. There were also nearly 1 billion saints. As one of the top-grade slave trapping group in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, not every Tom, Dick or Harry was qualified to join the Black Skull slave group. The weakest one was the saint who had condensed a saint body. The only flaw was that the Black Skull slave group didn't have a lot of primordial purple cloudus with them. Even if they combined all of them together, they didn't have more than 10 million primordial purple cloudus. It was almost negligible. That was true. After all, the Black Skull slave group was just a slave trapping group. It didn't look like a slave trapping group. The Tian Luo Empire was an empire, so the amount of primordial purple cloudus they had was indispensable. Even if the Skeleton King and the rest obtained a large amount of primordial purple cloudus, they would have used them to nurture their subordinates. Swoosh, a dark shine flashed, and a small black boat the size of a palm appeared in Yang Fann's hand. On the left and right sides of the small black boat, there was a lifelike skeleton mark. This black boat was none other than the flagship of the Black Skull slave group, Black Skull. Do you want to leave the Sky Rain fleet and send Black Skull to the Fan Yin Star? Looking at the Black Skull in his hand, a hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In this place, it wasn't easy to use Holy Son of Heavenly Wu's carrier. If the news of Holy Son of Heavenly Wu's carrier was leaked and the people of the Witch clan knew about it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The current him, although his strength had increased dramatically, there was still an insurmountable gap between him and the enormous Witch clan. However, the Black Skull didn't have that problem. As for Holy Prince, who was behind the Black Skull slave group, he wasn't bothered by Yang Fann at all. If that Holy Prince dared to jump out and stab him, Yang Fann didn't mind sending him down to meet the King of Hell. With his current strength, even in Guangling Realm Island, as long as he didn't provoke those semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, True God Sovereign could be considered invincible, let alone in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, where Saint King Holy King didn't even exist. As a third-grade Saint King warship, the speed of the Black Skull. If he used this Black Skull, it would take him at most 10 years to reach Fan Yin Star. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of going to the Fan Yin Star alone. 5,000 years had already passed. He didn't care if it would take another 100 or dozens of years. The next moment, with a flash of light, the Skeleton King appeared in front of Yang Fann. "Ard Master, please spare me, please. Spare me, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender." Rumble. Without giving the Skeleton King the chance to beg for mercy, a devouring black hole appeared out of nowhere and swallowed the Skeleton King. Boundless power of devourings burst out, crazily devouring the Skeleton King's strength of original life. Unknowingly, Yang Fann furrowed his brows. After devouring a supreme-grade prey like the Star Devourer, it was as easy as chewing wax to devour a top-grade 4th Empyrean Saint King like the Skeleton King. If it wasn't for the Saint King law that he controlled, it would still be useful. Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to devour him. Just a little bit of the strength of original life wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. If he had that much time, he might as well refine some more primordial purple cloudus. To the current Yang Fann, if he didn't take the Saint King law into consideration, the benefits that a supreme 4th Empyrean Saint King would give him wouldn't be much better than refining a few thousands primordial purple cloudus. "Ah, bastard, you won't have a good death. His Highness the Crown Prince won't let you off, he won't let you off." 1 year later, 115 Holy Kings. Not a single one was left alive. Yang Fann had once again mastered 10 Saint King law, causing his total number to reach 308. Among them, most of them had already broken through to the Great Perfection stage, and they were no weaker than 8th Empyrean Saint King. At most, it was because he hadn't fully integrated with the heart of Saint King, and his power was still lacking. But even so, the power of the law alone was enough to easily crush some top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings. Another year passed. The nearly 100,000 half-step Saint King from the Black Skull slave group were completely wiped out. The result, however, disappointed Yang Fann. He had only gained 18 new Saint King law. For some unknown reason or coincidence, the Saint King law controlled by these half-step Saint King warriors were shockingly similar. Initially, Yang Fann thought that the star domain, and even the rivers of the different worlds were all complete with 3,000 laws. There were nearly 100,000 half-step Saint King warriors. Even if they couldn't comprehend all of the laws, they should be able to comprehend 1,000 of them. But in fact, not to mention 1,000, they didn't even have 300 of them. In fact, more than half of them were the Saint King law that he had already mastered. In fact, when he was in the Tian Luo Empire, Yang Fann had some doubts. At that time, he had devoured at least 100,000 half-step Saint King, but in the end, he had only gained 100 or so Saint King law. It was far beyond his expectation. If he could master 3,000 Saint King law, no, 1,000 of them, his combat strength would increase by at least 10 million times. At that time, not to mention semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, even the real true God Sovereign would have a high chance of fighting him. According to the legends, the number of Saint King law controlled by true God Sovereign was not much higher than the number of Saint King law controlled by 9th Empyrean Saint King. Holy Son of Heavenly Wu was just a mere Holy Son of Heavenly Wu, a top-grade personal disciple of Wu King. How could such a small matter be considered troublesome? However, reality was always disappointing. Whoosh! After letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann calmed himself down. Luckily, this Tao of Law was not his only way out. The Hung Meng indestructible body huge perfection could also help him solve the big problem of the witch clan. In the next second, rumble, countless figures appeared within the devouring black hole. In that instant, the devouring black hole went berserk, and an endless amount of power of devourings engulfed everything. Every breath and every second, a large number of sages would completely collapse, leaving behind only a 10 feet long purple airflow. It was the foundation of the great Tao, primordial purple clouds. Time flashed. 100 years had passed. The number 1 star of Buddhist Sound Star Domain, Fan Yin Star. The holy prince Likes Peng Fei was very annoyed. Even the joy of breaking through to the next realm had disappeared without a trace. He didn't expect that he would spend a huge amount of money just to break through. He spent a lot of time to cultivate the Black Skull Slave Group, but the Black Skull Slave Group was destroyed just like that. He only managed to send back an image. Investigate. Even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground and turn the entire Buddhist Sound Star Domain upside down, I still have to find that bitch fleet. For me it would be fine if it was just an ordinary slave trapping group. However, the Black Skull Slave Group was a sharp knife in his hand. He had dealt with many things that were inconvenient for him. Furthermore, the Black Skull Slave Group had brought him a huge amount of resources every year. He was Holy Prince of Buddhist Sound Star Domain. But after all, he wasn't Master of Sanskrit. Furthermore, Master of Sanskrit wasn't just his son. There was a limit to the amount of resources he could mobilize. The Black Skull Slave Group's yearly income could be said to be the biggest black income in his hands. It could be said to be his money bag, but now, it had been destroyed by someone. This loss was not something that could be described with just a few words. Die. Everyone in that fleet must die. However, it was not easy to find a moving fleet in the huge Buddhist Sound Star Domain. Even his father, Master of Sanskrit, might not be able to find it in a short period of time. Soon, another 30 years passed. Rumble, rumble, one after another, exquisite jade artifacts were smashed into pieces by the holy prince Likes Peng Fei. This was the number of times he had gotten angry. It had been 30 years. After 30 years, there was no news of that fleet at all. Rice bucket. They were all rice buckets. Fortunately, I spend a huge amount of resources to raise them every year. A bunch of trash. Raising a dog is more useful than raising this bunch of trash. Bang bang. 3 million light years away from the Fan Yin planet, a small fleet of 18 Saint King warships rapidly approached. C-1367. You killed the Crown Prince's guard in an instant. Sanskrit, 3 million light years away. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A small fleet of 18 Saint King warships was rapidly approaching Fan Yin planet. In at most an hour, they would arrive at the Fan Yin planet. After 5,130 years, the Sky Rain fleet had finally arrived at the Fan Yin planet. This was the vast stellar world. It was almost twice as big as the Tian Luo Emperor star. Countless spaceships of various sizes were shuttling back and forth through the void, entering the Fan Yin star. It was a flourishing place. Many of them were Saint King warships, and terrifying auras of sacred kings could be seen everywhere. Only intermediate sacred kings above the 4th layer were much rarer. It was indeed worthy of being the core of the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, the base camp that Master of Sanskrit had painstakingly managed for trillions of years. Its prosperity was far from what the other star worlds could compare with. The entire Fan Yin star didn't seem to have any defenses. It was completely unlike the Tian Luo Emperor star, where it had moved 108 top level star realms and set up a peerless killing formation, the Heavenly Net formation. It seemed like anyone could easily enter the Fan Yin star. However, anyone who had some knowledge would know that this was just an illusion. Everything was just hidden in the dark. Because of the transportation array in Star Domain, Fan Yin star had become the core of this starry sky. In just 100 billion years, Master of Sanskrit, an ordinary 5th Empyrean Saint King, had become the core of this starry sky. Even now, he had broken through to the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King in one fell swoop. It seemed like he was about to break through the bottleneck of the 7th layer. He didn't know how many powers were eyeing the transportation array in the star domain. There were some who wanted to destroy the transportation array in the star domain, and they wanted to replace Master of Sanskrit. There were even more of them occupying the transportation array in the star domain. However, all of these people were left in the Fan Yin Star without exception. One should know that there was no lack of 6th Empyrean Saint King among them. In the eyes of many holy kings, this Fan Yin Star was a prehistoric berserk beast that was lying dormant on the ground. It would open its bloody mouth and devour everything at any time. Half an hour later, in the center of the Fan Yin Star, within the magnificent palace of Holy Prince. What a bunch of reckless fools. They actually dared to brazenly come to my planet. Good, this is really good. The Holy Prince likes Peng Fei's entire body exuded a terrifying killing intent that caused one's hair to stand on end. The Fan Yin planet was the base camp of their watchful Tai family. The moment Sky Rain Fleet approached the Fan Yin planet, they were immediately discovered by the subordinates of watchful Tai Pengfei. It had been 30 years, and he had thought that the group of bandits had already left Buddhist Sound Star domain. Because of this, he had lost count of how many times he had been angered. Never would he have thought that these bastards would appear in the headquarters of Zontai clan so openly. They didn't even put him in their eyes, Tai Pengfei. They didn't even put the Zontai clan in their eyes. This was going too far. This was going too far. If he didn't tear them into pieces and burn them into ashes, he wouldn't be called following Tai Pengfei. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Rumble, rumble, a dazzling golden palace soared into the sky. In front of the golden palace were 9 mighty second-layer Saint Kings bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws. They were all mighty and domineering 5-clawed golden dragons. The dragon's roar echoed in the air. The golden light was dazzling, and the weather was myriad. What a grand show. 9 dragons pulling a carriage, and 9 Saint King stage 5-clawed golden dragons at the same time. Even some 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors might not have such a grand scene. Not only that, on the left and right sides of the golden palace stood a row of 36 golden-armored godly general. They looked mighty and mighty. All of the holy kings were holy kings, and they were not ordinary holy kings. At the very least, they were all 3rd Empyrean Saint King. The 2 divine generals in the lead had even reached the 5th Empyrean Saint King realm. They were even the cream of the crop among 5th Empyrean Saint King. They were only a step away from the 6th layer. 9 Dragons Golden Hall, this is Holy Prince. That's the Crown Prince Guard. All 72 Crown Prince Dragon Guard are here. What happened? Soon, the entire Fan Yin planet was boiling with excitement. The sacred will of the Holy Kings was interweaving with each other in the void. Under normal circumstances, when Holy Prince went out, he would only bring 16 Crown Princes, Dragon Guard, and 36 Crown Princes. It was extremely rare for him to bring along 36 Crown Princes and Dragon Guard. Today, there were only 2 teams of 72 Crown Princes and Dragon Guards to guard the sides. There were only a handful of them. Furthermore, every time they appeared, it usually meant that something big had happened. Looking in the direction of the 9 Dragon Golden Hall, could it be that they're headed for that fleet? It is merely a small fleet consisting of a Tier 2 Saint King warship and 17 Tier 1 Saint King warships. Why is there a need for His Highness the Crown Prince to treat it so seriously? Could it be that this small fleet has some special background? Strange, why does this fleet look so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere before. It's them. They actually dared to come to the Sanskrit star. Could it be that they've eaten the heart of a bear and the guts of a leopard? The 4 Direction Holy Kings discussed animatedly. They began to guess the history of the mysterious fleet. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in the minds of many holy kings. However, they seemed to have thought of something. All of them widened their eyes, and their faces were filled with disbelief. In the past 30 years, Holy Prince had searched for the Sky Rain fleet with all his might. It was not a secret among the sacred kings. Many of them had even contributed to the search. They had never thought that the fleet would actually come to the Fan Yin planet. Wasn't it because the old man was eating too much arsenic and felt that his life was too long? Even if this fleet's strength was extraordinary, so what if it had even taken care of the Black Skull Slave Group? Although the Black Skull Slave Group's strength wasn't weak, it only barely had the strength to fight against an intermediate 5th Empyrean Saint King. As for His Highness the Crown Prince, if he wanted to, not to mention 5th Empyrean Saint King, he could easily mobilize even 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors. Furthermore, this was the headquarters of Zontai clan, even if it was a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King warrior. If they were not careful, they would die here. Heavenly Rain, Master Control Room. Looking at the 9-dragon golden hall that was confidently charging towards the Sky Rain fleet, not only did Saint King Tianyu and the others not have any intention to join them, they even revealed an indescribable excitement. Good, this Zontai clan. Looks like, we were really worried for nothing before this. After today, whether or not the Zontai clan would continue to exist was still unknown. How could they still have the energy to cause trouble for the Heavenly Rain Pavilion? After spending thousands of years together, they had finally understood some of Yang Fann's temperament. He was a ruthless man who had no inhibitions. It was one thing for him to follow Tai Pengfei and not cause them any trouble, but since he dared to stand up for them today, he would definitely not be able to return alive. Even the Zontai clan would have to suffer the same fate. That Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce was the best example. Rumble. The 9 golden dragons were extremely fast. In less than 10 breaths of time, they had appeared 100 light years away from the Sky Rain fleet. These guys aren't running yet. Could it be that they're scared silly? The holy kings from all directions sneered. At this moment, Dragon Guard, listen up. Capture them for me. A voice that sounded like the voice of a god came from the Golden Palace. Surveying Tai Pengfei didn't look down on the Sky Rain fleet. He sent out 2 teams of Dragon Guard. The other Saint Kings didn't know, but he knew that there was a possibility that there was a 6th Empyrean Saint King hiding in the fleet. But even so, all of you will die today if you offend me. Although there wasn't a 6th Empyrean Saint King in the Dragon Guard, and the 2 captains were only quasi-6th Empyrean Saint King, it didn't mean that they were no match for a 6th Empyrean Saint King. The true strength of the Crown Prince Guards wasn't their individual strength, but the divine formation they cultivated. He had complete confidence in the 72 Dragon Guard. Yes, Your Highness. All Dragon Guard, heed my command. Double Dragon God Slayer formation, activate. Rumble, rumble. Endless dragon cheese erupted from the bodies of the 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard, wreaking havoc in the starry sky. Awoo, 2 heaven-shaking dragon roars could be heard. Vaguely, 2 terrifying ancient divine dragons could be seen appearing behind the group of the Dragon Guard. In an instant, the aura of all the Dragon Guard increased exponentially and steadily. Almost all of the Dragon Guard had broken through to the next realm. Bang bang in all directions. In all directions, the vast expanse of the starry sky, the countless stars, were unable to withstand the violent pressure, and exploded one after another. What was even more terrifying was that at this moment, the 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard had become one entity. All their power and everything had been perfectly combined. The twin dragon god slaughtering formation. This was an ancient incomplete formation that Master of Sanskrit had obtained from an ancient ruin. According to the legends, this complete twin dragon god slaughtering formation was just like its name. It could even slaughter the real true god sovereign. Although it was incomplete, it was enough to fight a high 6th Empyrean Saint King and kill a mid-grade 6th Empyrean Saint King. Right at this moment, a disdainful voice was heard from the heavenly rain, and it swept across the starry sky. A bunch of ants, you dare to be impudent in front of me. Die rumble. The sky darkened in an instant. A heaven-sheltering big hand flew towards the 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard like a fly. Ah, not good. Dual dragon strangulation, block it for me. Bang, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart. Awoo, the divine dragon wailed as its blood sprayed out. Ah, it exploded. The 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard were instantly killed just like that. Fuck, how was this possible? C1368, who does your Zontai family think you are Sanskrit, 300,000 light years away? Rumble. The heavens collapsed and the earth split apart as the divine dragon howled in grief. 2 teams of 72 crown princes from the Dragon Guard were all killed by the heaven-sheltering big hand. Not even their bones were left behind. Hiss. I blew them up. The 72 crown prince Dragon Guard were destroyed just like that. Fuck, what did I just see? How is this possible? How is this possible? In all directions, the Saint King experts were extremely shocked. Many people even started to curse out loud. They could not believe what they were seeing. This was the famous Crown Prince Dragon Guard. Although they had never seen 2 groups of Crown Prince Dragon Guard attacking at the same time. However, just one group of 36 Crown Prince experts was enough to shake the heavens and earth. They had once surrounded and killed a 6th Empyrean Saint King, creating an infamous name for themselves. The strength of destroying the 72 princes with a single palm strike was far beyond their imagination. The Holy Prince likes Peng Fei, who was in the Nine-Dragon Golden Palace, was dumbfounded. He didn't even react when the Jade Cup fell to the ground. No one knew the strength of the 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard better than him. Even an ordinary top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to kill all the crown princes of the Dragon Guard so easily. Right at this moment, buzz, the voids that were scattered within the void began to swell. In the blink of an eye, the Crown Prince's Dragon Guard, which had just been blasted into pieces, was restored to its original state. Even saints had the ability to regenerate from a single drop of blood, let alone a Saint King. Of course, the key was that Yang Fann had shown mercy. He hadn't really destroyed the Dragon Guards in the Crown Prince's Dragon Guard. Otherwise, it would be a joke to revive with a drop of blood. Saint, the reason why a Saint King could be reborn from a drop of blood was because the Holy Soul had merged with his blood. Once the Holy Soul was destroyed, the blood essence would only be a drop of ordinary blood. At most, it would contain a huge amount of energy. The 72 Crown Princes of the Dragon Guard were the weakest. 3rd Empyrean Saint King and 4th Empyrean Saint King had a total of 12 blood 4th Empyrean Saint Kings. The two captains were the 9 perfection warriors who had mastered 216 Saint King Law, 5th Empyrean Saint King. He was neither big nor small, and he was also a fat piece of meat. There were also a few Saint King Law that Yang Fann had yet to master. It would be a waste to completely destroy them with a single palm strike. Yang Fann was used to living a tough life. He admitted that he wasn't a waste. At that moment, rumble, another heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down, heading straight for the 72 princes of the Dragon Guard. Ah, no, stop, break it for me. Desperate cries could be heard. The 72 Crown Prince Dragon Guard who had just been reborn with a drop of blood was grasped in the palm of their hands. Without the support of the twin Dragon God slaughtering formation, the overall combat strength of the 72 Crown Prince Dragon Guard had been weakened by more than 10 times. Not to mention killing intermediate 6th Empyrean Saint King, even fighting a low-grade 6th Empyrean Saint King would be extremely difficult. Without any ability to resist, they were captured by the net. In the next second, Pucci the space in front of the 9-Dragon Golden Hall began to distort, and a black-clothed young man appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. Who is this person? Could he be that mysterious expert? He is the one who suppressed the 72 Crown Princes of the Dragon Guard. Gulp gulp, how is this possible? The holy kings in all directions released their holy senses. Some of them thought that Yang Fann was the one who suppressed the Crown Prince's Dragon Guard, but they were quickly rejected by the other sacred kings. What kind of joke was this? How old was this young man in front of them? His life force was definitely not more than 1,000,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, it was impossible for him to possess such a heaven-defying combat power. It should be the person beside the mysterious expert, or the representative sent by the mysterious expert. In the void, an ant dares to attack me. Who gave you the audacity to do so? Yang Fann looked down at the 9-Dragon Golden Palace. His eyes seemed to be able to ignore the layers of seals and see through everything as he spoke coldly. Ah, this voice. Really, it really is him. Hiss. This. What kind of monster is this? No, less than 1,000,000 years old. Top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. This. Is he still human? Countless experts in all directions sucked in a breath of cold air. That voice was the same as the one they had heard before. They would definitely not mishear it. Compared to this monster, our so-called monster chosen is just a joke. Even the number 1 monster, Holy Prince, is nothing compared to it. This time, I'm afraid the Zontai clan has kicked an iron board. All of a sudden, a peerless evildoer like this. They would never believe it, even if they were beaten to death. Talent was important, but resources were more important. Take the Holy Prince like Peng Fei for example. If he wasn't the son of Master of Sanskrit, if he was born in a small family, he wouldn't be able to break through to the 4th Empyrean Saint King realm. Whether or not he could form the heart of Saint King was still unknown. They might have died prematurely, but that might not be the case. Although the Zontai clan was the number 1 clan in the Buddhist Sound Star domain and controlled nearly half of the Buddhist Sound Star domain, it was nothing in the entire Guangling River system. It was extremely difficult for them to control 3 major powers. Perhaps this is our chance. More and more saint rulers rolled their eyes. No one knew what they were preparing for. In just 100 billion years, the Zontai clan had become the number 1 clan in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. During this period of time, They had offended countless big families and major powers, especially the transportation array in the star domain. If any major power could control this transportation array, it would be the same as controlling the lifeline of the Buddhist sound star domain. Nine Dragons Golden Hall. An indescribable panic spread through his heart. As the crown prince of Zontai clan, he did not only rely on his extraordinary talent, but also his scheming abilities. Otherwise, he would not have been able to secure his position. There were countless concubines in Master of Sanskrit's harem. There were tens of thousands of children in Master of Sanskrit's harem. Although most of them were not successful, however, it was not that they did not have extraordinary talent and great strategies. What the other holy kings could think of, how could Zontai and Pengfei not think of? The forces behind such a monster were definitely not something that the tiny Zontai clan could compare with. Saint King, Holy King, and even semi-god Heavenly Sovereign might have more than one monster. At this moment, Zontai and Pengfei hated the Black Skull slave group to the core. Did these bastards not have eyes? A monster like this is something that a tiny Black Skull slave group like you can provoke. It was fine that he was courting death, but he had to send some images over. Why was it so lonely down there? Did they want my master to accompany them? And you, this monster, are really good. Is there anyone like you who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger? A peerless monster like you, even if you don't ride a 7th grade or higher Saint King Holy King warship, you should at least be worthy of a 6th grade Saint King warship. With just a 2nd grade Saint King warship, wouldn't you feel ashamed of the power behind you? At this moment, Pucci, the space in front of the Nine Dragons Gold Hall, was forcefully torn apart once more. In the next second, a skinny old man with a pair of eagle-like eyes and a green robe emerged from within. It's old Ying. Surveying Tai Pengfei's eyes lit up, as if he was a drowning man grabbing onto his life-saving straw. The fear in his heart dissipated quite a bit. This green-robed old man was a peerless expert that his father had subdued. He was a 9 Dao top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King, the undisputed 2nd expert in the Zontai clan, second only to his father, Master of Sanskrit. He was deeply trusted by his father. During the period when his father, Master of Sanskrit, was in seclusion, old Ying had been guarding the Zontai clan, and had intimidated all the small fries. Young master, you have offended my young master. Everything is the fault of my young master. Please forgive my young master for the sake of my family. Don't worry, young master. My family will reward you handsomely. A flattering smile appeared on old Ying's face as he apologized. He was stronger than others, so he had no choice but to lower his head. Such a peerless monster. This was not something that the tiny Zontai family could afford to offend. He actually gave in, and this is the Zontai family, which has always been overbearing. Domineering. That depends on the person. A force that can cultivate such a monster is something that the Zontai clan can fight against. If you don't give in, are you going to wait for your entire family to be wiped out? What an old fox. What a pity, what a pity. The Four Corners Holy King was in a heated discussion. This old man Ying was wise enough to apologize and admit defeat. It seemed like they would not be able to fight this battle. On account of you looking after the Tai family. Who do you think your Zontai family is? They deserve my respect. C-1369. If you want to kill or cut, you can do it. Sanskrit, 300,000 light years away. Yang Fann looked down at old Ying from above. His voice was filled with disdain, as if the person in front of him wasn't a powerful top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. It's just that lowly aphids on the ground. A local tyrant of the minor star domain wanted him to give them face. Did they really have that face? What? He actually rejected it. I didn't hear wrongly, right? The Zontai clan has already admitted defeat, and they are even willing to pay a heavy price. How could he? The holy kings from all directions could not understand. Did this person not know what it meant to quit when he saw something good? It would not do any good to both sides if they were to completely fall out with each other. Although the Zontai clan was far from being a match for the forces behind you, it would not do them any good. However, you are only one person right now, and you are weak on your own. If you are not careful, you might suffer a great loss. A top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King was strong, but it was still far from enough to fight the Zontai clan with his own strength. Let's not talk about anything else. Just this old Ying. He was an invincible existence amongst 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors, and that Master of Sanskrit had already started his seclusion 8 million years ago, preparing for the final step of his breakthrough. 8 million years had passed, and it could be said that he had successfully broken through to the Saint King Holy King realm. Alright, that's it. Don't be a coward. Just do it. Isn't it just a Zontai clan? Of course, those who had ulterior motives were excited. It would be best if Yang Fann could fight the Zontai clan to the death. Within the void, a hint of anger flashed across old Ying's heart. He was a 9-path peak Holy King, and he was even weaker than a single person in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. He was above tens of millions of people, and even the Holy Prince who looked up to Tai Pengfei had to respectfully address him as Old Ying. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, the expression on his face did not change at all. Without a trace of anger, he continued to curry favor. Young master, you've made countless mistakes. It's all my young master's fault, and you don't remember me, my lord. I'll let him go this time. A little patience will cause chaos in the bigger scheme, the kind with Saint King Holy King. Hong Long. However, before Old Ying could finish his words, Yang Fann waved his hand impatiently. In the next moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, shattering the vacuum and grabbing towards Old Ying. He was still waiting for the transportation array from the star domain to head to the Guangling Realm Island. He didn't have that much time to waste with a 6th Empyrean ant. Ah, how is this possible? Old Ying suddenly let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes bulging. He was filled with disbelief. Didn't this monster have the combat strength of a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King? But this palm, it gave him a feeling of despair. It was much more dangerous than the 7th Empyrean Saint King he had encountered before. It made him unable to afford to have so many resistance thoughts. Pucci, without any suspense, Old Ying was captured by the horrendous hand. It was as simple as an eagle catching a chicken, and he followed in the footsteps of the 72 crown princes, the Dragon Guard. Silence for a moment, the entire Fan Yin star seemed to have become silent. The eyes of the Holy Kings. The eyes of the Holy Kings were as wide as fish eyes, and they looked like they were about to burst out of their sockets. Fuck, what did they just see? Old Ying, the second genius of the Zontai clan, was suppressed just like that. This young man was really. Is he really still human? This was the highest grade 6th Empyrean Saint King, and he was only a step away from breaking through to 7th Empyrean Saint King's realm after fusing with the Saint King Law. Even an ordinary low-grade 7th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to suppress this Old Ying so easily. Could it be that he was an intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King? Gulp gulp he. How old was he? Heavens, you're not giving anyone a chance to live at all. In the sky, Yang Fann looked at the 9 dragons golden hall coldly and said, Aphids, it's your turn. Ah, not good. Hearing this, the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei's facial expression changed and he finally reacted. Now was not the time to be shocked. It was better to think of a way to save his own life. Sir, however, before the 6th word came out of Fang Pengfei's mouth, what welcomed him was a heaven-sheltering big hand seal. From the moment the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei recklessly intercepted him, his fate was already determined, and that was death. What else was there to say to a person who was destined to die? Ah, don't. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei's entire body. Rumble, a barrier of golden light erupted from within the 9-dragon golden hall. It was dazzling, resplendent, and dazzling. Not only was the 9 dragons gold palace the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei's chariot, it was also a 5-pattern defensive Dao artifact that he had carefully crafted. Its defensive power was so strong that it could even catch up to some 6-line defensive Dao weapons, including some high-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. It would take some effort to break through the defense of the 9-dragon golden palace. However, under the horrifying palm force that could even suppress top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors, a mere 5-pattern defensive Dao weapon was as fragile as a piece of paper. In less than a breath's time, Pucci, the layers of defensive barriers in the 9-dragon golden hall were instantly destroyed. Not a single person was left alive, including the 9 Saint Kings and second layer 5-clawed golden dragons. All of them were captured by Yang Fann. This so-called 9 dragons golden hall had a pretty good appearance. When they returned to Martial Saint Realm in the future, it would be a great opportunity for them to ride their parents and bring them around to play. Gulp gulp. Suppress, there's really nothing to be afraid of this time. I'm afraid that old man Fan Yin will definitely go crazy. This is a fight to the death with the Zontai clan. In all directions, the group of Holy Kings swallowed their saliva with great difficulty. They still found it hard to believe. The holy prince like Peng Fei was different from old Ying. He was even more incomparable to the 72 crown princes of the Dragon Guard. He was the #1 monster of the Zontai clan, the son that Zon Taifanian doted on the most. The fact that he was suppressed by Zon Taifanian was the same as severing the roots of the Zontai clan. Right at this moment, rumble a terrifying aura that was more than 10 times stronger than old Ying's 9 paths top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King erupted from the center of the planet, engulfing the entire world. In the next second, boom boom, the void trembled like a stampede of 10,000 beasts, shaking the surroundings. A middle-aged man wearing a golden divine armor and a golden helmet stepped into the air and descended like a divine general from the heavens. His facial expression was extremely cold and emotionless. The aura around him was extremely terrifying. It was as if he could destroy a holy king's expert in just a breath's time. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this golden-armored godly general was somewhat similar to the holy prince like Peng Fei. It's Zon Taifanian. This old fellow can no longer sit still. Hiss, what a terrifying aura. This old man really broke through. Looks like there is still suspense in this battle. The hearts of the holy kings in all directions froze. If Zon Taifanian was still at the 6th Empyrean Saint King, this battle. The outcome was already decided, even if this was the Fan Yin star. It was the lair of Zontai clan, but it was still able to challenge a lower-grade 7th Empyrean Saint King. This was their limit. They wanted to defeat a middle-ranked 7th Empyrean Saint King. There was no hope at all, but it was different now. With the geographical advantage, there was a difference of one small realm. It was not impossible to make up for it. For 100 billion years, no one knew how many trump cards Zon Taifanian had hidden in this Brahma's sound star. This battle would definitely be spectacular. Tisk, tisk, tisk. I can't wait to witness this pinnacle battle. The Battle of 7th Empyrean Saint King wasn't a rare event in Guangling Realm Island or even in some of the major star domain. Even the Great Battle of 9th Empyrean Saint King happened occasionally. However, this was definitely the first time in the Buddhist sound star domain that it had happened in the past few trillion years. It could be said to be the strongest battle in the Buddhist sound star domain. They couldn't afford to miss it, they absolutely couldn't miss it. Perhaps, the opportunity for them to break through was today. One breath later, Master of Sanskrit finally arrived in front of Yang Fann. Good, good, good. The war is about to start. Let's fight him until the sky and earth are turned upside down. From all directions, the holy kings could feel their blood boiling. However, at this moment, Master of Sanskrit did something that no one had expected. He bowed to Yang Fann and said respectfully, "Sir, everything is my son's fault. If you want to kill me, I will let you handle it. I, the Zontai clan, have no complaints." His humble tone sounded as if the one being punished wasn't his most beloved son, but the illegitimate son he had with a wild woman. Fuck, admit defeat. Are you for real? I even took off my pants. Just fucking let me see this. C-1370. The battle against the Zontai clan Sanskrit. The sacred kings were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. They wished they could just rush forward and tie Master of Sanskrit up and beat him up. Bitch it, I even took off my pants. You're just letting me see this. This is infuriating. This is too fucking infuriating. Zon Taifanian, say it. Do you still have that bit of appearance as a man? That is your most beloved son. How can you just watch him being suppressed and remain indifferent? How dare you say that you want to kill him? I, the Zontai clan, have no complaints. I really don't know how you said such a shameless thing. Is this really the Zon Taifanian they knew? What a good master of Sanskrit. What a scheming man, what a scheming man. It seems like I have underestimated you. However, there were a few sacred kings whose eyes lit up. They sighed in their hearts, as if they had seen through Zon Taifanian's thoughts. The hatred for the death of their son was irreconcilable. Furthermore, it was his most beloved son, the holy prince like Peng Fei, whom he had always regarded as his successor. If Zon Taifanian said that she did not hate the mysterious young master, even ghosts would not believe it. But so what if she hated him? As the master of Zontai clan, he had to consider the millions of people in Zontai clan. Furthermore, not only did he look after his son, Tai Pengfei, he also could not ignore the safety of his other sons. Of course, the most important thing was his own life. Holy kings like them were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of billions of years. They had long been indifferent to familial love. The only thing they truly cared about was their own lives. The person in front of him was not an aphid that he could easily suppress. In fact, his strength was terrifying. He was much stronger than the person who had just broken through to the 7th Empyrean stage Saint King realm. Even if he used all the resources of the Zontai clan, he wasn't completely confident that he would be able to stop this man. Furthermore, how could a major power like this monster not have any trump cards? He would never believe that even his sons had a lot of life-saving skills that he had bestowed upon them. Once he used those trump cards, he might be able to instantly turn the situation around and kill him from this world. He could not afford to take this risk, nor did he dare to take it. It was not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Moreover, he was a sacred king with endless longevities. It was not too late for him to wait for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions. He could afford to wait. In the void, a hint of astonishment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had never thought that Master of Sanskrit would do something like this. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. But very quickly, his astonishment was replaced by a cold killing intent. The more this Master of Sanskrit endured, the more he deserved to die. This scheming and forbearance really made one's heart palpitate. If this man didn't die, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to feel at ease even if he arrived in Guangling Realm Island. If he really found out about his background, the consequences would be unimaginable. If 7th Empyrean Saint King really wanted to harm his family, his subordinates wouldn't be able to stop him. Even with the help of the boundary-protecting formation, Hong Long. In the end, the only way was to escape from the other worlds through the few hidden hands he had left behind. Yang Fann did not want his hometown to be completely destroyed in this world after he returned. The next second, Yang Fann looked down at Master of Sanskrit and a mocking smile appeared on his face. He said, "What a good Master of Sanskrit. He is really an invincible ninja. It is a pity that I will never leave any hidden dangers for myself. So you better die obediently. Ha ha ha, good Zontafanian, oh Zontafanian, you want to give in. Unfortunately, I don't appreciate your kindness." In all directions, many of the holy kings were laughing wildly in their hearts, trying to relieve their hatred. Why did they ask you to bear with it? Now, you must be dumbfounded. Retribution. This was retribution. The heavenly rain, master control room. Hu Saint King Tianyu and the elders of Heavenly Rain Pavilion all let out a long sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Yang Fann would be fooled by Zontafanian because of his young age. They would let the Zontai clan go just like that. At that time, Yang Fann would leave the Buddhist Sound Star domain and Zontafanian might not dare to take revenge on Yang Fann, but the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would be in trouble. They would most likely become Zontafanian's target to vent their anger on. With Zontafanian's strength, it would not be harder to deal with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion than crushing an ant. Within the void, "Sir, are you really going to do something so absolutely impossible?" Zontafanian's eyes were filled with anger. She had even given up on her most beloved son and allowed him to be dealt with as he pleased, yet he still refused to give up and wanted to kill her. This was really going too far. She really thought that the Zontai clan was a fat piece of meat on the chopping board, and she couldn't allow him to slaughter her. "Don't say that I didn't give you the chance. Show me whatever you have." With 7th Empyrean Saint King and his geographical advantage, he should be able to warm himself up. An expert is lonely. As his strength continues to advance, the current him wants to find an opponent who is equally matched. It is really too difficult to have a good fight. It wouldn't be an easy task even in the Guangling Realm Island where Guangling Realm Islands were as numerous as the clouds. True God Sovereign was the pillar of the major powers. He wouldn't easily make a move. Semi-God Heavenly Sovereign was the strongest person in the Guangling Realm Island on the surface, and it wasn't easy for him to fight him. As for the ordinary 9th Empyrean Saint King, if Yang Fann unleashed all of his combat strength, it would be unknown whether he would be able to withstand a single attack from him. Good, all of this was forced by you. A flash of ruthlessness flashed across Zontafanian's eyes. Finally, she completely cut off the thought in her heart. Alright, that's how it should be. How can the dignified master of Star Domain, the #1 expert in Buddhist Sound Star Domain, be so cowardly? Ha, I can't wait any longer. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this battle. In an instant, the entire Brahma's music star boiled up. The holy wills of the holy kings intertwined continuously, and they began to guess who the final winner would be. It's hard to say anything. That young master might have the combat strength of an intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King, but Zontafanian isn't a good match for that old fox either. Furthermore, this is the lair of Zontai clan. No one knows how many trump cards Zon Tafanian has left behind. The outcome of this battle is hard to predict. Whoever wins in the end will have a chance. At most, it will be 64. That young master is 6 and Zon Tai's old ghost is 4. Within the void, Junior, you'll regret this. Zon Tafanian glared at Yang Fann fiercely, her cold killing intent was flashing crazily. The next moment, rumble, rumble, terrifying auras erupted from the Sanskrit star, soaring into the sky. The weakest was comparable to an ordinary sacred king, and there were more than 100 intermediate sacred kings above the 4th layer. The strongest aura, even old Ying, who was suppressed by Yang Fann, was not much weaker. He had definitely reached the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. Hiss. There's actually another top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. There are also 8 other 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors. What a good Zontai clan, what a good Zon Tafanian. She really hid herself well. In all directions, the hearts of all the Saint Kings froze. Top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King was the highest grade expert in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Even if all the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King in the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain were to be added together, they wouldn't be able to surpass the number of hands. Initially, they thought that besides Zon Tafanian, there was only Elder Ying, a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King in the Zontai clan. Unexpectedly, there was actually another top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King hidden in the Zontai clan. There were also those 6th Empyrean Saint King, and they knew a lot more than they did. Many Saint Kings were secretly glad that they did not act recklessly. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. A top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King, 8 6th Empyrean Saint King, 36 5th Empyrean Saint King, and 142 4th Empyrean Saint King. With the addition of over 1,000 low-level sacred kings, this force was far beyond their imagination. It could easily destroy the top 10 factions. In the next moment, boom boom boom, the flames of jealousy burned in the eyes of the sacred kings, and the transportation array in the star domain burned even hotter. What was the situation in the Zontai clan 100 billion years ago? They only had a few 5th Empyrean Saint King and a dozen 4th Empyrean Saint Kings first-rate families. Even among the many first-rate powers, they were only considered average. Compared to his expert, there were at least a few dozen of them. But now, in just 100 billion years, his power had increased by more than 10 times. All of this was because of the transportation array in the star domain. Junior, pay the price for what you said. Zon Tafanian's face was ferocious as she said cruelly, activate the 10,000 spirit creation formation. C-1371 beat up the Lord of Sanskrit, 300,000 light years away. Things were really full of twists and turns, making the 4-direction Holy King feel like he was at the top of the clouds, and then at the bottom of the netherworld. Initially, he thought that Master of Sanskrit was willing to sacrifice the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei in order to resolve the grudge between him and Yang Fann. That world-shocking battle would probably become an extravagant hope. Unexpectedly, Yang Fann rejected Master of Sanskrit's request for peace. Even his most beloved son was willing to give up just like that. This scheming was really too terrifying. It was better to kill such a dangerous man in the cradle as soon as possible. Yang Fann didn't want to regret it one day. Why didn't he kill Zon Tafanian back then? Within the void, Zon Tafanian finally tore off all her disguise and revealed her sharp fangs. Rumble, rumble, terrifying auras of sacred kings continuously erupted from the Brahma's sound star and soared into the sky. 1,356. There were a total of 1,356 sacred kings, and there were even 9 6th Empyrean Saint King sacred kings. The strongest one was a 6 paths top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King who had merged 249 Saint King law. The strength of his foundation and the depth of his concealment had caused countless powers to tremble in fear. Soldiers, listen up, activate the Myriad Spirit Creation Formation. The Lord decrees, the Myriad Spirit Creation Formation shall be activated. The Zontai clan in the surroundings started activating the formation. At some point in time, a blood-red flag with countless runes of the Great Tao had appeared in the hands of over 1,000 saint rulers. Blood and chi were circulating around the flag. Just a glance was enough to make one feel as if they had fallen into a sea of blood. It was as if there were countless living beings roaring and struggling. In the next second, the blood-red flags fluttered against the wind, and streams of mysterious baleful blood chi spread out, seeming to sweep through the entire Brahma voice star. Rumble, 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 An endless amount of life force erupted from the Sanskrit star and frantically gathered towards Xontafanian. Rumble, rumble. In an instant, the chi around Xontafanian began to rise at a terrifying speed, multiplying. Very quickly, she broke through to the intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. At the same time, his body also started to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was 30 meters tall, 300 meters, 3,000 meters, 10,000 zhang, 10 million feet, 1 million feet, 1 million feet. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying giant spirit over 100 million feet tall. It was as if the chaotic god that created the world stood within the void. Its aura descended upon the world, and it was extremely terrifying. Moreover, the aura around its body was still rising, as if it was about to break through to the higher level, 7th Empyrean Saint King. Hiss, this is Xontafanian's trump card. What a good 10,000 spirit creation formation. This aura has increased by more than 10 times. I'm afraid that even the intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King is only so-so. In all directions, all the Saint Kings and expert took in a breath of cold air. The current Xontafanian gave them the feeling that she was so powerful. Just the aura that she emitted made them feel like they could not breathe. Gulp gulp, it was actually still not the limit. This time, I'm afraid that young man is in trouble. Astonishingly, what, not good, my strength. Bitch it, the 10,000 spirit creation formation can actually steal our power. What? How could this be? Bitch the Zontai clan, I'm not done with you all. Soon, all the sacred kings were shocked, especially when they realized that a large number of their descendants were robbed of their power, causing their cultivation base to drop crazily. They even fell completely. All of them were furious. If Xontafanian's aura was not so terrifying in the air, she would be more than 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the strongest among them. At this moment, they might have already rushed forward and torn Xontafanian and the entire Zontai clan into pieces. In the next moment, numerous protective barriers continuously rose up from within the Fan Yin star. Since they were not a match for Xontafanian, they could only retreat and think of a way to resist the invasion of the bloody mist. If they continued to let the blood fog continue to devour them, these old fellows, would be fine. At most, they would be slightly weaker, but their juniors would be completely finished. Within the void, have you been discovered? A trace of disappointment flashed across Xontafanian's eyes. Just a little bit more. His strength, he would be able to advance to the advanced 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. Unfortunately, the energy of the living creatures that entered his body was suddenly reduced by 9 layers and 9 layers. The remaining life force was like a drop of water in a cart of firewood. It was difficult to help him cross the threshold of the higher 7th Empyrean Saint King. Sigh, the formation flags are still a little lacking. The 10,000 spirit creation formation, or to be precise, it should be the 10,000 spirit plunder formation, directly plundering the life force of living creatures for its own use. The sea takes in all rivers. This was a terrifying evil formation he obtained from an ancient ruin. Along with it was the twin dragon god slaughtering formation. The 10,000 creations array at its peak also had the power to slaughter true gods. It could instantly envelop a river and take away all the power of the living beings within it. Not to mention the sacred king, it was also that semi-god heavenly sovereign. Arg, unfortunately, the refinement of the 10,000 spirit blood banner was too difficult. Over the past tens of billions of years, after exhausting most of its resources, it only managed to refine 1356 10,000 spirit blood banner. Even the peak of the 10,000 spirit creation formation, 999,999 10,000 spirit blood banner, was far from enough. Otherwise, how could these ants at the highest level of top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King be able to resist it? It's all this junior's fault. All of a sudden, Xontafanian's eyes flashed with a frightening fierceness. Originally, it is to prepare for the completion of the refinement of 3,000 10,000 spirit blood banner, and then lay down this 10,000 spirit creation grand formation. He would seize the life force of all living beings outside of the Zontai clan on the Brahma's sound star, including the sacred kings. It had directly raised his cultivation base to 8th Empyrean Saint King's level. However, because of this young man, all of his plans had been ruined. The gap between an intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King and 8th Empyrean Saint King was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Bitch it, I have already given in, why are you forcing me? Bitch it Junior, you really deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes. Rumble. The killing intent in his heart could no longer be suppressed. It shot up into the sky like a great river. Roar Jr., let me die in the next moment. Rumble. Zon Tafanian's body moved. She threw a palm at Yang Fann's head. Zon Tafanian didn't hold back at all in this palm strike. The power of this strike had almost reached the limit of 7th Empyrean Saint King. When this palm struck out, the entire void seemed as if it was going to explode. The terrifying cosmic storm swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earth. Large pieces of stars were shattered and turned into dust. Hiss. This power, it's terrifying, it's truly too terrifying. I am far from being a match for it. Even if all my power of Saint King is combined, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to be a match for it. Gulp. Young master, you must stop him. Block it, you must block it. Unknowingly, the hearts of the group of holy kings were in their throats. Many of them were secretly praying that once Yang Fann was defeated, the consequences would be unimaginable. Zon Tafanian had exposed such an evil formation. Would she let them leave the Fan Yin star alive? Just thinking about it made them realize that it was impossible. Such an evil method, once it was exposed, Zon Tafanian would definitely become the common enemy of many forces. At that moment, a hint of disdain flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he sneered, "This is your last reliance. Then you can die now." His voice was flat, as if he was announcing a trivial matter. What? Zon Tafanian's heart skipped a beat. Vaguely, there was a trace of uneasiness in her heart, as if something bad was about to happen to him. Just at this moment, Rumble. Yang Fann straightened his body and similarly struck out with his palm. A layer of strength. I'll blow you up. Ah, how is this possible? Zon Tafanian's eyes bulged and her face was filled with disbelief. That terrifying palm force was actually 10 times, 100 times stronger than his. That force was not something a 7th Empyrean Saint King could possess. It had definitely reached the level of 8th Empyrean Saint King. What was even more horrifying was what he had heard. The first level, that invincible power, was only the first level of that monster's power. Then, how heaven-defying would his true power be? Top grade 8th Empyrean Saint King. Or 9th Empyrean Saint King? No. This is impossible. How could there be such a monster in this world? Roar. I don't believe it. I don't believe it, Junior. Don't try to act mysterious. Rumble. The two heaven-sheltering big hands collided. A terrifying power seemed to be able to destroy the entire starry sky. Ah, how could this be? An extremely despairing howl resounded through the starry sky. In the next second, bang, heaven and earth split apart. Zon Tafanian's terrifying body, which looked like Devil God, suddenly exploded, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. In the vast starry sky, a rain of blood was pouring down. Explode with just one strike, Master of Sanskrit and Zon Tafanian, who had seized the power of countless living beings on the Fan Yin planet, were mercilessly destroyed. They had no strength to fight back at all. C-1372 Behold the annihilation of the Tai clan Sanskrit, 300,000 light years away. Master of Sanskrit, Zon Tafanian vs. Yang Fann. The ancient evil formation, myriad spirit creation formation had devoured the life force of trillions of living beings in Fan Yin star, causing Master of Sanskrit's strength to increase by more than 10 times. He leapt into the ranks of the 9 medium-grade 7th Empyrean Saint King, only a step away from the high-grade 7th Empyrean Saint King. It could be said to be the #1 expert in the history of Buddhist sound star domain. Unfortunately, he had encountered a monster like Yang Fann. The first level, with just a single level of strength and the power of the shell, had completely crushed Master of Sanskrit, causing him to explode. Compared to the time when he first devoured the Star Devourer, Yang Fann's strength had improved by a lot, and he had almost stepped into the threshold of a higher level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even a single level of the power of the shell had the power to crush a middle level 8th Empyrean Saint King. It was as easy as blowing off dust to suppress a middle level 7th Empyrean Saint King like Master of Sanskrit. However, when this scene fell into the eyes of the many saint rulers in the Fan Yin planet, they were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Rumble. It exploded. Brahma's voice. Master of Sanskrit was blown up just like that. Fuck, is there a mistake? Is he still human? Hiss. Do you need to be so savage? Although they had thought that Yang Fann would win and even hoped that Yang Fann would win from the bottom of their hearts, in their opinion, even if Yang Fann could win, he would have to use all his means, or even pay some price in order to win. After all, they had seen Zon Tafanian's strength. Even if all of them attacked at the same time, their chances of winning would not exceed 1 level. However, the result was that with just 1 palm, the mighty Xontafanian was blown up. Fuck, could it be that this Xontafanian was just a paper tiger and looked like she was trying to scare people? What happened to the agreed battle of life and death? Was all of this fake? The heavenly reign, master control room. Saint King Tianyu and the others had calm expressions on their faces. There was not the slightest bit of surprise on their faces. Everything was within their expectations. Even the Star Devourer with combat strength comparable to 8th Empyrean Saint King was easily suppressed by their master. How could a puny master of Sanskrit want to overturn the heavens? What kind of joke was this? This battle, from the moment the Holy Prince Likes Peng Fei recklessly tried to kill them, everything had already been decided. There was no second possibility. Unfortunately, after so many years, our Heavenly Reign Pavilion has never truly gotten in touch with Sir. After today, it will be even harder for us to board the Lord's ship in the future. It is unknown whether we will be able to meet the Lord again. Could it be that he really gave up just like that? No, perhaps we still have a chance. Suddenly, Saint King Tianyu seemed to have thought of something. His eyes rolled as he looked at the vast Fan Yin star. No one knew what he was planning. Within the void, rumble, a drop of blood essence rapidly swelled up, instantly transforming into Master of Sanskrit. However, at this moment, Master of Sanskrit no longer had the insufferably arrogant attitude he had before, he only had endless fear. It was true. Everything was true. That Junior really had the power of a supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King, or even 9th Empyrean Saint King. I have been cultivating bitterly for trillions of years, and I didn't even hesitate to become the enemy of the world. I used the myriad spirit creation formation to plunder the fortune, but I was only able to step into the threshold of a higher 7th Empyrean Saint King. How old was that Junior? How could he have such terrifying power? Woo, the Great Tao was unfair. The Great Tao was unfair at this moment. Rumble, a pair of horrendous hands that could block out the sun, moon, and stars shattered the void, grabbing towards Master of Sanskrit. No, spare me, please spare me, please spare me. I am willing to surrender, I am willing to surrender. Facing Yang Fann, who was very likely to be a top 8th Empyrean Saint King or even 9th Empyrean Saint King, Master of Sanskrit, who was completely terrified, could not muster up any fighting spirit. The gap between the two of them was just too great. It was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, they were on 2 different levels of life. Brahma's music star, wah, poof 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 as Master of Sanskrit was mercilessly suppressed by Yang Fann, the 10,000 spirit creation formation was instantly broken. The terrifying backlash directly injured the 1356 sacred kings of the Zontai clan. Some of the weaker first-layer sacred kings and ordinary sacred kings even exploded into a bloody mist. Before they could recover, rumble, a terrifying mental energy that was even stronger than 9th Empyrean Saint Kings instantly enveloped their entire bodies, completely sealing their bodies and sealing their holy soul magic. The root of the grass had to be removed from the roots. It was fine if it was the other half-step Saint King and Saints, but these saint rulers must not be left behind. Fan Yin Star, Central Region, Fan Yin Holy City, Holy Fan Palace. This was the lair of the Zontai clan. Most of the direct descendants of the Zontai clan lived in the Holy Fan Palace. As long as Saint Fan Palace was destroyed, half of the Zontai clan would basically be destroyed. At this moment, the entire Saint Fan Palace was filled with an indescribable fear and despair. Countless disciples of the Zontai clan were anxious like ants on a hot pan. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? How could Holy Lord be defeated? How could he be defeated? No, this isn't real, it's not real. Illusion, it must be an illusion. Not only was Master of Sanskrit the patriarch of Zontai clan, he was also their pillar of support, the spiritual pillar in the hearts of countless people of Tai family. But now, the pillar that held up the sky had collapsed, the sky had collapsed, the earth had collapsed, and it had completely collapsed. Bang! Suddenly, a horrendous hand that was tens of thousands of miles long descended from the sky and covered the entire Holy Fan Palace. Rumble, the heavens shook and the earth shook, the earth split apart. The Holy Brahma Palace, which spanned 30 million kilometers in a row, rose from the ground like a large city. Oh no, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo. Someone save me, sir, please spare me. All of this is the fault of that beast, Tai Pengfei. It has nothing to do with us, it has nothing to do with us. The great Tao is unfair. Beast, I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. One breath later, the entire Holy Brahma Palace, as well as the large number of disciples from the Zontai clan, were all absorbed into Yang Fann's space treasure. At this point, although the number one clan in Buddhist Sound Star Domain, the Zontai clan, had not been completely wiped out, it was not much different. It could be considered to exist in name only. Finished. Finished. The Zontai clan is finished just like that. This. I'm not dreaming, am I? Unbelievable, truly unbelievable. All around, the holy kings were dumbfounded. They felt as if they had fallen into a dream. However, the number one clan in the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, a peerless overlord who had ruled nearly half of the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, had actually died just like that. Within the void, amidst time to leave. With a thought, Yang Fann wanted to enter the Fan Yin star and leave through the transportation array in the star domain. Right at this moment, Pucci the space in front of Yang Fann distorted, and Saint King Tianyu appeared in front of Yang Fann. Sir, please wait, I have one, Yang Fann said. Yang Fann's sword-like brows slightly wrinkled and there was a faint trace of displeasure. He had made it very clear that he would be joining the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Even though they were just ordinary passengers and the owner of the ship, they still kept pestering him like this. Wasn't the Heavenly Rain Pavilion a little stubborn? Or was it that he had been too easy to talk to along the way? They didn't know what it meant to respect experts. In an instant, Saint King Tianyu's heart trembled. An invisible pressure was pressing down on him so hard that he almost couldn't breathe. However, he still braced himself and said, Sir, I just want to ask you something. How are you going to deal with the various properties of the Zontai clan? And the transportation array of the star domain, what are your plans? The word, give up, was easy to say, but it had to be done. It was not as simple as it sounded. If he missed such an opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound, it would be difficult for him to encounter it a second time. Oh, the property of Zontai clan, Yang Fann murmured softly. Before this, he had never thought about these things in detail. Although he had destroyed the Zontai clan, everything in the Zontai clan had naturally become his spoils of war. However, he simply had the energy to care about these things. As for the people under his command, they were all in the Tianan realm river. The water from afar could not quench the fire. In the end, he could only let the major powers of Buddhist Sound Star Domain benefit from this. Just like the Tian Luo Empire and the Jianyuan Chamber of Commerce, all their properties were divided up by the major powers of the Luo He Star Domain. My lord, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion also has some properties in Fan Yin Star. Among them, there is an auction house. If you trust me, I will. I can auction them off. Saint King Tianyu carefully looked at Yang Fann and suggested. In fact, he wanted to take care of these properties for Yang Fann, but he only thought about it. With the strength of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, in the Buddhist Sound Star Domain. At most, they could be considered a second-rate power, and they were the worst kind of power. They simply didn't have the strength to manage all kinds of businesses in the Zontai clan. He could still manage the Zontai clan for a short period of time because of Yang Fann's reputation, but after a long period of time, it was hard to say. On the other hand, it was obviously impossible for Yang Fann to stay in Buddhist Sound Star Domain all the time and support them. Should we auction off the Zontai clan's properties? That's a good idea. C1373 I only want the great mist purple chi within the void. Yang Fann's eyes lit up as he started auctioning off all the properties of the Zontai clan. This wasn't a good idea. If it was possible, Yang Fann didn't want to give up on the massive amount of properties of Zontai clan. As the number one overlord of Buddhist Sound Star Domain, Zontai clan had ruled almost half of Buddhist Sound Star Domain. He had countless properties under his name. It was far from what he had just robbed. That amount of resources could be compared to them. How much time will it take to auction off all the properties of Zontai clan? After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann asked. If he needed thousands or tens of thousands of years, he would have better wash up and sleep early. If he really had that much time, the resources he could get would be incomparable to the few properties of Zontai clan. When he arrived at Guangling Realm Island, he would be able to plunder a few Saint King Holy King whom he could not deal with, and the resources he would get would exceed the total amount of Zontai clan. When Saint King Tianyu heard this, his heart skipped a beat. He knew that the time to test him had come. Whether he could get on Yang Fann's ship would depend on this time. Master, 10 years. As long as you give me 10 years, I am confident that I can hold a super auction. After a slight pause, Saint King Tianyu gritted his teeth and said, this auction. It was not something that could be bought with just a few people. First of all, he had to figure out exactly how many properties the Zontai clan had. He also needed enough time to publicize it, even if it couldn't be auctioned off at a sky-high price. Fortunately, this was the Fan Yin Star. It was the core of the Buddhist Sound Star domain, and it was one of the top powers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Even if the headquarters wasn't here, there would still be branches stationed here. As long as they spread the news in this planet, there was no need for the entire star domain to run away. Otherwise, Saint King Tianyu wouldn't dare to say that it would only take 10 years for the auction to start. 10 years, Yang Fann nodded slightly. 10 years was not a lot of time. He could still afford to wait. All right, I'll give you 10 years. As long as this matter is settled, don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Yes, sir. Don't worry, leave everything to my heavenly rain pavilion. Saint King Tianyu was shocked when he heard this. They had put in so much effort just to get on Yang Fann's ship. Now, they had finally taken a crucial step forward. They only needed to wait for the auction to start in 10 years' time. At that time, the rise of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would be unstoppable. What? This lord wants to auction off the Zontai clan's properties. An opportunity, this is our chance. The conversation between Yang Fann and Saint King Tianyu wasn't kept a secret. They just spoke openly without worrying about any unforeseen events. The bloody lesson of Zontai clan was right in front of them. As long as the heads of those major powers weren't kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't use any crooked ideas. In an instant, the entire Fan Yin Star boiled up. Before this, they were still hesitating about whether or not they should fight for the foundation of Zontai clan. If they were not careful, they might offend this monster, Yang Fann. However, when such a big piece of fat meat was placed in front of their mouths, they couldn't accept it. Now, it was time to auction it off. There was no need to worry about offending that monster anymore. In the air, yes, that's right, in this auction, I don't want holy crystals. I only want primordial purple cloudus. After thinking for a while, Yang Fann added. In fact, it wasn't that the God Stone couldn't do it. But how many divine stones could be found in Buddhist Sound Star domain? 1 million, or 10 million. In the end, the Buddhist Sound Star domain was only a remote small star domain. Even if it was richer than the Luohe Star domain, it was still limited. To the current Yang Fann, a mere million or 10 million divine stones was like a drop in the bucket. It wouldn't increase his strength by much. As for the other heavenly and earthly treasures and Tao weapons and holy herbs, he would just forget about them. Currently, just the body defense alone was enough to match a 9-patterned Tao weapon. Ordinary Tao weapons were of little value to him. It was just like the supreme treasures that he had carefully crafted, such as the Devour Bead and the Demon God's sacrificial altar. He had already tossed them all to his little sister and the others. With his abnormal rate of advancement, he was destined to not use any treasures for a long period of time. Even if it was a divine artifact used by a true god, it probably wouldn't take long for it to be unable to keep up with his pace. As for those holy herbs and Tier 9 holy herbs, not to mention finding them in Buddhist Sound Star domain, even if they really did exist, those major powers would have already used them themselves. How could they be willing to take them out? As for the other Tier 7 and Tier 8 holy herbs, no matter how many there were, they were all trash. What? Only collecting primordial purple cloudus. Saint King Tianyu could not believe his ears. Not only Saint King Tianyu, but the other holy kings were also dumbfounded. Was there something wrong with this? Only collecting primordial purple cloudus. Primordial purple cloudus were supreme treasures for those below the saint level, but they were nothing to saints, let alone saint rulers. They were completely useless. In the eyes of many saint rulers, primordial purple cloudus were not even as useful as exquisite holy crystals. That's right, all the properties will be auctioned off for the primordial purple clouds. Yang Fann nodded his head and said affirmatively. Sir, this, Saint King Tianyu was a little hesitant. Using primordial purple cloudus to settle the bill was a complete loss. No matter how proficient the Heavenly Rain Pavilion was in business, it would be of no help. After all, there were only a few Buddhist Sound Star domains in the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain. Furthermore, it was impossible to collect all of them within a short Period of 10 years. There's no need for further words. Just do as I say. Before Saint King Tian Yu could finish his words, Yang Fann waved his hand and interrupted him. Was he making a loss? That would depend on how to use it. No one else had the Hung Meng indestructible body. Apart from the primordial purple clouds needed to attain the Tao and become a saint, no matter how many primordial purple clouds there were, they were all useless. That would be a huge loss, but he was different. Yes, my lord. Although he was very puzzled and did not know why Yang Fann wanted so many primordial purple cloudus, even if it was used to nurture his subordinates, he did not need so many primordial purple cloudus. However, Saint King Tian Yu suppressed the doubt in his heart and agreed. There were some things that he couldn't inquire about. Curiosity killed the cat. How could he not know this principle after living for trillions of years? Within the Fan Yin star. This is going to be difficult. I wonder what this monster is thinking. It only accepts primordial purple cloudus. Or is there some secret hidden within the primordial purple cloudus that we don't know about? The group of holy kings were at a loss. Something like a primordial purple clouds shouldn't be important, right? He had to become a sage in order to become a sage. However, if one were to say that it was important, it was just a brick that could be used to open a door. After becoming a sage, it would no longer have any other uses. To be honest, the amount of primordial purple cloudus that the various large factions had in reserve was really not much. It was only enough for some of the geniuses to become a sage. No matter what secrets this primordial purple clouds has, I have to collect the primordial purple cloudus immediately. It's too late. I'm afraid there won't even be any soup left. Very quickly, the holy kings gave out orders repeatedly to collect primordial purple cloudus with all their might. Within the void, sir, may I know what you intend to do with the transportation array in the star domain? Are you planning to auction it off in the same manner as the other properties? Saint King Tian Yu's words immediately grabbed the hearts of all the sacred kings. All of them perked up their ears, afraid that they would miss out on a tiny detail. Compared to the other properties of the Zontai clan, the transportation array formula of the star domain was of utmost importance. The Zontai clan was the best example. Controlling the transportation array of star domain and becoming the greatest power in the Buddhist sound star domain was just around the corner. This transportation array of star domain. Yang Fann murmured. This transportation array of star domain was a good thing. It could be said to be the foundation of a power. Every year, they would be able to earn a huge amount of resources through the transportation array of star domain. However, Yang Fann hesitated for a moment and decided to give up this transportation array of the star domain. I will auction it together with those properties. Also, just like those properties, I only want the primordial purple clouds. After all, the Buddhist sound star domain wasn't his territory, and he didn't have the energy and thoughts to do so. Managing the transportation array in star domain. Besides, it was just a transportation array in the star domain. Others might not be able to hire the formation masters of the star domain, but it didn't mean that he, too, wouldn't be able to do it. He didn't believe that with his abnormal talent, those array masters from the star domain wouldn't give him face. If they really gave him face, he would just tie them up and bring them back. He, Yang Fann, wasn't some kind man. Once he completely resolved the trouble of Witch Clan and returned to Tianan Realm River, he would definitely establish the star domain's transportation array in Tianan Realm River. Otherwise, he would have to take a few detours to star domain. He did not have that much time. Besides, the Tianan Realm River was his hometown. If he wanted to become stronger, he would have to connect with the other major star domain and even the Guangling Realm Island. Even the transportation array of the star domain only needs primordial purple cloudus. What kind of shocking secret is hidden in this primordial purple clouds? Could it be that this monster has such a heaven-defying cultivation base at such a young age? It must have something to do with the secrets of this primordial purple clouds. Gulp, gulp, gulp. If we are able to obtain the secret of the purple energy, we might even be able to break through the position of Saint King Holy King, or even the secrets of a sky sovereign. Many holy kings' eyes flashed with a strange light. At this moment, they really wanted to capture Yang Fann and investigate the purple energy secret. However, when they thought of the consequences of Zontai clan, it immediately poured down like a bucket of bone-piercing cold water, instantly extinguishing the trace of greed in their hearts. They wanted to get their hands on this monster. All of them together were not qualified. The secret of the purple gas is not something we can covet. However, we, the Northern Dragon Clan, must capture the transportation array of the star domain. Inform the ancestral land immediately and ask them to gather all the primordial purple cloudus. HMPH. The transportation array of the star domain is something that our barbarian ancestral sect is determined to obtain. If it isn't the primordial purple clouds, we can just destroy a few of the saints of the Realm River. Primordial purple clouds, aren't those survivors of the Zontai clan the best targets? How dare they set up the 10,000 evil formation and devour the lives of millions of my race? Do they really think that my family is easy to bully? C1374. The auction began. Fan Yin Star. No, to be exact, the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain went crazy for it. All the top powers and super families were using all kinds of means to collect primordial purple cloudus. The prices of the primordial purple cloudus on the market were soaring at a terrifying speed. It was almost a day and a day. In the past, no one would be able to get a single exquisite holy crystals. Now, not to mention a single exquisite holy crystals, even 10,000 exquisite holy crystals might not be enough to get a single primordial purple clouds. In a primordial purple clouds. But even so, there was always a price but no market. The big world that the Zontai clan occupied was one thing, but the various major powers in the star domain were determined to get their hands on the transportation array. This was the key to their hegemony over the Buddhist Sound Star domain. For this, they could pay any price. If there was no place to buy primordial purple cloudus, then they would rob them. If they killed him, the sky would darken and the earth would shake. No matter what, they had to gather enough primordial purple cloudus. If they missed such an opportunity, then they would never have it again. Rain Listening World River. This was an ordinary river in the Buddhist Sound Star domain's 3.6 million world rivers. The Listening Rain Great World, the core world of the Listening Rain World River, had almost condensed half of the essence of the Listening Rain World River. The entire Listening Rain Great World was controlled by the Listening Rain Hall, and the name of the Listening Rain Great World and the Listening Rain World River had come because of the Listening Rain Hall. The massive Tingyu floor had a total of 12 sacred kings overseeing it, and the strongest of them, Hall Lord, had just stepped into 3rd Empyrean Saint King's realm. As for the 3 great deputies, Hall Lord, they were. He had the cultivation of a 2nd Empyrean Saint King. In the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain, the Listening Rain Hall was considered to be lacking in terms of strength. It was more than enough, and could barely be considered a third-rate power. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying aura that was 10 times stronger than 3rd Empyrean Saint King, 100 times stronger, descended from the sky. In an instant, it enveloped the entire Listening Rain Great World. The next second, the Listening Rain Great World, the starry sky outside the world, was like a mirage as a majestic figure appeared. It was millions of feet tall. It was not just that. It was as if the legendary god had descended, causing all living beings to worship him. "Ah, what's that?" Hiss. "This aura, it's terrifying, it's truly too terrifying. Even Hall Lord is far from being able to match it." Gulp. "At least it's 4th Empyrean Saint King. Even 5th Empyrean Saint King might not be able to do it. What exactly is the matter with such a peerless expert coming to my Listening Rain Great World?" In an instant, endless panic and uneasiness spread across the Listening Rain Great World. If a 4th Empyrean Saint King or even 5th Empyrean Saint King wanted to harm their Listening Rain Great World, they had no confidence that they could stop him. Who? May the heavens bless us. I hope this smell won't harm our Listening Rain Great World. Listening Rain Hall Lord, come out and meet me. The terrifying giant slowly opened his mouth. His voice was like Devil God's roar, rolling and boiling, engulfing the entire Listening Rain Great World. Poochie. The void distorted, and a low-level 3rd Empyrean Saint King dressed in a blue robe appeared in front of the giant. It was the master of the Listening Rain Hall. Shu Tingyu greets Senior. "May I know how I should address you, Senior?" Hall Lord's voice was filled with respect. It was only at a close distance that he discovered that the person in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Even the high-level 4th Empyrean Saint King he had seen before was far inferior to him. 5th Empyrean Saint King was definitely a 5th Empyrean Saint King. The 7th Elder of Giant Spirit Clan, Mo Feng. What? Giant Spirit Clan's 7th Elder? Hall Lord's body trembled. The next moment, "May I know what orders Senior Mo has for this junior?" Hall Lord's voice became even more respectful, and it could even be said that he sounded a little humble. The Giant Spirit Clan. They were one of the top clans in Buddhist Sound Star domain. Their clan had as many experts as the clouds, and they had more than 1/6 Empyrean Saint King expert. Compared to the giant spirit clan, the Rain Listening Palace was just an insignificant aphid. In fact, they didn't even need to do it personally. They only needed a few vassal families of giant spirit clan to wipe them out from the face of the earth. Mo Feng didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. Hand over the primordial purple clouds that your pavilion possesses. A mere Rain Listening Hall didn't have the qualifications to make him tactful. If he were to add, he would just directly destroy it. Senior Mo, please give this junior some time. Gather the primordial purple clouds. After pondering for a moment, Hall Lord chose to compromise. Although the primordial purple clouds was an indispensable item for a major power, there was no primordial purple clouds. One could not even attain the Tao and become a holy capital, let alone break through to the saint realm. He had become a saint king, but the primordial purple clouds was gone. He could just go and find more giant spirit clans, but if he offended the 7th elder of the giant spirit clan, the Rain Listening Palace would probably turn into ashes in an instant. I'll give you 1 day. Remember, all primordial purple cloudus are yours. If you dare to hide anything from me, your Rain Listening Palace will be removed from this world. I don't dare, this junior doesn't dare. The 7th elder of the giant spirit clan, Mo Feng, was rather gentle. As long as those forces obediently handed over their primordial purple cloudus, they wouldn't go on a rampage and hunt down the saints and saint kings of many forces to plunder the primordial purple cloudus in their bodies. However, some forces were different. Just like the barbarian ancestral sect, it directly slaughtered a square world, and even the entire Boundary River. Not only did those large forces not let go of the primordial purple cloudus they had stored, even the primordial purple cloudus within their bodies were their targets. In just a few short years, countless bloody storms had been stirred up in the huge Buddhist Sound Star domain. Countless major powers had been completely annihilated, a large number of saints had been slaughtered, and countless primordial purple cloudus had been extracted. In an auction, a transportation array from the star domain had caused blood to flow like a river in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Blood had almost dyed the entire star domain red. If it wasn't for the short amount of time that had passed, and the fact that they only had 10 years to prepare, it was likely that this storm would sweep across the other major powers in the star domain. Of course, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Yang Fann did not wish to interfere. As long as they were able to take out enough primordial purple cloudus at that time, Yang Fann would not care about how the primordial purple cloudus in their hands came to be. Besides, those people, they had never met him before. They were neither relatives nor friends. So what if more of them died? Weakness was a sin. Since they had embarked on the path of cultivation, they should have been aware of it long ago. Otherwise, he would have obediently become immortal and wasted 100 years. Fan Yin Star, Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch. After handing over all the trivial matters of the auction to Saint King Tian Yu and the others, Yang Fann immediately started cultivating in this branch. First of all, as usual, Yang Fann counted his spoils of war. This Zontai clan was worthy of its reputation. It was the #1 family in Buddhist Sound Star domain, and it had an extraordinary foundation. It was far from comparable to the Black Skull slave group and the other major powers in the Tian Luo Empire. Yang Fann had found nearly 1 million divine stones in just the divine stones alone. Such a large amount of divine stones was considered not a small fortune even in the Guangling Realm Island. This was the total wealth of some small powers. The second grade of exquisite holy crystals were piled up like a mountain, numbering in the hundreds of millions. The other treasures were like Tao weapons, and they were like Tao weapons that had millions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions of trillions. There were thousands or tens of thousands of them, enough to equip thousands of sacred kings to the teeth. When the countless treasures were combined, Yang Fann's value skyrocketed by more than 100 times in an instant. The primordial purple clouds that Yang Fann was most concerned about did not disappoint him either. Although it wasn't 10 billion, it was still more than 8 billion. Yang Fann was confident that he could fight a semi-god heavenly sovereign with just the strength of the body alone. In the next moment, swoosh, a flash of golden light. Master of Sanskrit appeared in front of Yang Fann. Rumble. In an instant, a devouring black hole appeared out of thin air, crazily devouring Master of Sanskrit's strength of original life. Saint King Holy King was Saint King Holy King. Although it was not as refreshing as the Star Devourer, it was not something that other low-level Holy Kings could compare with. Half a year later, Grug Master of Sanskrit had used up the last bit of the strength of original life, and it was completely destroyed. Rumble soon, another green light flashed. It was the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King Old Ying, who was second only to Master of Sanskrit in the Zontai clan. Top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. Advanced 6th Empyrean Saint King. Ordinary 6th Empyrean Saint King. 5th Empyrean Saint King. 4th Empyrean Saint King. 3rd Empyrean Saint King. 2nd Empyrean Saint King. Time passed slowly as Yang Fann devoured the numerous sacred King Zontai clans of the Zontai clan. Unknowingly, it was the day he had agreed to meet Saint King Tianyu. Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch. Rumble, rumble. Terrifying figures descended from the sky, countless rays of light shooting into the branch. There was no lack of ancient chariots and golden palaces. The 7-colored turreted ships were covered in mist, and terrifying auras of holy kings pierced through the heavens and the earth. C1375. The crazy bidding time is like flowing water. In the blink of an eye, 10 years have passed. Over the past 10 years, the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain had been thrown into chaos. Countless powers had been annihilated, and blood flowed like a river. During this period of time, the one who had been hunted down the most was none other than the survivor of the Zontai clan. In the battle 10 years ago, the sacred king expert of the Zontai clan. It could be said that there was less than a tenth of it left, leaving only the sacred king. They could not even find a 6th Empyrean Saint King, and it was impossible for them to become famous. In the past, Zon Tafanian did everything she could to activate the 10,000 Evil formation, and she had offended all the major powers in the Fanyan planet. It was a situation where one could never rest until one's death. If Yang Fann hadn't successfully suppressed Zon Tafanian, the entire Fanyan star might have already become a dead star. How could the major powers not seize this opportunity to beat the crap out of them? Not only could they take revenge for their disciples' life force being plundered, they could also take away the primordial purple clouds of those survivors. In the battle 10 years ago, the Zontai clan had lost a lot of their top combat strength, but the loss of ordinary saints wasn't big. This was a huge piece of fat meat. Even without 20 billion primordial purple clouds, it would still be at least 10 billion. The result was obvious. The Zontai clan, which couldn't even find a 6th Empyrean Saint King, wouldn't be able to withstand the siege of thousands of forces. In just a few years, most of the disciples of the Zontai clan had been slaughtered. The rest of them had changed their faces, changed their names, and were struggling to survive. The once glorious Zontai clan had been completely wiped out in the long river of history. Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch. Rumble, rumble. One Saint King expert after another tore through the void and descended from the sky. This was a rare event that only happened once every 100 million years in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, and it had gathered all the top powers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. The true gathering of experts, the number of saint rulers, were as many as dogs. If an ordinary top saint didn't have a powerful background, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the auction. The entire auction hall was decorated luxuriously by the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. It was called the auction hall. It could be said that it was a small world. The area was so vast that it was no less than 10 million miles wide. In the hall, there were a total of 9,999 rows. Each row had a total of 9,999 rows. Similarly, there were 9,999 seats, and there was a total of 9,981 seats. Of course, these people were basically here to join in the fun and broaden their horizons. The items being auctioned this time were not holy herbs or Tao weapons, nor were they from the stellar world, but realm rivers, and even the star domains from the star domain. Ordinary saint kings would not be able to afford half of the realm river even if they were sold, let alone those saint kings who were not half-step saint king. Top saints. The real buyers were the VIPs in the VIP rooms. The VIP rooms in the auction hall had a total of 4 grades: heaven, earth, black and yellow. Among them, yellow level was the lowest, and the number was also the highest. There were a total of 999 rooms, and 108 rooms in the Zon room. There were 18 VIP rooms in the earth room, and there was only 1 VIP room in the highest level, the heaven room. However, even the lowest level VIP room, the yellow VIP room, was not a place that ordinary forces could enter. At the very least, it had to be a VIP room. It's a second-rate power with a top 3rd Empyrean Saint King in charge. VIP Room 360. It was not a first-rate power with 5th Empyrean Saint King overseeing it. It was something that couldn't be imagined. As for the higher-ranked VIP rooms, only those top powers with 6th Empyrean Saint King in charge were qualified to enter. As for the highest-ranked VIP room, it was specially prepared for Yang Fann by the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. Regarding this, none of the major powers in Buddhist Sound Star domain dared to disagree. This was a heaven-defying monster that had killed Master of Sanskrit with a single palm strike. Its strength was terrifying. At least, it was 8th Empyrean Saint King. All of them were tied together. None of them were enough to withstand a single palm strike from this monster. Time passed, minute by minute. Soon, 2 hours passed. The 98 million seats in the hall were already filled with countless figures, and there were no empty seats. The seats of the 999 distinguished guests of the Huang rank and the 108 distinguished guests of the Zan rank were also filled with people. There was only the 18th private room. There were still 3 vacancies. A top power with a 6th Empyrean Saint King in charge. They were not cabbages on the roadside, so they could get as many as they wanted. These 15 VIP rooms had basically net all the top powers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. The only VIP room in the auction house was a Sky VIP room. It was extremely luxurious. Any item inside was a treasure that many sacred kings fought over. There were also some spiritual fruits that were ranked 7 divine fruits. Any one of them could save an ordinary sacred king tens of millions of years of cultivation. The Heavenly Rain Pavilion spared no effort in trying to please Yang Fann. Not only that, but the surroundings of Yang Fann were also filled with spiritual fruits. They were all waiting on him. All of them had extraordinary auras and noble statuses. At the very least, they were top-level half-step Saint King. There were even a few female Holy Kings, including Saint King Tian Yu's younger sister, Holy King Xin Yu. There was also his precious daughter, Fairy Wu Yu. As long as Yang Fann was willing, it would only be a matter of a word from Yang Fann to let their aunt and nephew serve the same husband. Unfortunately, Yang Fann wasn't that evil. Although he didn't expel Saint King Xin Yu and the others like before, he didn't get too close to them. He only admired beautiful things. Suddenly, the entire auction hall fell silent. The next second, in the center of the auction hall, the auction stage slowly rose up. Among them stood a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was very young and extremely handsome. He was enough to make millions of men envy him, from head to toe. He also had a special temperament. It was an extremely moving charm. It was as if the beauty of the world and Gao Kuang were all focused on him at the same time. Wan was like the clear moonlight under the calm flowing water, and also like a pile of snow and jade trees. People could not help but have a good impression of her and get close to her. She was not someone else. It was the Heavenly Rain Pavilion Master, Saint King Tian Yu. How could Saint King Tian Yu be at ease letting someone else host this kind of rare peak auction that only happened once every trillion years? If he was careless, there would be some flaws. Heavenly Rain Pavilion would be finished. Welcome to this auction. I am the host of this auction, Fang Tian Yu. Everyone should know the rules of this auction. Everything will be settled by the primordial purple clouds. All other holy crystals and holy medicines are invalid. Saint King Tian Yu slowly explained. For the past 10 years, in order to settle the specifics of the Zantai clan's business, they had been too busy. Not to mention the territories that belonged to the Zantai clan, just the boundary river that was directly ruled by the Zantai clan was enough. There were 1,532 of them, which was almost equivalent to half of the Luo He star domain. What was going to be auctioned today was the 1,532 river that belonged to the Zantai clan. When the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. As the Zantai clan fell, all the major powers that had attached themselves to the Zantai clan in the past began to declare their independence. As for the river of realms that these powers occupied, it was naturally impossible for them to auction it off. The first item to be auctioned is the Jade Tree Boundary River. This is one of the few intermediate boundary rivers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. In the various star domain, there were tens of thousands of world rivers, depending on the amount of resources available. There were also levels, just like how the Tianan Realm River that Yang Fann was born in was a low-level boundary river. The resources inside could only be used to nurture low-level holy kings. If they did not leave the Tianan Realm River, it was almost impossible to advance to the intermediate holy king. The intermediate boundary river was a rich boundary river that could cultivate intermediate saint kings. In a small star domain like the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, the intermediate boundary river was the limit. In the tens of thousands of boundary rivers in the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, an intermediate boundary river like the Jade Tree Boundary River. There were only 28 of them, and the Zontai clan had 9 of them. This showed how powerful the river was. One should know that the majority of the top powers like the Barbarian Ancestral Sect and the Giant Spirit Clan only occupied one intermediate world river. The entire Jade Tree World River has a total of 2,832 top-grade worlds, 98,633 high-grade worlds, 1,267,328 intermediate worlds. The situation of the Jade Tree World River came out of Saint King Tianyu's mouth like it was a family treasure. In these 10 years, Saint King Tianyu had put in a lot of effort. The starting bid is 100 million primordial purple cloudus, and each increment must be no less than the millions primordial purple clouds. Towards the end, Saint King Tianyu felt a little heartache. The starting bid of 100 million Saint King Tianyus, this was practically a noob price. One should know that the resources within an intermediate world river could at least nurture a few intermediate holy kings and dozens of low-level holy kings. Not to mention 100 million primordial purple cloudus, even 10 billion was not too much in Saint King Tianyu's eyes. However, he had no other choice. Yang Fann had clearly stated that he would only accept primordial purple cloudus. Don't just look at the Tianan Realm River. Yang Fann had easily plundered nearly 100 million primordial purple cloudus. If he did everything he could to hunt and plunder, the number could still increase by several times. However, this did not mean that the other world rivers also had so many Tianan Realm rivers like the Tianan Realm River. The Tianan Realm River was an exception. The origin continent was a special case. Such a treasure land wasn't something that could be found in any boundary river. Within the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, there was an ordinary realm river. All the primordial purple cloudus, including those that had been refined, were considered pretty good if there were hundreds of millions of them. A second-rate major power could only use a few tens of millions of primordial purple cloudus, close to 100 million primordial purple cloudus. Even some first-rate major powers would be considered rich if they could have 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. If the starting bid was set at 1 billion or 10 billion primordial purple cloudus, there would be no need to bid for the Jade Tree World River. I must win this Jade Tree World River. With this intermediate world river, my clan's power will definitely double. The Jade Tree Realm River is adjacent to my Heavenly Yun Realm River. This Jade Tree Realm River is something that my Heavenly Yun Palace is determined to obtain. This is my clan's chance. We can't give up this Jade Tree Realm River. In an instant, the eyes of the first-rated master of power lit up. There were only 28 intermediate world rivers in the entire Buddhist Sound Star Domain, and it was the foundation for them to advance to a top power. 200 million primordial purple cloudus. C1376 100 billion Hong Meng Purple Chi Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch, top floor auction. 1. 2 billion primordial purple clouds, third time bang. On the auction stage, Saint King Tianyu heavily slammed down the auction hammer. Congratulations to honored guest Zon number 68 for successfully bidding for this Jade Tree World River. Regarding this Jade Tree World River, the ones who were really bidding crazily were the honored guests with the Zon rank. Although the honored guests with the Earth rank also made their bids, after the price exceeded 1 billion primordial purple cloudus, they all decisively stopped bidding. The Jade Tree World River was an intermediate world river. Although it was a place for many top powers, if they were able to obtain it, it was enough to increase their power by several levels in a short period of time. However, compared to the last transportation array in the star domain, this little bit of help was useless. That was the thing that they had to fight for. It was the key to whether they could dominate the Buddhist Sound Star Domain or not. On the contrary, the 108 VIP guests were different. They knew that they had no hope of obtaining the transportation array in the star domain, so they were willing to spend a lot of resources on the Jade Tree World River. A single intermediate world river was more than enough to double their power. Inside VIP room number 1. I've obtained 2 billion primordial purple cloudus just like that. Yang Fann was somewhat stunned. If it wasn't for the fact that he had robbed the Zontai clan. All these years, he had spent so much effort to plunder the primordial purple clouds, but he had only managed to obtain 2 billion primordial purple clouds. In the end, he had only managed to auction off one world river. That was already half of his previous harvest. Furthermore, this was only the beginning. The River of Realms that was directly ruled by the Zontai clan was a total of 1,532. Furthermore, there were even more precious star domains from the star domain. If all of these were auctioned off, how many primordial purple cloudus would there be? 100 billion or even more. Sigh, why didn't I think of auctioning them before? For example, if the Tian Luo Empire and the Jian Yuan Chamber of Commerce were to be auctioned, it would be hard to say if there were more primordial purple cloudus. It was possible to gather a few billion primordial purple cloudus. Unfortunately, it was all his fault that he had let others take advantage of him. In the future, it seemed like he would have to change his ways sometimes. Of course, Yang Fann also understood that it wasn't easy to set up such an auction. First of all, he needed enough manpower. If it wasn't for the help of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion, he wouldn't have been able to set it up by himself. The most important thing was to have enough manpower. If he wasn't strong enough and invincible in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, even if he could defeat the Zontai clan, would the other major powers of the Buddhist Sound Star domain be so honest as to go back and gather more primordial purple cloudus? It was likely that they would have opened their bloody mouths a long time ago. They would have bitten off this piece of fat meat of the Zontai clan. At the end of the day, everything had to depend on strength. On the auction stage, next up is the Ravenous Wolf Realm River. This is a low-grade world river, and it has a total of 500 peak worlds, 8,100 high-grade worlds, and 180,000 intermediate worlds. The starting price is 10 million primordial purple cloudus, and each increment must not be lower than the millions primordial purple cloudus. Saint King Tianyu spoke confidently once again. Compared to the Jade Tree World River, the Ravenous Wolf World River was a level lower. Not only that, the resources within were probably less than half of the Jade Tree World River. It was also a top-tier great world. That was true. There were 3 to 6 tiers, the top-tier worlds in the intermediate realm. It was generally much stronger than the top-tier worlds in the low-tier world river, but it was still extremely popular. Especially those distinguished guests with yellow names, they were all bidding. 400 top-tier great worlds had enough resources to nurture a few holy kings. If they were lucky, it was possible to have 1 or 2 more third Empyrean Saint King. 20 million primordial purple cloudus. 20,500,000 millions primordial purple cloudus. 2,800 millions primordial purple cloudus. 3,200 millions primordial purple cloudus for the first time. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? 3,000 millions primordial purple cloudus for the second time. No one else bid. This was the Wolf World River. It was the yellow number 93rd VIP. Alright, 3,000 millions primordial purple cloudus. The yellow number 999 bid was 3,000 millions primordial purple cloudus. Is there any higher bid? 3,000 millions primordial purple cloudus. 3,800 millions primordial purple cloudus for the third time. Congratulations to honored guest No. 73 Huang for successfully winning the bid of the leader of the Ravenous Wolf. The next auction item was the soul-suppressing World River. There were a total of 380 top-grade great worlds and 6,800 high-grade great worlds within it. The starting bid was 8 millions primordial purple cloudus. Each increment must be no less than 500,000 primordial purple cloudus. 10 million primordial purple cloudus. 11 million primordial purple cloudus. 1,000 primordial purple cloudus. Bang 2,003 millions primordial purple cloudus. Congratulations to honored guest Zon number 211, using 2,000 3,000 millions primordial purple cloudus to bid for the soul-suppressing World River. The fourth boundary river was the Danube World River. There were a total of 800 top-grade great worlds, 12,000 high-grade great worlds, and 129,600 intermediate great worlds. The starting bid is 20 million primordial purple cloudus. Each increment must not be lower than the millions primordial purple cloudus. Heavenly Crane World River. White Dragon World River. Silver Yellow World River. Evil Wind Realm River. Treasure Light World River. Flowing Sand World River. White Meteorite World River. A boundary river was quickly auctioned off, and all the forces in the square started bidding. Even the VIP guests with the title of Earth were no exception, and they managed to obtain quite a number of boundary rivers that were adjacent to their territories. After all, there was only one transportation array in the star domain. They were all top powers, and each of them had their own strength and resources. Even if there was a gap between them, it wouldn't be too big. In the end, no one could guarantee who would win the transportation array in the star domain. If there was a suitable realm river, and the price was within their acceptable range, they wouldn't mind bidding, so as to avoid getting nothing in the end. It was a once-in-a-trillion-years opportunity to bid for the world river with primordial purple cloudus. After crossing this village, if they wanted to meet again, they didn't have to wait for a long time. Very quickly, 3 days passed. More than half of the 1,532 boundary rivers of the Zontai clan had been auctioned off. These boundary rivers were as rare as the Heavenly River Boundary River and the Quicksand Boundary River. They were not even comparable to the Tianan Realm River. There were only a few dozen top-grade Great Worlds and nearly 1,000 high-grade Great Worlds, but only 2 or 3 millions primordial purple cloudus were auctioned off. An intermediate boundary river like the Jade Tree Boundary River was equivalent to 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. As a result, the number of Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands increased by nearly 50 billion. There were still 496 boundary rivers left, 5 of which were intermediate boundary rivers. It should not be a problem for him to produce another 20 billion primordial purple cloudus. Adding the nearly 10 billion primordial purple clouds and the most important transportation array in the star domain, breaking through 100 billion primordial purple clouds was no longer a dream. Inside the Sky Character Number 1 VIP room, the smile on Yang Fann's face never stopped. In other people's eyes, this was a complete waste of a treasure. That was a total of 1036 world rivers, and in the end, he only got 40 billion Yang Fanns. This was no longer a cheap price. It could be described as, but Yang Fann was happy about it. To bid for it, he would obtain a total of 1,000 world rivers, which would definitely be enough to pile up several top-grade worlds. However, things like treasures were the best for him. To the current Yang Fanns were trash no matter how many of them there were. Apart from restoring his magic power, there was no other use for them. However, the primordial purple clouds was different. Close to 40 billion primordial purple cloudus was enough for his Hung Meng indestructible body to have a qualitative leap. With just the power of the shell alone, he could fight semi-god Heavenly Sovereign. He was a relatively powerful existence amongst semi-god Heavenly Sovereign. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The remaining 496 world rivers, apart from the 5 intermediate world rivers, all of them had been auctioned off. A total of 28 billion millions primordial purple cloudus had been obtained, and the total amount of primordial purple cloudus was close to 65 billion. Yang Fann seemed to have seen the 100 billion Hong Meng waving at him. Next up is the Immortal Cloud World River. This is also an intermediate world river, and the resources within it are even greater than the jade trees, cicadas, vast, and heavenly music. There are a total of 3,600 worlds, and 120,000 high-grade worlds. The starting price is 150 million intermediates, and each increment must be no less than 10 million primordial purple cloudus. C1377. It was a Deal Fan Yin Star, Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch, top floor auction. This auction, which was hard to come by in hundreds of millions of years, was finally coming to an end. The Zontai clan had 1,532 world rivers, and only 5 were left. They were also the 5 boundary rivers with the richest resources under the Zontai clan's command. 500 million primordial purple clouds, 600 million primordial purple cloudus, 700 million primordial purple cloudus. Very quickly, the price of the Immortal Cloud World River exceeded 1 billion primordial purple cloudus, and it continued to rise, not reaching its limit at all. Even many of the distinguished guests from the Earth category were bidding. The Immortal Cloud World River, which had a total of 3,600 top-grade worlds and 120,000 high-grade worlds, could be considered as a high grade amongst the 28 intermediate world rivers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. It could be said that it was one of the top 15. Many of the top-grade powers were inferior to the intermediate world river. With its abundant resources, it was enough to nurture several 5th Empyrean Saint King. It wasn't impossible for them to become 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors. 1. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. VIP number 3 offers 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. No one has bid a higher price yet. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus for the first time. At this moment, the crazy rate of growth had slowed down. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus was not a small number. Many first-rate powers. That was all that was left of them. After several hours of fighting, most of the first-rate and second-rate powers had already spent most of their primordial purple cloudus. 1. 310 billion. Esteemed guest number 6, bid 1. 310 billion, 1. 310 million once. 1. 3 billion and 20 million. 1,380 million going once. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? 1. 380 million going twice. If no one wants to bid, this immortal cloud world river is reserved for VIP Earth number 5. 1. 380 billion going thrice. Congratulations to VIP Earth number 5. Inside VIP room number 1. 33 billion and 80 million primordial purple cloudus. Looks like breaking through 70 billion primordial purple cloudus won't be a problem. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. Among the remaining 5 world rivers, each one of them was rich in resources. This heavenly cloud world river could be sold for 38 billion primordial purple cloudus. As for the other 4 world rivers, the final price would only be higher. The Jiwen Boundary River has 3,800 top-grade worlds and 126,000 high-grade worlds, 1,380,000 intermediate-grade worlds. The starting bid is 18,000 primordial purple cloudus, and each increment must be no less than 10 million primordial purple cloudus. The bidding begins now. Soon, another hour passed. The remaining 3 boundary rivers were sold out one after another. The last remaining one was the resource-rich boundary river, Colin Boundary River. During this time, the Jiwen World River and the other 3 great world rivers were auctioned off for a total of 560 billion primordial purple cloudus. Adding the 380 billion Yang Fanns from the immortal cloud world river, that was 940 billion primordial purple cloudus. Compared to the 70 billion mark that Yang Fann was looking forward to, the difference was less than 300 million primordial purple cloudus. It could be said that surpassing it was a good deal. Next up is the last world river, the Colin World River. This is the second great world river of our Buddhist Sound Star domain. It is second only to the Sanskrit Boundary River, and within it, there are more than 5,400 first-rate worlds. It is almost twice the size of the Jade Tree Boundary River, the Boundary River. There are more than 200,000 high-grade worlds, Saint King Tian Yu said confidently. In fact, the Colin Boundary River was the number 1 great boundary river in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. However, after the rise of the Zontai clan, there were a large number of great worlds in it. It was moved by the expert of the Zontai clan into the river of Sanskrit. Not only the Colin World River, but the other world rivers such as the Jade Tree and the Immortal Cloud were also the same. At most, it would be a few hundred. At least, it would be a few dozen first-rate worlds. They were moved into the river of Sanskrit one after another. One must know that the river of Sanskrit was once the Sanskrit World River. It was just a low-level world river, but it only had a few hundred first-rate worlds. The starting bid is 300 million primordial purple cloudus. Each increment must be no less than 20 million primordial purple cloudus. In an instant, the eyes of every 6th Empyrean Saint King lit up in the 15th Earth VIP room. Besides the transportation array from the star domain, this Colin Boundary River was their most important target. A few of the weaker major powers started to consider whether they should give up on the transportation array from the star domain and obtain this Colin Boundary River with all their might. With their strength, if they wanted to stand out among the 15 major powers and seize the transportation array from the star domain, they would not be able to surpass half a level. So, why not take the second best option and take the Colin Boundary River? As the first and second world river, the resources of the Colin World River were abundant. It was incomparable to the intermediate world river that they controlled. Taking down the Colin World River would double their strength. At that time, even if they couldn't fight for the position of the number 1 overlord in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, it would be enough for their ranking to rise by a few levels. Alright, let's cut the crap and start the bidding now. 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. The bid of VIP Earth number 8 is 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. Before Saint King Tian Yu could finish speaking, a voice sounded from VIP room number 12, 1,200 million primordial purple cloudus. You want to take down the Colin World River with just 2 billion primordial purple cloudus? Ian Old Ghost, you are really thinking too much. I bid 2 billion primordial purple cloudus. 2 billion primordial purple cloudus, please give my great radiant cult some face. Fraud, your face is not that big. 2. 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. Very quickly, the price had exceeded 2.5 billion primordial purple cloudus, and it was still rising. The second boundary river was the second boundary river, and it was not something that other boundary rivers could compare with. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus going once, is there any higher price? 3. 2 billion primordial purple cloudus going twice, no one else is bidding anymore. This Colin World River will belong to VIP 12. As he spoke, Saint King Tianyu's gaze lingered between VIP Room 9 and VIP Room 13. At this moment, only these two major powers were still bidding against VIP Room 12. After the bid exceeded 2.8 billion primordial purple cloudus, most of the VIPs gave up bidding. Previously, they had also bid a few times and won quite a number of world rivers. If they spent another 34 billion primordial purple cloudus to buy this Colin World River, then they would forget about the star domain's transportation arrays at the back. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. Alright, VIP Earth number 9 offers 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. Old man Chimu, is your Crimson Divine Palace really going to compete with my Great Radiant Cult? Ian Old Ghost, your Great Radiant Cult can't compete with me, do you want to threaten me? You. At this moment, HMPH an unhappy cold snort sounded by Ian's ears. It shook his blood and made him want to vomit blood. Ah, not good. Ian's expression changed. Suddenly, fear flashed across his eyes. He suddenly changed the topic and begged, please forgive me, my lord. I have no intention of threatening you. Fair bidding. If anyone dares to make any small moves, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Fann's cold voice was heard from the VIP room, and it swept across the entire auction hall. How dare he use such a despicable method to threaten others and stop them from bidding? This was akin to cutting off his flesh. How could Yang Fann tolerate this? Ha ha ha, Ian Old Ghost, did you hear that? It's a fair competition. If you want this Colin Boundary River, then take out enough primordial purple cloudus. If you don't have enough, then don't be ridiculous. Old Red Wood, and Crimson Divine Palace. Just you wait. Ian glared at private room number 9. If it wasn't for this old man Red Wood, he wouldn't have been warned by the master. Everything was because of this old man Red Wood. It was the fault of Crimson Divine Palace. 5 billion primordial purple cloudus. Ian Old Ghost, this is all you have to add. 4 billion primordial purple cloudus. 5 billion primordial purple cloudus. 5 billion primordial purple cloudus. Forget it, I'll give this Colin World River to you guys. The price of the Earth number 13, who was originally interested in making a profit, immediately exceeded 6 billion primordial purple cloudus. After hesitating for a moment, he chose to give up. Clearly, the Crimson Divine Palace and the Great Radiant Cult were at a stalemate. If the Heavenly King Palace were to fork out a jar of Crimson Divine Palaces, it was very easy for both sides to not please each other, causing both the Crimson Divine Palace and the Great Divine Radiant Cult to hate each other at the same time. Among the 15 top forces, the Heavenly King Palace's ranking wasn't considered to be at the bottom, but it was still at the bottom. A single Crimson Divine Palace or the Great Divine Radiant Cult would be enough to make the Heavenly King Palace suffer. If they offended two major powers at the same time, it would be a disaster for the Heavenly King Palace. 7 billion primordial purple cloudus. Archbishop Ian of the Great Shrine of Light bids 7 billion primordial purple cloudus. Is there any higher bid? Saint King Tianyu truly did not mind that the matter was too big. He no longer mentioned the name of the VIP room and directly pointed out the Great Shrine of Light. With the Lord as his backing, what was there for him to be afraid of? Bitch that Ian Old Ghost. Anger flashed in the eyes of the Crimson Divine Palace's Great Elder Chimu. At this moment, he was riding a tiger that was riding a tiger. The Crimson Divine Palace and the Great Radiant Cult had never been on good terms with each other. Now, the conflict between the two sides had been completely ignited. If he really allowed Ian to take down the Colin Boundary River, the situation of the Crimson Divine Palace would not be good. Furthermore, the Crimson Divine Palace would not be suppressed by the Great Radiant Cult scammers if they did not fight for food. Fuck, I don't care anymore. At most, I won't fight for the transportation array in the star domain. I have to take down the Colin Boundary River no matter what. C1378 The Alliance Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch, Top Floor Auction. The Crimson Divine Palace and the Great Shrine of Light were two top powers, and they were now at odds with each other. Even though Great Elder Crimsonwood only wanted to toy with Archbishop Ian in the beginning and did not have the intention to obtain the Colin Boundary River, he was now riding a tiger and riding a tiger. If the Great Shrine of Light really took down the Colin Boundary River, their Crimson Divine Palace would be in trouble. Moreover, their Crimson Divine Palace would not be able to afford to lose face. 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. Very quickly, the price rose to 5 billion primordial purple cloudus, and it was still rising. Inside the Skyclass VIP room, the smile on Yang Fann's face became even wider. Fight, the fiercer the fight, the better. Otherwise, how could he sit back and reap the benefits? According to the previous transaction price of the Intermediate World River, the final transaction price of this Colin World River would not exceed 4 billion primordial purple clouds, even if it was the second world river of Buddhist Sound Star domain. As for the 5 billion primordial purple clouds, that was something that he didn't even need to think about. How could it be like this? It had already exceeded 8 to 5 billion primordial purple clouds, and it was more than double the price of breaking through the 10 billion mark. 9,830,000,000 primordial purple cloudus. Once. Was there anyone else who continued to bid? 9.83 billion primordial purple clouds, second bid. No one else made another bid. This Colin World River was going to belong to the Great Radiant Church. Was there really no one else bidding? This is the second world river of our Buddhist Sound Star domain. Once we cross this village, there will be no more shops like this. Inside VIP room number 13, Bichit, the Crimson Divine Palace's Great Elder Kai Mu gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. 98.30 billion primordial purple cloudus had already exceeded his limit. 10 years was simply too short. Even though the Crimson Divine Palace had tried their best to plunder, they only managed to obtain a total of 10.6 billion primordial purple cloudus. Previously, they had taken down a few low-grade world rivers. However, they had used up nearly 800 million primordial purple cloudus. At this moment, he had less than 9.8 billion primordial purple cloudus left. Bang! After shouting for a while, Saint King Tianyu saw that Grand Elder Chimu did not bid, so he knocked on the auction hammer. 98.30 billion primordial purple cloudus, third bid. Congratulations to the Great Radiant Cult for successfully bidding for the Colin World River. Inside VIP room number 9. Phew! Cardinal Ian let out a long sigh of relief. 98.30 billion primordial purple cloudus was almost his limit. As long as Old Man Redwood persisted for a while, the Colin World River would belong to Crimson Divine Palace. The next second, rumble, an indescribable killing intent surged within his heart. See, Crimson Divine Palace and Old Man Kai Mu. This matter wasn't over if not for Old Man Kai Mu deliberately raising the price. Why would he waste so many primordial purple cloudus to obtain this Colin World River? At least he could save half of it. All of this was Old Man Kai Mu's fault. It was the fault of Crimson Divine Palace. Inside the Skyclass VIP room, 9.8 billion primordial purple cloudus. A hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Although he hadn't broken through the 10 billion mark, he wasn't too far away. However, deep within Yang Fann's pupils, there was a hint of gloominess. Everything in the auction hall was under his control. With his terrifying Saint Soul power, he wasn't afraid that these top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King Aphids would notice anything. The expressions of Cardinal Ian and Great Elder Chimu. He had seen it all. These 9.8 billion primordial purple cloudus. It was almost their limit. Even if there were more, it was nothing more than an extra few tens of millions of primordial purple cloudus. They were all top powers. Even if the other honored guests were stronger than them, having a few billion primordial purple cloudus would be their limit. If that was the case, then his hope of obtaining 100 billion primordial purple cloudus would be somewhat uncertain. A total of 79.5 billion primordial purple cloudus had been auctioned off from the 1532 world rivers. There were still over 20 billion to go, and even if he added in the 8 billion primordial purple cloudus in his hand, he still lacked 13 billion primordial purple cloudus. Whether or not these major powers would be able to produce so many primordial purple cloudus was a huge mystery. As expected, people would never know what satisfaction was. Not long ago, when had he ever thought that he would be able to obtain nearly 100 billion primordial purple cloudus in one go? On the auction stage, I don't think I need to say much about the transportation array in Star Domain. Everyone knows that the starting bid is 3 billion primordial purple cloudus. Each increment must be no less than 100 million primordial purple cloudus. Saint King Tianyu didn't even give a detailed introduction of the final item before starting the bidding. Finally, this moment has arrived. The transportation array of Star Domain is something that our barbarian ancestral sect is determined to obtain. 5 billion primordial purple cloudus. Old man Tian Man, you want to obtain the Star Domain's transportation array with just 5 billion. Have you asked my Yaoguang Holy Land for it? 55 billion primordial purple cloudus. Brother Tian Man, this is a fair competition. My giant spirit clan will bid 6 billion primordial purple clouds. 5 billion primordial purple clouds. 7 billion primordial purple cloudus. In just a few breaths' time, the bidding price had already exceeded 9 billion primordial purple cloudus, and it was still rising rapidly. Regarding the transportation array in the Star Domain, besides the great shrine of light that had been emptied, no other major power was willing to give up so easily. Whether or not they could be like the Zontai clan, above all other major powers, would depend entirely on the transportation array in the Star Domain. 10 billion primordial purple cloudus. The barbarian ancestral sect bids 10 billion primordial purple cloudus. Any higher bid. Inside private room number 13. Bitch it. Great Elder Chimu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Their Crimson Divine Palace's arch-enemy, the Great Radiant Cult, had already taken down the Kalin Boundary River, and their power had skyrocketed. If their Crimson Divine Palace couldn't take down the transportation array in the Star Domain, they would probably be suppressed by the Great Radiant Cult in the future. However, the price of 10 billion was no different from what he had expected. If it was any other small power, their Crimson Divine Palace would be able to suppress them a little, but this barbarian ancestral cult was even more powerful than their Crimson Divine Palace. It could be ranked in the top 5, or even the top 3 among all the top powers. Only the Yaoguang Holy Land, Giant Spirit Clan, and a few other small powers could compare with it. At this moment, Brother Redwood, 2 holy wills passed through the void. In front of Great Elder Redwood, 2 middle-aged men with extraordinary bearing and unparalleled dignity appeared. One look and one could tell that they were masters who had been in a high position for a long time. Primordial Hall Lord, Constellation Palace Lord, what are you doing? Great Elder Redwood's eyes flashed as if he had thought of something. Absolute Beginning Palace, Constellation Palace, and Crimson Divine Palace were the same. They were also one of the top major powers in Buddhist Sound Star Domain. However, compared to the barbarian ancestral sect and Giant Spirit Clan, they were also much weaker. The strongest amongst them, Absolute Beginning Palace, could barely make it into the top 10. Brother Redwood, with our strength, it was almost impossible for us to compete with Ancestor Tian Man and the others. The primordial purple cloudus they possess are definitely much more than the primordial purple cloudus of the 3 major powers. Absolute Beginning Hall Lord spoke frankly and confidently. The transportation array of Star Domain is the opportunity of 10,000 worlds. I think Brother Redsoul wouldn't want to give it away so easily, right? For the sake of today's plan, we can only work together and gather the strength of the 3 major powers. Only then will we be able to defeat the barbarian ancestor sect and obtain the transportation array of the Star Domain. Joining forces is fine. Great Elder Kai Mu pondered for a moment before nodding his head in agreement. Just like what Hall Lord had said, it was impossible for them to take down the transportation array in Star Domain with just their family alone. It's just that there's only one transportation array in Star Domain. After we take it, how should we divide it amongst ourselves? Brother Constellation and I have already discussed this matter. After taking down the transportation array in the Star Domain, the 3 major powers will take turns to take control of the transportation array in 1,000,000 years. Brother Redwood, what do you think? 1,000,000 years is the limit, and we will take turns to control it. This is fair. Great Elder Chimu nodded his head lightly. Although 1,000,000 years was not a short period of time, it was still not enough for the 3 major powers to have a qualitative improvement. There was no need to worry about the other 2 major powers suddenly tearing up the alliance and monopolizing the transportation array of Star Domain. Alright, Crimson Divine Palace has agreed to this alliance. He can still do it like that. Good. C 1379 Yongmo Article 1379 Alliance, Alliance the Heavenly Rain Pavilion branch, the auction hall on the top floor. Heavenly VIP room. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. For a moment, he had never thought that these major powers would join forces. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. It was better to take turns controlling the transportation array in Star Domain than giving it to someone else. It was better than giving it to someone else. The next second, good, Yang Fann said, good, 3 times without any intention of stopping him. The one who benefited the most from their alliance was Yang Fann. Initially, he was worried that the primordial purple clouds he obtained from the auction would not exceed the 100 billion mark. But now, it seemed like even if it was 110 billion or 120 billion, it would still be possible, let alone 100 billion primordial purple clouds. 1 billion primordial purple cloudus, the giant spirit clan bid 1 billion primordial purple cloudus, is there any higher bid? In just a few short breaths of time, the price had increased by another 1 billion. It caused the first and second-rate powers in the Zan and Huang VIP rooms to feel envious. It was indeed worthy of being a top power in their Buddhist sound star domain. It was far from what they could compare with. It would be great if they had so many primordial purple cloudus as well. They didn't dare to dream about the star domain's transportation array. With their strength, even if they managed to obtain the transportation array, it would be very difficult for them to defend against it. In the world of cultivators, the expert was the most respected. Everything depended on one's strength. Just by obtaining the transportation array in Star Domain, it didn't mean that they would be able to rest in peace. Perhaps, on the account of that lord, the major powers wouldn't try to snatch the transportation array from them, but it wasn't certain what would happen next. However, over 10 billion primordial purple cloudus was enough for them to take down dozens of world rivers, and it was enough to make their powers soar. One had to know that excluding the Kalin World River, none of the other 8 intermediate world rivers had more than 2 billion primordial purple cloudus. The average low-grade world river was below 100 million primordial purple cloudus, 11 billion. Good. The barbarian ancestral sect bid 1 billion primordial purple cloudus. 1 billion primordial purple cloudus, first bid, 12 billion. 1 billion and 13 billion. Soon, another incense stick of time passed. 6 billion primordial purple cloudus. The barbarian ancestral sect bids 6 billion primordial purple cloudus. 6 billion primordial purple cloudus. This is the first time there are 6 billion star domains. There is only one transportation array in the star domain. There is no other way. If we miss this opportunity, there will be no more transportation arrays. 6 billion primordial purple cloudus going twice. 15 billion primordial purple cloudus. Absolute beginning hall bids 15 billion primordial purple cloudus. Saint King Tian Yu's voice suddenly rose. There was a hint of disbelief in his voice. After all, up until now, 15 top powers, to be precise, 14 of them, the Great Radiant Cult had long been eliminated. Only the Barbarian Ancestral Cult, Giant Spirit Clan, Yaoguang Holy Land, and the Heavenly Evil Palace were able to persist until now. The top 5 forces of 9 Darkness Palace, as well as the other top forces, all withdrew their banners. As for Absolute Beginning Hall, it had already been silent for a long time. Why had it suddenly appeared? It had even bid 15 billion primordial purple cloudus. Saint King Tian Yu wasn't the only one who couldn't figure it out. Heavenly Barbarian Ancestor, Giant Spirit Ancestor, Yaoguang Holy Lord and the others also had puzzled expressions on their faces. They were well aware of the strength of Absolute Beginning Palace. Among all the top powers, it could only be considered average. It couldn't be compared to the 5 major powers, and 15 billion primordial purple clouds was almost their limit. How could Absolute Beginning Hall take out so many primordial purple cloudus? Or was this old man Absolute Beginning bidding randomly? However, this thought had just arisen when it was snuffed out by them in the cradle. The blood of the Zontai clan had yet to cool down. If they dared to make random bids here, it would be Taichu Palace who would dare to do so. It would be like lighting a lamp in a toilet, courting death. That monster could even kill Zon Tafanian with ease. Not to mention a primordial hall lord who had just stepped into the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. Furthermore, the primordial temple and the barbarian ancestral sect were not enemies of the Crimson Divine Palace and the Great Shrine of Light. They had no motive to raise the price. 15 billion primordial purple cloudus, once. 1. 5 billion. Just as old ancestor Tian Man finished his words, absolute beginning Hall Lord's voice sounded once again. He added another 400 million primordial purple cloudus. That relaxed look, it was as if he wasn't talking about 400 million primordial purple cloudus, but just 4 primordial purple cloudus. Inside private room number 3. Bitch it, why does this old man Taichu have so many primordial purple cloudus? Heavenly barbaric ancestor's face was ashen, although he had 15.8 billion primordial purple cloudus in his hand. However, he did not have the slightest confidence to suppress the Taichu Hall Lord. Looking at the old man Taichu's attitude, 15.5 billion primordial purple cloudus did not seem to be his limit. Inside private room number 1, number 2, number 4, and 5. Giant Spirit Ancestor, Holy Lord of Yaoguang, and the others were frowning deeply. They had never thought that there would be such an unexpected result. 15.5 billion primordial purple clouds. That was their limit. Even the primordial purple clouds in Hall Lord's hand was not even 15.5 billion. Could it be that the transportation array in Star Domain had returned to Absolute Beginning Palace just like that? Unwillingness. 1,000. 10,000 unreconciled. That was the key to dominating the entire Buddhist Sound Star Domain. How could he just give it away so easily? Moreover, losing to the barbarian ancestor sect in the Yaoguang Holy Land was one thing, but losing to the Absolute Beginning Hall, what kind of thing was this? From the start of the auction, their opponents were all from the other 4 major powers, like the Crimson Divine Palace and the Absolute Beginning Hall. They had never put them in their eyes. No, there must be something strange going on. There must be something strange going on. In just 10 short years, everyone was doing their best to collect primordial purple cloudus. That meant that the forces of Absolute Beginning Hall were inferior to them. Logically speaking, the number of primordial purple cloudus collected should be lower than theirs. Moreover, if he really had so many primordial purple cloudus, why did he stop bidding just now? At this moment, a secret voice rang in their ears. What a great primordial Hall Lord, so that's how it is, so that's how it is. No wonder this old man great primordial has so many primordial purple cloudus, HMPH old man primordial, if you can find an ally, I can do the same. However, if that's the case, I'll at least get some profit out of it. I can't care about that anymore. 9 Darkness Palace has always been on good terms with Heavenly Evil Palace, so we can work with them. No way, I'm afraid one Heavenly Evil Palace isn't enough. That old man Taichu has joined forces with the Crimson Divine Palace and Constellation Palace, and he has at least 30 billion primordial purple clouds in his hands. With just the 2 of us alone, will we be able to take down the transportation array from the Star Domain? It's hard to say. In an instant, the old ancestors and Hall Lord started to interact and discuss the alliance. Furthermore, they knew in their hearts that Yang Fann had deliberately pointed them out. He definitely did not have any good intentions. The more they fought, the higher the price of the transportation array in Star Domain would be. In the end, Yang Fann would get the upper hand. However, this was a blatant plot, unless they could watch the transportation array of Star Domain fall into the hands of the 3 major powers of Absolute Beginning Hall. Heavenly VIP Room. Yang Fann smiled mysteriously. Hee, if we all form an alliance, then it will be fair. If they didn't form an alliance, how could he earn more primordial purple cloudus? As for whether he would be fair to Taichu Hall Lord and the others, that was not within his consideration. Very soon, a new round of battle began once again. 16 billion primordial purple cloudus. 17 billion primordial purple cloudus. 18 billion primordial purple cloudus. In the blink of an eye, he had broken through the 20 billion mark, and it was still rising at a crazy rate of 1 billion experts. All the experts in the auction hall were dumbstruck. A quarter of an hour later, the 3 major alliances of Absolute Beginning Hall, Crimson Divine Palace, and Constellation Palace were the first to be eliminated. Compared to the other major alliances, the 3 forces of Absolute Beginning Hall were much weaker, just like 9 Darkness Palace. Not only did they ally with Heavenly Fiend Hall, but they also brought Rakshasa Palace, a top force ranked around the top 10. The Giant Spirit Clan, on the other hand, mingled with the Yaoguang Sacred Land. They also allied with the Jade Cloud Palace and the Multi-Eyed Clan, which were on good terms with the 2 major powers. The Heavenly Barbaric Sect had also roped in the Heavenly King Palace. The Hidden Sword Pavilion and the Sacred Fire Cave were 3 top powers. Each of these powers possessed over 40 billion primordial purple cloudus, and it was far from what the 3 great powers of Absolute Beginning Palace could compare with. But very quickly, the 3 major powers of Absolute Beginning Hall were divided one after another, and were roped in by 3 alliances. It was also because the Great Shrine of Light had used up all their primordial purple cloudus that no one cared about it. In the Sky VIP room, Yang Fann clapped his hands excitedly. Yes, that's right, alliance, alliance, alliance. The more you fight, the more primordial purple cloudus I can get. C1380 End Fan Yin Star, Heavenly Rain Pavilion Branch, Top Floor Auction. After nearly 6 days of bidding, the grand auction that had swept across the entire Buddhist Sound Star domain had finally come to an end. This auction had refreshed the eyes of countless experts, especially the final auction of the transportation array in the star domain. It was truly breathtaking. In order to obtain the star domains in the star domain, the Heavenly Barbarian Ancestor and the Giant Spirit Ancestor were the targets that could be roped in by anyone. In the end, the Giant Spirit Ancestor's skill was a notch higher. With a sky-high price of 75.6 billion primordial purple cloudus, he managed to obtain the transportation array of the star domain. However, what was somewhat disappointing was that the transportation array of the star domain was now under the control of a single family. It had become the joint control of the Giant Spirit Clan, the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jade Cloud Palace, the Multi-Eyed Clan, the Absolute Beginning Palace, the Constellation Palace, the Rakshasa Palace, and the Crimson Divine Palace. Vaguely, the 8 major powers had formed a powerful alliance with the transportation array in Star Domain as the link. In order to fight against these 8 major powers, the Barbarian Ancestral Sect, Heavenly Evil Palace, 9 Darkness Palace, Heavenly King Palace, Concealed Sword Pavilion, and the Sacred Fire Cave had formed an alliance. Only the Great Divine Radiant Sect had left the 2 alliances because they had been eliminated earlier. In the future, the Great Radiant Divine Sect might also join an alliance, or it might be completely destroyed in the long river of history. Although the Great Radiant Divine Sect had successfully won the Second World River, the Kalin World River, and dozens of low-level world rivers during the auction, it was still far from being comparable to the 2 alliances. Of course, what happened after that had nothing to do with Yang Fann. So what if all these top powers were destroyed? It had something to do with him, a holy crystal. The primordial purple clouds was what he was concerned about. It was close to 15.5 billion primordial purple clouds. Including the 8 billion primordial purple clouds that he had before, that was close to 16.3 billion primordial purple cloudus. The 1 trillion Hung Meng indestructible bodies required for a huge perfection Hung Meng indestructible body was nearly 2 levels in an instant. Before this, Yang Fann didn't dare to imagine it. If he could absorb all of them, Yang Fann's combat strength would surely increase by 100 times, or even 1,000 times. He would be able to step into the semi-god Heavenly Sovereign realm steadily, and might even be comparable to a top-level Heavenly Sovereign warrior. He took a deep breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. However, Yang Fann did not immediately enter the VIP room. Instead, he started thinking about the primordial purple clouds that belonged to the Barbarian Ancestral Sect, Heavenly Fiend Hall, and the other 6 major powers. There were still more than 75 billion primordial purple cloudus there, which was almost half of his primordial purple cloudus. How could he let them slip away under his nose just like that? Of course, Yang Fann had never thought of snatching the primordial purple clouds from their hands. After all, this was the worst plan. Furthermore, if Yang Fann really wanted to rob them, there was no need for him to hold this auction. After they had gathered, he would just use force to suppress them. A group of aphids with the highest cultivation base of top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King could be suppressed with just a wave of his hand. In fact, Yang Fann was prepared to exchange the holy herb and Dao weapon with them. After robbing the Zontai clan's old nest, he decided to use force to suppress them. Yang Fann had countless holy herbs in his hands. He even had a stock of low-grade Tier 9 Saint medicine. He had several hundred to thousands of Tier 7 and Tier 8 holy herbs, and he also had thousands to tens of thousands of Dao weapons. He even had hundreds of intermediate Dao weapons with 4 patterns and above. These things were like trash in his hands. They were completely useless. However, in the eyes of the old ancestor and the others, they were different. Each and every one of them was a precious treasure. Especially, that Tier 9 holy herb, it could increase their chances of advancing to 7th Empyrean Saint King by half. 2 hours later, Yang Fann walked out of the VIP room in satisfaction. Although he hadn't swept away all the primordial purple cloudus in the hands of the old ancestor and the others, he had still managed to obtain almost all of them. He had obtained nearly 73 billion primordial purple cloudus. However, they had only paid a few thousand high-grade holy herbs and over 1,000 Dao weapons. Of course, the old Master Tian Man and the others were also very satisfied. With so many high-grade holy herbs and Dao artifacts, it was enough for the 6 major powers to add over 100 Saint Kings. Even Hall Lord and the old ancestor could improve their strength. In any case, each family still had a few 100 million primordial purple cloudus left. In a short period of time, it would be enough for their disciples and clansmen to prove themselves as saints. Besides, it was just primordial purple cloudus. At most, they could just hunt down some of the sainthood. Buddhist Sound Star Domain, tens of thousands of boundary rivers. There was nothing lacking, just that there was no shortage of saints. Even if the Buddhist Sound Star Domain could not do it, there were still other star domain. 15 minutes later, Yang Fann returned to the place where he had been cultivating for the past 10 years. He was thinking about whether he should return to his residence just like that. As long as he could devour and refine the nearly 236 billion primordial purple clouds in his hand, even if his strength was inferior to true God sovereigns, he would still be a small group of people below the true God realm. Thinking about it, it was impossible for the witch clan to do this just for a son of God. If he wasn't a senior Magus direct disciple, they would send true God sovereign. One should know that true God sovereign was a supreme existence in the Guangling realm island, standing at the peak of all living beings. Even the position of a true divine son was limited in their hearts. Unless it was a peerless monster who had a high chance of breaking through to the true God realm. However, after thinking about it, Yang Fann gave up on the idea of returning. He had already been out for so long. He was really unwilling to leave the Guangling realm island until he made a trip there. Besides, even if he were to return this time, he would still have to leave the Tianan realm river, the Guangling realm island, or even the vast starry sky. If a pond couldn't produce a true dragon, then he would have to stay in the Tianan realm river forever. This was the limit of his life. At most, he would be able to gather 1 trillion primordial purple cloudus, and his combat strength would reach the true God stage. It was hard to say when a peerless expert would be able to make him, his family, and friends die without a proper burial ground. Although true God sovereign was strong, it would be hard to say if he was placed in the entire AIMA realm. And in the entire universe C, or even the entire universe, he was probably just an ordinary expert. The path of expert was a lonely one. If one wanted to become an expert, especially the ultimate expert that stood at the peak of the universe, they were destined to give up many things and endure loneliness. Very soon, Yang Fann called Saint King Tian Yu over. They had agreed that as long as he succeeded in the auction, they would not treat him unfairly. Yang Fann would never go back on his word. He was very satisfied with this auction. Nearly 236 billion primordial purple cloudus. Bit by bit. Unlike now, an auction could be settled easily. 100 million trillion Yang Fanns, this was the reward Yang Fann gave to Heavenly Rain Pavilion. It directly increased the fortune of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion by dozens of times. Not only that, with so many exquisite holy crystals, it was enough to increase the strength of the Heavenly Rain Pavilion by several times, or even more than 10 times in a short period of time. Of course, the thing that made Saint King Tian Yu the happiest was that Yang Fann had left a token for him. When Heavenly Rain Pavilion was in dire straits, he could use this token to contact Yang Fann, and Yang Fann would help them once and for all. Although the final decision would depend on Yang Fann's mood, it was enough for Saint King Tian Yu. With this token, the Heavenly Rain Pavilion would be able to do whatever they wanted in the huge Buddhist Sound Star domain. It seemed like the barbarian ancestral sect, giant spirit clan, and other major powers would be able to do whatever they wanted. As long as their heads weren't kicked by a donkey, they wouldn't find trouble with the Heavenly Rain Pavilion. At the center of the Sanskrit holy city, there was a huge transportation array. It occupied almost half of the center of the city. It was the only transportation array in the star domain in the Buddhist Sound Star domain. At this moment, the guards sent by the Heavenly Rain Pavilion to protect the transportation array had been replaced by the expert of the Giant Spirit Clan and the other 8 major powers. For the safety of the transportation array in Star Domain, the 8 major powers had put in a lot of effort. Not only did they form an elite team of 100,000 people, all of them were half-step Saint King warriors. They protected the transportation array in Star Domain, and at the same time, they also sent a team of 100 Saint Kings to personally oversee it. The strongest among them had even reached the 6th layer Saint King level. As long as it wasn't Saint King Holy King who attacked, the transportation array in Star Domain could be said to be impregnable. Even if it was a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight. As long as they could hold on for a while longer, the 8 major powers' top-grade experts would rush over to reinforce them. Pucci, the space within the transportation array distorted, and a black-robed Yang Fann appeared on top of it. The half-step Saint King guards wanted to go forward and capture Yang Fann, but they were stopped by a sacred king. "Motherfucker, even if you guys want to die, don't drag me into it. Go and capture him. To think you guys thought of this. Do you know where this transportation array from Star Domain came from? It was sold to us. Chengluo Star Domain, Star Domain of Duo Meng, Yinan Star Domain, Vast Cold Star Domain." Yang Fann's eyes moved on the transportation array and the names of the Star Domain appeared in his eyes: Frost Flower Star Domain, 10 Directional Star Domain, Ice Origin Star Domain, Barbarian King Star Domain, C1381 the Silvery Moon Star Field Fan Yin Star, the center of Fan Yin's sacred city, the transportation array of Star Domain. The transportation array covered a very large area, and it occupied almost half of the city's center, and it covered an area of no less than 1,000,000 miles. Chengluo Star Domain, Dorman Star Domain, Yinhan Star Domain, Haohan Star Region, Frost Flower Star Domain, 10 Directions Star Domain, Ice Realm Star Domain, Barbarian King Star Domain. Yang Fann looked over, immediately in his mind. One star domain after another appeared in his mind. The transportation array in the Fan Yin Star Domain was not a one-way transportation array. It only connected to one star domain and many other star domain. There were a total of 36 of them. Because of this, the entire star domain was divided into 36 regions. In the future, if the 8 major powers of Giant Spirit Clan were to establish a connection with the other major powers of Star Domain and establish new teleportation portals, there would be even more teleportation portals, 37, 38, and so on. It was not impossible. At the center of each region was a one-way transportation array that led directly to the corresponding star domain. It was a pity that the Star Domain's transportation array did not lead directly to the Guangling Realm Island. If Yang Fann wanted to reach the Guangling Realm Island, he would have to make a turn in the other star domain. But thinking about it, it was understandable. The Guangling Realm Island was located in the center of the Guangling River system. The starry sky of the Buddhist Sound Star Domain was almost at the edge of the Guangling River system. There were more than 100 or 200 star domain away from the Guangling River system. The further the distance, the more abundant the resources needed to open the transportation array. It was not something a small Zontai clan could afford. One should know that when the transportation array of Star Domain was just established, it was connected to Chengluo Star Domain and Duo Meng Star Domain, which were the closest to Buddhist Sound Star Domain. The 34 major star domain at the back were the places where the Zontai clan had invested a huge amount of resources over the past 100 billion years, expanding them one by one. Of course, all of them had benefited from the Giant Spirit Clan and the other major powers. Otherwise, it would take billions of years or even longer for the 8 major powers to expand. It would be very difficult for them to connect to the 36 major powers. After pondering for a moment, Yang Fann chose the Silvermoon Star Domain. This wasn't the star domain closest to the Guangling Realm Island. If one were to talk about it closely, Barbarian King's Star Domain was much closer than the Silver Moon Star Domain. But in Yang Fann's opinion, this was the most suitable place for him to teleport. Barbarian King's Star Domain was close, but the last place to arrive was the territory of the Witch Clan. Holy Son of Heavenly Wu and his group had come here through the teleportation of Barbarian King's Star Domain. As for the Witch Clan, Yang Fann didn't want to have too much contact with them. At least, before the 230 billion primordial purple cloudus in his hand were completely refined and converted into his own strength. It was because he didn't want to come into contact with the Witch Clan. After passing through the Silvermoon Star Domain, he would arrive at the crescent state of the Guangling Realm Island. This was a subsidiary province of Kangyu Island. Although Yang Fann's current strength had slightly surpassed 9th Empyrean Saint King's and was about to catch up to semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, he still decided to follow the original plan and become a disciple of the Blue Moon Palace. It was easy to enjoy the cool breeze under a big tree. The current him was still not a true god. In fact, he was not even comparable to semi-god Heavenly Sovereign. He was far from being able to roam freely in the Guangling Realm Island and do whatever he wanted. Furthermore, with the foundation and resources of the Blue Moon Palace, he would definitely be able to grow faster and better. A rank 9 holy herb was a precious treasure in the hands of other major powers. In the Blue Moon Palace, it was just an ordinary holy herb. Even demigod had plenty of herbs and divine herbs. And that primordial purple clouds, not to mention 1 trillion, even 10 trillion, 100 trillion, the Blue Moon Palace would be able to easily take it out. One should know that in the inheritance information of Saint King Hong Yu, Yang Fann knew that the saint was in the Blue Moon Palace. They were just ordinary nominal disciples. They were like a drop in the ocean, and there were countless of them. Rumble, rumble, 10 million exquisite holy crystals were thrown into the teleportation zone that represented the Silvermoon Star domain by Yang Fann. One breath later, when the 10 million exquisite holy crystals were thrown into the teleportation array finally blossomed with dazzling starlight. It was indeed worthy of being the transportation array of the star domain. The consumption was truly terrifying. 190 million exquisite holy crystals. This was all that middle-level half-step Saint King had, and this was only the teleportation to the Silver Moon Star domain. If it was Barbarian King, who was the furthest away, the amount of star domains needed would at least double or even more. An ordinary half-step Saint King would not be able to afford the transportation array in the star domain. One should know that Yang Fann had only used the cost price. If anyone else wanted to borrow the Yang Fanns from the star domain, they would have to pay an additional fee to the Giant Spirit Clan and the other 8 major powers. For example, the Zontai clan had charged a fee of the same amount. In order to teleport to the Silver Moon Star domain, they had to prepare 380 million exquisite holy crystals. Of course, the other cultivators wouldn't be as extravagant as Yang Fann. They would just send the Yang Fanns to the Silver Moon Star domain by themselves. Previously, the Zontai clan only allowed a maximum of 100 people to teleport once. All the fees would be distributed to 100 people, which was equivalent to 3.8 million top saints. It was almost all of top saints' belongings. Middle-level half-step Saint King could still afford it even if he gritted his teeth. This was also a reasonable number of people that the Zontai clan had determined after many years of experimentation. The number of people teleported once had increased. However, if the number of people teleported decreased, then the number of customers would decrease as well. Taking out tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of exquisite holy crystals at once, even a top-level half-step Saint King would feel pain in their heart. As for the Sacred King expert, in the Buddhist Sound Star domain and the nearby star domain, there was only a small number of people. Chi dazzling starlight instantly enveloped Yang Fann's entire body. In the next second, space distorted, and Yang Fann, who was on the transportation array, instantly disappeared without a trace. The entire transportation array returned to its calm state. Rumble, rumble. During the teleportation process, Yang Fann only felt a mysterious power of space wrap around his entire body, as if it was imprisoning him. Of course, this was only an illusion. With his current cultivation base and strength, it wouldn't be difficult for him to break free from this power of space. However, Yang Fann wouldn't do that. It wasn't a joke to break free from the power of space during the teleportation. If he wasn't careful, he might get lost in the turbulent flow of space. Even some true God Sovereign might not be able to return safely. I'll just treat the next month as a break. There were more than 100 star domain in the Silvermoon Star domain and the Buddhist Sound Star domain. Even with the transportation array in the star domain, it would still take a month's time. As for the Imperial warship, even if it was the highest grade rank 9 Saint King warship, it would be an extravagant hope if it didn't have hundreds or thousands of years. A third grade Saint King warship like the Black Skull would need to fly for hundreds or even tens of millions of years. Huff after letting out a breath of foul air, Yang Fann slowly closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. For the past few thousand years, he had been in secluded cultivation. It had been a long time since he had a good rest and relaxed his mind. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days, 7 days, 9 days, Half a month. The Silver Moon Star Domain was a great star domain that was close to the center of the Guangling River system. There were more than 300,000 known boundary rivers, more than 100 intermediate boundary rivers, and even 3 high-grade boundary rivers. It was far from what the Buddhist Sound Star Domain could compare with. The difference between them was like the gap between the Luohe Star Domain and the Buddhist Sound Star Domain. Silver Light Boundary River, one of the 3 high-grade boundary rivers in the Silvermoon Star Domain. Ancient Silvery Light Star, Silver Light World River's #1 star. The spirit of heaven and earth and all kinds of resources were dozens or hundreds of times more valuable than the Fan Yin star. The real difference between half-step Saint King and Dog was that ordinary holy kings were everywhere. Low-level holy kings. In the ancient Silvery Light Star, it was just an ordinary expert. A true major power. All of them were guarded by 7th layer Saint King Holy King. Ancient Silvery Light Star, River City. This was one of the 10 ancient cities of the ancient Silvery Light Star, and there was a transportation array in every ancient city. This showed how prosperous the ancient Silvery Light Star was. In the center of the River City, there was a transportation array of the star domain. Rumble the space shook. In the next moment, Yang Fann felt his feet steady as he landed steadily on the ground. Have we finally arrived at the Silver Moon Star Domain? C1382 The person I like is him Silver Moon Star Domain, Silver Light World River, Ancient Silvery Light Star, River City. After a month of teleportation, Yang Fann finally arrived at Ancient Silvery Light Star on solid ground. The next second, Yang Fann opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself on top of a huge transportation array. Compared to the Star Domain transportation array on the Fan Yin Star, this Star Domain transportation array was 10 times bigger. Not only that, there were a total of 360 small regions on it, which meant that this transportation array was connected to the 360 transportation array in the Star Domain. At this moment, the transportation array was bustling with noise and excitement. From time to time, people would be teleported from the other Star Domain like him, and there were also countless experts that would travel to the other Star Domain through the transportation array. Furthermore, each of them had an extraordinary cultivation base. In the Luohe Star Domain and even the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, the Sacred King was a high and mighty figure that could only be seen by the gods. Even in a major power like the Barbarian Ancestor Sect and the Giant Spirit Clan, he was still considered a guest elder of a major power. If he was willing, he could become a guest elder of a major power at any time. However, Yang Fann saw hundreds of saint rulers with a glance. He even saw a dozen intermediate saint rulers. There was even a 6th Empyrean Saint King. And this was only the Silver Moon Star Domain. What kind of grand occasion was the core of the thousands of Star Domain, the Guangling Realm Island? Perhaps it was really like what Saint King Hong Yu had said. There were as many low-level holy kings as dogs. Saint King Holy King walked all over the ground. That is the place where we can do whatever we want. A flash of light appeared in Yang Fann's eyes, and he looked forward to it. It was hard to find an opponent, and it was lonely sometimes to be invincible. After exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann's gaze shifted, and he began to search for his target on the transportation array. Found it, that's the place. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He took a step forward and headed towards a certain area in the southeast direction. As the core of the Guangling River system, there were plenty of Guangling River systems heading towards the Guangling Realm Island every day. There were star domains from the other Star Domain, and there were also plenty of local star domains from the Silver Moon Star Domain. At this moment, there was a long line of people waiting in front of the one-way teleportation formation that led to the Guangling Realm Island. There were almost 10,000 of them, and all of them were heading to the Guangling Realm Island. All of them were Saint Kings, and Yang Fann even saw a Saint King Holy King among them. Although it was only the beginning of 7th Empyrean Saint King's cultivation, it was rare. If he was in the Buddhist Sound Star Domain, he would be the #1 expert. On both sides of the Long Dragon, there was a group of soldiers wearing silver armors, maintaining order. They were all holy kings. The one leading them was not Saint King Holy King, but 2 top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors. Around the transportation array in Star Domain, Yang Fann could also sense several auras of 7th Empyrean Saint King, and they were top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings. It was obvious that they were sent by the forces of the transportation array in Star Domain to guard the expert. Even if it was an ordinary low-level 8th Empyrean Saint King who wanted to take advantage of the transportation array, if he wasn't careful, he would be badly injured. This was a lot stronger than the 8 major powers of the Buddhist Sound Star domain, the giant spirit clan. Yang Fann's pace was very slow. He had a leisurely stroll. However, he was well versed in the Tao of space. In less than 3 breaths of time, he had already arrived at the back of the Long Dragon. Yang Fann did not plan to cut the queue. He had just arrived, and he did not want to cause any trouble. Besides, it wouldn't take long for the transportation array to open once every 2 hours. Furthermore, there were thousands of people teleported at once. It would be his turn in less than a day. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Under the control of the silver armor generals, the thousands of holy kings at the front started to teleport. 10 billion exquisite holy crystals. This teleportation fee isn't cheap. Yang Fann's eyes flashed. It wasn't 10 billion exquisite holy crystals per person, but 10 billion per person. It was no wonder the line was filled with holy kings. There were as many Guangling Realm Islands as clouds in the Guangling Realm Island. The danger level for those below the Holy King level was too high. The expensive teleportation fee was. It was also another factor. 10 billion exquisite holy crystals, even a top-level half-step Saint King might not have that much in their possessions. Although the Silvermoon Star domain was much richer than the Buddhist Sound Star domain, a half-step Saint King who could take out 10 billion half-step Saint Kings in one go was probably extremely rare. Soon, 7 hours had passed. There were less than 2,000 people in front of Yang Fann. In another 4 hours, it would be his turn. And behind him, there was a long tail. One had to admit that the transportation array of Star Domain was the foundation of a major power. These words were not false at all. No matter which power it was, as long as they could control the transportation array of the Star Domain, their rise was almost guaranteed. Looking at the surroundings, the transportation array hadn't stopped for 24 hours a day. A single teleportation would cost 1,000 people in 10 trillion exquisite holy crystals. Excluding the energy required to activate the transportation array, they would be able to earn at least 23 trillion. And this was only one single transportation array. In the entire Star Domain, there were a total of 360 single transportation arrays. Required for the other single transportation arrays were far inferior to the holy crystals needed to be transported to the Guangling Realm Island. When the 359 single transportation arrays were combined together, it would definitely cause a qualitative change. It would far exceed the amount of single Guangling Realm Islands obtained in the Guangling Realm Island. Conservatively speaking, the daily income was also above 100 trillion exquisite holy crystals. One had to know that many second Empyrean Saint Kings in the Buddhist Sound Star domain had the same amount of wealth. Over the years, hundreds of billions of years of accumulation. This value was simply unimaginable. Right at this moment, behind Yang Fann, a bit of chaos appeared. When he turned around to look, he saw a man and a woman walking over from the back under the protection of a group of holy kings. Wherever they went, the Saint Kings and expert would retreat. Even those 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors were no exception. It was as if they were half a ferocious beast. The man and woman looked to be in their 20s, but their actual ages were not very old. They were not more than 10 million years old. The woman was devastatingly beautiful and had a graceful figure. The man was handsome and had an air of superiority about him. Both of them were first-layer Saint King stage warriors. At such a young age, only the Holy Prince likes Peng Fei, the #1 monster in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, could compare with them. Even in the Star domain, he was considered as one of them. He was a genius of a region. At this moment, the arrogant young man was looking at the beautiful girl with a fawning expression. He said, "Shi Ping, why didn't you tell me that you want to go to Crescent State? I, eldest brother, am a true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion of Crescent State." The young man had a proud expression on his face. The Heaven's Edge Pavilion was one of the 4 overlords of the Crescent State. With semi-god Heavenly Sovereign in charge, he, eldest brother, was a true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Even some 8th Empyrean Saint King had to give eldest brother some face. Upon hearing this, the girl frowned slightly and said, "Young Master Zhang, please behave yourself. I have already made it clear to you. There's simply no possibility between us, and you don't need to spend any effort on me." If it wasn't for eldest brother and Zhang Chuyun, as well as the fact that the Zhang family was not someone that their family could afford to offend, she wouldn't have bothered with Zhang Chufeng. He was just a spoiled brat, yet he still wanted to marry her, Zhang Shiping. He was truly a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Did he really think that he was a genius just because he broke through to the first layer? If it wasn't for the fact that he was born with a good life. There was also a good eldest brother who was from the same mother and provided you with unlimited resources. With your talent, how could you be Saint King Zheng Dao? If it was someone else, they would have so many resources. Even if they were not Saint Kings or fourth layer experts, they would at least be at the peak of the third Empyrean. Xiping, don't you understand my heart? In this life, I will marry you. Zhang Chufeng made a solemn vow, as if his heart could be seen by the heavens and earth. Zhang Xiping was so angry that she almost slapped him on the face. He was the only one who did not marry her. Could he still have some face? In the river city, who doesn't know that the second young master of the Zhang family has always been unhappy when he has no daughter? The women around him are enough to fill a small world. Zhang Chufeng, it's impossible between us. Let me tell you the truth, I already have someone I like. What? You have someone you like? Who is he? Zhang Chufeng's expression instantly sank, and his eyes flickered with icy cold killing intent. He even dared to dig out the corner of second young master Zhang's wall. He was courting death. This. Zhang Xiping was speechless for a moment. Just now, it was just words of anger and embarrassment. How could she have someone she liked? To be honest, she had always thought highly of herself. In the huge river city, none of those so-called young geniuses, heaven's pride evildoer, could enter her eyes. Only Zhang Chufeng's eldest brother could enter her eyes. The true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Zhang Chuyun, who had the title of the #1 monster among the young generation of the river city, could make her think about it. But at this moment, a tall and straight figure appeared in her line of sight, causing her to subconsciously blurt out, "It's him, the person I like is him." C1383A Shield. You think too much. The name of the second young master of the Zhang family wasn't a joke. He was a well-known hedonistic young master in the river city. He relied on the Zhang family and eldest brother, Zhang Chuyun. In the river city, he was extremely arrogant and domineering. He was simply like a tiger on the street. Even some 7th Empyrean Saint King didn't want to provoke this second young master. Wherever they went, the crowd would avoid them. No sacred king dared to stand in front of them, including a low-level 7th Empyrean Saint King and several 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors. Only Yang Fann, who had just arrived and did not know anything, was still standing there. In the end, he was chosen by Zhang Xiping and became the person she liked. Although the current Yang Fann did not reveal much of his cultivation strength, he looked like an ordinary person who did not know any cultivation path. He had the true meaning of returning to its original state from top to bottom, but it was also because of this that he had a strange demeanor in the transfer square where Saint Kings gathered. Furthermore, his appearance was improving bit by bit as his cultivation base broke through time and time again. His appearance was no longer the same as before, and he couldn't be called the most handsome. However, compared to Zhang he was still slightly better. This is the person the young lady of the Zhang family loves. He looks unfamiliar. I don't think he's from the river city. He has sword-shaped eyebrows and starry eyes, and he has a heroic spirit. His appearance is not bad, but I wonder how strong he is. However, since he dares to fight with second young master Zhang for a woman, this junior must have some background. It's hard to say whether he is the son of a great family from another ancient city. In all directions, the group of holy kings discussed animatedly. Many of them looked at Yang Fann with a hint of ridicule in their eyes. This time, there would probably be a good show to watch. One should know that the matter of second young master Zhang pursuing the eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiping, had spread across the entire river city. That was something that everyone knew. Everyone knew that he still dared to hook up with the eldest daughter of the Zhang family at this time. It was no different from hitting the face of the second young master Zhang and rubbing him hard on the ground. As for the second young master of the Zhang family, his face was even more livid. Even the other young masters of River City had given up on pursuing Zhang Xiping because of him. Now, he actually led a brat who came out of nowhere to carry a beauty back. It was truly unbearable for an uncle and aunt. Looking at Zhang Xiping, who was walking towards him with light steps, Yang Fann frowned slightly. "Do I know you, young master? Please help me. I will reward you handsomely in the future." Zhang Xiping made a pitiful look and said to Yang Fann with sound transmitting. Her delicate look made people want to protect her when they saw her. The next moment, Zhang Xiping directly held onto one of Yang Fann's arms. That towering mountain range was pressed against it and it looked like a little girl. Young Master Zhang, please don't come looking for me in the future. Otherwise, my brother will be unhappy. As she spoke, Zhang Xiping even leaned her head on Yang Fann's shoulder. Rumble in an instant, the fury in Zhang Ershao's heart was completely ignited. It was truly the birth of a Buddha and the birth of two Buddhas. He had pursued Zhang Xiping for so many years. Not to mention being held by her arms so intimately, he had never even held her hand once. As for being called Big Brother by her mellow voice, that was even more so without thinking about it. In the end, all of this actually happened right in front of him. This stimulation was completely not something that could be described with words. However, before he could completely explode, Yang Fann frowned and pulled his arm out from Zhang Xiping's hand. This was not the end. He slapped Zhang Xiping's face with his palm. In an instant, Zhang Xiping was sent flying 30 feet away, and her entire right cheek was swollen. Fuck, what the hell was going on? Zhang Xiping was actually sent flying. Am I seeing things? Silence in the huge transfer square. The silence was terrifying. All the holy kings widened their eyes and looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a legendary creature. Even Zhang Ershao, who was about to ask his guards to cripple Yang Fann, was stunned on the spot. He did not expect Yang Fann to do such a thing. Bitch, do you really think you are pretty? I'm not that idiot. When I see a woman, I can't move. You let me be your shield. I can't believe you thought of that. When that time comes, that idiot will take revenge on me. What should you do? Do you want to protect me with all your might? Or do you want to just leave? Yang Fann sneered. There's no need to say that. It must be the latter. If you really have such a heart, even if you have that kind of strength, you won't be entangled by this idiot for so long. A shield, so that's how it is. But this kid is quite calm. With a beauty in his arms, he can still remain indifferent. He even directly attacked. He's a character. Many holy kings from all directions had a look of realization in their eyes. There was also a hint of appreciation in their eyes, as if they were experienced and experienced. They were all old monsters who had lived for hundreds of billions of years. There was nothing they had never seen before. How could they not understand? Yang Fann and that young lady of the Zhang family did not know each other at all. It was just that she wanted to shake off second young Master Zhang. She just casually found a shield to shield herself. It was just that they had seen through him. If it were them, it was really hard to say whether they would be as decisive as Yang Fann. The eldest daughter of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiping, was not an ordinary beauty. She was one of the four great beauties of River City. She was truly a heavenly beauty. Even in the entire ancient silvery light star, there was hardly anyone who could compare with her. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to make the second young master of the Zhang family be obsessed with her and entangle with her. It was unknown how many heroes fell to her knees under her pomegranate skirt and were willing to go through fire and water for her. Unfortunately, young man, you are still too arrogant. You don't understand what it means to bring disaster from your mouth. This place is most likely where this brat's bones are buried. Those words just now had offended the eldest daughter of the Zhang family and the second young master of the Zhang family. As for the Zhang family, where the second young master of the Zhang family was located, it was one of the top 10 families in the River City. In the family, there was more than one top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King. The eldest young master of the Zhang family, Zhang Chuyun, was a true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Even some 8th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't dare to offend the Zhang family. Although the Zhang family wasn't as powerful as the Zhang family, they were still one of the top 30 families in the River City. There was a top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King and several 7th Empyrean Saint King in the family. Otherwise, Zhang Ershao wouldn't have used normal means to pursue Zhang Xiping. As one of the top silk pants in the River City and the daughter of an ordinary family, he could only chase after her for 3 days at most. If he couldn't get his hands on her, he would just use medicine and force her. As for the ordinary girl, he didn't even say a word and let his men tie her up. He, second young Master Zhang, didn't need to go through so much trouble with a woman. After offending these two local tyrants, even an ordinary 7th Empyrean Saint King would have to kneel down. Although they couldn't see through this brat's cultivation base, they still couldn't see through it. But thinking about it, he was at most a low-level holy king. After all, his life force was there. Even if there was some background behind him, it was still not enough to quench his thirst. This kid was still too young indeed. At this moment, Zhang Xiping covered her face with one hand and looked at Yang Fann with eyes full of enmities and hatred. She, Zhang Xiping, had never suffered such humiliation in her life. Death, this bastard must die today. What Yang Fann said was the truth. She was just looking for a shield. If Second Master Zhang really vented his anger on him and took revenge on him, she would not care. If she really had the ability to stop Second Young Master Zhang, she wouldn't need to find a shield. She would directly take action and chase Zhang Chufeng away. Furthermore, being able to be Zhang Xiping's shield was his luck. Other people just wanted to be, but they didn't have the honor. However, before she could say anything, he had his bodyguards chop that bastard into minced meat. However, Zhang Ershao was the first to explode, his face twisted. Go destroy his body, capture his holy soul. I want him to suffer the pain of the sacred flame burning his soul day and night. Let him know what it means to be unable to live and beg for death. C-1384 He roared and exploded. Ancient silvery light star, River City, Transfer Square. Zhang Chufeng and Zhang Ershao's eyes were spitting fire. He had never been insulted like this ever since he was born, and he had even slapped his woman in front of him. This was an unforgivable crime. If he didn't imprison this detestable brat's holy soul, he would have to suffer the pain of being burned by the sacred flame every single day and night, and it would be difficult for him to dispel the hatred in his heart. As for whether Zhang Xiping had schemed against Yang Fann in the first place, that was why she ended up in such a state. She had long been completely ignored by him. Xiping was a lowly commoner. It was a blessing that he had cultivated for 10 lifetimes that Xiping could make use of him. As he spoke, Zhang Chufeng's figure moved. He came to Zhang Xiping's side and helped her up. He comforted her. Xiping, watch carefully. See how I will vent your anger on you. What are you still standing there for? Get that bastard for me. Yes, Second Young Master. Very quickly, all the guards of the Zhang family answered respectfully. Poor kid, I'm afraid this is the end. This is the consequence of saying the wrong thing and doing the wrong thing. Since you understand Zhang Xiping's scheme, you can just leave. Why do you need to make a move? Now that I have sacrificed my life for nothing, even wanting to die is an extravagant hope. Sigh. All around them, the holy kings looked at Yang Fann with pity. Of course, most of them had a mocking expression on their faces. In their eyes, Yang Fann was already a dead man. No, it was impossible to die without experiencing endless torture. The patriarch of the Zhang family also knew his son's character. He was deeply afraid that something would happen to his son. The guards under him were extremely strong. Amongst all the young lords in River City, even if he wasn't the strongest, he would still be in the top 3. There were a total of 12 guards, and all of them were Saint Kings. All of them were intermediate Saint Kings. Among them, there was a 6th Empyrean Saint King, 5th Empyrean Saint King, and 4th Empyrean Saint King. Their lineup was extremely luxurious, and as long as they didn't provoke those 7th Empyrean Saint King, they could be said to have rarely met their match. At least, if they couldn't defeat them, they would be able to hold on until the Zhang family's expert came to rescue them. It wasn't because the Zhang family's master liked his second son, but because he didn't have any talent for him. He didn't have perseverance. All day long, he was a bastard who only knew how to stir up trouble for his clan. To be honest, the Zhang clan's patriarch, although there was familial love, it was just that. Sometimes, he even wished that he hadn't been shot into the wall all those years ago. He didn't want to bring disaster to the Zhang family. As for Zhang Chufeng, the only brother of his mother, Zhang Chuyun's love for him had reached the deepest part of his bones. If Zhang Chuyun knew what Zhang Chufeng was up to, he would definitely tear down the Zhang family. In the entire Zhang family, Zhang Ershao was like a little ancestor, and his status was only below family lords. In the time it takes to breathe, the 6th Empyrean Saint King Guard had already taken a step forward and arrived in front of Yang Fann. He looked down at Yang Fann from above and said, "Kid, there are some things that you shouldn't speak carelessly. If you obediently surrender, you might be able to suffer less." With just you, Yang Fann curled his lips in disdain. What a reckless brat you are, courting death. A hint of anger flashed across the 6th Empyrean Saint King's eyes. Initially, he wanted to plead with his young master on his behalf and ask him to suffer less torture. In the end, Zhang Xiping was the one who schemed against him first. He never thought that this junior would have such an attitude. He was so clueless about the situation. Those who did not know what was good for them deserved to die. Even if they did not die in Their hands today, they would die in other people's hands in the future. The next second, rumble, he moved his right arm and clawed at Yang Fann. He didn't use much strength in this claw, nor did he use any secret techniques. It was just a casual claw. How much strength could a junior who hadn't even fully grown hair have? That would be a piece of cake for him. It's over, this junior is finished. Many holy kings in the surroundings shook their heads. They were still too young and did not know what it meant to be patient. At that moment, get lost. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he shouted. Rumble, a terrifying force that frightened even 7th Empyrean Saint King burst out from Yang Fann's body. A terrifying sound wave swept across the land and destroyed everything in its path, including the 6th Empyrean Saint King. Everything, including the 6th Empyrean Saint King, was destroyed and turned into dust. It was dead. Even the Holy Soul mark had been completely erased by Yang Fann. It was impossible for him to be reborn with a drop of blood. A 6th Empyrean Saint King who had over 200 Saint King law successfully controlled by Yang Fann. The current Yang Fann didn't even have the desire to devour them. If he had the time to refine them, he might as well devour a few more primordial purple cloudus. Silence in the vast transfer square. The silence was terrifying. What did they see? Roar. The roar exploded. Then, Ji Wenyu exploded just like that. Gulp, gulp. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? In all directions, all the holy kings widened their eyes in disbelief. Ji Wenyu was a 6th Empyrean Saint King, and he wasn't considered a weakling amongst the many 6th Empyrean Saint King. He was a 9th Dao advanced 6th Empyrean Saint King, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. Even an ordinary 7th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to destroy Ji Wenyu's soul with just a shout. What was black-clothed Yu's cultivation base? Intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King. Or even stronger. Hiss. It's not like a fierce dragon can't beat a river. I'm afraid we're all wrong. He dared to attack Zhang Xiping so brazenly. He really has something to rely on. Thump, thump, tap, tap. Yang Fann walked step by step towards the second young master and Zhang Xiping. Every step was like stepping on the heart of the two of them, suppressing them until they could not breathe. Quick, protect the young master, young lady. Kid, don't act recklessly. This is the River City. If you dare to hurt my young master, young lady, my Zhang family will never let you go. The two guards braced themselves and welcomed them, protecting them behind their backs. Zhang Xiping was the eldest daughter of the Zhang family. Although the group of guards was not as strong as Zhang Chufeng, there were still 4 intermediate holy kings. One of them was a high-level 5th Empyrean Saint King, and with the 11 guards of Zhang Chufeng, there were 15 intermediate holy kings. Even so, the guards did not feel safe at all. This was a terrifying existence that could explode a high-level 6th Empyrean Saint King with just a roar. With their strength, they could only slightly defeat Ji Wenyu, and they could barely fight a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. It was extremely difficult to surround and kill Ji Wenyu, let alone kill him in an instant. Many of the guards' legs were slightly trembling. At this moment, they really wanted to just leave without caring about anything. However, they only dared to think about it in their hearts. As elite guards who had been nurtured by their family since young, their holy soul had long been sealed. As long as their family wanted to, they could take their lives. Escaping would only be a matter of dying a few minutes later. In the end, not only would he not be able to escape death, but he would also implicate their family and even their entire family. No family would be soft-hearted towards a slave who had abandoned their master. One aphids, die. A fierce light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes as he shouted once again. Rumble, the terrifying human-shaped reel who swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Swish swish swish. The 15 intermediate Saint King guards didn't even have time to scream before they instantly turned into flying ashes and vanished into thin air. Die, all of them are dead. Don't come over. Don't come over. I'm the second young master of the Zhang family. I, eldest brother, am a true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. If you dare to hurt me, I, eldest brother, will never let you go. C-1385. He killed the Zhang family's old ancestor in an instant. River City, Transfer Square. The eyes of the second young master of Zhang family, Zhang Chufeng, were filled with fear. He let out a hysterical wail. Initially, he thought that Yang Fann was just an ant that he could knead as he pleased. Never did he expect that. It turned out that this dark star, with just 2 shouts, had defeated 12 intermediate holy kings under his command. And the 5 saint kings of the Zhang family exploded simultaneously. Not even their bones were left behind. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to hope that the Zhang family and eldest brother's Heaven's Edge pavilion would be able to scare them away. Unfortunately, Yang Fann didn't do anything. He continued walking towards Zhang Chufeng and eldest brother step by step. A mere Zhang family and that so-called true disciple of the Heaven's Edge pavilion. Trying to threaten him, what a joke. Yang Fann had some understanding about the situation of the Heaven's Edge pavilion. He had captured Holy Son of Heavenly Wu, and after the hundreds of Wu King's guards, even though Yang Fann had left a trace of their holy soul behind, he didn't want to alert the witch clan. However, during this period of time, there was no lack of soul searching. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. In addition to the information given by Saint King Hongyu, the situation in Guangling Realm Island was not completely unknown. Putting aside everything else, Yang Fann had some basic knowledge about the major powers and above. The entire Guangling Realm Island was a country in name, which was the Great Sha. It was ruled by the Sha family of the Great Sha's royal family. Of course, less than half of the land that belonged to the royal family of the Great Sha was under their control. In other places, they controlled 2 families and 3 palaces. The 4 sects and the top forces of the second grade. In the huge Great Sha, there were 36 upper provinces under their jurisdiction. 365 Zhongzhou, 1,800 lower provinces. The Crescent State was one of the 1,800 lower provinces, and the Heaven's Edge Pavilion was one of the 4 overlords of the Crescent State. In the entire Great Sha, it could barely be counted as one of the 4 major powers. It was a powerful and first-rate power with a semi-god heavenly sovereign in charge. With Yang Fann's current strength, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion wasn't a big problem. Only the old ancestor of the heavenly sovereign realm could make him feel slightly afraid. After absorbing thousands of Saint Kings from the Zontai clan and hundreds of thousands of half-step Saint King warriors, the number of Saint King Law that Yang Fann controlled had reached 356. He only needed 4 more Saint King Law to break through to the heavenly cycle perfection, and all of them had already broken through to the perfection stage. This was also the reason why Yang Fann didn't like these intermediate Saint Kings. If there were still some rules, no matter how small the mosquito was, it would still be a piece of meat before it reached the perfection. At this moment, once his combat strength was fully unleashed, even if he were to fight semi-god heavenly sovereign, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight him. To be honest, Yang Fann didn't think that a mere true disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion could startle the heavenly sovereign of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. That was the true reliance of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the pillar that supported the heavens. If anything were to happen, the 4 overlords of the Crescent State would surely become the 3 great overlords. You, don't come over, don't come over. Zhang Er's little legs trembled. His voice carried a hint of a sobbing tone, almost on the verge of collapse. As for escaping, he didn't even think about it. With his cultivation base, which was built up by the accumulation of holy herbs, he could only rely on the difference in cultivation base. He could bully anyone below the Holy King level, even the most ordinary Holy King. He might not even be able to defeat him. He wanted to escape from this monster. Was that possible? Weren't you very arrogant just now? Didn't you say that you wanted to destroy my sacred body, imprison my holy soul, and make me suffer the pain of the sacred flame burning my soul day and night? Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? No, 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 it's all a misunderstanding. I was just joking with you. Joking? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Yang Fann smiled with disdain, and a hint of ridicule flashed across the corner of his mouth. I'll do it. Things have always been fair. Since you want me to suffer the pain of my soul being burned by the sacred flame, I'll let you have a taste of it. As he spoke, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right hand and clawed at Zhang Ershao. Ah, no, Zhang Ershao wailed in pain. A figure that was no different from him slowly rose from the top of his head. It was Zhang Ershao's holy soul. Spare me, spare me. All of this is the fault of that lowly servant. It has nothing to do with me. At the moment of life and death, how could Zhang Chufeng care about whether he loved her or not? Furthermore, to be honest, he was only obsessed with Zhang Xiping's graceful body. True love might exist, but it was definitely not much. Zhang Chufeng, you. Zhang Xiping covered her face with one hand and looked at Zhang Chufeng with eyes full of Zhang Xiping's. Although she knew that this Zhang or Xiao was very unreliable and his words were like fart, she did not expect that this bastard would sell her out so quickly and push all the blame onto her. A dog biting a dog. Yang Fann sneered, but his movements were not slow. Bang! Zhang or Xiao's body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. His holy soul turned into a ray of light and flew towards Yang Fann's right hand. At this moment, Junior, stop! A loud shout came from the eastern horizon. Rumble! A terrifying pressure from a top-level 7th Empyrean Holy King descended from the sky, crushing down on Yang Fann. Grug, grug, grug. In all directions, the space exploded like glass, and the Saint King experts quickly retreated. In the next moment, an old man with white hair and beard stepped into the air and arrived. Ah, old ancestor, save me, save me. When Zhang or Xiao saw the white-haired old man, he immediately grabbed onto the only life-saving straw as he desperately struggled and wailed. Ah, it's the 3 old ancestors of the Zhang family who are guarding the transfer square, Zhang. Fa. This time, I'm afraid that black-clothed youth will be in trouble. The transportation array of the River City's star domain did not belong to any family. It also did not belong to any family. It wasn't something that could be seized by a single family. It belonged to one of the top 10 families in the River City. The reason why the top 10 families of the River City reigned above the other families for billions of years was because they controlled the transportation array of the star domain. Any day, that was the benefit of hundreds of trillion exquisite holy crystals. Even if they were divided into 10 portions, their wealth would still be far beyond the imagination of the world. In order to ensure the safety of the transportation array, every family would send an old ancestor to guard Transfer Square. The one in charge of the Zhang family was the 3rd old ancestor, Zhang Fa. This was a top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King. And amongst the many top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings, he wasn't considered weak. He had already fused 284 Saint King Law. Although the combat strength that Yang Fann had displayed was extremely powerful, he was almost on par with an average or even a high-level 7th Empyrean Saint King. However, there was still a considerable gap between him and the old ancestor of the Zhang family. Furthermore, this was the River City, the headquarters of Zhang family. When all the experts of Zhang family arrived, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Sigh, such a monster is going to fall here. How sad, what a pity. Many of the Holy King's eyes flashed with a hint of regret. He had the combat strength of Saint King Holy King even though he was less than 1,000,000 years old. Such a monster was the #1 monster in the River City. The proud Zhang Chuyun of the Zhang family was much weaker than him, even in the Guangling Realm Island. He was a genius of his generation. As long as he didn't die in the future, true God Sovereign wouldn't be able to say for sure. However, there was at least a possibility of semi-God Heavenly Sovereign reaching the 5th level. Unfortunately, he died here just like that. Yang Fann didn't even lift his head. He didn't even look at the old ancestor of Zhang family in the sky. Instead, he slapped him with his palm. It was as if he was slapping a buzzing fly. There was an indescribable contempt in his voice. Gulp gulp, no way. Is this Junior crazy? The surrounding holy kings were dumbfounded. They could not believe their eyes. That was the old ancestor of the Zhang family. A top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King, a top-tier expert that could be ranked in the River City and even the entire ancient Silvery Light Star. He was slapping him like he was slapping a fly. If he wasn't crazy, what else could he be? However, what shocked them even more was that such an ordinary slap had caused the expression of the old ancestor of Zhang family, who had been arrogant just a moment ago, to change drastically. His eyes were filled with unconcealable fear, as if that slap was the palm of a legendary divine god, and it contained the power to destroy the heaven and earth. Ah no! A cry of despair and unwillingness. Bang! The heavens and the earth split apart. The old ancestor of the Zhang family was like a bright star that exploded with a loud bang, emitting the most dazzling radiance. Ah, my eyes, did I see wrong? He was the 3rd old ancestor of the Zhang family. Gulp. C1386, please help our Zhang family, ancient Silvery Light Star, River City, Transfer Square. SSS's gasps of cold air could be heard from all directions. The eyes of the holy kings bulged like fish eyes. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. Fuck, was there a mistake? How could this be? How could this be? The 3 old ancestors of the Zhang family, Zhang Fa, was a genuine top-level 7th Empyrean Holy King. His strength was 1,000 times, 10,000 times stronger than Ji Wenyu and the other Holy King guards, but he was actually destroyed by a single palm. Was there anything more shocking than this in the world? Even a lowly 8th Empyrean Saint King would find it hard to possess such mighty strength. As for how old he was, his life force would definitely not exceed 1,000,000 years. Bitch it, this monster was a real monster, let alone their ancient silvery light star. Perhaps, there were only a few people in the entire Guangling River system that could compare with him. These holy kings were only slightly better than some trash. Hee hee. This time, the Zhang and Zhang families had probably really kicked a steel plate. It was a super steel plate that was several 100,000 feet thick. In this way, even if a monster that defies the heavens used his toes to think, he would know that a monster that defies the heavens was born with an extraordinary background. It might even be possible that he was a son of God who possessed the bloodline of a god. Although the Zhang family was one of the top 10 families in River City and was backed by the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, it was no different than throwing an egg at a rock if they wanted to make an enemy out of a god's son with a true god's bloodline. As for the Zhang family, there was no need to mention them. The strongest ancestor of the Zhang family was even weaker than Zhang Fa, who had been blown up. With just that monster alone, he could easily slaughter the entire Zhang family. At this moment, swish, the blood mist in the sky quickly fused together and transformed back into a mist of blood. The three old ancestors of the Zhang family, Zhang Fa. Rumble. However, before he could fully take shape, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and grabbed towards Zhang Fa like an eagle grabbing a chicken. A top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King was barely able to increase his strength by a little. Ah, Junior, you dare. Stop, hurry up and stop, roar Junior. How dare you hurry up and release my third patriarch? A roar filled with fury was heard from the western sky. It rolled like a tide and swept across the entire transfer square. In the next second, rumble, rumble, dazzling escape lights were torn apart. The vast sky tore through the air as it arrived. Each escape light represented a powerful 6th Empyrean Saint King. There were more than 100 of them, and the leader was a group of 13 men. All of them were 7th layer Saint King Holy King, especially the 3 men in front of them. All of them were top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings, and none of them had a cultivation base. It was the silver-haired young man in the center, who was standing below the old ancestor. His aura was several times more terrifying than the old ancestors. There was a vague shadow of 8th Empyrean Saint King, almost reaching the limit of 7th Empyrean Saint King. He was only one more chance to step into the Saint Ruler level 8. These people were none other than in their clan. The River City spanned tens of billions of miles. In the eyes of ordinary mortals, it could be said to be vast and boundless. Even if they walked for a lifetime, it would be difficult for them to travel across the entire River City. However, in the eyes of the Sacred King experts, it was only a matter of seconds. How could the Zhang family not know that Yang Fann had caused such a huge commotion? Initially, they thought that with the help of the 3 old ancestors, Zhang Fa would be able to easily suppress that arrogant person. However, the result was the exact opposite. His family's old ancestor, Zhang Fa, did not have any ability to resist at all and was suppressed by that monster. 3 top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings, 10 7th Empyrean Saint King, and over 100 6th Empyrean Saint King. Hiss! What a huge lineup! In an instant, the hearts of the countless holy kings in the surroundings froze. This power, in the entire River City, even if it was not the strongest, it would still be able to enter the top 3. It was indeed worthy of being a veteran family that had been passed down for hundreds of millions of years. Sure enough, their foundation was extraordinary. This time, the Zhang family is really anxious. That's true, there are only 4 top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings in the Zhang family. If the third old ancestor Zhang Fa really did something bad, the Zhang family will suffer a great loss. It will be able to shake the foundation of the family. Within the void, Junior, quickly release third brother. And my nephew Chu Feng, the matter between you and my Zhang family. We'll write off this matter once and for all. The Zhang family will never make things difficult for you. The number 1 ancestor of the Zhang family, Zhang Wei, stared at Yang Fann. He said, to tell the truth, he only wanted to save his third brother, Zhang Fa. As for the troublemaker, Zhang Chufeng, he didn't want to save him at all. If it wasn't for him, the Zhang family wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. Every intermediate Saint King, they were the backbone of the family, especially Ji Wenyu. He was a high-level 6th Empyrean Saint King, and he was ranked in the top 60 of the Zhang family. He had the potential to break through to Saint King Holy King, and he died just like that. What was truly a pity, however, there was nothing he could do about it. He had no choice but to save this unfilial son who knew how to cause trouble. Everyone in Zhang family knew that the young master of Zhang family doted on his younger brother the most. If Zhang Chufeng was in trouble, Zhang Chuyun would never divorce them. Even his ancestor had a trace of respect for Zhang Chuyun. This was the #1 monster in the history of Zhang family. It was less than 10 million years old. He had successfully advanced to Saint King Holy King. Now, after tens of millions of years of hard work, his cultivation base had reached the advanced 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. His actual combat strength was comparable to his old ancestor. He wasn't much weaker than his ancestor. In the future, it was hard to say what would happen to semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, but 9th Empyrean Saint King. At least 3 levels, with the Heaven's Edge Pavilion as his backing, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the backer of the Zhang family. Hee. Yang Fann smiled coldly. He looked at Zhang Wei as if he was looking at a fool. If you want to let him go, then let him go. Who do you think you are? Is it my father or my ancestor? You want to write off the dead and not make things difficult for me? One aphids, who gave you the confidence to say such words? Poochie the heaven-sheltering big hand didn't stop at all. In an instant, it grabbed the bell hair in its hand. How dare you, Junior, are you really going to make the Zhang family your enemy? Zhang Wei was furious. His eyes were burning with fury, like an enraged beast. He had already lowered his attitude to such an extent, and this junior dared to be so impudent. Becoming the enemy of your Zhang family? I really want to report the bad guys first. I just want to go to the Guangling Realm Island quietly. Who was the one who shouted at me first, and even wanted to imprison me, the holy soul, so that I won't be able to live or die? You. Zhang Wei was speechless for a moment, and in his heart, he even cursed Zhang Chufeng for being useless. From day to night, he only knew how to cause trouble under the banner of the Zhang family. If it were not for Chu Yunzi's grandson, he really wanted to directly kick this bastard out of the house so that he would not harm the Zhang family in the future. What's wrong? There's nothing else to say, right? Yang Fann did not show any mercy and continued to ridicule him. This is indeed the Zhang family, not the first time. But you also killed so many saint rulers of my Zhang family and destroyed the flesh of my grandson Chu Feng. The fire in my heart should be gone by now. A hint of helplessness flashed across Zhang Hui's eyes. His voice faintly revealed a hint of pleading. This was also Yang Fann. If it was someone else, how could Zhang Wei be so easy to talk to? How dare he kill the people of Zhang family? He had long suppressed them. No one knew what kind of terrifying background this 8th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than 1,000,000 years old, had. It was better not to provoke him. I won't offend anyone who doesn't offend me. Everyone has to pay the price for their actions. Yang Fann sneered. This was because he still had some strength. If he was really an ordinary half-step Saint King, he would have been imprisoned by Zhang Chufeng by now. He would have suffered the pain of being burned by the sacred flame every day and night, and would not be able to live or die. Junior, you really have to be this ruthless. The raging flames of fury were flickering in Zhang Hui's eyes. Zhang Fa and Zhang Chufeng were the pillars of Zhang family, and Zhang Chufeng was the younger brother that Zhang family doted on the most in the future. No matter which one it was not something he could give up. Hee. Yang Fann sneered. He was too lazy to answer Zhang Hui's question. With a casual toss, he threw Zhang Wei, whose cultivation base had been completely sealed, into the space treasure. Then, he used his actions to tell Zhang Wei his answer. Good Junior, you will regret it. As he spoke, Zhang Hui's sacred will swept out and started to communicate with the ancestors of the other 9 families in River City, Brother Helian, Brother Tian Chen, Brother Mu Yun. The 10 families have always been on the same side. Please lend a helping hand to our Zhang family to suppress this person. We will definitely repay you handsomely after this. C1387 Give us face Ancient Silvery Light Star, River City, Transfer Square. The #1 old ancestor of Zhang family, Zhang Wei, had finally reached the limit of his patience. This kid in front of him was truly shameless. I have already lowered my attitude to such an extent, but he still refused to let go. Does he really think that Zhang family is a pushover that he can need as he pleases? However, Zhang Hui's mind wasn't destroyed by reason. He rationally asked for help from the other 9 families of River City. A 8th Empyrean Saint King. It wasn't easy to deal with him. Even with the foundation of Zhang family, even if they could successfully suppress him, they would still have to pay a heavy price. They might not even be able to kill half of them in body and soul. This loss was too great. It was enough to shake the foundation of Zhang family. However, if the other 9 major families of River City attacked together, it would be different. With the combined strength of the 10 major families, not to mention the intermediate and low-grade 8th Empyrean Saint King, even the high-grade 8th Empyrean Saint King would have a high chance of being ruthlessly suppressed by them. They had been in charge of the transportation array of Star Domain for thousands of years, trillions of years. No one knew how much wealth the 10 great families had accumulated. The strength of their foundation was beyond the imagination of the other great families. Brother Zhang, this is a private matter of your Zhang family. It's not convenient for us to interfere. Brother Zhang, this is just a junior. We will not interfere in this matter. With Brother Zhang's strength, it will be a piece of cake for a junior like him. It was just that the old ancestors of the other families were not that easy to fool. To think that he would give a heavy reward just because he said so. What a joke. If it was just an ordinary 8th Empyrean Saint King, it would be fine. However, the person in front of him was 8th Empyrean Saint King who was less than 1,000,000 years old. His background was not simple. At the very least, he had to be from a large family clan with 9th Empyrean Saint King in charge. For the sake of a Zhang family, he had provoked such a powerful enemy for no reason. It was not like they had been kicked in the head by a donkey. Sure enough, it won't work without some blood. Zhang Wei smiled bitterly in his heart. Everyone, as long as you are willing to help, my Zhang family is willing to give up a bit of profit from the teleportation formation. 1 point of profit seemed to be very little, but it also depended on whether it was worth it or not. What kind of business point? For example, the transportation array in the star domain could earn several hundred trillion high-grade immortal crystals a day. A bit of profit was equivalent to several trillion exquisite holy crystals. That was the total wealth of some ordinary holy kings. Brother Zhang, it's not that we aren't willing to help you. It's just that we have no enmity with each other. How can we bully the weak? The profits from the transportation array in Star Domain were not small. No matter which family obtained it, it was enough to allow their strength to improve further. However, if the 9 families were to divide the profits equally, it would be a bit too little. The profits and the risks that they had to bear were not proportionate at all. The profits from each family was more or less the same. Of course, the ancestors of the various families only thought about it. It was totally unrealistic. The entire Zhang family only had 12 profits from the transportation array in Star Domain. Taking out 9 points all at once was equivalent to taking the life of the Zhang family. Not to mention 9 points of profit, even if it was 5 points, this old man wouldn't agree to it. A bunch of bastards who are trying to take advantage of the situation. Zhang Wei cursed in his heart. However, regarding this matter, he had no choice but to compromise. With just the Zhang family alone, even if he could suppress this kid, his vitality would be greatly damaged. Furthermore, he had to consider the power of the families behind him. It would be different if he joined forces with the other 9 families. With the resources of the 10 families, even ordinary Saint King's 9th Empyrean experts would have to be wary of them. He took a deep breath and calmed down the anger in his heart. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said, how about adding another disciple quota to the Heaven's Edge Pavilion's inner sect? Hearing this, the old ancestors of the 9 families, their eyes immediately lit up. A disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Only the outer sect and the inner sect. The true disciples, the disciples of the inner sect. They were the main targets of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, and they were all part of the World River. Even top-level Heaven's Pride, who was from the Star Domain, had a very high value. Compared to the Blue Moon Palace, the 3 palaces, and the 4 inner sect, they were only slightly inferior. He had only broken through to the Saint King 3rd Empyrean a million years ago. Only then would he have the qualifications to become a disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion's inner sect. A monster genius like this was rare to find in the River City, even in 10 billion years. There were countless disciples of the 9 great families, but only a handful of them were able to become a disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion's inner sect. There were a few families that had never seen the Heaven's Edge Pavilion's inner sect. A disciple quota for the inner sect was almost the same as a direct vehicle to advance to the inner sect. As long as he could condense the heart of Saint King a million years ago, he would be able to join the Heaven's Edge Pavilion and become a disciple of the inner sect. He would then be nurtured by the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. The difficulty of this task was more than 10 times, 100 times higher. As for the inner sect, as long as they didn't die midway, their future achievements wouldn't be any weaker than these old ancestors. They would be the future pillars of the family. Brother Zhang, one is too little, at least 5 of them. 5, at least. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He had seen people who demanded an exorbitant price, but he had never seen anyone who spoke in such a manner. Even if they handed over all the spots of the Zhang family, they still wouldn't be able to get 5 spots for the disciples of the inner sect. One should know that the pride of the Zhang family, Zhang Chuyun, had successfully broken through to the 6th layer and became a true disciple 1,000 years ago. That was why the Heaven's Edge Pavilion rewarded him with 5 spots for the disciples of the inner sect. More than 10,000 years had passed, and the Zhang family had 2 more geniuses. One after another, they had condensed their heart of Saint King a million years ago, and Saint King Zhengdao had used 2 spots for the disciples of the inner sect. Now, only 3 spots were left for the disciples of the inner sect in the Zhang family's hands. If it wasn't for Zhang Chufeng's talent being too trashy and his lack of perseverance, he would have been able to cultivate the heart of Saint King after 5 million years. Otherwise, he would have lost 1 spot. 2, at most 2 quotas. Brother Zhang, everyone take a step back. How about 4 slots? They knew that it was unrealistic to ask the Zhang family to take out 5 spots for the disciples of the inner sect, and it was impossible for them to do so. Impossible. At most, there will be 2 spots for the disciples of the inner sect. However, we can give them a little more profit from the teleportation formation. 2 spots. This was the limit of the Zhang family. No matter what, they had to leave a disciple quota for the inner sect for their family. For ordinary cultivators, but to the real monster, being able to enter the Heaven's Edge Pavilion hundreds of thousands of years earlier was a completely different concept. If they had a disciple quota of the inner sect before this, Zhang Chuyun would have broken through to the inner sect a few 100,000 years earlier. Now, even if he wasn't 8th Empyrean Saint King, he was afraid that there wouldn't be much difference between them in the current situation. He had only just reached the advanced 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. The old ancestors of the 9 great families were entangled with each other with their holy will. What do you all think? There are only 3 spots left for the disciples of the inner sect in the Zhang family. It's already considered not bad to be able to produce 2 of them. Adding 2 more points of profit, this risk is worth taking. Alright, 2 spots, and 2 points of profit. I hope Brother Zhang doesn't go back on his word. The ancestors of the 9 great families quickly came to an agreement. This was almost the limit of the Zhang family. Even if they were forced, they wouldn't be able to squeeze out much of the profits. Fortunately, they accepted the offer. If they really forced the Zhang family to put everything on the line, there wouldn't be any benefits for them. It was a long story, but in fact, it hadn't even been a breath's time. Sacred King expert, especially these Saint King Holy King, who could split up hundreds of millions of thoughts in a breath's time. Communication through divine sense could not take much time at all. In the next second, rumble, rumble, dozens of streaks of light tore through the void and descended from the sky. 32 peerless experts emerged from within. Their auras were terrifying, and not many of them were below the 3 old ancestors of the Zhang family. Top-level 7th Empyrean Holy King. All of them were top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings. There were even a few people whose auras were on par with Zhang Hui's. It was as if they could break through to the Holy King level 8 with just a single opportunity. Young Master, please forgive us if you can. The Zhang family knows that they are in the wrong. Can you give us face and let go of Zhang Fa and Chu Feng? C1388 not good. He was a top-notch 8th heavenly layer Holy King, ancient silvery light star, River City, Transfer Square. The old ancestor of Zhang family, Zhang Wei, had finally managed to get the help of the 9 families of River City at the cost of 2 transportation arrays from Star Domain and 2 spots for the disciples of Heaven's Edge Pavilion's inner sect. However, the result was a little out of Zhang Hui's expectation. The 9 families didn't join forces with the Zhang family as he had expected. They suppressed the ignorant junior with a thunderous momentum and chose a relatively gentle compromise. Although they had promised to help, they would resolve this matter if they didn't understand what was going on with Blood Blade. That would be great. 8th Empyrean Saint King wasn't even a million years old. It would be better if a peerless monster didn't completely fall out with him. Otherwise, if he really angered the power behind him, at that time, even if they won, they would have to pay a heavy price. That's Hellion Ancestor, Heavenly Chen Ancestor, and Northern Li Ancestor. Hiss. The old ancestors of the other 9 families of River City have arrived. With the ancestors of the other 9 great families acting as peacekeepers, it seems like this war won't be able to be fought anymore. This matter will end here. Sigh. It's best that everyone disperse as soon as possible. There's nothing to see. A trace of regret flashed across the faces of many Saint Kings from all directions. Initially, they wanted to witness this shocking battle. 8th Empyrean Saint King's battle was not so easy to encounter. Many of them might not even encounter him once in their lifetime. However, it was better for them to wash up and sleep now. How could that kid not give face to the Zhang family? Could it be that he would not give face to the 10 great families of River City? It was impossible even if they thought about it. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Each of the top 10 families was the local tyrant of River City. Their background was extraordinary. With the combined forces of the top 10 families, not to mention 8th Empyrean Saint King, even some 9th Empyrean Saint King would have to be wary of them. Right at this moment, Yang Fann's sword-like brows raised. Without even looking at the 9 old ancestors, he said disdainfully, "Giving you face? Who do you think you are? How dare you give me face? If you know what's good for you, then get the hell out of here." What? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? How dare he speak like that? The surrounding holy kings stared at him in disbelief. They thought that the young man was bold enough to not give face to the Zhang family. They had never thought that they had underestimated him. Fuck, how could this young man be so bold? He was totally crazy. Did he really think that he was invincible just because he was 8th Empyrean Saint King? No one could cure him. As for Ancestor Hellion and the others, they were all infuriated by the birth of one Buddha. How many years had it been since the 2 Buddhas ascended to heaven? Someone dared to not give face to the 9 great families. 1 billion years, 10 billion years, or 100 billion years? Of course, there was also an exception to this rule. It was the Zhang family. They were just short of clapping and cheering. After paying such a high price, they didn't want to just persuade that hateful junior to retreat. Instead, they wanted to completely suppress him. Earlier, they had been somewhat worried that junior would compromise just like that. Now, it seemed like they had really worried for nothing. Just that younger generation. Big brother Tien, second brother Tien. It would be strange if third brother, with his personality, would compromise. Junior, you, very good, very good. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders, a junior who has no respect for his elders. The gray-robed ancestor Hellion stared at Yang Fann with his eyes. There was a raging flame burning in his eyes. If you don't want to get lost, then all of you can stay behind. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and his voice was filled with impatience. He had given them a chance, but he didn't know how to cherish it. In that case, don't blame him for being ruthless. Good junior, you will pay the price for your words. Everyone, attack together and suppress this arrogant brat. Old ancestor Hellion's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he called out to all the old ancestors to attack together. Although he was burning with anger, his rationality wasn't destroyed by his fury. Although he was ranked in the top 5 of River City, or even the top 3 expert, he was only a step away from breaking through to 8th Empyrean Saint King's position. However, this step was like a heavenly chasm. With his strength alone, he absolutely wouldn't be a match for 8th Empyrean Saint King. Go attack together. The old ancestor of Zhang family, Zhang Wei, who wished for Yang Fann to die the most, was the first to respond. All right everyone, let's attack together. The ancestors of the other 7 major families echoed his words. At this point, they had no way out. Since that kid had already said so much, if they didn't attack now, they would become the laughingstock of the world, and they wouldn't have the face to control the River City in the future. Die the fury of King Kong. 1 finger star shattering finger die 7 realms shattering. Mountains and rivers are destroyed. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The Vajra descended, the heavens collapsed and the earth split apart, the stars shattered, the world collapsed, countless spaces completely shattered, turning into nothingness. 35 top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings from the 10 great families attacked at the same time. They unleashed their strongest attack without any intention of holding back. They wanted to suppress Yang Fann with a single strike. Hiss. Good. Such terrifying strength, formidable. It's really too powerful. Just a trace of it is enough to make me feel like I'm suffocating. I can't block it at all. In all directions, the group of holy kings began to flee into the distance. Just the aftermath of the power alone made them feel as if they were going to collapse. Terrifying, it was truly terrifying to the extreme. The combined attack of the 35 ancestors of the 10 great clans was like a god killing the god, a Buddha stopping the Buddha killing the Buddha. It's over. Even if that junior doesn't die this time, he'll still be heavily injured. Many people looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. 35 top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings. There were even 5 of them. They could even be called a half-step 8th Empyrean Saint King. This joint attack was truly shocking. It was even more powerful than some of the intermediate 8th Empyrean Saint King's full-strength attacks. It could easily injure or even kill a low-level 8th Empyrean Saint King. Although that junior was a monster, he was still a junior. However, it seemed like he was just a lowly 8th Empyrean Saint King. But who could be blamed for all of this? The 10 great families had already given in to you, yet you still refused to give up. It was your fault that you died. In the blink of an eye, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Today, I'll show you what true power is. Yang Fann's expression remained unchanged. There was no trace of fear in his eyes. His voice was calm, as if he was announcing a very ordinary matter. A group of 7th layer ants wanted to overturn the heavens. What a joke! In the next second. Rumble. With a flick of his right hand, he sent a palm strike towards the 10 great ancestors. Yang Fann didn't use much strength in this palm strike, he only used a layer of power of the shell. However, what kind of strength was Yang Fann using now? The power of the shell was comparable to a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even though it was only a layer of strength, it was almost equivalent to a full-strength strike from a top 8th Empyrean Saint King. Puchi Puchi, where the big hand passed, there were Vajra, Buddha Seal, Divine Tune, Stormy Divine Lightning, and Divine Lightning. Everything seemed to be spiraling smoke and smoke. It dispersed immediately without any room for struggle. Ah, how is this possible? All of the old ancestors were shocked. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. With their cultivation base, the strongest attack that they had unleashed, even the high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King, shouldn't have been able to destroy all of their killing moves so easily. All of a sudden, Ancestor Helion's facial expression changed. He couldn't help but scream, "Not good! The top 8th Empyrean Saint King, he is the top 8th Empyrean Saint King. Fuck, how could this be? How old is he? Zhang Wei, you bastard, I've been tricked by you." C-1389. All of them were suppressed. Rumble. Rumble. Boundless panic and uneasiness flooded over Ancestor Helion and the other ancestors like a surging tide. Initially, they thought that by gathering the 35 top-level 7th Empyrean power of Saint King, they would be able to suppress that junior who had no idea what was going on. However, they never expected that this junior had hidden his strength. The power of a top-tier 8th Empyrean Saint King was definitely at the intermediate level of a top-tier 8th Empyrean Saint King. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to break through their joint attacks so easily. At this moment, Ancestor Helion and the others felt an indescribable regret. If they had known that this junior was a terrifying peak grade 8th Empyrean Saint King, they would never have agreed to Zhang Hui's request. Although the 2 spots of disciples from the inner sect of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion and the 2 transportation array prophets were good, it wasn't enough for them to offend a peak grade 8th Empyrean Saint King. A supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King could easily slaughter all the disciples of the inner sect. Any one of the 10 great families, even if they combined all of their forces, would only be able to fight against a supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King. At least, if a supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King wanted to leave, they would never be able to stop him. Not to mention, this wasn't an ordinary supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King, but a supreme 8th Empyrean Saint King who wasn't even a million years old. Such a monster was hard to find even in the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. A power that could cultivate such a monster. One could imagine that it was at least a super force comparable to the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, or perhaps even above the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Old Zhang Wei, we have been screwed by you this time. Roar Nirvana Wuji diagram, block it for me. The Universe Uniting Pearl, protect it. Indestructible Vajra Seal, rise indestructible True Spirit Curse. Old Ancestor Helion and the others did not slow down their movements. Each of them could no longer hold back, and they all used their family's resources and trump cards in an attempt to block Yang Fann's deadly palm. In an instant, there were countless treasure lights, and there was a faint sound of divine music. Rumble. The heavens and the earth split apart, and a terrifying tide of energy shattered everything. Ah, not good. The expression of the Four Corners Holy King changed abruptly, and they all retreated explosively. However, there were a few Holy Kings who were unable to react in time, and they were swallowed up by that terrifying energy tide. They were completely obliterated before they could even scream in pain. It was not that fun to watch, especially in a battle like this with Saint King Holy King. If they were not careful, Hong Long. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened to the transportation array in Star Domain. As the foundation of the 10 great families, they spared no effort to protect the transportation array in Star Domain. For thousands of years and trillions of years, countless defensive formations had been set up. Not to mention the aftermath, even if it was a top-grade 8th Empyrean Saint King, he wouldn't be able to completely destroy it with just 1 or 2 attacks. Otherwise, Yang Fann would have to find another transportation array. Within the void, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He actually blocked my palm, Ant. You guys do have some skills. Master, it's a misunderstanding. We don't have any intention of making you our enemy. It's all the fault of Zhang family. It has nothing to do with us. Sir, we will leave now. We will leave now. We will never interfere with the matters of the Zhang family. Old ancestor He Lian and the others tried their best to cut off their relationship with the Zhang family, pushing all the blame onto the Zhang family. Fellow Taoist Dai, don't kill me. This monster is not someone that our family can afford to offend. Besides, this incident was caused by the Zhang family, so it was only natural for them to deal with it. All of you all. Zhang Wei was gasping for breath. A bunch of shameless old thieves. When you were bargaining with me just now, why didn't you say that this matter had nothing to do with you? Seeing that something was wrong, they wanted to run away. Can you be more shameless? Misunderstanding. Now that you know it's a misunderstanding, why did you go so far? Yang Fann sneered. Seeing that he was no match for him, he said it was a misunderstanding and wanted to let go of this matter. How could there be such a cheap thing in the world? Master, although you are a top-notch 8th Empyrean Saint King, however, if we were to fight with our lives on the line, I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. The one who has a grudge with you is the Zhang family, not us. Why do you have to force us? Top-grade 8th Empyrean Saint King. Who told you that I am a top 8th Empyrean Saint King, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well? What? Difficult. Could it be that he still has a secret? Hearing this, an ominous omen immediately swept through the hearts of Ancestor Helion and the others. No, this is impossible, impossible. How old is he? How could he possibly have a peak 8th Empyrean Saint King who was less than 1,000,000 years old? Such a monster could be counted on one's fingers even in the countless number of monsters in the Guangling Realm Island. If he was still hiding, was he still human? At this moment, Rumble Yang Fann waved his right arm and struck out with another palm. Yang Fann had used the 5th level of the power of the shell in this palm strike. The power of this strike had exceeded the scope of 8th Empyrean Saint King, and it had reached the Saint King's 9th Empyrean. It could even rival an average 9th Empyrean Saint King. This strike was truly earth-shattering. It suppressed the entire world and swept across the 3,000 worlds. Ah, how is this possible? He really still has a secret. He's not human Zhang Wei old man, why don't you fucking die Zhang family, I curse all of you to die a horrible death. They collapsed, their minds completely collapsed. An indescribable resentment rose in their hearts. It was the resentment towards Zhang Wei and the entire Zhang family. If it wasn't for Zhang Hui's instigation, they wouldn't have faced that monster. If it wasn't for Zhang Chufeng, a bastard from the Zhang family, they wouldn't have faced such a disaster. Everything was Zhang Hui's fault. It was the Zhang family's fault. Human nature was like this. It could only be found in other people's bodies. However, if it wasn't for their own greed, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Rumble. Ah no, milord, please spare me, spare me. Lord, my Helion clan is willing to surrender, willing to surrender. The top-notch 8th Empyrean Saint King had used the resources of their respective large families. With the combined strength of all of them, they could still fight against him. Even if it was an ordinary low-grade 9th Empyrean Saint King, he wouldn't hesitate to pay any price. Even if he used up his bloodline origin, he would still be able to fight it. However, under this terrifying palm strike that was comparable to the full power of a medium-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, it made people despair. It made them unable to muster up any fighting spirit. This was the difference between their lives. Grug, the 35 top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings from the top 10 families of River City were in Yang Fann's hands. In the next second, rumble, an invincible power gushed out, instantly sealing Ancestor Hellion and the others, throwing them into the space treasure and temporarily locking them up. Now was not the time to devour them immediately. Ah, old master, not good, that devil has noticed us. Run, run, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. The group of 6th Empyrean and 7th Empyrean Saint King from the Zhang family had completely collapsed. They hated their parents for giving them 2 children, and even the ancestors of the major families were easily suppressed. Besides, they were merely aphids with the cultivation base of the strongest amongst them, 7th Empyrean Saint King. Be good and stay here for me. Yang Fann grinned hideously and struck with his palm. Rumble, ah, don't, milord, please let me go. Bastard, I'm going to fight you too. The death. Gulp, I'm not dreaming, am I? The Zhang family and the 9 great families' old ancestors. It's over just like that. C1390 I will sweep away the 10 great clans' ancient silvery light star, River City. Rumble. In the huge transfer square, besides swallowing the sound of water, there was only the sound of gasping. In all directions, the eyes of the group of holy kings bulged, as if they were about to fall out of their eyes. It was as if the ordinary mortal had seen a ghost in broad daylight. He could not believe what he had just seen. The ancestors of the 10 great clans had been suppressed so easily. This wasn't true. It definitely wasn't true. He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. That was a total of 35 top-level 7th Empyrean Holy Kings. Adding the resources of the major families, it could be said that no one below 9th Empyrean Saint King was a match for them. However, what did they just see? The old ancestors of the 10 major families were just like that. They were suppressed by a hair-raising boy who was less than 1,000,000 years old. Was there anything more absurd than this in this world? After a long while, whispers could be heard in the huge transfer square. It's true, everything is true. Ancestor Hellion and the others were really suppressed just like that. Fierce, ferocious, truly too savage. 9th Empyrean Saint King. That lord definitely has 9th Empyrean Saint King's combat strength. Gulp, gulp, he hasn't even reached 1,000,000 years. How can there be such a monster in this world? God, Son of God, that lord is definitely a son of God who possesses the bloodline of God. Apart from the descendants of the true gods and the sons of God who possess the bloodline of a true god, they really couldn't think of anyone else who could possess the strength to fight 9th Empyrean Saint King in a short span of less than 1,000,000 years. In their opinion, Yang Fann's talent was the best among the many sons of God. A beauty that could bring disaster to the world was truly a beauty that could bring disaster to the world. This time, the Zhang family had been conned by Zhang Xiping. They had lost so many top-grade experts. The current Zhang family was like a small cat or two. The decline had already become a foregone conclusion. Even Zhang Chuyun and the other geniuses of the Zhang family might be implicated because of this. A son of a true god was not someone that the Heaven's Edge Pavilion could afford to offend. In order to quell the anger of that master, it was possible for him to abandon the chariot to protect the commander and abandon the true disciple, Zhang Chuyun. Not only the Zhang family, but also Hellion, Bei Li, and the other 9 great families. This time, they were completely defeated. Although it was not like the Zhang family, where the 7th layer and 6th Empyrean Saint King were almost completely destroyed, it was still enough to shake the foundations of the 9 major families. Those old ancestors were the mainstay of each family, and now, they had been turned into a pot of soup by someone. It had to be said that it was a huge tragedy. Almost at the same time, everyone's eyes focused on the young lady of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiping, who was still in a daze and thinking about something. They also didn't know what that master was thinking. He actually did not make a move to deal with Zhang Xiping, or perhaps he did not care about an ant like her at all. But from now on, there will be no one in the ancient Silvery Light Star, or even the entire Silver Light World River. They didn't know the name of the young lady of the Zhang family. Because of her, the top 10 families in the ancient Silvery Light Star have changed from prosperity to decline at the same time. Her name, Zhang Xiping, is enough to be remembered in the annals of history. Furthermore, she didn't need to worry about what kind of profligate sons would continue to pester her in the future. Even if those profligate sons were obsessed with lust, their elders would never agree to it. It was better to keep a distance from such a beautiful woman. It would save her family the trouble of being removed from this world. In the east side of River City, there was a city with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was surrounded by thick and heavy city walls that were hundreds of meters tall. Countless ancient and profound runes were engraved on the city walls. Vaguely, one could see dots of light flashing. Once those ancient runes were activated, it would definitely be earth-shattering. It was 8th Empyrean Saint King. If you're not careful, you might suffer a great loss. However, at this moment, the entire city was covered in an indescribable darkness. The people inside were all in a hurry, and their eyes flickered with unconcealed terror and uneasiness. Not only that, but there were also people who continuously turned into rays of light. They shot into the sky from the city and fled far away. It was as if the monkeys had dispersed when the tree fell. This city within the city was none other than the Zhang family's ancestral mansion. The river city was only so big. Any Saint King would know what happened in the transfer square. The news of their old ancestor and hundreds of elders being suppressed had already spread across the entire Zhang family. The sky and the earth were collapsing. It was true that the sky and the earth were collapsing. Many disciples of the Zhang family had completely collapsed. They were cursing non-stop. If it wasn't for the fact that they were all disciples of the Zhang family, Zhang Chufeng would have asked them to greet all 18 generations of his ancestors. What kind of sin did our Zhang family commit to have such a vile character appear? You don't like to cultivate, and you want to be a silk pants. You bully men and tyrants women, we'll let you do whatever you want. But can you be a little more careful in front of bullying people? In this world, the forces that are stronger than our Zhang family. There are so many of them that it's far from enough for you to act recklessly. It's time for you to run amok. At this moment, rumble, the sky suddenly darkened, and a huge hand that was even bigger than the Zhang family's small city descended from the sky, grabbing towards the Zhang family's small city. Ah, not good. It's him, it must be him. It's that devil. That devil is here. Woo 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 woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In an instant, a wave of collapsing aura of despair enveloped the entire Zhang family's small city. At this moment, apart from the devil, they couldn't think of a second person who would dare to attack their Zhang family. Although their Zhang family had offended many major powers over the past millions of years, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If they weren't completely confident, those major powers wouldn't dare to show their faces so easily. Quickly activate the family protecting formation. Roar. The extreme darkness sky screen formation activated. Rumble. Endless black fog rose from the inner parts of Zhang family like the source of the legendary darkness. In an instant, it filled the entire Zhang family and turned into a huge dark curtain, protecting the entire Zhang family. Can the curtain of darkness really stop that monster? The hearts of everyone in the Zhang family were in their throats. Even though they had successfully activated the grand formation, they still didn't have much confidence in themselves. The dark sky curtain was powerful, enough to defend against 8th Empyrean Saint King's attack. However, that monster could easily suppress the old ancestors of the 10 families. Its combat strength was terrifying, and it was very likely that it had reached the 9th Empyrean Saint King realm. It was really hard to say whether the formation could protect them or not. Bang! The heaven-sheltering big hand slammed into the extreme darkness curtain. In the next second, Poochie, the curtain of darkness was like glass, exploding inch by inch. Ah, not good, the curtain of darkness has been broken. What should we do? What should we do? Am I going to die? Woo, I hate it so much. Why didn't I leave decisively just now? In an instant, endless regret surged into their hearts. Why did they have the mentality of being lucky? They thought that after the monster suppressed the old ancestor and the rest, it would not care about ants like them. If it had left with the others earlier, it would not have ended up in such a state. No sir, please spare my life, please spare me, it's all Zhang Chufeng's fault. We are all innocent. We are all innocent. Rumble. Not long after, the Hellion clan, the Beely clan, the Domingo clan. The ancestral land of the 9 great clans had one heaven-sheltering big hand drop after another, uprooting their ancestral land from the river city. Hiss, what a ruthless method. It's over. The 10 great clans are completely finished. C1391 His might shook the silver light ancient silvery light star, River City. Not long after that, the top 10 families of River City were uprooted by Yang Fann. It had always been Yang Fann's principle to eradicate the roots of the weeds. Since they had already become enemies with the top 10 families of River City, there was naturally no need for them to continue existing. Furthermore, the inheritance of these 10 great families had been passed down for over 1 trillion years. It was unlikely that their collection would disappoint him. The truth was that compared to the Zontai clan in Buddhist Sound Star domain, each of the 10 great families was extremely wealthy. Their value was more than 100 times higher than the Zontai clan. The exquisite holy crystals was worth billions or even tens of billions of trillion. Even Yang Fann had collected hundreds of millions of divine stones. Although they were all low-grade divine stones, they were still quite impressive. Many low-grade 9th Empyrean Saint King only had this amount of divine stones. There were also those holy herbs that piled up into mountains. Yang Fann even found over 100 Tier 9 Yang Fanns, and the best one was a high-ranked Tier 9 holy herb. It would be of great help to some top-level 7th Empyrean Sacred Kings. Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation, his cultivation would improve slightly after refining these level 9 holy herbs. As for the other treasures and Dao weapons and saint weapons, there was no need to even mention them. There were countless of them. However, there was a flaw in some of them. The primordial purple clouds that Yang Fann cared about the most was not much. Even when the 10 great families combined, the number of primordial purple cloudus did not exceed 1 billion. Compared to the Zontai clan, it was far inferior. The strength of the Zhang family and the other 10 families was 10 times, 100 times stronger than the Zontai clan. However, the difference between them and the Zontai clan was, they were the overlords of the ancient silvery light star. At most, they had some influence in the silver light world river. There was a limit to how many worlds they could control, unlike the Zontai clan. There were more than 1,000 world rivers under their direct rule, and almost half of the Buddhist Sound Star domain was under their control. Even if the Silver Light World River was a high-grade world river, and the number of worlds far exceeded those middle and low-grade world rivers in the Buddhist Sound Star domain, it was still just a world river. It could be compared to 10 world rivers, or even 100 world rivers. Could it be that it could be compared to 1,000 world rivers? 10,000 world rivers, the amount of primordial purple clouds produced would always be limited. An hour later, Yang Fann once again appeared in the transfer square. In an instant, all the Saint Kings retreated. No one dared to stand in front of Yang Fann. They didn't even dare to teleport at the same time as Yang Fann. It seemed like no one was going to the Guangling Realm Island with him, Crescent State. Yang Fann couldn't be bothered to wait for anyone else, so he threw himself into the exquisite holy crystals. A few 100 billion exquisite holy crystals was not a small amount to other Saint Kings. Many first-layer Saint Kings did not even have that many exquisite holy crystals in their entire possessions. It was not even a drop in the bucket. 10 breaths later, rumble, rumble, streams of dazzling light suddenly erupted from within the transportation array, dazzling and dazzling. Looking at the transportation array in front of him, Yang Fann's footsteps paused slightly, and a hint of hesitation flashed across his face. These 10 great families had dominated the river city for over 10 trillion years, and had accumulated countless properties. He had yet to deal with these things, especially the transportation array of the star domain, which was of utmost importance. If he were to auction them off, it would be too much. It was hard to say, but 100 billion primordial purple cloudus was inevitable. He was really unwilling to give up just like that. However, after a slight hesitation, Yang Fann still stepped into the transportation array. He was alone in this place, and he did not have anyone he could use. He did not know when he would be able to set up the auction. He was good at killing people, and he was good at business. It was 10 apertures that allowed him to open 9 apertures, he knew nothing at all. Rather than wasting a large amount of time to hold the auction, it was better to head straight to the Blue Moon Palace and borrow the Blue Moon Palace's strength to collect primordial purple cloudus. Perhaps, it wouldn't take long for him to gather all the primordial purple cloudus he needed. Hoo, that monster finally left. In front of that monster, I almost couldn't breathe. Seeing that Yang Fann had finally teleported away, the holy kings in the square finally let out a long breath. Some of them even had cold sweat on their foreheads. The pressure was so great. It was not something that could be described with words. It was something that could only be described with one's own strength. If a peerless monster, who had swept across the 10 great families of River City, turned red from killing. With their little bit of skill, they were 10 times more powerful. 100 times was still not enough for him to kill this monster. Not long after Yang Fann left the ancient silvery light star, the news of the 10 great families of the river city being destroyed swept across the entire ancient silvery light star like a sudden clap of thunder. Very quickly, a terrifying storm swept across the entire ancient silvery light star, shaking countless powers. River City was not an ordinary small city, it was one of the 10 ancient cities of ancient silvery light star. It could even be ranked in the top 5 of the 10 ancient cities. As for the Zhang family, Hellion family, and the other 10 families, they were all the top families in the ancient silvery light star. The strongest of them, the Hellion family, was one of the top 10 families in the ancient silvery light star. There were as many experts as the clouds in the family, and as the reign of experts fell, there were 7 top-level 7th Empyrean Saint Kings in the family. If the top 10 families joined forces, even 8th Empyrean Saint King would be mercilessly suppressed by them. How could they possibly wipe out the entire family just like that? And they were all destroyed by hair-raising boy, who was less than 1,000,000 years old. What kind of joke was this? The first reaction of many major powers was disbelief. However, facts speak louder than words. The 10 great families wouldn't appear in River City just because they didn't believe it. Ancient City of Mountains and Seas. One of the 10 great ancient cities of ancient silvery light star. Luo family, one of the 8 great families of ancient city of mountains and seas. Just like the Zhang family and the other 10 great families in River City, Luo family and the other 8 great families successfully controlled the fate vein of ancient city of mountains and seas, the transportation array of star domain. Within a magnificent crystal palace, Luo clan's acting head of the family, Luo Yi, was sitting on a throne, looking at a group of beautiful women dressed in chiffon clothing, dancing elegantly. Rumble. Suddenly, Luo Yihei's eyes shone with a brilliant starlight. Hiss. The 10 great families of River City were destroyed just like that. What a peerless genius. He had such a heaven-defying combat power even though he was less than 1,000,000 years old. Monster. What a monster. He was probably the son of a certain supreme being. Unfortunately, he had already left ancient silvery light star, otherwise, if I can get in touch with him, then. The son of true God sovereign was a great figure that stood at the peak of the entire Guangling realm island, especially when he possessed such heaven-defying talent and a respectable status. It was afraid that many heavenly venerates were inferior to him. As long as they could befriend him, the Luo family would be rich. Perhaps, they would be able to move their family into the Guangling realm island and establish their roots in the Guangling realm island. Dragon River Ancient City, 10 great ancient cities of ancient silvery light star. The Zhu family, one of the 9 great families of Dragon River Ancient City, and also the head of the 9 great families. There were 8 top grade 8th Empyrean Saint King in the family. Gulp. Less than 1,000,000 years old, 9th Empyrean Saint King was almost there. Terrifying, truly terrifying. This kid is absolutely not someone that our Zhu family can afford to offend. The Zhu family's patriarch, Zhu Chenghong, swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. His eyes were filled with shock, but very quickly, a bright light flashed in his eyes. Today, the 10 great families of River City have been completely wiped out. This is the best time for our Zhu family to march into River City. The Zhu family had always had the idea of expanding their influence to the River City. However, the 10 great families of River City had always been on the same side and wouldn't give the Zhu family any chances. But now, it was different. Without the 10 great families that they hated, just the River City and those small families wouldn't be able to stop the army of their Zhu family. Soon, the entire Zhu family started to move. A large number of experts left the Dragon River Ancient City. A beauty that brings disaster to the world, a beauty that brings disaster to the world. Ask those juniors in the family to restrain themselves a little. During this period of time, if anyone dares to cause trouble for me, I'll break his legs first without anyone else making a move. C1392 Overwhelming Rage Silver Light World River, Ancient Silvery Light Star. The news of the annihilation of the 10 great families of River City spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. In less than a day's time, it had swept across the entire ancient silvery light star. Countless families and major powers were shaken by the news. One after another, large families strictly restrained the hedonistic young masters of their families. If anyone dared to do anything during this period of time, they would break their legs before anyone else could do anything. This would save them from harming their families and bringing disaster to their families. At the same time, the daughters of Yun Ying, who had not married yet, were gathered by them. They were all warned that they were dissatisfied with the family's arrangements. However, if they dared to randomly drag someone to pretend to be the person they loved on the street, if they found one, they would severely punish the other and expel them from the family. They would not show any mercy. If one were to talk about beauty, the Zhang family and the other 9 big families of River City, it could be said that all of them felt wronged. If Zhang Xiping hadn't found someone on the street to pretend to be the person she liked to get rid of the entanglement of Second Master Zhang, she wouldn't have caused such a huge disaster. They didn't want their family to follow the footsteps of the Zhang family. Although the possibility of this happening was very slim, they weren't afraid of it. They were just afraid of 1 in 10,000. Also, those people in the family who were extremely daring, if anyone dared to provoke Zhang Xiping, no matter who it was, they would be beaten to death. That would be a jinx. Whoever touched her would be unlucky, of course. During this period of time, a large number of families Saint King Holy King headed towards River City. Those who had designs on River City, but it was not only the Zhu family in the Dragon River ancient city who had designs on the without the Hellion family, Zhang family, and the other top 10 families in the River City. The River City was a place where many of the top families in the ancient Silvery Light Star could be found. Anyone would want to take a bite out of it, not to mention the top 10 families. Just the transportation array in the star domain alone was enough to make countless families go crazy over it. As long as they could control the transportation array, no, as long as they could control a portion of the profits, it would be enough for their family to advance further. A storm of blood was bound to be unavoidable. No one knew how many holy kings would fall in the following battles. However, all of this had nothing to do with Yang Fann. Even if thousands of families in ancient Silvery Light Star were to be wiped out, Yang Fann would not frown. In the middle of the teleportation, without realizing it, Yang Fann closed his eyes once again and pretended to sleep. Although the Silver Moon Star domain where the ancient Silvery Light Star was located in the center of the Guangling River system, it was barely able to squeeze into the center. It was still quite a distance away from the real core, the Guangling Realm Island. During this period of time, there were more than 300 star domain in between. In many of them were the Great Star domain with over 1 million world rivers. The distance between them was several times greater than the distance between the Buddhist Sound Star domain and the Silver Moon Star domain. Even with the help of the transportation array in the star domain, it would take more than a year's time for them to arrive at the Guangling Realm Island. Time passed quickly. A month had passed. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. It had only been a month and a half, and there was still nearly a year and a half left. Could it be that he would really not do anything and wait for the teleportation to end? For those old monsters who had lived for tens of billions of years, a year and a half was nothing. They would take more than a year to doze off. However, Yang Fann was different. He was not even 11,000 years old. A year and a half was not a long time, but it was not short either. If he used it to refine primordial purple cloudus, it would be enough for him to refine millions of them. Why don't I give it a try? Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness. In the next second, rumble, a purple light flashed in Yang Fann's palm, and a primordial purple clouds appeared in his hand. Rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique slowly circulated, and a primordial purple cloud slowly broke down into strands of grandmist strength of origin that surged into his body. One primordial purple clouds doesn't have any effect. Let's try two. When the last strand of the grandmist strength of origin was swallowed by him, the power of space surrounding him didn't have any changes. Yang Fann felt slightly relieved. 2, 5, 10, 30, 50, 80. The primordial purple cloudus increased one by one until there were 100 of them. There were no changes to the power of space in the surroundings. Yang Fann was completely relieved. It seemed like he could still cultivate normally during the teleportation. As for why the other saint rulers did not cultivate, it was understandable after thinking about it. In just a year and a half, what kind of progress could they make? Not to mention a year and a half, even if it was 1 million years or even 10 million years, their cultivation might not make much progress. Not everyone was as lucky as Yang Fann. Cultivating the Hung Meng indestructible body allowed him to devour primordial purple cloudus and rapidly increase his strength. Rumble, rumble, one primordial purple clouds after another quickly broke down, turning into pure strength of origins that surged into Yang Fann's body, strengthening his body. Time flew by, and a year passed. In the eastern part of Guangling Realm Island, there was a cliff that stretched for tens of thousands of miles. On it, there were many exquisite and luxurious palaces scattered all over the place. Rumble from time to time, dazzling escape lights would cut through the voids and enter them. A terrifying aura that caused Saint King Holy King's heart to palpitate spread out from the center of the cliff. This cliff was none other than one of the 4 overlords of the Crescent State, the inner division of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, Wanren Cliff. There were countless cliffs on Wanren Cliff. Their identities were different, and the cliffs they lived on were different as well. Generally speaking, the height of the cliff determined the identity of a disciple of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. The cliff of an ordinary outer sect disciple was no higher than 100,000 feet. The cliff of a disciple of the inner sect was 100 million feet tall. The dozens of true disciples, like the 9 Heavens Elders of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, lived on the rare 10 million feet tall cliff. In the center of the cliff, at the peak of a cliff that was tens of thousands of meters tall, in a grand golden palace, a person sat cross-legged on a blue cloud bed. This was a young man in a golden robe. His face seemed to be carved out of jade, and he was cold and resolute. His entire body gave off a bone-piercing coldness, as if he was carved with the words "No one is allowed to enter." Rumble, rumble, 81 terrifying 5-clawed ice dragons burst forth from his body. They were lifelike, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, emitting a terrifying chill that could freeze the world. Chi-chi wherever the ice dragons passed. Boom! At this moment, if any living being dared to enter this palace, even some 6th Empyrean Saint King warriors would be instantly frozen into ice statues. Rumble. Suddenly, the golden-robed youth's tightly shut eyes opened. In the next second, a fury that seemed to be able to burn anything was burning in his eyes. Second brother. The golden-robed youth suddenly let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. Little brute, how dare you kill my family and destroy my family? You will die a horrible death. Revenge, I must take revenge. Awoo awoo awoo, the 81 5-clawed ice dragons roared continuously. Terrifying cold air erupted, freezing everything. An hour passed. The golden-robed youth finally released some of his anger. He regained some of his rationality. The next second, he rolled his eyes and started preparing for his revenge. That little brute, he was able to destroy my Zhang family with his own strength. The strength of the other 9 families had probably reached the level of 9th Empyrean Saint King. He is far from being my match now. If I want to take revenge, I'll have to ask Master for help. C-1393 arrived. The Guangling Realm Island was vast and boundless. Its area was vast and boundless. It was simply incomparable to a great world. Even if it was a top-grade great world, it would be like a drop of water in the boundless ocean of Guangling Realm Island. Even the biggest river of the world was inferior to it. In the entire Guangling Realm Island, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a small star domain. The entire Guangling Realm Island was divided into 2,196 provinces, and the upper 36 provinces. Zhongzhou was divided into 360 provinces. The lower province had 1,800 provinces. Among them, the upper province had the richest resources, even the poorest upper province. The resources within were enough to turn a mortal into true god sovereign. The Zhongzhou was second, while the lower province lacked the most resources. But even so, it was still not something that the thousands of star domain in Guangling River system could compare with. Even if it was the highest grade of the star domain, the combined resources wouldn't necessarily allow a 9th Empyrean Saint King to become a semi-god heavenly sovereign. As for the 1,800 lower provinces in the Guangling Realm Island, even if it was the lower province that was ranked last, the resources in it would be enough for several 9th Empyrean Saint King to advance to the semi-god heavenly sovereign realm. Crescent State, one of the 1,800 lower provinces of the Guangling Realm Island. Among the 1,800 lower continents, he could barely make it into the top 1,500. Under the rule of 1 hall and 3 pavilions, the first hall was the 8 Desolate Hall. The 3 pavilions were the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the Mysterious Underworld Pavilion, and the Zhenyu Pavilion. Among them, the 8 Desolate Halls were the most powerful. They had almost occupied the 3rd level of the Crescent State and had 2 great semi-god heavenly sovereign overseeing it. The Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the Mysterious Underworld Pavilion, and the Zhenyu Pavilion had similar powers. Each of them had a heavenly venerate ancestor overseeing it. They each controlled 2 floors of the Crescent State, and the last floor of the Crescent State. They controlled the hands of those big and small powers. Broken Mountain City, one of the 10 major cities under the jurisdiction of Heaven's Edge Pavilion. It was located in the center of the 10 great mountain ranges of Crescent State, the Dark Net Mountain Range. It was like a natural chasm that split the Dark Shadow Mountain Range into two. This was also the reason why it was called the Dark Shadow Mountain Range. In the entire Broken Mountain City, it stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. Compared to the river city of the ancient Silvery Light Star, it was nothing. It was at least 10 times worse. In the Broken Mountain City, there was more than one transportation array in the star domain. There were 5 of them. Moreover, each transportation array in the star domain was connected to 810 transportation array. The scale of the transportation array was far larger than the one in the river city. Broken Mountain City, Eastern City's transfer square. Rumble, rumble, rays of dazzling light of teleportation constantly erupted from the one-way transportation array, dazzling and dazzling. Every single one-way transportation array had a group of blue-armored heavenly generals maintaining order. Everything was in order, and no one dared to casually cut in line. This was the Heaven's Edge Pavilion's Xianxia guards. Not only were they strong, the weakest among them was 4th Empyrean Saint King. The leader of the guards was none other than the quasi-7th Empyrean Saint King who had stepped into the 7th Empyrean Saint King realm. Once they formed a battle formation, they would be able to surround and kill 7th Empyrean Saint King. Adding the fact that they had the Heaven's Edge Pavilion as their backing, they would be able to form a level 8. Even 9th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't dare to offend them. Rumble. All of a sudden, a transportation array in the southwest region of the transfer square burst forth with a dazzling light. In the next second, a black-clothed young man appeared out of thin air. Vaguely, he could even see some violet lights flickering around his body. Is this the Guangling Realm Island's Crescent State? Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes and looked around curiously. After nearly a year and a half of teleportation, Yang Fann finally arrived at the Crescent State. My power has been suppressed. Suddenly, Yang Fann frowned. It had been a long time since he felt the suppressive force. After a cultivator reached the Saint King stage, even if it was the highest grade of the Great World, he wouldn't be able to feel it. The suppression from the strength of world was almost negligible. Because of this, the Sacred King Expert was also known as the Expert of the Star Domain. It was able to fight across the Star Domain, unlike Saints, half-step Saint King, whose strength would be greatly reduced under the suppression of the strength of world. Never would he have thought that Yang Fann would once again feel the suppression in the Guangling Realm Island. Furthermore, the suppressive force was extremely strong, almost suppressing half of his strength. But soon, Yang Fann's brows relaxed. Even if his strength had been suppressed by nearly half, he had dominated the Zhongzhou. It was impossible for him to do so in the upper province, but in the Crescent State. Furthermore, he also discovered that the suppressive force, different from the great strength of world, it was constantly. It was not weakening. It would not take more than a few days. He had truly adapted to the rules of the world island. The suppressive force, it would completely disappear without a trace. That was true. If the suppressive force was still there, how could the foreign sacred kings compete with the expert of the Guangling Realm Island? There were no more saint rulers. They were all rushing towards Guangling Realm Island. If they died in the hands of some amphioxus that were far weaker than them because of the suppression of the world island, it would truly be unfair. Of course, even if the power of the world island wasn't weakened, Yang Fann wouldn't be too worried. He was very confident in the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique. As long as he devoured enough of the native Guangling Realm Islands of the Guangling Realm Island, it would only be a matter of time before he fully integrated with the Guangling Realm Island. Hiss. What a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. Very quickly, Yang Fann's body shook once more. The spirit of heaven and earth in ancient Silvery Light Star was already sufficiently thick, several dozen times thicker than the one in Fan Yin Star. It was hundreds of times denser than the martial saint realm that he had carefully crafted. However, compared to this place, it was like a firefly and a bright moon. The heaven and earth cloud and mud could not be compared at all. This was only an ordinary lower province. The Zhongzhou, and even the 36 upper provinces, as well as the heaven and earth spiritual energy, should be extremely rich. No wonder Holy Son of Heavenly Wu was able to attain the position of Wu King in just a few thousand years. He was just a pig that was placed in the upper province. After thousands of years of spiritual energy baptism, if he was given another primordial purple clouds, he would be able to easily become a saint. As expected, the environment decided everything. In the Tianan Realm River, not to mention a few thousand years old saint, even within tens of millions of years, the number of people who could attain the Tao and become a saint could be counted on one's fingers. In the Guangling Realm Island, it was just a normal thing. The only difficulty was whether he could obtain the primordial purple clouds. Comparisons between people were really infuriating. What kind of talent and potential were all just floating clouds. The most important thing was to have a good birth. It's just that this spatial barrier is also terrifying. Although he had only used a wisp of his mental energy, with his mental energy that far exceeded 9th Empyrean Saint Kings, even a wisp was not comparable to an ordinary sacred king. However, with a stab, not to mention piercing through space, it did not even cause a ripple in the surrounding space. In other words, an ordinary sacred king's all-out attack could not even cause the surrounding space to fluctuate. This was something unimaginable in the star domain. In the other star domain, even the most ordinary Saint Kings could explode with a full-force attack. In a large world, if Saint King Holy King was willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy the Boundary River. However, in the Guangling Realm Island, ordinary Saint Kings, not to mention destroying the world, it was still unknown if he could even destroy a huge mountain. This destructive force had dropped to the lowest point, and that speed was similarly less than 1 in 100, perhaps even less than 1 in 10,000. Without this transportation array, if a sacred king wanted to leave Crescent State and head to another province, it would probably take 1,000 years or 10,000 years. At this moment, the voice of an extreme enmity came from the eastern horizon and swept across the entire transfer square. Little brute, you've finally made me wait for you. Today, I will avenge my family, my father, and I, second brother. I will skin you, extract your tendons, drink your blood, and eat your flesh. The next moment, rumble, a terrifying aura that was 1,000 times more terrifying than Zhang Wei and the other half-step 8th Empyrean Saint King descended from the sky, enveloping the entire transfer square. Hiss! What a terrifying pressure! I'm no match for him at all. This is simply the difference between life and death. 9th Empyrean Saint King, the one who has come is definitely 9th Empyrean Saint King. May I know which Elder of Heaven's Edge Pavilion is here? C1394. You should end your own life. Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, Broken Mountain City, Eastern City Transportation Array. Yang Fann was like a curious baby as he looked around. The Guangling Realm Island was the Guangling Realm Island. No wonder it was the core of the Guangling River system. Whether it was the spirit of heaven and earth, the strength of the spatial zone, or the number of experts, it was incomparable to the other star domain. Here, low-level holy kings were everywhere. Intermediate holy kings were worse than dogs. Yang Fann had seen quite a few of 7th Empyrean Saint King, who was the overlord of the other star domain and the sect's Taofather. Even 8th Empyrean Saint King and Yang Fann had noticed a few of them. Right at this moment, rumble, a force that was 1,000 times more terrifying than a top-level 7th Empyrean Saint King. A terrifying pressure that was more than 10,000 times more terrifying descended from the sky, enveloping the entire eastern region of the transportation array. In an instant, the entire eastern city square was in an uproar. Many Saint Kings were secretly guessing which Saint King's 9th Empyrean Elder from the Heaven's Edge Pavilion had come to the Broken Mountain City. The Broken Mountain City was one of the 10 major cities under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. It was the true core of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, second only to the headquarters of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, Wanren Cliff. Apart from the elders of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, even the elders of 8 Desolate Hall would never dare to act so recklessly in the Broken Mountain City. It was a blatant provocation to the dignity of Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Out with a heaven-shaking dragon's roar, a 5-clawed white dragon over 10,000 miles long came from the western sky. On top of the dragon's head stood a middle-aged man wearing a white robe. His aura dominated the wilderness and looked down upon the world. On the back of the dragon stood a young man, who was about 30 years old. His body was cold to the extreme, and his eyes seemed like they were about to spit fire. He was like an enraged beast that would explode in the next second and tear apart all the powerful enemies. 5-clawed white dragon, it's the 6th elder of Heaven's Edge Pavilion, White Dragon King Gong Jiping. The one behind him should be his true disciple, the Ice Dragon King, Zhang Chuyun. Look at this Zhang Chuyun, he really wants to eat people. I don't know who he is, but he actually has the guts to provoke their master and disciple. All around, the holy kings discussed animatedly. The Ice Dragon King, Zhang Chuyun, was nothing, even though he had the potential to break through to the Saint King's 9th Empyrean However, he had not grown up yet, and his combat strength. However, White Dragon King, Gong Zhiping, was different. He was one of the top 10 experts in the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, 10 billion years ago. They were already 9th Empyrean Saint King, and now they had reached the higher 9th Empyrean Saint King realm. He had roamed the Crescent State for hundreds of millions of years, and had rarely met a worthy opponent. Besides the elders of the 8th Desolate Hall, the Profound Serenity Pavilion, and the other 2 major powers, he had offended White Dragon King, Gong Zhiping. Otherwise, he would be courting death. In the time it takes to breathe. Gong Zhiping. And Zhang Chuyun's eyes immediately focused on black-clothed youth. Zhang Chuyun gritted his teeth, as if he wanted to eat the young man's meat and drink his blood. It can't be, could it be that this young man offended Gong Zhiping and his disciple? There's only such a brat who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. He has the guts to provoke White Dragon King and his disciple. In an instant, doubt flashed across the eyes of the surrounding saint rulers. Although they couldn't see through black-clothed youth's cultivation, he must have used some kind of secret technique to conceal his true cultivation level. With his age, no matter what kind of monster he had, it would be his limit to have 4th Empyrean Saint King's cultivation level. An ant like him dared to oppose Gong Zhiping and his disciple. This was like lighting a lamp in the toilet, seeking death. We must be mistaken. We must be the one who made a mistake. The one who could startle White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping must be at least 8th Empyrean Saint King. How could it be a junior who had not even grown all his hair? Even if it was really him, it wouldn't be a big deal if the Ice Dragon King, Zhang Chuyun, attacked. But if it wasn't this junior, who would have offended White Dragon King, Gong Zhiping? In that area, other than black-clothed youth, there was no other person. Or is it that someone is hiding there and we didn't discover him? Boom boom boom. In an instant, numerous holy wills swept across that area madly, searching carefully, trying to find that mysterious person. No, no, as expected of White Dragon King, his means are extraordinary. On the transportation array, Yang Fann frowned slightly. Zhang Chuyun, it seems like he's the #1 monster in the Zhang family. When he destroyed the Zhang family, Yang Fann had already thought of such a day, so he wasn't too surprised. As for fear, it was even more impossible. It was just a mere high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even though he had yet to fully adapt to the law of the island, his combat strength had been suppressed by the force of the island by nearly half. It wasn't something that a mere high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King could imagine. The only person that he was afraid of in the huge Heaven's Edge Pavilion was the old ancestor of the Heavenly Venerate. What a young man, he does have some guts. Gong Zhiping stood proudly on top of the dragon's head and looked down at Yang Fann from above. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Not everyone could face him calmly under his gaze. Even some lowly 9th Empyrean Saint King would inevitably panic. What? No, it can't really be this little devil, right? This. How is this possible? White Dragon King is making a big deal out of nothing. With just this kid, he can just send a random 7th Empyrean Saint King. Is there a need for him to do it himself? The White Dragon King paused for a moment and continued, "You can destroy my disciple family before you're even 1,000,000 years old. Your talent is something that few people in the Heaven's Edge Pavilion can compare with." What? That junior destroyed Zhang Chuyun's family? I didn't hear it wrong, right? The first reaction of the surrounding holy kings was disbelief. The birth of the Ice Dragon King, Zhang Chuyun. Many of them knew about it. It was a big family in the Silver Moon Star domain. There were several top-level 7th Empyrean Saint rulers in the family. Even in the Crescent State, it could barely be considered a big family. It was enough to rule some small cities. Without 8th Empyrean Saint King's strength, he would have to destroy the Zhang family. The possibility of that was infinitely close to zero. This junior is 8th Empyrean Saint King. Was that possible? How old is he? However, when they saw Zhang Chuyun's eyes that were about to spurt out blood, they had no choice but to believe that all of this was real. Hiss. 8th Empyrean Saint King who was less than 1,000,000 years old. This talent, even if they searched the entire Crescent State, they wouldn't be able to find anyone who could match him. With your talent, you will at least be a top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King in the future. It is very likely that you will become a heavenly sovereign. Gong Zhiping continued to speak with confidence. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. He changed the topic and said, "It's a pity that you shouldn't have killed my disciple's family. Your path ends here. Since you are also one of the few peerless evildoer in Crescent State, you should end your own life." I will give you a quick death. Master. Before Yang Fann could say anything, Zhang Chuyun, who was on the dragon's back, became anxious. This little brute actually dared to destroy his family and kill his family. He wanted nothing more than to eat his flesh and drink his blood. How could he let him die so easily? Wasn't this letting little brute off too easily? Yuner, don't be blinded by hatred. Master, Zhang Chuyun was still a little unwilling. Gong Zhiping's face was a little gloomy. Yuner, yes, Master. Zhang Chuyun forcefully suppressed the unwillingness in his heart. Without Master's help, with his meager cultivation, not to mention revenge, he would simply be courting death. Right at this moment, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, a wild laughter came out from Yang Fann's mouth, as if he had just heard the funniest joke. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, self-destruction, you aphid, who gave you the guts to act like a big-tail wolf in front of me, and even led me self-destruction? Who, fuck, I didn't hear it wrong, right? This junior actually dares to speak to White Dragon King like this. Is he crazy? C1395, you vile disciple, you dare to cheat me. Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, east of Broken Mountain City. All the holy kings were stunned. They looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a madman. What did they hear? This junior actually dared to speak to White Dragon King like that. This junior must be crazy. Or did he think that he was invincible and no one could stop him just because he had destroyed a tiny Zhang family? Within the void, White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping's expression instantly turned cold, and a hint of anger flashed across their eyes. What a reckless junior! He had given White Dragon King a chance to free himself because of his young age. Putting aside the fact that he didn't appreciate White Dragon King's kindness, he still dared to speak such arrogant words. Great, it was really good. Don't you know that sometimes, death is also a kind of happiness? Junior, you will definitely pay the price for your arrogance. The next second, White Dragon King waved his right arm and clawed at Yang Fann. In this grab, Gong Zhiping didn't use too much of his strength. He didn't even use a single level of his strength. He was just an ant in level 8, there was no need for him to make such a big fuss. But even so, the strength of this grab was comparable to the full strength of a low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Anyone below the Saint King's 9th Empyrean would be invincible. Chi where the big hand passed by. Crack. Spatial distortion. This is 9th Empyrean Saint King's power. Terrifying. It's over. That junior is finished. In an instant, all the holy kings in the surroundings looked at Yang Fann as if they were looking at a dead man. 9th Empyrean Saint King, 8th Empyrean Saint King, the difference between first layer and first layer, but the difference between them was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. That power, it was not something that a single 8th Empyrean Saint King could fight against. Potential was ultimately just potential. Before it was converted into strength, everything was fake. It was a pity that this kid's talent was not premature. If he didn't die prematurely, he might very well become a semi-god heavenly sovereign in the future. On the transportation array in Star Domain. Hiss. What a terrifying spatial crystal wall. A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes, although he already knew how strong the spatial crystal wall of the Guangling Realm Island was. It was far from what those great worlds could compare with. He never thought that, he had still underestimated him. It was comparable to the attack of a low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. It only caused the spatial zone to distort, let alone shattering it. Not even a crack had appeared on the surface of the spatial zone. It seemed like the spatial zone was going to collapse completely. What kind of mighty force was needed? Top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Or was it semi-god heavenly sovereign? While he was shocked, Yang Fann didn't slow down his movements. He threw out a backhand punch. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't dare to be overly arrogant when facing a 9th Empyrean Saint King. Besides, under the suppression of the power of the Island of Worlds, he couldn't unleash the full power of the 6th level. This punch, the 10th level of the power of the shell, didn't hold back at all. It was unleashed at full force, smashing all the way to the end. Poochie wherever the punch passed, tiny cracks appeared in the 4-direction space. The spatial crystal wall cracked. It cracked. How could this be possible? All around them, the holy kings were extremely shocked. Their eyes were about to pop out of their eye sockets and tear open the space. Even if it was just a tiny crack, it should at least be an intermediate 9th Empyrean Saint King. That junior had middle-level 9th Empyrean Saint King's power. What kind of joke was this? The number one monster in the Crescent State, that young master of the 8 Desolate Hall, only had the strength of an intermediate 8th Empyrean Saint King at such a young age. Not to mention the lower provinces, it was likely that there was not even a single intermediate 9th Empyrean Saint King in the entire 360,000 Zhongzhou. Only those supreme inheritance divine children with true gods in the 36 upper provinces would possess such a heaven-defying monster, the monster. However, very quickly, the faces of the group of holy kings changed once more. What did they see? They were forced back. White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping were actually forced back just like that. Not only was it as simple as a direct retreat, his right arm was covered with tiny cracks. Clearly, White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping had suffered some losses in this exchange. It was true. It was true. Everything was true. They had seen White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping's strength. Although they had underestimated their opponent and did not use much strength, it was still comparable to the full strength of a low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. The strength that could completely suppress him and even cause him to suffer a loss was definitely at the intermediate 9th Empyrean Saint King realm. Gulp gulp. When did our Crescent State produce such a monster? No, that's not right. This kid is definitely not from my Crescent State. A region of earth and water, a region of people. The Crescent State was only a lower province, and among the 1,800 lower provinces, they were ranked very low, and their resources were limited. 8th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than 1,000,000 years old, was ranked very low. It was still possible, but they couldn't nurture a peerless monster like this. This time, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion was probably going to suffer a huge setback. If one is not careful, one of the 3 pavilions in the Crescent State will become one with 2 pavilions. Although we don't know the exact origin of the monster, there is one thing that we can be sure of. The power behind it was not something a Heaven's Edge Pavilion could compare with. To put it bluntly, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion probably didn't even have the qualifications to guide him. In the void, Gong Zhiping, who had stabilized his body, was no longer as calm as before. His eyes were filled with seriousness. Vaguely, there's a little bit of panic. 9th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than 1,000,000 years old. Such a monster could only be nurtured by those top powers that had true God Sovereign as their leader. Although their Heaven's Edge Pavilion was one of the 4 overlords of Crescent State, they were just a slightly stronger ant to those supreme inheritances. There was no need for true God Sovereign to do anything. 1 or 2 semi-God Heavenly Sovereign might be able to annihilate the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Saint Kings were divided into 9 heavens, and semi-God Heavenly Sovereign was the same. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, the reliance of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, was just an ordinary 1st Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. In the Guangling Realm Island, amongst the many Heavenly Sovereigns, he was neither the weakest nor the strongest. Furthermore, he was also 1st Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. The foundation of the heavenly venerates of those top powers was also far from enough. It was not something that a rogue heavenly venerate like Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya could compare with. In the next second, Gong Zhiping turned his eyes and glared at Zhang Chuyun, who was on the dragon's back. His eyes were filled with anger, as if he was interrogating him silently. Evil creature, you tricked me. Regarding the matter of Yang Fann, Zhang Chuyun didn't tell him the truth. He only told Gong Zhiping that Yang Fann had the power of 8th Empyrean Saint King. When the Zhang family was unprepared, he used a sneak attack to eliminate the Zhang family. He didn't tell Gong Zhiping about Yang Fann's true strength and the fact that the 10 great families of River City had been annihilated at the same time. Gong Zhiping didn't think that his disciple, would trick him. After thinking for a moment, he agreed. Although it was rare to see 8th Empyrean Saint King who was less than 1,000,000 years old, he could still find a few people in Crescent State. With the strength of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, they were still able to withstand it. If they knew that Yang Fann possessed such terrifying strength, Gong Zhiping would never have provoked him. A monster like this was not something they could afford to offend, let alone a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. This bitched evil creature had completely tricked him, Master, and their Heaven's Edge Pavilion. It was a waste for me to value you so much and nurture you with all my strength. This is how you repay me. This ingrate was truly an ingrate that I didn't know how to raise. Master, Zhang Chuyun opened his mouth and wanted to explain something. This disciple didn't want all of this to happen, but if he were to speak the truth, Master, how could you agree to avenge your disciple? Rumble. Suddenly, a ruthless look flashed across Gong Zhiping's eyes. Since you are heartless, don't blame me for being heartless. In the next second, Pucci. Before Zhang Chuyun could finish his words, Gong Zhiping moved his right hand. Under Zhang Chuyun's disbelieving gaze, he grabbed Zhang Chuyun with his right hand. Your Highness, all of this is the fault of an evil disciple. Today, I will hand him over to you. Whether you want to kill him or cut him into pieces will be up to your Highness. My Heaven's Edge Pavilion will never complain about this. C-1396 Ancestor Save Me. White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping didn't put Yang Fann in their eyes at first. Although 8th Empyrean Saint King, who wasn't even a million years old, was also the #1 Heaven's Pride in Crescent State, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion could still afford to offend him. They had never thought that Yang Fann would be so heaven-defying, having the strength to fight an intermediate 9th Empyrean Saint King. This kind of monster was rare even in the 36 upper provinces, let alone the lower provinces. It was definitely a direct descendant of a supreme being inheritance, or even a young lord. It was not something that a tiny Heaven's Edge Pavilion like them could afford to offend. Without any hesitation, Gong Zhiping sold his treasure, disciple Zhang Chuyun. Yun, don't blame me. I have no other choice. Besides, in the end, you were the one who cheated me first. Don't blame me for not caring about the relationship between master and disciple. What, am I seeing things? White Dragon King sold his direct disciple just like that. The surrounding saint rulers were slightly stunned and could not react in time. White Dragon King was different from the other elders of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. He had many disciples under him. He only had one direct disciple under his command, the Ice Dragon King Zhang Chuyun. It could be said that he had always regarded Zhang Chuyun as his successor. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have sold Zhang Chuyun out so easily. However, there were also many holy kings who had a look of admiration in their eyes. What a good White Dragon King, he was really decisive. If a person doesn't want to live, he will be punished by the heavens and the earth. Sin disciple, how dare you cheat me? Isn't it just a personal disciple? Their longevities are endless. At most, they can just take in a few more in the future. If they continued to resist, not only would he not be able to gain any benefits, even their Heaven's Edge Pavilion would be in deep trouble. Cough, cough, cough. Zhang Chuyun kept coughing. He wanted to say something, but he could not say a word. He looked at Gong Zhiping with pleading eyes. There was also a trace of disbelief. He still couldn't accept that master, who always doted on him, would treat him like this. Unfortunately, Gong Zhiping didn't budge at all. There was a great fear between life and death. In order to survive, he could even abandon his own son, let alone his disciple. Yun, if you don't die, my Heaven's Edge Pavilion will never have a peaceful day. For the sake of my Heaven's Edge Pavilion, you can go with a peace of mind. Above the transportation array, Yang Fann looked at Gong Zhiping coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. You pushed it quite cleanly, but unfortunately, you will still die today. Anyone who dared to attack him would be sentenced to death. If he wasn't strong enough, would that claw have killed him just now? Gongzi, it was indeed my fault just now. In that case, I am willing to compensate you. It was the greatest humiliation of his life for a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King to beg for mercy from a middle-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. However, he had no choice but to do so. The inheritance of the Supreme Being wasn't something he could afford to offend. Also, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion behind him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Compensation. Use your life as compensation. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent. The next second, rumble. The vast amount of magical energy within Yang Fann's body was instantly pushed to the limit. In an instant, the energy around Yang Fann's body increased crazily, rising steadily. Poochie in all directions, an endless stream of air began to collapse, flow backwards, and go berserk. Even the space itself began to faintly crack. Ah, how is this possible? White Dragon King screamed. There was a trace of panic in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, Yang Fann's aura had already surpassed 9th Empyrean Saint King's. It made him feel like he was going to face top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King directly. Top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than a million years old, how could such a monster exist? Even the #1 person in the younger generation of the 2 families, 3 palaces, and 4 sects of a country might not have such a monster. Fake, this must be fake. Yang Fann moved his body and crushed the void. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of White Dragon King. Die rumble. Yang Fann turned his head and struck down with his palm. Under the enhancement of the vast amount of magic power in his body, Yang Fann's strength increased by more than 10 times in an instant. Even if he wasn't as strong as top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, he was still not much weaker. He was definitely not weaker than a 9 Dao High 9th Empyrean Saint King. Pucci wherever the palm force passed, the space was like a mirror. It was full of crisscrossing cracks, as if it could break at any time. Ah, it's true, everything is true. An extremely dangerous aura woke White Dragon King up in an instant. He finally believed that Yang Fann really had the power to fight top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Young master, stop, I have no intention of becoming your enemy. All of this is the fault of my disciple, it's all his fault, it has nothing to do with me. White Dragon King let out a miserable wail. Zhang Chuyun flew out of his hand and lunged at Yang Fann. Ah no! Bang! A miserable cry of despair rang out as Zhang Chuyun was forcefully blasted apart. The terrifying power had completely obliterated his holy soul. Initially, he wanted to borrow Master's strength to avenge the Zhang family, but in the end, he became Master's shield and died a violent death. It was truly ironic. Rumble. After destroying Zhang Chuyun with a single palm strike, Yang Fann didn't slow down at all. He continued to attack White Dragon King. Ah, I'm going to fight you to the death. Facing the relentless Yang Fann, the fierceness in White Dragon King's heart was completely ignited. Rumble rays of bright white light burst out from White Dragon King's body all of a sudden, like numerous white dragons, sweeping across the world. Break for me with a punch, a terrifying 5-clawed white dragon burst out. The dragon's aura was unparalleled, sweeping across the world. The White Dragon's world-shocking fist, White Dragon King's famous ultimate skill, a top-grade profound ranked secret skill. In fact, for a 9th Empyrean Saint King like White Dragon King, the most suitable secret skill was a Earth-grade secret skill. A profound ranked secret skill, even if it was a top-grade profound ranked King secret skill, had a limited effect on him. Even if he had cultivated this White Dragon shocking fist to the great perfection stage, it would only increase his strength by 1-fold. It was just that it was not easy to obtain the Earth-grade secret skill. A first-rate power like the Heaven's Edge Pavilion only had one Earth-grade secret skill. Unless it was Pavilion Master, he would not be able to learn it. White Dragon King did not have the qualifications to do so. This was the sorrow of a small power. Unlike the Witch Clan, a Earth-grade King-level secret skill was just a standard for a high-level Wu King. Among them, the most outstanding ones even had a Celestial-level secret skill. This was a powerful secret skill that many heavenly venerates didn't even have the chance to learn. Bang! Yang Fann slammed his palm onto the 5-clawed white dragon. In less than a breath's time, arg! With a despairing dragon's roar, the 5-clawed white dragon completely collapsed and turned into dust. White Dragon King was only a 2-pronged high-tier 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even with the support of the profound ranked secret skill, his strength was only comparable to the high-tier 9th Empyrean Saint King of 3 paths. Compared to the 9 high-tier 9th Empyrean Saint King, the difference was more than a few times. No 7 treasures glazed umbrella, block it for me. Buzz! A large, lustrous, pearl-colored umbrella floated above White Dragon King's head, enveloping his entire body. The 7 treasures glazed umbrella, an 8-patterned defensive Dao weapon, White Dragon King's ultimate Dao protector treasure. Resisting with all your might. Yang Fann sneered. Bang! A violent palm force struck the 7 treasures glazed umbrella. Crack! Crack! The 7 treasures glazed umbrella began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. Under the suppression of the power of the World Island, Yang Fann's strength was weakened by nearly half. However, his physical defense was not weakened at all. It was still comparable to a 9-patterned Dao weapon. Moreover, it was one of the best among the 9-patterned Dao weapons. It was not something that an 8-patterned Dao weapon like the 7 treasures glazed umbrella could compare with. Arg! How could this be? White Dragon King was extremely shocked. His 7 treasures glazed umbrella was an 8-patterned defensive Dao weapon, and its quality was extremely strong. Even those 9 top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to destroy the 7 treasures glazed umbrella with just his bare hands without using a 9-patterned Dao weapon. Breaking through the defense and shattering the 7 treasures glazed umbrella. That's totally 2 different concepts. Not good. Save me, old ancestor, save me. C-1397 Sky Sovereign Clone Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, Broken Mountain City. Lost. Lost. White Dragon King lost just like that. I didn't see wrongly, right? The Holy Kings were stunned. They could not believe what was happening in front of them. White Dragon King, Gong Zhiping, was a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. To be able to suppress him in such a short period of time, even if his strength wasn't as great as top-level 9th Empyrean Saint Kings, it wouldn't be much different. However, he was only 1,000,000 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he shouldn't be so abnormal. Within the void, Yang Fann raised his brows slightly. Just as he was about to suppress this White Dragon King with his palm, a dangerous chi suddenly emerged from White Dragon King's body. There's something strange about this White Dragon King. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying aura burst out from White Dragon King's body. It was dozens of times stronger than White Dragon King, who was a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Not only that, even Yang Fann was far inferior to him. Top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King's chi was definitely a top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King's realm, and it was the top of top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King's cultivation. Boom above White Dragon King, a magnificent figure that was thousands of feet tall appeared like a mirage. This figure was like a high and mighty god, supreme in the heavens and the earth. Break a sound of great Tao seemed to come out of the mouth of that god. In an instant, Yang Fann's terrifying palm force, which could rival top-level 9th Empyrean Saint Kings, was completely shattered. The next second, the stalwart figure was extremely concentrated and finally transformed into a middle-aged man no taller than 1.8 meters. He wore white clothes and floated like the clouds. The aura on his body was ethereal and unpredictable. It was hard to figure out what was going on, from top to bottom. There was a natural sign that he had returned to his original state. However, there was a peerless dignity that could not be concealed between his brows. Every single move he made unleashed a terrifying aura. It caused all living beings to kneel down and worship him. This is Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia. No, that's not right. Although his aura is terrifying, there is still a clear gap between him and a heavenly venerate. Separate. Clone. This is a clone of Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia. The hearts of the holy kings in all directions skipped a beat. Their eyes were filled with respect, even though it was just a clone of a celestial venerable. I never thought that Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia would leave a clone on White Dragon King. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia, he really has a special interest in White Dragon King. Legend has it that White Dragon King is related to Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia by blood. Now, it seems like this rumor is not baseless. There were dozens of Saint King's 9th Empyrean elders in Heaven's Edge Pavilion, but only a few of them had Heavenly Sovereign clones. This wasn't an ordinary clone with divine sense, but a clone with top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King's powerful combat strength. It wasn't something that could be refined so easily. Each clone would consume a lot of Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's time and effort, as well as countless resources. Otherwise, if it was really that easy, the Heavenly Venerate expert wouldn't need to work so hard to establish any major power. It would be able to produce tens of thousands of top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King in a matter of minutes. White Dragon King is safe now. Although it was just a Heavenly Venerate clone, it represented Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's true self. No matter what kind of monster that monster had, it wouldn't dare to disrespect a Heavenly Venerate before it advanced to the Heavenly Venerate. Although the background and potential of World of Cultivators was important, the most fundamental thing was still one's own strength. If it wasn't necessary, even the supreme inheritance wouldn't casually fall out with a Heavenly Venerate. Whoosh! Looking at the white figure above him, White Dragon King and Gong Zhiping heaved a long sigh of relief. With the presence of the old ancestor, this junior would definitely not be able to harm him. Your Highness, the Elder of the Public Order was also deceived by that evil creature. That's why he attacked you, Your Highness. Now, that vile creature has been killed. I wonder if Your Highness can give me some face and spare the Elder of the Public House this time. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's voice sounded like he was trying to please Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia. Although his true self was an Empyrean ancestor, someone who was below the true divinity realm, the highest grade of experts. However, when faced with a top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King that was less than 1,000,000 years old, not even his true self could find a single bit of superiority, much less a clone like him. Yang Fann's talent and potential wasn't something he could imagine. As long as he didn't fall in the future, there would be 8 to 9 of them. It wasn't impossible for him to become a true God sovereign, or even surpass a supreme being. On the other hand, in this life, let alone the position of a true God, even the possibility of advancing to the Heavenly Sovereign 4th layer was extremely slim. Hand over this gong jipping and I won't make things difficult for your Heaven's Edge pavilion. Yang Fann pondered for a moment and said coldly. He didn't know whether he could defeat an old ancestor of the Heavenly Venerate. Without a real battle, he didn't have much confidence. If the Heaven's Edge pavilion was interested, he wouldn't mind giving up. However, Gong Jipping had to die. No one would be able to survive after killing him. Gong Jipping's facial expression changed. He had never thought that the young man would dare to make such an unreasonable request when his old ancestor personally pleaded for his life. The next second, Gong Jipping begged anxiously, "Old ancestor, save me, save me." He didn't want to die. He really didn't want to die. He still had an endless supply of longevities. How could he just die here? A trace of hesitation flashed across Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's eyes. If it was anyone else, even if it was a true disciple, he would just give up without saying anything. However, Gong Jipping was different. He was one of the top 10 experts of Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Compared to him, this old ancestor, there was still a tiny bit of bloodline connection between them. Moreover, with Gong Jipping's talent, it wasn't as if he didn't have any hope of breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate in the future. Otherwise, this sovereign wouldn't have sent him to protect Gong Jipping. Looks like you don't agree. The cold shine in Yang Fann's garden flashed. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya frowned slightly, and his heart was filled with displeasure. This young man really didn't take him seriously, a Heavenly Venerate. However, when he thought of Yang Fann's potential, and the terrifying power that it represents, the anger in his heart dissipated in an instant. A proud son of heaven like him, a peerless monster. Each and every one of them was a master that was doted on by thousands of people, with their eyes looking up to the sky. It was normal. However, were they really going to hand over Gong Jipping? A high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King was enough to injure the Heaven's Edge Pavilion. Furthermore, this action would probably make the other elders' hearts turn cold. Right at this moment, a trace of impatience flashed across Yang Fann's eyes as he said, "I have given you a chance. If you don't know how to cherish it, then all of you will die for me." Although Yang Fann was somewhat afraid of that Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, he wasn't afraid of him. Yang Fann even had a trace of eagerness in his heart. It was hard to find an opponent. It had been a long time since he fought with his full strength. He could use this opportunity to test his true combat strength. Even if he couldn't win, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. His heaven-defying defense was his greatest reliance. Currently, his pure body defense strength was no less than a 9-patterned Dao weapon. Once he unleashed his Hung Meng indestructible body with all his strength, his defensive power would be comparable to a semi-divine artifact. Even semi-god Heavenly Sovereign would find it extremely difficult to destroy a semi-divine artifact. In the next second, rumble, rumble, boundless purple gas erupted from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. The aura around his body soared crazily, 10 times, 100 times, and in the blink of an eye, it surpassed Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's clone. Bitch, he actually has a secret. Is there still justice? Is there justice? C1398 Trembling Crescent Moon Continent Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, Broken Mountain City. All the Saint Kings and expert were dumbfounded. They had forgotten all about the demeanor of a Saint King. They were like the rascals in the mortal world who kept swearing. Those who had seen monsters before had never seen such monsters before. Top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, who was less than 1,000,000 years old, was already shocking. He had searched the entire Guangling Realm Island, but he could not find a single one. There was actually a hidden monster. Bitch, was he still human? Even if he really had an affair with the Great Tao, he shouldn't have behaved in such a way. In the void, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's clone wasn't any better. He was so shocked that his jaw almost couldn't close. He had lived for tens of billions of years. He had traveled all over the 2,196 provinces of the Guangling Realm Island and had seen some true gods who possessed the bloodline of gods. However, compared to this monster, there was no comparison at all. At this moment, the terrifying aura that erupted from him had already surpassed the scope of top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. It seemed to be on par with a Heavenly Venerate. What was even more terrifying was that the chi was still soaring continuously, as if it would never end. Rumble. Yang Fann's body shook, and his aura rose to its peak. Bang bang. With Yang Fann as the center, the space within a 100-mile radius couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. Like glass, the space cracked inch by inch, and endless air currents collapsed, flowing against the current and raging. Sky Sovereign, no, Sky Sovereign who is less than 1,000,000 years old. This, Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. Shattering space, this was the mark of an Empyrean expert. Although Yang Fann had only broken through 100 miles of space, he was still a heavenly venerate. He was still an Empyrean. There was a qualitative difference between him and 9th Empyrean Saint King. It had never been there since ancient times. It was truly unprecedented. At this moment, if Zhang Chuyun were to be resurrected in front of Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone, he would even want to skin this evil creature alive. If it wasn't because little brute didn't know the difference between life and death, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion wouldn't have provoked such a monster. Even White Dragon King, this master, was hated by Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone. If it wasn't for the fact that this unfilial son was blind and accepted such an evil creature as his disciple, how could the Heaven's Edge Pavilion have such a disaster? Why not just abandon this unfilial descendant and quell the anger of that monster? Unknowingly, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's thoughts began to waver. At this moment, do I already have the power of a celestial venerable? Yang Fann's eyes flashed. In other words, if he unleashed all of his combat strength, even if he couldn't match up to those second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign warriors, he was afraid that he wouldn't be much weaker. One should know that he had only used the Hung Meng indestructible body, and the 356 Saint King Law hadn't been used yet. Furthermore, due to the suppression of the Realm Island, his true combat strength had only been exposed once or twice. In the next second, rumble, Yang Fann's body moved and tore through space, instantly appearing in front of Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone. Dai He moved his right arm and struck with his palm without any hesitation. Ah, not good. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapse enveloped Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone. He was only a clone, and his combat strength was far inferior to his main body. He had barely managed to surpass top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, and there was still an insurmountable gap between him and the Heavenly Venerate realm. Furthermore, as his clone, he didn't have any semi-divine artifact to protect himself. Not to mention the semi-divine artifact, he didn't even have a 9-patterned Dao weapon. He couldn't block this attack, he really couldn't. Your Highness, please show mercy. In the nick of time, an anxious shout came from the eastern horizon. At the same time, a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times stronger than Yang Fann descended from the sky and swept across the entire broken mountain city. However, Yang Fann acted as if he didn't notice anything. The terrifying palm force continued to crush him. Rumble, the heavens and the earth split apart. The invincible palm force was like a hot knife cutting through butter, destroying everything in its path. Bang! In an instant, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone exploded into pieces. Although the clone's strength was stronger than even the 9 paths top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, it was not a true sacred king. It had the ability to revive from a drop of blood, and its survival ability was far inferior to a sacred king of the same level. With one palm, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone died. In less than a breath's time. Rumble, a brilliant beam of holy light tore through the void, and a white-robed man descended from the sky. It was almost identical to Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's clone. However, its aura was 10 times, 100 times stronger. This man was none other than Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's true self. The clone was connected to the true body. After Yang Fann's chi surpassed top-level 9th Empyrean Saint Kings, the clone contacted the true body urgently. Although the crescent state was huge, no less than 100 top-level worlds, it was nothing to the Heavenly Venerate expert. Even if the spatial crystal wall was incomparably powerful, causing a cultivator's speed to drop drastically, a Heavenly Venerate could still travel through the crescent state in a very short period of time. Furthermore, the Broken Mountain City and Heaven's Edge Pavilion's headquarters, Wanren Cliff, were not far from each other. The capital. However, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's face was ashen, and his eyes were burning with anger. He had already begged for mercy, but this young man still didn't show any mercy. He had destroyed his clone. This was a slap to his face that didn't give him any face as the old ancestor of the Heavenly Venerate. Moreover, the one that had been destroyed wasn't an ordinary clone. It was a powerful clone whose combat strength was greater than top-level 9th Empyrean Saint Kings. There were only 3 of them in his possession. Each of them could be said to be one of the trump cards of Heaven's Edge Pavilion. No one knew how many resources were used for this. Now, they had been destroyed just like that. The Heaven's Edge Pavilion had suffered a great loss. Right at this moment, rumble, Terrifying waves of mental energy appeared near the broken mountain city. The weakest of them was not much weaker than Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's clone. The strongest of them was not any weaker than Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya. In fact, they were even stronger than him. One should know that Yang Fann had caused such a huge commotion in Broken Mountain City. Ordinary Saint Kings might not be able to detect it. However, it was impossible for those top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King to not sense it. Especially after Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's powerful arrival, it had alarmed the 8 desolate hall. The 4 great heavenly venerates of the mysterious underworld pavilion and the Zhenyu pavilion were not even able to hide themselves. Even the old monsters, who were completely unconcerned about external matters, were alarmed. There was no lack of semi-god heavenly sovereign among them. On the surface, it was the crescent state. Only the 5 great heavenly venerates were present. However, this didn't mean that there were only 5 heavenly venerates in crescent state. There were still some heavenly venerates who lived in seclusion here. It was just that they did not have a good reputation. Who is it that has such guts to provoke that old man Tian Ya? Fuck, this old man isn't seeing things, right? Heavens. Heavenly venerates, a heavenly venerate that isn't even a million years old. Bitch it, are you for real? How can there be such a monster in this world? Even the most powerful monsters of the 10 great powers can't be this abnormal. How could this be? How could this be? This old man has bitterly cultivated for trillions of years and is still lingering at the threshold of becoming a heavenly venerate. How could a junior who hasn't even reached a million years of age be able to step into the heavenly venerate realm? Roar the great Tao was unfair. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. C-1399 War against Empyrean Horizon Tremor. In the entire Crescent State, all the top-grade experts were trembling in fear. A heavenly venerate who was less than a million years old, let alone seeing him, had never even heard of him before. Many of 9th Empyrean Saint King were on the verge of collapsing. Bitch it, they had been bitterly cultivating for trillions of years, and were still wandering around in front of the heavenly venerate. It was unknown when they would have the opportunity to take that crucial step and become a heavenly venerate. But this junior was lucky. He hadn't even been a million years old, not even a million years, he hadn't even been a fraction of them. He had actually surpassed them and stepped into the realm they dreamed of. The great Tao was so unfair. In the sky above Broken Mountain City, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's eyes were fixed on Yang Fann. A gurgling sound came out of his throat like thunder. After a while, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya finally managed to suppress the anger in his heart and said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, this matter ends here. How about it?" His rationality finally defeated his anger. Putting aside the mysterious background of this monster, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya was not completely confident that he could suppress it. Both of them were first Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. Defeating them was easy, but killing them would be a piece of cake. It would be very difficult. With their current cultivation base, how could they not have a few life-saving trump cards in their hands? Especially when it came to this monster. His foundation was not something that a rogue heavenly venerate like him could imagine. Unless his cultivation base could have a qualitative breakthrough and successfully advance to the second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, he might still have a little hope of leaving it behind. However, it was easier said than done. There was probably not a single second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign in the entire Crescent State. Even the number 1 person in the Crescent State, Heavenly Sovereign Ba Huang, had only just stepped into first Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's limit. If he wanted to break through, who knew how long it would take? Since there was no other way, he had to make sure that first Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign was left behind. It was better not to make such a monstrous monster fall out with him. Otherwise, the Heaven's Edge Pavilion would be the one to suffer in the end. His potential was almost exhausted, and his achievements in this life. He was only a heavenly venerate. A true god was something that he didn't even dare to think about. But that monster was different. An Empyrean was only his beginning. It wasn't impossible for him to become a true divinity or even surpass a true divinity. This is it, I just gave you a chance. You don't want it. Now, tell me this ends here. What do you think I am? A cold light flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of excitement. It was hard to find an opponent. Although Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya had given him a vague sense of danger, it didn't make his heart palpitate. Even if he was stronger than him, there was a limit to how strong he was. It was the best whetstone to test his combat strength. In this battle, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya had to fight even if he didn't want to. The next second, Pucci. Without waiting for Heavenly Sovereign Tianya to say anything, Yang Fann's body moved and tore through the space, lunging at Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. Take my palm. Rumble. Yang Fann's palm struck towards Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's head. A terrifying force spread out in all directions. The space within a 100-mile radius was like a mirror, shattering inch by inch. It was as if a terrifying eye of wind had appeared in his palm, sucking out the air within several hundred miles, forming a terrifying vacuum. Stop it, you're no match for me. I don't want to hurt you. Bang. As he spoke, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya struck out with his palm, easily blocking Yang Fann's terrifying palm. Under the enhancement of the Hung Meng indestructible body, Yang Fann's strength had increased by several hundred times, but he had only just stepped into the Heavenly Venerate realm. On the other hand, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya had been a Heavenly Venerate for 100 billion years. Although he had not broken through to the Heavenly Venerate second layer, he had also reached the Heavenly Venerate peak of Layer 1 realm, and his strength was several times greater than Yang Fann's. You don't want to hurt me. Ridiculous, do you really think this is all my strength? What, could it be that this junior is hiding something? How is this possible? Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's body trembled, and his eyes filled with disbelief. It wasn't just Heavenly Sovereign Tianya, but all of the other Heavenly Venerates present didn't believe what Yang Fann had just said either. Even if you really had an affair with the Great Tao, you should have reached your limit. Rumble, rumble, metal, wood, water, fire. 5 elements. Devour, destroy. 356 light pillars of law burst forth from Yang Fann's body. In an instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body rose rapidly and crazily. Bang bang, the shattered space around him began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 200 kilometers, 500 li, 800 li, 3000 li, 5000 li. Fuck, is there a mistake? He's really hiding something. Fuck, is he really less than 1,000,000 years old? It can't be some old monster pretending, right? Broken space, 8,000 miles. Its power is probably infinitely close to the limit of an Empyrean Layer 1. All the Heavenly Sovereigns were so scared that their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. The spatial crystal wall in the Guangling Realm Island was incomparably solid, and only the Heavenly Sovereign expert could shatter the vacuum. It was a big sign that semi-god Heavenly Sovereign's strength could be differentiated by how many miles he had shattered the void. And the limit of first Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's strength was only 10,000 miles. Yang Fann could shatter the void 8,000 miles away, but that was only the pressure of his chi. Even if he couldn't shatter the void 10,000 miles away, his actual strength wouldn't be much different. Oh no, that's not right. This law of his, and it was a false Saint King law. Could it be that this monster hasn't condensed its heart of Saint King yet? Yang Fann had not used the power of laws before, so they did not know. But now that he had used the power of laws, he had completely revealed the truth. How could this be a Heavenly Sovereign? He wasn't even a Holy King, but a mere half-step Saint King. No matter how many Saint King law he grasped, as long as he didn't condense the heart of Saint King, he would be a half-step Saint King. Moreover, the power of the laws hadn't been condensed by the heart of Saint King, so it could only be considered a false Saint King law. Its power was several times weaker than the real Saint King law. Gurgle motherfucker, what kind of monster is this? A mere half-step Saint King stage can comprehend 356 Saint King law. Is this really something a human can do? There was a limit to the number of Saint King law that a half-step Saint King could control. Some of the divine children and divine ladies who possessed the bloodline of a god could only comprehend 100 or so Saint King law. Even those high and mighty true gods rarely had someone who could control over 200 Saint King law when they were at the half-step Saint King stage. It was unheard of for someone like Yang Fann to comprehend 356 Saint King law. And that heaven-defying combat power. How could he let someone live? Could it be that this monster wants to control 360 Saint King law and step into the Saint King's 9th Empyrean, or even the Heavenly Sovereign realm? Why is this monster's heart so big? Isn't he afraid of dying? The more Saint King law he controlled, the higher his cultivation base would be once he broke through. It was enough to save some of the Saint Kings a lot of hard work. However, with every additional Saint King law he mastered, the difficulty of breaking through would increase exponentially. Combining the 72 Saint King law, the heart of Saint King, and the 36 Saint King law to form the heart of Saint King. These were two completely different concepts, let alone fusing 360 Saint King Law at the same time. Just the thought of it was enough to make one despair. Putting aside everything else, just the energy that erupted from the heart of Saint King alone was enough to blow up a semi-divine artifact. There was a slight flaw in the saint body. That was death. Within the void, sensing the explosive power within his body, Yang Fann smiled in satisfaction. It had been so many years since he had used his full strength. Today, he would definitely fight to his heart's content. The next second, rumble, a raging battle intent surged and seethed in Yang Fann's heart. Roar, heavenly sovereign Tian Ya, take another palm of mine. C-1400 defeat the sky sovereign Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, Broken Mountain City. Yang Fann versus heavenly sovereign Tian Ya. This heavenly sovereign Tian Ya deserved to be called the veteran first Empyrean heavenly sovereign. With just the Hung Meng indestructible body alone, Yang Fann was no match for him. Finally, Yang Fann did not hold back anymore. He unleashed 356 Saint King Law at the same time, unleashing all of his power. Rumble. With the enhancement of 356 Saint King Law, the power of this palm had increased by more than 10 times, and it shattered tens of thousands of miles away. The power of this palm strike was so terrifying that it was equivalent to stepping into the limit of the heavenly venerate layer 1. Bitch it, how could this be? A trace of deep fear flashed across heavenly sovereign Tian Ya's eyes. Vaguely, there was also a trace of panic in his eyes. This strength had already exceeded his limit. In his heart, he immediately cursed White Dragon King. This bastard, even if he wanted to stand up for Little Brute, wouldn't he first investigate the other party's background? He really had no idea how he managed to survive until now. Boom. A ray of blue light shot into the sky from heavenly sovereign Tian Ya's head, finally revealing a blue pearl the size of a human head. A blue hologram burst out from it, and protected heavenly sovereign Tian Ya's entire body. Deep blue heavenly pearl, low-grade semi-divine artifact. It was also the only semi-divine artifact in heavenly sovereign Tian Ya's hand. It wasn't easy for a rogue cultivator to become a rogue cultivator. For a first-layer rogue cultivator like heavenly sovereign Tian Ya, it could be said that he was at the lowest level of the heavenly venerates, which was also why he was able to live in a lower province like the Crescent State. To show off his might was nothing in the 360 Zhongzhou. Not to mention the fact that he could own a semi-divine artifact in the 36 upper states. It was a rare defensive semi-divine artifact, and it was already considered not bad. Some of the more miserable first Empyrean heavenly sovereigns still had a 9-patterned Dao weapon in his hand. Rumble. Yang Fann's palm landed on the blue hologram, causing it to violently shake and distort. Although the deep blue heavenly pearl was only the lowest level defensive semi-divine artifact, with the support of heavenly sovereign Tian Ya, who was a peak first Empyrean heavenly sovereign, it was not something that a peak first Empyrean heavenly sovereign could casually break. Your Highness, please stop. My Heaven's Edge Pavilion has no intention of making you our enemy. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya smiled bitterly. He really didn't want to fight this battle. Such a monster was simply. This isn't something that First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign can afford to offend. Bang. Yang Fann remained unmoved. He threw another punch at the blue hologram, causing ripples to appear continuously on it. Your Highness, please calm your anger. You can deal with that sin as you wish. You can kill or cut it. Clenching his teeth, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya finally chose to give up on Gong Zhiping. He was a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Although he was important and could be considered the mainstay of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, he was nothing compared to the foundation of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. If he continued to entangle with this monster, perhaps the Heaven's Edge Pavilion would be removed from this world. Old ancestor, don't. Gong Zhiping wailed mournfully and begged bitterly. Ping don't blame old ancestor. For the sake of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, you can go with peace of mind. Are you willing to hand it over now? It's too late, Yang Fann sneered. Some people were despicable. They would not shed tears until they saw the coffin. The next second, break for me. Bang bang bang. Yang Fann's hands moved quickly, and like a violent storm, he crazily attacked Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya. Pew pew pew. Pist 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 pist. The blue hologram shook violently and collapsed. Vaguely, tiny and dense fissured traces seemed to appear. If you hold on for too long, you will lose it. In the end, the deep blue heavenly pearl was only a low-level semi-divine artifact, and its defensive power was limited. As for Yang Fann, not only was his strength comparable to a peak first-layer heavenly venerate, but his sacred body also rose by several hundred times under the support of the Hung Meng indestructible body. It was simply a human-shaped semi-divine artifact. Its grade was so high that it was even higher than the deep blue heavenly orb. Are you sure you want it to be this amazing? Heavenly Sovereign Tianya used the deep blue heavenly pearl to forcefully hold on. His fury had almost reached the brink of erupting. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann didn't respond to Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's words. But his attack became even fiercer. You forced me to do all of this. Even a clay figurine would be infuriated, let alone a heavenly venerate expert like Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. At this moment, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya finally erupted. The next second, rumble, a dark shine that looked like a source of darkness cut through the void. A black spear fell into Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's hand. Dark Destruction Yuan Breaking Spear, 9 runes Dao weapon. It was a top-grade 9 runes Dao weapon. It was only a hair's breadth away from the semi-divine artifact. It was a treasure that was second only to the deep blue heavenly pearl in Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's hands. With the spear in hand, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's aura rose steadily, faintly showing signs of contending against Yang Fann. Kill, rumble, rumble. In all directions, countless spaces had completely collapsed. Countless mushroom clouds continued to rise, as if 3 calamities in 9 calamities had occurred. Although Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's strength was weaker than Yang Fann's, with the help of the protection of the deep blue heavenly pearl, he ignored Yang Fann's young master and fought with his life on the line. For a moment, he and Yang Fann were locked in a fierce battle, as if they were about to meet a worthy opponent. Although that monster's strength is comparable to First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereigns, it is still unable to break through the defense of the deep blue heavenly pearl. Looks like this battle will end in a draw. However, with just a mere half-step Saint King Cultivation base, it's already frightening enough to be able to fight evenly against old monster Tianya. That's right, it would be scary if he really won. The sacred wills of the celestial venerables interweaved in all directions. Vaguely, there's a sense of relief. How dare the ancestor of the heavenly venerates fight him, even if they weren't the ones who were defeated by a mere half-step Saint King. Each and every one of them had a dark expression on their faces. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Although old ancestor Tianya didn't win, he didn't lose either. In the void, competing with my life on the line, I've never been afraid of anyone. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He immediately gave up on defending, just like Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. Using his life to exchange for his life, using his injuries to exchange for his life. Heavenly Sovereign Tianya had the protection of the deep blue heavenly orb, and Yang Fann's sacred body's defense wasn't bad either. He might even be slightly stronger than First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, and it wasn't something a First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign could tear apart with just a 9 runes Dao weapon. In an instant, Yang Fann's attacks became fiercer and fiercer, and he started to gain the upper hand. Fuck, are you for real? Bang. He was completely unharmed. This sacred body, this defense. This is going to defy the heavens. All the heavenly venerates were dumbfounded, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. Half-step Saint King, controlling 356 Saint King Law, not only was his combat strength comparable to First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's limit, his saint body's defense was actually not inferior to some semi-divine artifacts. This brat was not the illegitimate child of the great Tao. Otherwise, all the benefits would come to him. The jealousy in his heart was like a surging tide. No, that's not right. That brat's strength, his strength is actually still rising. Suddenly, a heavenly venerate's expression changed as he cried out in alarm. WTF, there really is a hidden. This. At this moment, the celestial venerables could not find any words to describe their feelings. Many of them even had the urge to die. It was a blow to the heart. Compared to this monster, they were also called heavenly venerate bigwigs. All these years, they had lived like dogs. The suppression of the power of the realm island was temporary. It could be said that Yang Fann's strength was increasing every second, every breath of time. To be more precise, it was recovering. Especially under the crazy attacks, a large number of laws were constantly being controlled by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's compatibility with the Guangling realm island became increasingly fast, and the speed at which his strength was recovering also increased. Until now, the suppression of the power of the island on Yang Fann had not even reached the 4th level. After recovering more than 1 level of strength, Yang Fann's combat strength had more than doubled. At this moment, every punch and attack of Yang Fann seemed to surpass the limits of a heavenly sovereign and Layer 1. Poochie poochie poochie, the holograms on the blue hologram became more and more obvious. Bitch it, how could this be? There was a trace of anxiety in Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's eyes. If this continued, his deep blue heavenly pearl would not be able to hold on for long. Once the deep blue heavenly pearl was destroyed, with his strength, how could he defend against this abnormal monster? Soon, another hour passed. Yang Fann had recovered more than 7 levels of his strength. One strike was enough to shatter 30,000 miles of space. Although this strength had yet to reach the Heavenly Sovereign second layer, it had already surpassed First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's realm. Kacha Kacha, the blue hologram was covered with cracks, as if it would completely shatter in the next second. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's eyes turned green. He had tried to break out of the encirclement several times. As for White Dragon King and the Broken Mountain City below, he couldn't care less about them. Unfortunately, they were all useless. All of them were blocked by Yang Fann. The Hung Meng indestructible body was an all-round enhancement, and its speed had also increased by a few hundred times. It was incomparable to First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya had even used the forbidden arts to forcefully increase his speed. Damn it, does this junior really want to kill all of us? No, this can't go on. Otherwise, I, the old ancestor, will have to die. I can't do it in the hands of this junior. Unknowingly, cold sweat had already seeped out from Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's forehead. Heavenly Empyrean Profound Abyss, Heavenly Empyrean Suppressing Prison, Heavenly Empyrean Bronze Furnace, please take action. In the future, I will definitely reward you handsomely. C1401 Intermediate Heavenly Venerate Tomb. Time passed, minute by minute, second by second. The suppression of the world island on Yang Fann was rapidly weakening. By now, Yang Fann had recovered more than 7 levels. His combat strength was close to the 8th layer, and his strength was terrifying. Even if he wasn't as strong as a Heavenly Sovereign second layer, he wouldn't be much weaker. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, who was supposed to be evenly matched with Yang Fann, was no longer a match for Yang Fann. He was now at an absolute disadvantage. Poochie poochie, on the blue defensive hologram, the spiderweb-like cracks were expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. It seemed as if it could be completely shattered at any moment. Even the semi-divine artifact, the deep blue heavenly pearl, had a few faint cracks on it. At this moment, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya no longer cared about losing face. He began to ask for help from the 3 heavenly venerates that he was on good terms with. Empyrean Darknether and Empyrean Genyu. These 2 people were respectively the heavenly venerates of the mysterious underworld pavilion and the Genyu pavilion. They were the 4 overlords of the Crescent State, the 1st hall and the 3rd hall. Among them, the 8 Desolate Hall were the only major powers. The Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the Mysterious Underworld Pavilion, and the Genyu Pavilion were the 3 major powers. No matter which one of them fought alone, they were far from being a match for the 8 Desolate Hall. In order to fight against the 8 Desolate Hall, the 3 major powers were considered allies. The relationship between the 3 great heavenly venerates could be considered pretty good. As for Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace, he was a reclusive heavenly venerate in the Crescent State. Because the seclusion grounds were under the jurisdiction of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya had quite a good relationship with him. In an instant, Heavenly Venerate Profound Nether and the other 2 were silent for a moment. It could be said that they had silently rejected Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya's request. Although they had some friendship with Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, if it was any other First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, they would have attacked him. However, this monster in front of them couldn't be provoked by Heaven's Edge Pavilion. The 3 of them couldn't afford to offend him either. The 3 of them didn't think that they were that great to put themselves in such a dangerous situation for the sake of such a small friendship. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, O Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, you should pray for your own good fortune. In the void, rumble, Yang Fann's fist force became even more violent, and it seemed to have the power of a second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. Buzz buzz buzz, the deep blue heavenly pearl let out a sorrowful cry, and it seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Bitch it. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya became more and more anxious. In 10 breaths, at most 10 breaths, the defense of the deep blue heavenly pearl would be completely shattered. At that time, his death wouldn't be far away. Heavenly Sovereign Profound Nether, Heavenly Sovereign Genyu, we are allies. We have agreed to help you. Could it be that you are really going to betray the alliance? Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya, it is true that we have an alliance, but it is against the 8 desolate hall. Brother Xianxia, it's not that we don't want to help you. We really can't do anything about it. You, Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia was furious in his heart. He wanted to retort, but he could not find any reason to do so. The alliance of the 3 families was mainly to fight against the 8 desolate hall. It did not include the other factions. If Sky Sovereign Zhan Yu and the rest provoked that monster, he would only choose to stand idly by. If there was no need to face such a heaven-defying monster, no one would be willing to completely fall out with him. At this moment, explode for me! Yang Fann suddenly let out a loud shout, and the strength in his hand increased by several points. That terrifying strength was almost equal to a full-powered strike from a second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. However, the force of the world island on his body had weakened by a lot, allowing Yang Fann to unleash the combat strength of a 8th-layer warrior. Rumble! The heavens and the earth were collapsing. The blue hologram completely exploded, exploding into powder. Tiny cracks appeared on the entire deep blue heavenly pearl. It was clear that the injuries were not shallow. Ah, poof! Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia threw his head back and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura was rapidly weakening. The vital treasure was injured, and Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia immediately suffered a backlash, causing him to be severely injured. Even his source was slightly shaken. Kekaki, be obedient and become my nourishment for my growth. Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He looked at Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia as if he was a hunter looking at the fattest and most beautiful prey. He had never devoured a heavenly venerate before, so he wouldn't let Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia down. Even if his own strength couldn't be doubled, it wouldn't be much different. As he spoke, rumble, a terrifying devouring black hole shattered the vacuum, smashing towards Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia. Not good. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's expression changed drastically. An extremely ominous omen swept across his heart. It was as if in the next moment, he would fall into an irrecoverable land, unable to reincarnate forever. Boom! Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's eyes flashed with a bright light, as if he had finally made up his mind. Heavenly Sovereign Profound Nether, Heavenly Sovereign Zhenyu, Heavenly Sovereign Bronze Furnace, I know of the tomb of a middle-level Heavenly Sovereign. As long as you help me suppress that junior, I'm willing to share that middle-level Heavenly Sovereign tomb with you. Middle-level Heavenly Sovereign, that was a mighty heavenly venerate at the 4th layer and above, and as long as he could obtain the treasures within. In the future, not to mention a heavenly venerate 2nd layer, he would be able to reach the 3rd level. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the 4th layer. All of this should have been his. But now, he had no choice but to share it with them. At this moment, Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia's heart was bleeding. However, there was nothing he could do. He only had one life. If he lost it, everything would be over. No, all of this was the fault of this kid. It was all his fault. I want him to die. I want him to die. What? Middle-level Heavenly Sovereign tomb. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia, are you sure? I can swear that it is definitely a middle-level Heavenly Sovereign tomb, or even the tomb of a 6th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. 6th Empyrean Heavenly Venerate tomb. 6th Empyrean Heavenly Venerates were existences that they looked up to. Even in the 360 Zhongzhou, they were overlords. In the 1800 lower province, they were virtually invincible. Alright Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia, I agree. I will suppress that junior with you. Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace was the first to agree. He had been trapped in the Heavenly Venerate's extreme stage for far too long. 10 billion years, even 100 billion years. The middle-level Heavenly Sovereign tomb was his chance. As long as he could obtain the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign inheritance, breaking through to the Heavenly Venerate 2nd layer was almost guaranteed. In the future, he would even have a slim chance of reaching the 1st Scryer middle-level Heavenly Sovereign. As for the consequences of joining forces to suppress that freak, he'd long forgotten about it. He was a loner all by himself. At most, he would leave Guangling River system. As the dignified semi-god Heavenly Sovereign, he was afraid that there would be no place for him to hide. Alright, I agree as well. Me too. After a slight hesitation, Heavenly Sovereign Profound Nether and Heavenly Sovereign Zhenyu agreed as well. As long as they could break through to the Heavenly Sovereign 2nd layer, or even the 3rd Empyrean, a small foundation was nothing. At that time, with their strength, they would be able to rebuild a Profound Nether pavilion. The Zhenyu pavilion was not simple, and it would only be bigger. Rumble. The devouring black hole continued to crush him. It seemed like it was going to devour the severely injured Heavenly Sovereign Tianya in one go. Boom! A terrifying bell sound swept across the world. Bang! A mountain-like golden bell cut through the void and crashed into the devouring black hole, shattering it into pieces. In the next second, a bald-headed man with a terrifying aura, as deep as the ocean, appeared beside Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. Primordious golden bell, its Empyrean bronze furnace. Ah, how could he dare to get involved in this mess? The celestial venerables who were watching the show couldn't believe what they were seeing. Although the Furnace Lord and Heavenly Sovereign Tianya were friends, they were all celestial venerables. Which one of them wasn't an old monster that had lived for hundreds of billions of years? Which one of them would truly take a fancy to such a small friendship? For the sake of a little bit of friendship, they had become enemies with such a freak monster. This was simply not Empyrean bronze furnace, however. They were clearly shocked a bit too early. Rumble, rumble, two more streams of light descended from the sky, revealing two terrifying Heavenly Sovereign Tianyas that were not the slightest bit weaker than Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. It can't be. Heavenly Venerate Profound Nether and Heavenly Venerate Genu also want to interfere. C-1402 He fought against the four Sky Sovereigns Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State. All the Heavenly Venerates were dumbfounded. One Heavenly Venerate Copper Furnace was already enough to shock them. Now, even Heavenly Venerate Profound Nether and Heavenly Venerate Genu were standing on Heavenly Sovereign Tianya's side. Since when did Heavenly Venerates value relationships so much? Or was it that I have been in seclusion for too long and can't catch up to the times? But soon, all the Heavenly Venerates reacted. Heavenly Sovereign Tianya must have brought out benefits that Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace and the other two couldn't give up on. However, there was something that could move the three Heavenly Venerates and make them ignore that monster. And also fear the faction behind him. Intermediate Semi-Divine Artifact. This could make them do whatever they wanted, but could Heavenly Sovereign Tianya take it out? If he really had an intermediate Semi-Divine Artifact, he wouldn't have been severely injured by that monster. An intermediate Semi-Divine Artifact was a treasure that even a middle-level Heavenly Sovereign would be tempted by. If Heavenly Sovereign Tianya had an intermediate Semi-Divine Artifact, he would be able to challenge a second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. It wasn't a difficult task. Or was it a secret technique to break through? It didn't seem likely. If there really was such a secret technique, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya would have broken through to the Heavenly Venerate and second layer a long time ago. How could he not break through after tens of billions of years? Within the void, looking at the sudden appearance of Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace and the other two, Yang Fann frowned slightly. A hint of fear flashed through his eyes. These three people, he was not afraid of any one of them in a one-on-one fight. However, if the three of them joined forces, it would be two different concepts. None of the three of them were weaker than Heavenly Sovereign Tianya. Especially the bald middle-aged man, whose chi was terrifying. Even he, who had recovered his 8th layer combat strength, wasn't much weaker than him. He was definitely a peak 1st layer. When the three of them joined forces, it was definitely not 1 + 1 = 2. Perhaps, they could even fight an ordinary Heavenly Sovereign 2nd layer expert. Besides, although Heavenly Sovereign Tianya was seriously injured by him, he did not completely lose his combat strength. Instead, he unleashed the combat strength of a high-level 1st Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. It wasn't a big problem. You all want to become my enemies. Everyone, attack together and suppress this junior. Before Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace and the other two could speak, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya roared. His eyes were filled with endless killing intent. It was all because of this junior that he had no choice but to share the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign tomb with Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace and the other two. The losses incurred were immeasurable. If he could devour all the treasures in the Heavenly Venerate tomb, he might have a chance to break through to the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign in the future. However, now, the four of them were dividing up. Let alone breaking through to the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign, even if he could break through to the 3rd Heavenly Venerate, it was a big problem. A grudge against the Tao was no different from killing one's parents. Heavenly Venerate Bronze Furnace and the other two frowned slightly. If they didn't completely fall out with such a freak, they still wouldn't want to completely fall out with him. Unfortunately, the agreement between Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and them was to completely suppress this junior. Forget it. How could they not pay a price in order to obtain the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign inheritance? The next second, Chaotic Yuan Golden Bell, break. Profound Nether Demon Dragon Blade, kill. Heaven Suppressing Prison Wheel, suppress everything. Rumble, rumble, the golden clock, the blade light, the heavenly wheel. All of them shattered the space around them as they pressed down on Yang Fann. 4 great heavenly venerates, including the severely injured heavenly sovereign Xianxia. None of them held back at all. One semi-divine artifact after another was unleashed at full power, killing everything in its path. A monster like this monster absolutely couldn't give him any time to catch his breath. Otherwise, the consequences would be hard to predict. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia was the best example. At first, he was able to fight the strange fetus to a draw, but after a short while, he was completely suppressed by the freak. Although he didn't know the reason behind it, he knew that it wouldn't be wrong to suppress it in the shortest amount of time. Hiss. What a terrifying power. I'm afraid that Junior is going to suffer. The hearts of the celestial venerables skipped a beat. With the 4 great celestial venerables joining hands, as well as the semi-divine artifact in their hands. The power of this joint attack had almost reached the strength of a middle-grade Second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. It was the strength of an ordinary low-grade Second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. If one was careless. Hong Long. In the air, a solemn look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. A faint dangerous aura lingered in his heart. Roar break for me rumble. The energy in his body started to surge crazily. He threw out a punch as if Devil God was going to destroy the world. This was the most powerful attack that Yang Fann could unleash right now. It was no weaker than the all-out attack of a low-grade Second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. Rumble. A terrifying energy wave seemed to want to blow up the entire broken mountain city. Grug grug grug. Large patches of buildings were destroyed and turned into powder. Many saint rulers and half-step saint king who were watching the show had no time to escape before they were completely vaporized. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Yang Fann threw his head back and spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was sent flying backwards. The Hung Meng indestructible body that was comparable to a semi-divine artifact was shaken too. The point that it was shocking. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surface of the Hung Meng indestructible body. This time, Yang Fann was severely injured by them. With his strength, which had just broken through to the Second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, he was still not strong enough to fight against the 4 heavenly venerates. Rumble, rumble, an extinguishable power circulated wildly, and that shocking wound began to heal at a visible rate. The Hung Meng indestructible body not only gave Yang Fann a powerful strength, but also a terrifying defense. More importantly, the word indestructible was the most important thing. Hiss. This junior has such a terrifying recovery ability. Heavenly Sovereign Xianxia and the other 3's bodies trembled, and a trace of shock flashed across their eyes. Semi-God Heavenly Sovereign's strength had a unique destructive characteristic, and it was able to destroy the expert's indestructible energy. It was the true second layer, or even the 3rd Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. It's not easy to recover from this. Kill. We can't give this brat any chance to catch his breath. In an instant, the 4 great heavenly venerates tore through the space and started attacking wildly. Since they had completely fallen out with each other, they could not allow this monster to leave alive. Otherwise, they wouldn't be safe even if they left the Guangling Realm Island. In the vast universe, boundless, once they left Guangling River system, even true God Sovereign's chances of finding them would be minuscule. However, it was hard to say whether a supreme existence beyond the true God realm would be able to find them. An invincible expert like that was not something they could imagine. Unfortunately, this monster in front of them had the potential to surpass a true divinity. Bang bang. The number of wounds on Yang Fann's body continued to increase. Even though he circulated the Hung Meng indestructible body with all his might to repair his wounds, it was still not enough. Currently, his Hung Meng indestructible body was only at the Great Perfection realm, and it wasn't even at the Great Perfection mid-stage. His indestructible strength was still lacking. If he could refine all the 2 trillion primordial purple cloudus in his hand, these injuries wouldn't be a big deal, and he would be able to recover in an instant. Of course, if that was really the case, these 1st Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign were just a bunch of ants that he could easily suppress. Furthermore, even if he stood there and was hit by them, they might not be able to break his defense. After devouring more than 200 billion primordial purple cloudus, even if his saint body's defense was inferior to a high-grade semi-divine artifact, it was at least comparable to an intermediate semi-divine artifact. This won't do. I can't continue like this. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. Although his strength was still recovering as time passed, it was not something that could be fully recovered in 4 hours. He might really be suppressed by these 4 heavenly venerates after such a long period of time. Should I break out of the encirclement and settle the score with them in the future, or? Very quickly, a conflicted look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. With his strength and speed, if he wanted to leave with all his heart, even if he had the heaven-suppressing wheel to suppress the space, Yang Fann was confident that he could break out of the encirclement. At most, he would lose some of his blood essence cultivation. However, Yang Fann was extremely unwilling to leave just like that. In the past 10,000 years, he had never suffered such a huge loss in his path. Suddenly, a resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't care anymore. The Crescent State was far away from the Witch clan's territory, and it was such a barren province. He didn't think that there would be any Witch clan. C1403 Domineering Witch clan. The combined strength of 4 great heavenly venerates was not equal to 1 + 1 = 2. The combat strength of these 4 great heavenly venerates had increased exponentially. They were almost as powerful as a mid-grade second Empyrean heavenly sovereign. In an instant, they had completely suppressed Yang Fann. Yang Fann could only parry the attack, not have the strength to fight back. His body was torn apart inch by inch, and the bean-sized golden saint blood kept dripping down. Rumble. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as if he had made up his mind. The next moment, rumble, rumble, a desolate and majestic aura that came from the primeval era erupted from Yang Fann's body. In an instant, the aura around Yang Fann's body rose steadily and crazily. Yang Fann, who had a stomach full of anger, finally made up his mind. He would temporarily convert his bloodline into the bloodline of the Witch clan. The Witch clan came from the true Guangling Realm Island. The power of the World Island had a suppressive effect on the living beings outside the world. It didn't have any suppressive effect on the indigenous people of the Witch clan. After Yang Fann converted his bloodline into the bloodline of the Witch clan, just as he had expected, the power of the island that enveloped his body disappeared without a trace, allowing him to unleash all of his combat strength. Bitch, this kid is hiding something. This aura, I'm afraid. Terrifying, even compared to an ordinary second Empyrean heavenly sovereign, it's not much different. Gulp gulp. The combat strength of an second Empyrean heavenly sovereign that was less than 1,000,000 years old. Is this really something a human can do? All around, the celestial venerables were flabbergasted. What kind of monster was this? Even the legendary reincarnation of a true god shouldn't be this abnormal. A second Empyrean heavenly sovereign with combat strength less than 1,000,000 years old. If this were to spread out, who would believe it? Who would dare to believe it? Die. This monster must die, it must die. The killing intent in heavenly sovereign Xianxia and the other 3 men's hearts grew stronger and stronger. The power of this monster had already far surpassed theirs. If they didn't eliminate it today, once the 4 of them separated, it would be their end. With just their strength alone, even the strongest heavenly venerate bronze furnace. They were far from being a match for a second Empyrean heavenly sovereign, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. Kill kill kill. Rumble, rumble. At this moment, the 4 Empyreans were completely enraged. They were even willing to sacrifice some of their vital energies to use the forbidden arts to forcefully increase their combat strength, hoping to completely kill this monster, Yang Fann. At this moment, rumble, an extremely terrifying aura descended from the sky and covered the entire broken mountain city. Ah, what's that? In that instant, the faces of all the heavenly venerate Yang Fanns, including Yang Fann, changed dramatically. That aura was terrifying. It was truly terrifying. Compared to Yang Fann, who had recovered 10 levels of combat strength and could even fight a second Empyrean heavenly sovereign, it was millions of times more terrifying. Not only that, it was like comparing a firefly to a bright moon. There was no comparison at all. Yang Fann even had a feeling that terrifying expert didn't even need to be used. As long as he blew at it, it could destroy him millions of times. Rumble. The entire broken mountain city was plunged into darkness. A terrifying figure appeared in the sky above the broken mountain city. It was countless of meters tall. Its mouth was like a sea of blood, its eyes were like the sun and moon. Anyone who looked at it would feel as if they would fall into the endless great desolate, forever sinking into it. This aura, yes. Suddenly, Yang Fann's expression changed once again. He was extremely familiar with the aura of that terrifying giant. It was Holy Son of Heavenly Wu. There was also a group of Wu King who looked very similar. They were from the Witch clan, and they were the expert of the Witch clan. The thing that Yang Fann didn't want to see the most had happened. Never had he thought that. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of regret. If he knew this would happen, he wouldn't have changed the bloodline of the witch clan. At most, he would just wait until his cultivation base became stronger before coming back to seek revenge. Sigh, a little bit of patience would lead to chaos. This time, he was afraid that he would suffer. Once the news of him killing Holy Son of Heavenly Wu and the others was leaked, it would be difficult for him not to die today. The expert of the witch clan alone was enough to crush him thousands of times. Even if he used all the forbidden arts, it would still be difficult for him to escape from it. How can our crescent state have such a terrifying expert? And why is he here? Not far away, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the other three men had the same anxious look on their faces, especially when they felt Yang Fann's aura. There were many similarities between Yang Fann and the terrifying expert, and their hearts sank to the bottom. This mysterious expert can't be. It can't be that monster. That monster's. Gulp. Rumble. Very quickly, the mountain-like figure became extremely concentrated and transformed into a small giant that was 9 meters tall. It was like the incarnation of power, and every cell contained the power to destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth. Once it was activated, it would destroy the 3,000 worlds. Lowly aphids, how dare you attack a son of the witch clan? What audacity! Speak, how do you want to die? The giant's cold gaze swept across Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the other three men. His voice was like a copper bell, loud and clear. Wu, witch clan, that monster came from the witch clan. The hearts of the heavenly venerates skipped a beat. To them, who were the lower state heavenly venerates, the witch clan was practically a legend. But soon, their faces revealed a look of realization. That's true. I'm afraid that only the strongest race in Guangling Realm Island can produce such a monster. That terrifying body defense, amongst all the races in the world, who else can it be other than the witch clan? In Guangling Realm Island, among the millions of races, the witch clan was the second strongest in terms of the defense of the saint body. Which race would dare to be the first? He should have thought of this long ago. A mere half-step saint king, body defense, was comparable to a semi-divine artifact. Only the geniuses of the witch clan had such a possibility. It's over. Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the others are finished. Universal world, a myriad of races. Who didn't know and who didn't know? The witch clan was the most protective of them all. Even the great Shah's royal family wouldn't dare to provoke this group of lunatics. Please spare my life, my lord, please spare my life. Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the other three fell to their knees. Their hearts were filled with panic and despair. The three of them were even more regretful. They were unwilling to be blinded by greed. They knew that the monster had an extraordinary background, and was not someone they could afford to offend, yet they still forced Heavenly Sovereign Tianya to stand up for them. Now, let alone the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign Tomb, they couldn't even save their own lives. These are your last words. Then die. The witch clan's expert was like a high and mighty god, directly announcing the fate of Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the other three. In the next second, rumble, a horrendous hand descended from the sky, crushing down on Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the others. Grug, grug, grug. Wherever the giant hand passed, countless spaces shattered and turned into dust. Ah, no, please spare my life, my lord. Please spare my life. Bang! Amidst the wails of despair, Heavenly Sovereign Tianya and the other three exploded, turning into dust. With a single palm strike, the four great Empyreans perished. There was no way for them to resist at all. Rumble, rumble. Almost at the same time, in the headquarters of Heaven's Edge Pavilion, Wanren Cliff, Mysterious Underworld Hall, and Zhenyu Mountain, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky. It was as if Devil God had destroyed the world, and it was crushing down on the three headquarters. Ah, what's that? How could this be? Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Quickly activate the mountain protecting formation. Ah, old ancestor, where are you, old ancestor? Save me, save me. Bang! The heavens collapsed and the earth collapsed, the mountains and rivers shattered. The invincible power destroyed everything. It's over. The Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the Mysterious Underworld Pavilion, and the Strangle Hell Pavilion are completely finished. C-1404 An unexpected harvest. According to the legends, the witch clan was the most protective and overbearing. Today, Heavenly Sovereign Ba Huang and the others had finally witnessed it. This heavenly venerate of the witch clan was truly ruthless. Not only had he destroyed Tianya, Zhan Yu, and the other four heavenly venerates, but he had also destroyed the forces behind them. If you hurt me alone, I will annihilate your entire family. This is too overbearing, and that power is simply invincible. Among the three major powers of Heaven's Edge Pavilion, Wanren Cliff was the closest to the Broken Mountain City, and it was separated by half a top-tier world. The furthest mountain, the Zhenyu Mountain, was located in the far west of the Crescent State. Despite being so far away, it was still able to destroy the three major powers' headquarters at the same time. This power was beyond their imagination. A high-level heavenly sovereign. This man was at least a 7th-layer high-level heavenly sovereign, or even a top-level heavenly sovereign below the supreme level. It wasn't impossible for him to be an invincible top-level heavenly sovereign. As for true God sovereign who was at a higher level, heavenly sovereign Ba Huang and the other heavenly venerates didn't even dare to dream about it. There were only a few supreme beings in the entire Guangling Realm Island, and every one of them was an elusive existence. How could they show themselves so easily? In such a small province like theirs. Opportunity. This might be the opportunity for my 8 desolate hall to unify the Crescent State. Very quickly, an indescribable excitement flashed across the eyes of the 8 desolate heavenly lord. Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya and the rest had already fallen. The headquarters of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, the mysterious Underworld Pavilion, and the Zhenyu Pavilion had been wiped out. Not even a tenth of the top-grade experts remained. It was not an exaggeration to say that they existed in name only. Currently, in the huge Crescent State, what other powers would be a match for the 8 desolate hall? As for Yang Fann and the mysterious heavenly lord of the Witch clan, the 8 desolate heavenly lord did not have the slightest bit of worry. It was merely a lower province. Although small powers like them were considered treasures, they were nothing to a huge power like the Witch clan. Not to mention the lower province, even the Zhongzhou, which had 10 times more resources than the lower province, wouldn't be taken seriously by the Witch clan. Out of the 36 upper province in the Guangling Realm Island, the Great Sha occupied 13 provinces, followed by the Witch clan. They occupied 6 upper province and didn't lack any resources. One should know that the resources in the most ordinary upper province were no less than the total of 1,800 upper provinces, and it was even more than that. As long as I take down the Crescent State, I might even have the chance to take a peek at the middle-level heavenly sovereign position. Although the resources in the Crescent State were scarce and were considered to be the lowest in the 1,800 provinces, if it was a province's resources, it was not impossible to nurture a heavenly sovereign and push him to the 4th-layer heavenly sovereign position. Within the void, looking at the majestic figure not far away, Yang Fann felt uneasy. Others might not know, but he knew it very well. What's the matter with this Witch clan? If the expert of the Witch clan could find any clues, Yang Fann was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, deep in his eyes, there was a hint of pity. It was a pity for Heavenly Sovereign Tian Ya and the other 3. And a pity for the headquarters of the 3 major powers. Those were the 4 heavenly venerates. If he could devour them and refine them, it's enough to double his fighting capacity. Furthermore, let's not talk about those Dao weapons and holy herbs in the headquarters of the 3 great factions for now. The number of primordial purple cloudus he had was definitely not small. They were definitely not much weaker than the primordial purple cloudus he had on him. If he could take them all out in one go, the 1 trillion Hung Meng indestructible bodies he needed for the Hung Meng indestructible body huge perfection. He was afraid that he would be able to gather nearly half of them. Unfortunately, all of this had been destroyed, not even a speck of ash was left behind. Sigh, what a pity at this moment. The Witch clan's heavenly venerate turned around and looked down at Yang Fann. His eyes were filled with praise, and he couldn't help but praise. Good as expected of a good son of the Witch clan. Good job. He had lived for 100 billion years and had seen countless monster geniuses, but none of them had ever seen a monster like this before. He didn't even have 1,000,000 years of age, yet he already possessed the power to fight a second Empyrean heavenly sovereign warrior. A monster like this, even the monster in Great Sha's royal family was far from being able to match him. However, there was a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes. He, Wu Sovereign Meng Luo, was one of the higher-ups in the Witch clan, just below the few supreme Wu god. Logically speaking, he should have heard about the existence of such a heaven-defying monster in his clan. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. No matter what, the pure bloodline of the Witch clan in this junior's body can't be fake. He is definitely a good son of the Witch clan. With the blessing of the ancestor god, with this demon, it is only a matter of time before the Witch clan surpasses the Great Sha's royal family. 1 aphids, get lost suddenly. Wu Sovereign Meng Luo frowned and shouted. Rumble. In an instant, a terrifying mental energy swept across the entire area. Ah, not good. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT. The four heavenly venerates were all severely injured, and blood gushed out of their mouths. As for the peak holy kings, they were severely injured by the holy soul. In the worst-case scenario, the holy soul would collapse, and their souls would scatter. A single aphids dared to peep at him recklessly. It was simply courting death. Hiss. What a terrifying spiritual force. Yang Fann's heart trembled. Compared to the spiritual force he was so proud of, it was completely the unremarkable stream in the boundless ocean. Little guy, what's your name and which tribe are you from? Wu Sovereign Meng Luo's voice was very gentle. He was a completely different person from his previous cold and indifferent voice. Who? Seeing that the Witch Clan's Sky Sovereign did not seem to notice anything wrong, Yang Fann's heart slightly relaxed. My name is Yang Fann, I come from the Divine Fire Tribe. The Guangling Realm Island's Witch Clan was also called the Five Elemental Witch Clan. It was born with the ability to control the power of the five elements. In the entire Witch Clan, there were 5 big tribes: metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Among them, the Heavenly Gold Tribe was the most powerful. Of the 6 big provinces of the Witch Clan, 2 of them were under the control of the Heavenly Gold Tribe. The Divine Fire Tribe that Yang Fann mentioned just now was the 3rd among the 5 major tribes. All of this was naturally known from the memories of Wu King that Yang Fann had absorbed. The Kai Yang tribe that Holy Son of Heavenly Wu, Master, and Wu King belonged to was a medium-sized tribe in the Divine Fire Tribe. So it's the Divine Fire Tribe. Wu Sovereign Meng Luo muttered to himself. What a good fire source old ghost, he really hid it well. In the entire Witch Clan, Wu God was high and mighty, and basically did not manage anything. He was the one in charge. All of them were the top experts of the various races, Sovereign Wu. And Huo Yuan Sovereign Wu was a top Sovereign Wu of the Divine Fire Tribe, and also the current chief of the tribe. Meng Luo, little guy, will you follow me back to my clan, or will you continue to travel in Crescent State? Sir, I'm preparing to continue my journey. Yang Fann didn't hesitate in the slightest and blurted out. Going back with you, what kind of joke is this? What Divine Fire Tribe? I was just casually saying that. If I really go back with you, I will immediately expose myself. If he alerted Wu God of the Witch Clan, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that his heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique would be able to hide from Wu God's eyes and ears. If anything were to happen, it would be like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. There was no way out, no way out. Little guy, it's good to travel and broaden your horizons. It's just that your strength is still a bit weak. Heavenly Sovereigns and Second Layer could be considered as the greatest expert in the Crescent State. There were almost no opponents, but in the entire Guangling Realm Island, they were nothing. There were at least a few 100,000 of them who could easily kill Second Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign warriors. That old fellow Huo Yuan. Seriously, he didn't even know to give you a few supreme treasures to protect your Tao. If there's anything good about it, what should we do? Although the Witch Clan was the 2nd largest power in the Guangling Realm Island, if anyone knew about this. The Witch Clan had produced such a monster, and many other powers. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully, and might even take the risk. Apart from their own people, no other major powers were willing to see such a monster grow. When we return, we must talk about that old ghost properly. Little fellow, this is the Tao Protector Tablet. Drop your blood and acknowledge it as your master, then refine it into your body. It can automatically protect you and defend you from 3 attacks from the level 8 Venerable One. There is a seal of my strength. Once it is activated, even 9th Empyrean Saint King can be severely injured and killed 8th Empyrean Saint King. In this universal teleportation talisman, take it too. If you meet an undefeatable opponent, crush this talisman immediately, anyone below the supreme level. Unless there was a divine artifact sealing the space, otherwise, no one will be able to do anything to you. C1405 Upper State Lan Yu Guangling Realm Island, Crescent State, Broken Mountain City. Yang Fann was stunned. Until now, he still couldn't come back to his senses. Initially, he thought that the abrupt change in the bloodline of the Witch Clan would bring disaster to the Heavenly Venerate of the Witch Clan. Never did he expect that it wouldn't be a bad thing. Instead, it would be a joyous event. It felt like a pie falling from the sky, and it made him feel as if he had fallen into a dream. The Tao Protecting Tablet, the Deep Earth Talisman, and the universal teleportation talisman were all supreme treasures that could make countless high-level heavenly sovereign go crazy. With these three supreme treasures, it could be said that as long as he didn't run into true God sovereign, even if those 9 heavens heavenly venerates wanted to attack him, Yang Fann was very confident that he could escape from them. Besides that, Wu sovereign Meng Luo had also given Yang Fann a lot of small things. However, Wu sovereign Meng Luo's strength was at the top of the witch clan, Sovereign Wu. He was only a step away from reaching the Dao-confirming realm. Any item he took out would be enough for many middle-level heavenly sovereign warriors to fight for it. For a junior like Yang Fann who barely had the combat strength of a second Empyrean heavenly sovereign warrior, there was no need to talk about it. The most precious item among them should be a beast puppet. It was a grade lower than the 3 supreme treasures, the Dao protecting tablet. This beast puppet used the divine stone as its source of power. The more divine stones it threw in, the more terrifying the combat strength it could unleash. At most, it could unleash 7th Empyrean heavenly sovereign's combat strength. With this beast puppet, Yang Fann would be able to sweep away anyone below the high-level heavenly sovereign. It was a pity that Wu sovereign Meng Luo had forgotten about it, or he thought that Yang Fann didn't lack divine stones. He didn't give Yang Fann a divine stone, which should be the latter. Divine stones were rare for the disciples of small powers, but it was different in the hands of the witch clan. How could a mere divine stone be considered a big deal? This had really made Yang Fann suffer. With the divine stones in Yang Fann's hands, he couldn't even activate the beast puppet. One should know that this beast puppet wasn't something that could be controlled by ordinary low-grade divine stones. If one wanted to use this beast puppet, they would need an intermediate divine stone at the very least. As for an intermediate divine stone, it was equivalent to 100 million low-grade divine stones. It was usually priceless. Yang Fann had struggled for so long, yet he only managed to collect 10 million low-grade god stones. Even a single intermediate god stone was far from enough. Fortunately, there were still 81 intermediate divine stones left in the beast puppet. This was also the most amount of divine stones that the beast puppet could store. If Yang Fann was willing, he would be able to unleash 7th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign's combat strength. Of course, Yang Fann wouldn't be so extravagant. He directly dug out 72 intermediate divine stones, leaving only 9 intermediate divine stones. The combat strength of the beast puppets could be divided into 9 ranks, with 9 intermediate god stones as the first rank. However, even the weakest of the first rank combat strength was comparable to a 4th layer heavenly sovereign, enough to sweep away most of the lower provinces. Looking in the direction where Wu sovereign Meng Luo disappeared, a trace of gratitude flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He would remember this kindness. One day, he would definitely repay Wu sovereign Meng Luo handsomely. Speaking of which, there was no unresolvable hatred between him and the witch clan. There was a real grudge between them. Holy Son of Heavenly Wu was the only one who had a grudge with him. At most, Kai Yang and Wu King were included in the list. In the huge witch clan, a top Wu King like Kai Yang could barely be considered as a middle-level expert. With Wu sovereign Meng Luo's help, it was actually not difficult to resolve the grudge between him and Kai Yang and Wu King. As long as Wu sovereign Meng Luo said something, how could a mere Wu King not give Wu sovereign Meng Luo face? One should know that Wu sovereign Meng Luo was one of the top 10 sovereign Wu in the witch clan. Sometimes, even true God sovereign had to give him face. However, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann temporarily put this thought out of his mind. He would go to the witch clan. With his monstrous talent and Wu sovereign Meng Luo's care, he would surely be nurtured by the witch clan, but there was also a risk involved. If he didn't expose the secret of the witch clan, the consequences would be unimaginable. Although the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was heaven-defying, Yang Fann wasn't sure if it could be hidden from true God sovereign. That was sovereign expert, who stood at the peak of World Island. His divine abilities were boundless, and semi-god heavenly sovereign couldn't imagine it. In comparison, the Blue Moon Palace was much safer. Furthermore, as the leader of the 3 palaces, the Blue Moon Palace's foundation and strength were only slightly inferior compared to the witch clan. With his monstrous talent and the Blue Moon Medallion as the stepping stone, Yang Fann was confident that he could become one of the higher-ups of the Blue Moon Palace in the shortest time possible. Through the Blue Moon Palace's strength, he could gather enough primordial purple cloudus to help his Hung Meng indestructible body break through to the great perfection stage in the shortest time possible. After making up his mind, Yang Fann left the Broken Mountain City. As the leader of the three palaces and the fourth major power in the Guangling Realm Island, the Blue Moon Palace dominated Kangyu, Lanyu, and Mingyu province of the Guangling Realm Island. If one wanted to enter the Blue Moon Palace, they would have to first obtain these three prefectures. The Broken Mountain City was just a small city in the province. The 5 great transportation arrays were connected to the nearby lower provinces and the surrounding star domain like the Silver Moon Star Domain. Not to mention the Broken Mountain City, there was not a single transportation array that could connect to the upper province, not even in the entire territory of the Heaven's Edge Pavilion, or even the entire Crescent State. Out of the 2,196 provinces in the Guangling Realm Island, the 36 upper province were high and mighty. Apart from the 366 Zhongzhou, there were only a few lower provinces that were directly connected to the 36 upper provinces. The people of Crescent State looked down on the living beings of Star Domain and regarded them as countryside natives. In the eyes of the people of the upper provinces, these people of the lower provinces, how could they not feel the same way? If they wanted to go to the upper province, they had to pass through the Crescent Moon City in the center of the Crescent State and go to the Zhongzhou. After that, they could teleport to the upper province. The Crescent Moon City was located in the middle of the Crescent State. It was called the number 1 city in the Crescent State. It was 10 times bigger than the Broken Mountain City, and it looked like a world of its own. He didn't belong to one palace or 3 pavilions. Any major power could be said to be superior to the rest in the entire Crescent State. Even the expert of 1 or 3 major powers wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the Crescent Moon City. This was the true core city of the Crescent State, the city of trade and commerce. Many major powers in the Zhongzhou near the Crescent State had their own branches in this city. 1 palace, 3 pavilions. Although they were the overlords of the Crescent State, in the eyes of those major powers in the Zhongzhou, they were just a bunch of local tyrants. One should know that being able to dominate the entire Zhongzhou was nothing. On one side, there was a second Empyrean heavenly sovereign at the very least, and many of them were middle-level heavenly sovereign. They were far from being comparable to the first palace and the third pavilion. Of course, if it wasn't necessary, these major powers wouldn't have provoked these 4 local tyrants. They were here to do business, and harmony would bring them wealth. One day later, a 300-meter-long 9-story ship slowly docked in a port in Crescent Moon City. Soon, Yang Fann, dressed in black, walked down from the ship. This 9-story ship was one of the many toys that Wu Sovereign Meng Luo had given Yang Fann. A 4th-grade Heavenly Sovereign warship was similar to the Saint King warship. Heavenly Sovereign warships were also divided into RANK-9. The lowest grade was RANK-9, while the highest grade was RANK-9. This was a supreme treasure that even 5th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereigns would be tempted by. Whether it was speed or attack or defense, it was not inferior to a 4th-layer Heavenly Sovereign. In fact, it might even surpass it. It was because of this Heavenly Venerate battleship. If he were to fly by himself, he would not be able to reach Moonfang City without a month or 2. Even if he were to ride the transportation array, it would take him 10 to 15 days. Crescent Moon City was in contact with the nearby Zhongzhou. Apart from the headquarters of 1 palace and 3 pavilions, there was also a transportation array that was connected to the Crescent Moon City. There were no other cities that were connected to the Crescent Moon City. This Moonfang City was indeed worthy of being the core of the Crescent State. The prosperity of the economic center far exceeded that of the Broken Mountain City. Very quickly, Yang Fann arrived in front of a teleportation formation and paid the teleportation fee. 3 days later, Yang Fann successfully arrived at Jade Province, one of the 360 Zhongzhou. Half a month later, one of the 36 upper prefectures. Blue Moon Province, an ordinary city, New Moon City. A young man, who was dressed in black and looked to be in his 20s, had an ordinary aura. He walked out of Transfer Square slowly. C-1406 2-star Genius Guangling Realm Island, one of the 36 prestates. Blue Moon Province, New Moon City. Yang Fann slowly walked out of the Transfer Square. After half a month of teleportation, Yang Fann finally arrived at the Blue Moon Province, one of the 3 upper provinces controlled by the Blue Moon Palace. During this period of time, he didn't encounter any more melodramatic incidents, and there weren't any stupid young ladies. It was a smooth journey to find him as a shield. Yang Fann took a step forward. Not very quickly, he had already arrived at the Blue Moon Province, and there was not much time left. Both of his eyes looked around from time to time. The upper province was the upper province, and it was far from being comparable to a lower province like the Crescent State. The surrounding spirit of heaven and earths were abundant. That was more than 100 times more abundant than the Crescent State. A casual breath of air was no less than refining a high-grade spiritual crystal. It was said that the physique of the people from the upper province was not weaker than a few prime emperors. Among them, the outstanding ones were comparable to quasi-saint, even great saints. However, it was also true. If they didn't have such a powerful physique, they would have been crushed by the thick spirit of heaven and earth as soon as they were born. In the entire New Moon City, there was no weakling. Even the children who were fooling around could easily crush quasi-saint warriors. As long as they became adults, none of them would have the strength to be below the half-step saint realm. If they had a Tao primordial purple clouds, it would be a piece of cake for them to attain the Tao and become a saint. Sure enough, the first child was an art. Some of the big creature of the worlds had cultivated bitterly for hundreds of millions of years. They were not even comparable to a young child. Just thinking about it made one have the urge to vomit blood. It was no wonder that these people from the upper province looked down on the large creature of the worlds. They indeed had the qualifications. 2 hours later, at an aerial port in New Moon City, a 300-meter-long 9-story ship soared into the sky. The Blue Moon Palace was high and mighty, controlling Kangyu, Lanyu, and Mingyu province. Above these three provinces, the Blue Moon Palace was the heavens. They ruled over the lives and deaths of trillions of creatures in the three provinces. However, not all cities had the qualifications to allow the Blue Moon Palace to establish branches. Only those major cities and cities had branches of the Blue Moon Palace. If Yang Fann wanted to join the Blue Moon Palace, he first had to find a branch of the Blue Moon Palace. The headquarters of the Blue Moon Palace was not a place that anyone could enter as they wished. Without the permission of the Blue Moon Palace, even the Kangyu province, where the Blue Moon Palace was located, might not be able to enter. New Ji City, New Moon City's nearest main city, was also Yang Fann's goal. One day later, a huge city appeared in Yang Fann's sight. Compared to New Moon City, it was several times more majestic. It could be said to be the biggest city Yang Fann had ever seen. The abundant spirit of heaven and earths in the city were also incomparable to New Moon City. Sacred King Expert. They could be seen everywhere. Among thousands of people, there was usually a sacred king. Don't just look at how Yang Fann randomly met one in the Broken Mountain City. They were all intermediate holy kings. There were many of them, but those were the star domains of the star domain. Who would be weak if they could teleport to the star domain? Ordinary half-step Saint King couldn't even afford the huge amount of money required to teleport to the star domain. However, this place was an ordinary street. Yang Fann even found a few heavenly venerates. Although they were all low-level heavenly venerates below the third Empyrean, it was enough to show how extraordinary this New Ji city was. In the Zhongzhou and the lower province, every heavenly venerate was the ancestor of a major power, an elusive master. 2 hours later, Yang Fann appeared in front of a large palace that spanned millions of miles. The entire group of palaces was surrounded by layers of formations. Yang Fann had a feeling that, once the magic formation was activated, unless he used the 3 supreme treasures Wu Sovereign Meng Luo had given him, there was no way he could escape. This was none other than the Blue Moon Palace's branch in New Ji City, Kangyu Pavilion. 4 mighty divine generals dressed in blue armor stood on the left and right sides of Kangyu Pavilion's main gate. Hiss, what a good Blue Moon Palace. It can't be one of the major powers in Guangling Realm Island. What a generous offer. Looking at the 8 blue-armored divine generals, a hint of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He now had a better understanding of the hidden forces of the Blue Moon Palace. 7th Empyrean Saint King. These 8 blue-armored divine generals were all 7th Empyrean Saint King. One should know that in the Heaven's Edge Pavilion in the 8th Desolate Hall, which was a first-rate power, 7th Empyrean Saint King was the manager of the land. He was in charge of a city. If it was in a small star domain like the Buddhist Sound Star domain, he would be able to sweep across the entire world and unify the entire star domain. He would become the master of the star domain, but in the Blue Moon Palace, it's just an ordinary guard. Furthermore, this was only a branch. What kind of grand occasion would the headquarters of the Blue Moon Palace be? Halt very quickly. A blue-armored divine general blocked Yang Fann's path. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't say anything. A blue light flashed in his hand, and a blue token the size of a palm appeared in his hand. Blue Moon Medallion. It's still a 2-star blue moon medallion, hiss. The blue-armored divine general's body trembled, and a hint of shock flashed across his eyes. A blue moon medallion was synonymous with a genius. Only a true genius had the qualifications to obtain a blue moon medallion. Even a 1-star blue moon medallion needed to have a first-layer power of Saint King a million years ago, and a 2-star blue moon medallion needed to reach the Holy King 3rd Empyrean a million years ago. It sounded like nothing. A million years ago, he had the power of a Holy King in a first layer, and in the vast Blue Moon province, he had the power of a Holy King in a first layer. Not to mention grabbing a lot of them. There were still 1 or 2 out of 10,000 people. The most important thing was that only those who came from the star domain outside the Guangling Realm Island could obtain the Blue Moon Medallion. This was terrifying. Even the highest grade of the star domain had less than 1 in 10,000 conditions compared to the Blue Moon province. If a 2-star genius was born in the Blue Moon province, it would take a million years, not to mention a Saint King or 3rd Empyrean. Even a Saint King or 7th layer was almost guaranteed to succeed. Such a top-level heaven's pride was not something they could imagine in the future. As long as he did not die, he would at least be a low-level heavenly sovereign. It was even possible for him to break through to the middle-level heavenly sovereign. As for them, these blue-armored divine guards were merely a group of outer sect disciple who had exhausted all his potential. In the future, not to mention breaking through to the heavenly venerate, even if they could break through to the level 8, they would still be able to do so. It's a big mystery. Young Master, please wait for a moment. I will immediately inform you. Very quickly, the blue-armored divine general said with a flattering smile. A heavenly venerate, even the lowest level heavenly venerate, was at the middle level of the Blue Moon Palace. If he could advance to the middle level heavenly sovereign, he would be able to spread his influence to the outside world and become the master of a branch, controlling a branch. Kang Yu Pavilion. Inside a small lake, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe was leisurely fishing by the lake. From top to bottom, he did not have the aura of an expert. He was just like an ordinary person who couldn't understand any martial arts, ordinary. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure burst out from the middle-aged man's body. He looked like a god that had descended from the heavens. People could not help but kneel on the ground and worship him. Kang Yu, a genius from our new G branch, and a 2-star genius at that. Good. Someone, bring him to 4 Seasons Palace. I want to meet this 2-star genius personally. C1407. The Pavilion Master Kai Zi was pleasantly surprised. New G City. Kang Yu Pavilion, 4 Seasons Palace. Under the lead of a maidservant, Yang Fann slowly walked into 4 Seasons Palace. In 4 Seasons Palace, in the main city of New G City, Pavilion Master Kai Chi's eyes immediately lit up when he saw Yang Fann. This 2-star genius was even younger than he had imagined. That life force was probably far from being over a million years old. It was unknown whether he could even live past 300,000 years. A 2-star genius who was less than 300,000 years old and a 2-star genius who was less than a million years old were 2 completely different concepts. At least, he had the confidence to break through to the middle-level heavenly sovereign in the future, and it wouldn't be impossible for him to break through to the high-level heavenly sovereign in the future. In the next moment, Kaichi Pavilion Master stood up from his seat and greeted Yang Fann. An ordinary 2-star genius naturally didn't have the qualifications to ask Pavilion Master, the branch pavilion, to welcome him. However, a 2-star genius who wasn't even 300,000 years old was a completely different story. Greetings, Pavilion Master. The female servant bowed respectfully, her eyes filled with deep respect. Yang Fann greets Pavilion Master. Yang Fann's voice was neither humble nor humble. It was Pavilion Master from a branch pavilion. It was not to the extent of making him grovel and grovel. Along the way, from the servant girl, he learned that this Kaichi Pavilion Master was a middle-level heavenly sovereign. Although he didn't know which first layer he was, so what if he was a 6th Empyrean heavenly sovereign? If he unleashed all the combat strength of the beast puppet in his hand. However, it was enough to defeat 7th Empyrean heavenly sovereign. Yang, there's no need for formalities. Kaichi Pavilion Master chuckled but did not get angry. Heaven's pride evildoer naturally had his pride. The next second, he waved at the maid. You can leave first. Yes, Pavilion Master. This servant will retire. Yang, take a seat. Let me have a look at your Blue Moon Medallion. Alright, Pavilion Master. Yang Fann did not hesitate at all. He handed the Blue Moon Medallion over. He was not afraid that Kaichi Pavilion Master would snatch his Blue Moon Medallion. This Blue Moon Medallion recorded some of the information of the Chosen. Other than the person himself, it would be useless for the others to snatch it away. Furthermore, the Blue Moon Medallion was only a brick that could be used to open a door. At that time, the Blue Moon Palace would undergo a revision. It was virtually impossible to fake it. Rumble. Kaichi Pavilion Master received the Blue Moon Medallion from Yang Fann's hand. With a thought, he began to read the information within the Blue Moon Medallion. Hiss. What a terrifying spiritual energy. As expected of a middle-level heavenly sovereign, Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. Although Kaichi Pavilion Master's spiritual force was incomparable to Wu Sovereign Meng Luo's, it was thousands of times stronger than his. If he did not use the treasures that Wu Sovereign Meng Luo had given him, Kaichi Pavilion Master could easily suppress him with his mental strength alone. What? Possessing the power of a holy king and third Empyrean before the age of 3000. He's still in a remote place like the Luohe Star Domain. How is this possible? Suddenly, Kaichi Pavilion Master's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. A Saint King third Empyrean who was less than 3000 years old. What kind of concept was this? In the Blue Moon Palace, some of the top-tier monsters were just like this. However, these monsters were all personally nurtured by the family's heavenly venerates. And what kind of environment was this Yang Fann in? The Luohe Star Domain was a place where birds wouldn't poop. It was located in the tens of thousands of star domain in their Guangling River system. Even if it wasn't the last place, it wouldn't be much different. In the entire star domain, even if all the resources were combined, it wouldn't necessarily be enough to produce an intermediate Saint King. How could such a monster appear in such a barren land? Yang, this is the true age jade. It has the ability to test one's bone age. Put your hand on the true age jade. Kaichi Pavilion Master hesitated slightly. He took out a blood-red jade plate, although it was unlikely for anything to go wrong with the Blue Moon Medallion. Those inspectors from Star Domain didn't have the courage to do so either. If they were to falsify something like this, once it was exposed, the consequences were not something they could bear. However, this matter was too shocking. If Yang Fann came from those top-grade Star Domain, they would reluctantly believe it. However, the Luohe Star Domain was truly unacceptable. Yes, Pavilion Master. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann placed his hand on the true age jade. He had never cheated, so what was there to be afraid of? The next moment, buzz, a bloody light flashed, and a line of small words appeared on the true age jade. Bone age, 11,216. It's true, everything is true. Kaichi Pavilion Master's voice trembled slightly. Although there was a gap of nearly 9,000 years from the information recorded on the Blue Moon Medallion, it would still take some time for him to rush to the Guangling Realm Island from the remote Luohe Star Domain. It wasn't like they, semi-god heavenly sovereign, could easily cross a region of the Star Domain. A mere third Empyrean Saint King, who didn't have any high-grade Saint King warships in his hands, had to spend 9,000 years to reach this place. It was perfectly normal, and even a little too little in his opinion. Soon, a hint of surprise flashed across Kaichi Pavilion Master's eyes. An opportunity, this was his chance. Whether or not he could take that step and break through to the high-level heavenly sovereign might be up to him. Pavilion Master and the other branch pavilions would be rewarded handsomely if they could find any monster geniuses for the Blue Moon Palace. The more geniuses they were, the more rewards they would receive. A top-tier monster that was only second to the god children. That reward was something that even some 7th Empyrean heavenly sovereign would be tempted by. He took a deep breath and calmed down the excitement in his heart. Boom! A white light cut through the void, and a milky white bead the size of a basketball appeared in front of Kaichi Pavilion Master. Yang, use all your strength to attack this origin bead. After nearly 9,000 years, Yang Fann's strength had increased to an unknown level. He had at least reached the Saint King 4th layer. It was not impossible for him to be comparable to 5th Empyrean Saint King. A strange light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. Rumble, he waved his right arm. A palm descended upon the origin energy pearl. Although he had long decided to amaze the world and attract the attention of the upper echelons of Blue Moon Palace, a branch pavilion like Pavilion Master wasn't worth exposing all his strength. Yang Fann had only used 30% of the power of the shell in this palm strike, and he hadn't even used half of the body's strength. However, Yang Fann's body's strength was extremely powerful. It was almost as powerful as 9th Empyrean Saint King's. Even if it was only 30% of the body's strength, it had already surpassed the 6th Empyrean Saint King, and it seemed to be able to match 7th Empyrean Saint King's strength. Rumble in an instant, a bright violet light burst out from the origin bead. It seemed to be mixed with a faint golden light. 6th Saint King, the ultimate strength of an 6th Empyrean. Grr. 4th. 4 stars Heaven's Pride. Kaichi Pavilion Master swallowed his saliva with great difficulty. The Blue Moon Palace was divided into 5 grades for the geniuses from the outer domains. The 1-star geniuses were the lowest, while 5 stars Heaven's Pride was the highest. A million years ago, he had the power to fight against a Saint King or first layer. He could be considered a 1-star genius, and a 2-star genius was comparable to 3rd Empyrean Saint King. A 3-star genius had the strength of 4th Empyrean Saint King. 4 stars Heaven's Pride could fight a 6th Empyrean Saint King warrior. The strongest 5 stars Heaven's Pride had the strength of Saint King Holy King. The purple light penetrated through the golden light, and this power had almost reached the critical point of 7th Empyrean Saint King. It was definitely the most powerful 4 stars Heaven's Pride. In the Blue Moon Palace, 1-star and 2-star geniuses were nothing. However, a 3-star genius was comparable to a top-grade monster. 4 stars Heaven's Pride was comparable to an ordinary god-child, and a top-grade 4 stars Heaven's Pride could be considered an elite even amongst the many god-children. Suddenly, Kaichi Pavilion Master's heart skipped a beat. No, something was not right. This wasn't some 4 stars Heaven's Pride, it was 5 stars Heaven's Pride, or even the top of 5 stars Heaven's Pride's list. Yang Fann was only a little over 10,000 years old, but his strength was already close to 7th Empyrean Saint King's. If he could cultivate for another few 100,000 years, with his current strength, he would definitely surpass 7th Empyrean Saint King. Even some 8th Empyrean Saint King might not be a match for him. As for a top-notch 5 stars Heaven's Pride, he was a peerless genius who could compete with the monster of those god-children. In the future, he would at the very least be a top-level heavenly sovereign, and he had quite a bit of confidence that he would be able to take that final step and attain the Tao and become a god. Since the establishment of the Blue Moon Palace, 5 stars Heaven's Pride had only appeared once in a row. He had never thought that he would be lucky enough to meet one. I'm going to get rich this time, I'm really going to get rich at this moment, Kaichi Pavilion Master felt as if high-level heavenly sovereign was waving at him. Yang, let's go. I'll bring you to the Blue Moon Palace immediately. C1408 Kangyu Battle Tower Kangyu Province, one of the 36 upper provinces of Guangling Realm Island. Amongst the 36 upper provinces, it was enough to be ranked in the top 10. It was the core province of Blue Moon Palace. Whether it was in terms of size or resources, it was still above the Blue Moon Province. In the center of the Kangyu Province, there was a vast and boundless land. The land was so vast that it was not inferior to a top-tier great world. Around the land were 4 huge mountain ranges that were countless light years long. They were like 4 ancient divine dragons that were hibernating in the ground, protecting the vast land. On the ground, there were numerous majestic palaces and pavilions. At a glance, it was impossible to count how many there were. Rumble, rumble, waves of terrifying aura shot out from the palaces from time to time. Some of the most powerful auras even made many of semi-god heavenly sovereigns' heart palpitate. This vast land was none other than where the Blue Moon Palace was located. In the teleportation hall of the Blue Moon Palace. Rumble, a transportation array suddenly lit up, emitting a dazzling light. In the next second, 2 people walked out from within, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe and a young man dressed in black. These 2 people were none other than Kaichi Pavilion Master and Yang Fann. After learning that Yang Fann was 5 stars Heaven's Pride, who was rarely seen in hundreds of millions of years, or perhaps even the strongest 5 stars Heaven's Pride, Kaichi Pavilion Master could no longer sit still. Without saying anything, he brought Yang Fann back to Blue Moon Palace. If word of this got out, it might cause some trouble. In the Blue Moon Province, there was not only a branch pavilion, but also a 5 stars Heaven's Pride, which was enough to make Pavilion Master go crazy. As for the higher-ups of the Blue Moon Palace, they only wanted to see who would bring 5 stars Heaven's Pride back to the Blue Moon Palace. They wouldn't care who ran into 5 stars Heaven's Pride first. Is this the Blue Moon Palace? Hiss, what a terrifying spirit of heaven and earth. He felt the dense spiritual energy around him. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat. The spiritual energy in New Ji City was more than enough, thousands of times more abundant than in Crescent State. However, the Blue Moon Palace was more than 10 times scarier. No wonder it was the headquarters of Blue Moon Palace. It was truly terrifying. An ordinary person would immediately advance to the ancestor realm after taking a casual breath. Of course, the prerequisite was that the ordinary person wouldn't explode from bursting. Yang, let's go to the Kangyu Battle Tower. Kangyu Battle Tower. A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Yang, Kangyu Battle Tower. This is the place where the combat strength of our Blue Moon Palace is evaluated. There are a total of 36 levels. The lowest level has the combat strength of a Saint King or first layer. Those who can pass the 12th level basically have the combat strength of a heavenly venerate. If one could pass the 36th level, even amongst the many exalts, it could be considered a top-notch expert. All of you geniuses from the outer domains who have obtained the Blue Moon Medallion, the first thing you need to do after joining our Blue Moon Palace is to challenge this Kangyu Battle Tower. The better the breakthrough competition's results are, the more resources you will be able to obtain in the future. You don't have to worry. With your strength at the peak of the Saint King 6th Empyrean, it shouldn't be a problem for you to pass the first 5 levels of the Battle Tower. Although there was no lack of a Saint King and 6th Empyrean strength even after passing the 7th level of the Battle Tower, strength was not entirely equal to combat strength. It also depended on the various secret techniques and divine abilities. As for the Luohe Star domain where Yang Fann was, there was almost no foundation to speak of. It was really hard to say whether Yang Fann would be able to break through the 6th level of the Battle Tower. The first 5 levels of the Battle Tower. Yang Fann smiled noncommittally. This was not his goal. The 13th or even 14th floor of Battle Tower was his goal. However, Yang Fann didn't refute it. Even if he told Kaichi Pavilion Master about it, he wouldn't believe it. If he wanted to break through the 13th level of Battle Tower, he would need to have at least the maximum combat strength of a Heavenly Sovereign Layer 1. A little devil who had just broken through 10,000 years ago had the combat strength of First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. What kind of joke was this? After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yang Fann arrived at a vast square. In the center of the square, there was a 36th floor divine pagoda with glittering divine imprints and countless divine imprints surrounding it. Needless to say, this divine pagoda was the Kangyu Battle Tower. At this moment, there were many figures in front of the Kangyu Battle Tower. There were men and women, old and young. Each of them had a terrifying cultivation base. The weakest among them was Saint King Holy King. Many of them made Yang Fann's heart palpitate. It was as if they could suppress him at any time if they wanted to. A third Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign, or even a middle-level Heavenly Sovereign like Kaichi Pavilion Master. The Blue Moon Palace was the Blue Moon Palace. It was true that Saint King Holy King was everywhere. A Heavenly Sovereign was no match for a dog. His current strength was still a little weak. Once he passed the test, he would need to go into seclusion and try his best to convert the resources in his hands into his own strength. This feeling of casually meeting someone whose strength was above his was not that pleasant. Just at this moment, Brother Kai Z, we haven't seen each other for a million years, right? How have we always been? A voice sounded from the front. The next second, the space not far from Yang Fann and the others distorted, and a burly, middle-aged man with a slovenly appearance walked out from within. Kaichi Pavilion Master nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Thanks to Brother Mo Lin, everything is fine." "Brother Kai Z, this little guy is your junior." Heavenly Venerate Mo Lin looked at Yang Fann with some doubt. As Kaichi Pavilion Master's good friend, he had basically seen all of Kaichi Pavilion Master's juniors. "Brother Mo Lin, this is Yang Fann Yang, a new 2-star chosen who has just entered the palace." A 2-star chosen, Brother Kai Mo brought him here to challenge the Kangyu Battle Tower. The doubt in Heavenly Sovereign Mo Lin's eyes didn't diminish much. This old friend of his was Pavilion Master of the Branch Pavilion, a mighty 6th Empyrean Heavenly Sovereign. He was merely a 2-star genius, so he could just send one of his subordinates, Deacon, to accompany him. Although a 2-star genius was also a rare genius, could he break through to the middle-level Heavenly Sovereign? There was no need to pay so much attention to him. Brother Mo Lin, Yang isn't an ordinary 2-star genius. He has only just stepped out of the top 10,000 years. Kaichi Pavilion Master smiled mysteriously, but he still held back. He didn't tell Kaichi Pavilion Master that Yang Fann had the power of a peak 6th Empyrean Holy King. However, even so, it still gave Heavenly Venerate Molin a fright. A 2-star prodigy that was just over 10,000 years old had a true talent of 3 stars. He could even be considered the top of many 3-star prodigies. This talent was not much weaker than an ordinary divine son. In the future, he would at least be a middle-level heavenly sovereign, and he was even confident that he could advance to the high-level heavenly sovereign. He did have the qualifications to make his old friend pay so much attention to him. Brother Kai Zi, what good luck! Empyrean Mo Lin's voice was a bit envious. He had discovered a top 3-star genius. There were many rewards, and even 6th Empyrean heavenly venerates like them would be moved by it. It's just that compared to that old fellow Shu Yu, it's still a little lacking. I wonder what kind of luck that old fellow has gotten, to actually be able to find a 4 stars Heaven's Pride. At the end of his words, Heavenly Venerate Molin's voice sounded a little sour as he discovered a 4 stars Heaven's Pride. That reward was enough for that old fellow to advance a step further and advance to the high-level heavenly sovereign. As for him, he didn't know when he would be able to successfully break through. 4 stars Heaven's Pride, heavenly sovereign Shu Yu is really lucky. Kaichi Pavilion Master's voice was flat, and there was not a trace of envy in it. So what if 4 stars Heaven's Pride was? Yang Fann, who was beside him, was 5 stars Heaven's Pride, and he was one of the best. If he was compared to 4 stars Heaven's Pride, there would be no need for him to be envious. Is that 4 stars Heaven's Pride in the breakthrough competition now? That's right, he has already passed the 4th level of the Battle Tower. The 5th level of the Battle Tower should not be able to trap him. The first 4 levels of the 36th level of the Kangyu Battle Tower were emitting a dazzling golden light. It was the symbol of passing the first 4 levels. No wonder so many people came. A look of enlightenment appeared on Kaichi Pavilion Master's face. Ordinary disciples, breakthrough competitions could not attract so many people. Only the monster geniuses, breakthrough competitions could attract so many experts' attention. In the next moment, Kaichi Pavilion Master turned around and smiled gently at Yang Fann. Yang, I'll bring you to register first. C1409A Huge Gamble Blue Moon Palace, Battle Tower Square. Under Kaichi Pavilion Master's lead, Yang Fann arrived in front of an old man in gray. When Kaichi Pavilion Master saw the gray-clothed old man, he respectfully greeted him. Kaichi greets Elder Jing Yi. After that, he handed Yang Fann's 2-star Blue Moon Medallion over. He is a good seedling, not much inferior to that Lang Rufeng. The gray-clothed old man squinted his eyes and instantly read the information in the Blue Moon Medallion. A 2-star genius who was less than 3,000 years old and came from a barren star domain like the Luohe star domain. His talent was extraordinary, and even if he wasn't as good as 4 stars Heaven's Pride, he wouldn't be much weaker. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the information. With his eyesight, although he couldn't see the exact age of Yang Fann, he could still roughly see that Yang Fann was definitely not more than 20,000 years old. As for his strength, he was about to break into the battle tower. He could tell at a glance whether he was lying about his strength or not. No one would be so stupid. After putting away the Blue Moon Medallion, the old man waved his hand, signaling Yang Fann and the others to wait for a while. Then, he wouldn't pay any more attention to them. A quasi 4 stars, Heaven's Pride. In the future, he would at most be at the high-level heavenly sovereign, not to the extent that he would lower himself to befriend him. Even 4 stars Heaven's Pride, who was as cold as the wind, was not qualified to do so. The elders of the Blue Moon Palace were at least at the high-level heavenly sovereign, and this elder Jing Yi was one of the best among all the elders. Soon, the time for an incense stick to burn passed. Rumble. Suddenly, the 5th level of the Kangyu Battle Tower began to emit a dazzling golden light. Hiss. The 5th level actually passed. How long has it only been? In an instant, the huge square was filled with exclamations. From the cold, it had only been half a cup of tea's time since Rufeng had passed the 4th level of Battle Tower. It wasn't something an ordinary 4 stars Heaven's Pride could achieve in such a short period of time. I'm afraid all of us have underestimated this Lang Rufeng. In just half a cup of tea's time, he passed the 5th level. The same goes for the top 4 stars Heaven's Pride. How many years has it been since a top 4 stars Heaven's Pride appeared in our Blue Moon Palace? This heavenly venerate Shu Yu is really lucky. Looks like it won't take long for our Blue Moon Palace to have another elder, Shu Yu. In all directions, the eyes of many heavenly sovereigns turned red. They wished they could replace heavenly sovereign Shu Yu. Why didn't he run into Lang Rufeng? An elder was one of the higher-ups of Blue Moon Palace. He held a high position in the sect. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Rumble. The 6th level of the battle tower similarly emitted a dazzling golden light. Hiss, the 6th floor is also passed. What a cold wind. I'm afraid this talent has already reached the limit of 4 stars Heaven's Pride. I wonder if this Lang Rufeng can pass the 7th floor of battle tower. That shouldn't be possible. There is a qualitative difference between the 7th floor of battle tower and the 6th floor of battle tower. Since the establishment of Blue Moon Palace, this is the first time that a genius from the outer domain has passed the 7th floor of battle tower, except for a few 5 stars Heaven's Pride. But even so, this is really rare. A 4-star genius has a high chance of breaking through to the top-level Heavenly Sovereign in the future. As he finished speaking, many heavenly venerates revealed envious expressions. The top-level Heavenly Sovereign was a supreme expert that was second only to true God Sovereign. It was an existence that ordinary heavenly venerates like them could only look up to. Soon, another 10 minutes passed. Rumble. A brilliant silver light burst out from the battle tower. A silver-robed young man was thrown out from the silver light. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on young man. He looked to be in his early 20s. There was a trace of coldness on his handsome face. In the depths of his deep pupils, there was an unyielding look. He was tall and slender, and his body was emitting a cold aura that prevented strangers from entering. He was as cold as the wind, just like his name suggested. 4 stars Heaven's Pride, Lang Rufeng, he's quite a figure. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes slightly, and a strange light flashed across his eyes. He was only 1,000,000 years old, yet he was already a top-level 6th Empyrean Saint King. In the Guangling River system, there were only a handful of people in the thousands of star domain. Once he received the special training from the Blue Moon Palace, he would certainly be able to jump through the Dragon Gate like a carp. In a short period of time, his strength would skyrocket, and he might even break through to the Saint King's 9th Empyrean. Of course, there was no way he could be compared to a monster like him. All right, little fellow, it's your turn. Elder Jingyi rushed over. Yang Fann smiled and said, With Elder Jingyi's attitude, could it be that this little fellow is also a top-level Heaven's Pride? In an instant, many heavenly venerates' eyes were focused on Yang Fann. Not all geniuses from other domains could be treated like this by Elder Jingyi. He must be at least a 3-star genius. Yang, you can go. Remember, don't hold back your strength. Try your best to break through. The higher you go, the better. Kaichi Pavilion Master reminded Yang Fann once again. Some of the geniuses in Star Domain were used to holding back when doing things. In the end, it was the same in Battle Tower. In the end, they had wasted a chance to jump over the Dragon Gate. It wasn't as if there were no such people. Yang Fann nodded slightly. A superpower like this would only be valued by the higher-ups if they showed their worth. As for the higher-ups of Blue Moon Palace who were jealous of his talent and wanted to kill him, that was impossible. If they were jealous of a monster, how could the Blue Moon Palace stand in the Guangling Realm Island for tens of millions of years without collapsing? It would have been destroyed in the long river of history. A major power naturally had the bearing of a major power. Monster. They were just afraid that you wouldn't have enough monsters. Brother Kai Zi, how many levels do you think the little guy can pass? Seeing Yang Fann slowly enter the battle tower, Heavenly Sovereign Mo Lin asked curiously. Kaichi Pavilion Master did not directly answer Heavenly Venerate Mo Lin's question. Instead, he asked, Brother Mo Lin, what do you think? The little guy's talent isn't bad. He won't be much weaker than Lang Rufeng. However, his cultivation time is still a little short. Moreover, the Luohe star domain is a barren star domain. Lang Rufeng also came from the outer domain. However, the Simon star domain he was in was one of the 10 great star domain in the Guangling River system. The resources in it were 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than the Luohe star domain. Furthermore, it was as cold as the wind, and it was hundreds of thousands of years older than Yang Fann. Their combat strength was on a completely different level. The first 3 levels of the combat tower shouldn't be a problem. As for the 4th level, it's hard to say. There's absolutely no hope for the 5th level. Brother Mo Lin, Yang isn't as simple as you think. The 5th level of Battle Tower. He won't be able to stop Yang. Kaichi Pavilion Master smiled mysteriously. With Yang Fann's peak 6th Empyrean Saint King strength, even if he didn't cultivate any secret skills, just his strength alone was enough to sweep across the 5th level of the battle tower. Brother Kai Mo, how is this possible? Heavenly Venerate Mo Lin had a face full of disbelief. Even some top-grade 5th Empyrean Saint King might not be able to pass the 5th level of battle tower smoothly. Furthermore, Yang Fann was a junior from the outer domain who had only cultivated for more than 10,000 years. At this moment, a disdainful sneer came from the side, 5th level of the battle tower. Zheng Kaichi, you really dare to speak. It was precisely that Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu. The complacent him heard Heavenly Venerate Kaiki's boastful words. Did he really think that any Tom, Dick, and Harry could be compared to Lang Rufang? He was at the 5th level of the battle tower, but he couldn't stop that little brat. He really wasn't afraid that the wind would blow his tongue. What's wrong, Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu, do you have an opinion? Kaichi Pavilion Master frowned slightly. Others wouldn't dare to offend Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu, but he wasn't afraid. So what if he would advance to the high-level Heavenly Sovereign soon because of Lang Rufang? He would also succeed in his advancement, and the rewards he would receive would only be more than what he, Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu, would receive. Zheng Kaichi, since you think so highly of that junior, do you dare to bet with me? Oh, how do you want to bet? Kaichi Pavilion Master looked at Shu Yu with interest. Let's bet on whether that junior can pass the 5th level of battle tower. If he passes, my Frost Dragon Spear will be yours. Upon hearing this, Kaichi Pavilion Master's eyes lit up. The Frost Dragon Spear, that was a peak intermediate semi-divine artifact. Even if he didn't cultivate the Frost Dao and couldn't use it, selling it to other Empyreans would be enough to sell it for 1,000,000 intermediate god stones. This wasn't a small number. Many 5th Empyreans didn't even have 1,000,000 intermediate god stones in their entire possessions. Alright, if I don't pass the 5th level of the battle tower, then it's my loss. When the time comes, this glazed true sword of mine will be yours. While speaking, Kaichi Pavilion Master also took out a top intermediate semi-divine artifact. There was no reason for him not to accept this bet that he would definitely win. Using a top intermediate semi-divine artifact as the bet, what a huge sum of money. But this time, Lord Kaichi is being reckless. The 5th level of the battle tower isn't that easy to pass. C1410, the 9th floor of the battle tower, Blue Moon Palace, Battle Tower Square. Almost no one in the surrounding Heavenly Venerates had high hopes for Kaichi Pavilion Master. The 5th level of battle tower was nothing in the eyes of these Heavenly Venerates. However, the breakthrough competition belonged to a genius from the outer domain. Since ancient times, this was the first time a genius from the outer domain had used a breakthrough competition. Those who could surpass the 5th level of battle tower were as rare as phoenix feathers and phoenix horns. The weakest of them was a prospective 4 stars Heaven's Pride. However, many of them saw the Blue Moon Medallion of that junior. It was merely a 2-star Blue Moon Medallion. It was already considered not bad that a 2-star genius could pass the first 3 levels of the combat tower. It was completely impossible for him to pass the 5th level of the battle tower. Heavenly Sovereign Kai Chi had completely lost his mind. He had given a top intermediate semi-divine artifact to Heavenly Sovereign Shu Yu for free. Brother Kai Chi, you're too impulsive. A hint of resentment flashed across Heavenly Sovereign Mo Lin's eyes. It was as if he was saying that if you had too many semi-divine artifacts in your hands, you would panic. You can give them to me, just like the other Heavenly Venerates. Heavenly Venerate Mo Lin also did not think highly of Yang Fann. If he cultivated for hundreds of thousands of years, he still had a chance of passing the 5th level of the battle tower. But now, he was simply delivering food. Brother Mo Lin, there are some things that you don't understand. My Lori True Sword isn't that easy to get. Empyrean Kaki smiled mysteriously, not showing the slightest bit of worry. The 1st level of the battle tower. Rumble. A dark shine flashed by, and Yang Fann discovered that he had fallen into a vast wasteland. In the next second, swoosh swoosh swoosh, 9 streaks of light descended from the sky, locking down Yang Fann's surroundings. 9 Saint King experts appeared. Although they were the weakest ordinary Sacred King, and they were not even first-layer Sacred Kings, the combined strength of the 9 Sacred Kings was enough to suppress a middle-level first-layer Sacred King. No wonder the 1st level of the battle tower was not passed by a first-layer Holy King. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. He did not see what Yang Fann was doing, but a wisp of chi burst out from his body. Grug grug grug, the 9 Holy Kings collapsed at the same time, turning into ashes. It was as if they had never appeared before. Second level of the battle tower. He was also one of the 9 great Saint Kings, but his cultivation had risen to the first layer Saint King stage. Although he was only a high-level first layer Saint King, he was strong enough to kill a middle-grade second Empyrean Saint King. However, he was still just an ant in Yang Fann's hands. With a flash of his aura, he instantly crushed the 9 Saint Kings into pieces. The third floor of the battle tower. Boom boom boom. Yang Fann had just stabilized his footing when 9 beams of light surrounded him from all directions. High-grade second Empyrean Saint Kings. It seems like the strength of the opponent on every level of the Holy Tower will increase by first layer. Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a flash of understanding flashed through his mind. The next second, rumble, another wave of energy erupted from Yang Fann's body, crushing everything in its path. The fourth level of the battle tower. What a fast speed. How long has it been? It's just an instant kill. This young man is really amazing. Is he really just a 2-star genius? Unwittingly, doubt flashed across the eyes of many heavenly venerates. In the third level of the battle tower, with the combined strength of 9 high-grade second Empyrean Saint Kings, it was enough to fight a top-grade third Empyrean Saint King. If they wanted to kill them in a single strike, they would need to have at least intermediate fourth Empyrean Saint King's combat strength. However, this was already the threshold of a 3-star prodigy. At this moment, rumble, the fourth level of the battle tower suddenly burst forth with a dazzling golden light. Fifth level, he has entered the 5th floor of the battle tower. Insta-kill, another instant kill. How is this possible? Outside the battle tower, the heavenly sovereigns were dumbfounded. The 4th level of the battle tower. Each of the 9 great sacred kings was a high-level 1. Third Empyrean Saint King. Even the top 3-star genius might not be able to kill them in a single strike. Gulp gulp. Could it be that this junior is also a 4-star monster? The 5th level of the battle tower. Perhaps this junior can really clear it. I knew that it was impossible for Sky Sovereign Kai Chi to give 100 semi-divine artifacts to Sky Sovereign Shu Yu. Bitch it, how could this be? The smile on Sky Sovereign Shu Yu's face disappeared without a trace. At some point, his heart was in his throat. It was a top-tier intermediate semi-divine artifact. Even for a 6th Empyrean heavenly venerate like him, it was not a small loss. It was enough to make him feel pain in his heart. Number. Impossible. How could there be so many 4-star monsters? The 4th level of the battle tower was the limit of that junior. He definitely won't be able to pass the 5th level. He definitely won't be able to. However, just as this thought emerged in his mind, the 5th level of the battle tower erupted with a dazzling golden light. Oh no, this isn't true. In an instant, heavenly venerate Shu Yu's pupils shrunk and his face was filled with disbelief. The 5th level of battle tower, the one that he was so proud of, was as cold as the wind. He had spent nearly half the time it took to drink a cup of tea to clear the 5th level of battle tower. That junior, who had appeared out of nowhere, had actually reached the 6th level of battle tower in less than a breath's time. In other words, that junior was much more powerful than Leng Rufeng, while Leng Rufeng was already the top 4 stars Heaven's Pride. Could that junior be 5 stars Heaven's Pride? Was this possible? It had been many years since the Blue Moon Palace produced 5 stars Heaven's Pride. Hiss. It seems like I have underestimated Yang. Heavenly Sovereign Kai Chi's heart also shook. Although he knew that Yang Fann had passed the 5th level of battle tower, it wouldn't be a problem. The 9 high-level 4th Empyrean Saint King had joined forces. With Yang Fann's extreme 6th Empyrean Saint King strength, he would be able to defeat 5th Empyrean Saint King. Even if they didn't know any profound secret skills or abilities, with just their absolute strength, they would still be able to defeat 5th Empyrean Saint King. However, he had never thought that Yang Fann would be able to clear the 5th level of battle tower so quickly. However, Heavenly Venerate Kai Chi remained calm on the surface. He smiled at Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu, who was not far away, and said, "Brother Shu Yu, if you are willing to bet and admit defeat, I will gladly accept your Frost Dragon Spear." Bitched. A hint of anger flashed across Heavenly Venerate Shu Yu's eyes. However, he still tossed the Frost Dragon Spear over. If he dared to go back on his word in front of so many people, his reputation would be ruined. He would no longer be able to continue living in the Blue Moon Palace. Rumble. Almost in the instant that Empyrean Shu Yu received the Frost Dragon Spear, the 6th level of the battle tower shone with a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire area. Fuck, is there a mistake? The 6th level of the battle tower passed just like that. Fuck, what kind of monster is this? Many heavenly sovereigns couldn't help but curse. The 6th floor of battle tower was full of 9 high-level 5th Empyrean Saint King. Even some intermediate 7th Empyrean Saint King might not be able to kill them in a single strike. Not far away, Lang Rufeng, who had always been cold and arrogant, felt a deep sense of defeat in his heart. The 6th floor of battle tower. At that time, he had lost some of his limbs and even suffered some injuries. He had just passed this level, but in the end, the monster had passed in an instant. More importantly, the monster was much younger than him. Ah, how is this possible? The 8th floor of the battle tower. He has gone to the 8th floor. Lang Rufeng exclaimed, his voice was filled with indescribable despair. If Yang Fann could be said to have passed the 6th floor of battle tower in a second, he still had some confidence that he could catch up to or even surpass Yang Fann in the future. But now, he was in complete despair. He wasn't a human, that monster wasn't a human. The 7th floor of battle tower. The combat strength of each of the combat shadows wasn't much weaker than his. When the 9 combat shadows joined forces, he had no way to resist at all. He could only rely on the imperishable strength in his body to hold on. If it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't in the battle tower, he wouldn't have really died. Perhaps he would have already been surrounded and killed by the 9 sacred kings. However, this group of experts couldn't even withstand a breath of time in the hands of that monster. Compared to it, his so-called 4 stars heaven's pride was a pile of shit. 8th layer. No, that's not right. 9th level. He has gone to the 9th level of battle tower. Fuck, is his mother still human? At this moment, even Elder Jingyi, who had always been calm and composed, could not sit still anymore. Monster, a complete and utter monster. C1411 Alarm True God Kang. Yu Blue Moon Palace, outside the Kang Yu battle tower. All the heavenly venerates were shocked. Even the usually calm Elder Jingyi couldn't help but curse. What kind of monster had they encountered? In just a few seconds, they had broken through to the 8th layer of the battle tower. Was this really something a human could do? The 8th level of the Kang Yu battle tower, 9 great battle shadows, none of them were weaker than the high-level 7th Empyrean Saint King. With the combined strength of the 9 great battle shadows, it was enough to kill an intermediate level 8th Empyrean Saint King. As for the higher level 8th Empyrean Saint King, even ordinary low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to kill them in a single strike. However, that junior had actually done it. Could it be that his strength had already surpassed that of a low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King? But how old was he? He had just passed 11,000 years of age. 9th Empyrean Saint King's combat strength at such a young age. Not to mention the starry sky of the outer domains, not even a single son of God could be found in the Guangling Realm Island. Gulp, gulp, I couldn't have fallen into some kind of illusion, right? Otherwise, how could I have encountered such an absurd thing? Kang Yu battle tower, 9th level. Rumble, rumble, 9 streaks of light tore through the skies, charging towards Yang Fann. 9 high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King. Yang Fann's eyes were calm, without a trace of panic. With the combined strength of 9 high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King, their combat strength was comparable to an intermediate level 9th Empyrean Saint King. However, in Yang Fann's eyes, Hong Long, in the next second, the cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, die rumble. Boundless magical energy surged crazily in his body. A terrifying force swept across the world. This energy faintly seemed to surpass 9th Empyrean Saint Kings. Wherever this energy passed, everything would be destroyed. Pucci Pucci, the 9 great 8th Empyrean Saint King, didn't even have the strength to resist before they were swallowed by the terrifying energy and turned into flying ashes. What a pity. A hint of regret flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He could barely be considered a piece of fat meat. If he could devour 9 high-level 8th Empyrean Saint King, he could barely increase the power of his body, but it was a pity that these saint rulers, they were all formed from the law within the Kang Yu battle tower, and not the real 8th Empyrean Saint King. There was not a single trace of the strength of original life. Even if they were devoured and refined, it wasn't much stronger than refining an intermediate Saint King. It was completely useless. Otherwise, this Kang Yu battle tower would be the best place to level up. The 36th level of the Kang Yu battle tower contained heavenly venerates and even true gods, let alone peak holy kings. It wasn't as if he didn't have any. If he could devour and refine a group of heavenly venerates, perhaps his body would be able to break through to the heavenly sovereign stage very quickly. At that time, his combat strength would be fully unleashed. Even if he wasn't a match for those middle-level heavenly sovereign warriors, he wouldn't be too far away from them. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Yang Fann shook his head lightly and shook off those distracting thoughts. In the next second, Yang Fann took a step forward and stepped into the transportation array that led to the next level. Am I seeing things? The 9th floor of the battle tower was just a matter of seconds. He's not a human, not a human. Illusion, this must be an illusion. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe everything in front of them. Even many top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King wouldn't be able to pass the 9th level of the battle tower in a second. But now, he was telling them that a kid who was less than 20,000 years old had passed the 9th level of battle tower in a second. Was this possible? Many people even began to doubt if there was a problem with the Kangyu battle tower. In the center of the Blue Moon Palace, at the main seat of a magnificent divine hall. Sitting on the main seat was a peerless expert with long black hair, a slender figure, and unparalleled handsomeness. It looked like it was carved out of jade, and it exuded a murderous aura that could kill both men and women. Occasionally, he would reveal a trace of his aura, causing people to feel as if he was a god that had descended to the mortal world. Even a top-level heavenly sovereign like Elder Jing Yi was nothing compared to him. It was as if as long as he was willing, he could kill thousands of top-level heavenly sovereign with a single thought. This man was none other than the founder of Blue Moon Palace, True God Kangyu. He was also one of the top 10 expert in the Guangling Realm Island, a terrifying high-level true god. The Blue Moon Palace was able to stand above the other 2 palaces and become the leader of the 3 palaces, second only to the 2 families of a country and 2 families. It was also because of True God Kangyu's presence. Suddenly, True God Kangyu's eyes emitted a wisp of surprise. What? A genius from the outer domain, who had reached the 10th level of the battle tower on his first breakthrough competition. He even passed the first 9 floors in a second. And he barely passed the age of 10,000 years. Bitch, what kind of monster is this? True God Kangyu stood up from his divine throne with a shocked expression on his face. Top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King, the one who stood out 10,000 years ago. Even if it was him, a high-level true god, at his age, he was still far from being a match for him. Not to mention being comparable to a peak Holy King, he might not even be a match for an intermediate Holy King. If not for the fact that the Kangyu battle tower was his vital treasure, he would not have dared to believe this absurd news. Gulp gulp, could it be that my Blue Moon Palace is going to give out a 7-star monster as well? True God Kangyu swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. Actually, the division of prodigies. There were more than 5 stars. There was also a 4th rank, which had a total of 9 stars. The first 6 stars were chosen, and the last 3 stars were monsters. However, in the Guangling Realm Island, 5 stars Heaven's Pride had almost reached his limit. Even a high-level true god like him could barely step into the threshold of the 6th star. As for a 7-star monster, it was one of the top AIMA realms in the entire AIMA realm. As long as it didn't fall in the future, it would surpass him. It was only a matter of time. There was even a glimmer of hope that he could surpass a true god and advance to the legendary domain god realm. He was a supreme existence that controlled a realm. With a wave of his hand, he could destroy a high-level true god like him. Kangyu Battle Tower, 10th level. Rumble, rumble. Just as Yang Fann stood still, 9 great battle shadows descended from the sky. Why is it only the combat strength of a low-level 9th Empyrean Saint King? A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. According to the usual practice, the 10th level of Battle Tower should have a high level of 9th Empyrean Saint King's cultivation base. But soon, a hint of understanding emerged in Yang Fann's mind. According to Kaichi Pavilion Master, with a heavenly venerate cultivation base, one would be able to pass the first 12 levels of the pagoda. If it was a 10th floor, it would have the combat strength of a high-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. Even if the 11th floor wasn't a heavenly venerate, it was still a 10th floor. As for the 12th level of the combat shadow, it was very likely that it was one of the best among the heavenly venerates and Layer 1 warriors. If the 9 great battle shadows joined forces, even an ordinary Empyrean 2nd layer expert might be defeated. Not to mention an ordinary 1st layer venerable. Hung Meng indestructible body, activate rumble. Rumble. Boundless purple gas erupted from all of Yang Fann's pores, wreaking havoc everywhere. In an instant, The aura around Yang Fann's body expanded crazily, rising steadily. The strength, speed, and endurance of his entire body increased exponentially. Everything was 10 times, 100 times stronger. Although the combat shadow's strength had dropped by 2 levels, with the combined strength of the 9 low-grade 9th Empyrean Saint King, they were almost on par with top-level 9th Empyrean Saint King. With just the help of all their energy, they were able to suppress them. However, it took them a lot of effort. Since they had decided to shake up the upper echelons of Blue Moon Palace, it was a good thing that they were completely shocked. Fuck, this junior is actually hiding something. This aura is already not any weaker than First Empyrean Heavenly Sovereigns. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A Heavenly Sovereign Layer 1 expert that is less than 20,000 years old. How could this be a 7-star monster? A 8 stars monster. This is definitely a 8 stars monster. True God Kang Yu's heart skipped a beat. His expression changed slightly. No, I can't. He had to seal off the news immediately. The news about this brat. Once the news is leaked out, the consequences will be unimaginable.